The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Randall Carlson, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, Joe.
It's great to see you. It really is.
It's even greater to see you.
I was so looking forward to this podcast. I'm so excited about this subject. So whenever you're in town,
Well,
I'm
you know,
happy.
Joe, I drove 1,000 miles to get here. That's how much I'm.
That's a long drive. How long did that take?
We did 2 days. It's a 14 and a half hour drive. But we got slowed down because of the weather.
Yeah, I was worried about that.
Yeah.
We've had some ice storms out here for people who don't know.
Yeah, right. We had.
So-
it was nasty for a while. But
And you're going to be out here, you're doing some exploring, you're doing some cave exploring as well?
well, we were going to go to see Hall's Cave, which is a
Pull that microphone up to you.
Hall's Cave.
Get the
Like
arm.
this.
There you go.
How's this?
Perfect.
Good. Yeah, Hall's Cave is near here, and this was a site that has extinct megafauna remains in it, and it also has some Clovis tools, and it has the Younger Dryas black mat stuff in it. So basically,
Black mat stuff meaning whatever the impact was, what was
yes.
settled?
So right. So when you had the impact, or I think impacts plural, you had this dusting of stuff and a lot of fires. So the fires produce soot, charcoal. So at that layer, you have this black mat layer, and below it, you have megafauna, and above it, they're mostly gone. Below it, you have the Clovis culture. Above it, they're mostly gone. So Hall's Cave was a repository, and we were going to go in it. It belongs to an elderly couple that's on private property, but then when the COVID hit, they got worried about letting people in there, so it's been postponed. Thomas Stafford was the lead archaeologist on the job, on the project, and he had agreed to set it up for us, but then they got, like I said, the elderly couple that owns the cave, they got cold feet, so.
So is this because of the recent strains of COVID? Is this like,
No, this would have been,
so 2 years ago?
we were
they
going to go, let's see, well, 2 years. Was it last summer? We were planning to go a year ago last summer. So it's been on hold, and I suspect that at some point we'll get to do it. But while I'm out here, we are going to check out a few things. Canyon Lake Gorge, which is down towards San Antonio, is a site that in 2002 there was a heavy rain, and Canyon Lake is a reservoir. It overflowed, and it cut this canyon and reproduced all these features like recessional cataracts and plunge pools and all these kind of things that geologists assumed were kind of slow to form, but are very similar to some of the things that are on a much grander scale that we'll look at here today. But what it is it's kind of almost forced a revision in thinking, because basically they're seeing this duplication of these forms, although on a smaller scale, but formed in 2 days and not thousands of years.
So for people that are not familiar with your work, I think we should probably give them like a real quick refresher. When you're referring to the Younger Dryas, you're referring to the Younger Dryas impact theory. And this impact theory, you believe, probably ended the Ice Age, caused the extinction of many mammals and many species of life all over the earth.
All over the earth.
And reset civilization.
Pretty much, yeah. In a nutshell, that's going to be it.
And that is somewhere around 11,000, 12,000 years ago?
Okay, the dating of it, there's the Younger Dryas itself is about a 1,300-year interval. So to put this in perspective, go back 16 to 20,000 years ago, we're in the middle of the late glacial maximum, when more than double the amount of glacial ice on the planet now. We had North America, half of North America is buried under an ice sheet bigger than the one that now covers the South Pole. So all of Canada up to the Arctic Circle, northern United States, New York, Detroit, Philadelphia, Twin Cities, Seattle, all of that area was completely buried under this massive ice sheet. Around 15,000 years ago, 14,500 to 15,000 years ago, the climate began to warm. And this is probably because the changing geometries between the Earth and the Sun has this, it's called the Milankovitch cycles, and it basically is just the geometric relation between the Earth and the Sun, the orbit, the tilt of the Earth's axis, and so on, brings about gradual warming and gradual cooling. So what has been documented now is that the gradual warming began between 14.5 and 15,000 years ago. And so the great ice sheets began to shrink back, and they lost maybe 10 to 15% of their maximum mass. And this is when that ice-free corridor opened up between the two. You had two big ice sheets that were covering North America. Laurentide, centered on Hudson Bay. Cordilleran, centered over the Canadian Rockies. Around 16 to 18,000 years ago, they coalesced. They grew together. Then with that warming, they separated, and that's, you probably heard the term the ice-free corridor.
Yeah.
The old ideas that North America was exclusively populated by the Clovis people coming across the Bering Land Bridge, which was exposed because of lowered sea levels, migrating down through Alaska and through that ice-free corridor down into unglaciated North America, and then eventually all the way down to Tierra del Fuego within 1,000 years. So now you've got this gradual warming. Now at about 12,850 to 12,900 years ago, that process is suddenly interrupted by this massive spasm of cold, right? That basically undoes 2,500 years of warming, just undoes it. And now the planet is plunged back into full glacial cold, and it takes like 1,300 years for the planet to resume its upward arc of warming. So at the beginning of that is when the spike of mass extinctions took place, and that's also when the COVID culture in North America that had been very prolific.
You mean Clovis?
Clovis, what did I say?
COVID. We all have COVID on the brain.
God, I know.
No worries.
The Clovis culture, yeah. The Clovis culture, they disappeared.
Maybe I heard he did say COVID, right?
Might have been Clovid. I don't know.
Clovis.
I think
Thoroughly confused.
Either way.
Well,
It's okay. Maybe I'm hearing it.
yeah, well, it could be, or I should take a little break here and take my afternoon nap, but my after lunch nap. You know, that's part of my religion now, is I take an afternoon nap every day.
It's good religion.
It's a pretty good religion.
That's
yeah.
solid.
Yeah, that's my ritual nap every day. So anyways, not to get off on that,
Okay.
but so it lasts about 1,300 years. At about 11,600 years ago, it ended. Now, what's interesting about this, about the Younger Dryas period, is that it's almost bookmarked with two catastrophes. The catastrophe at 11,600 years ago is still kind of undefined. There's been no, to my knowledge, evidence of any kind of extraterrestrial impact. However, there was a massive pulse of melting that occurred. And so it's referred to as Meltwater Pulse 1B. Now, there was a Meltwater Pulse 1A that is now dated at 14,600. And there's evidence now emerging that there was also a major melting event at the beginning of the Younger Dryas, but it was so quick before the planet jumped back into full glacial cold that it's kind of been overlooked. So anyways, what's interesting about Meltwater Pulse 1B, that's 11,600 years ago. Now that is now given as the definition between the Pleistocene, which was two and a half million years, which was differentiated from the previous Pliocene, because in the Pleistocene epoch, what characterizes this epoch is the planet started lurching back and forth between the glacial and interglacial ages, right? So at the end of the Pleistocene, we get into the Holocene. Holocene is now, the onset of the Holocene is dated 11,600 years ago. And shortly within a millennia to 2 millennia after that is when we begin to see the rise of what eventually led to modern civilization. We see the domestication of animals, we see the major shift in lifestyles from mostly, if not all, hunter-gatherers now into a agricultural-based lifestyle. So we see really the rise of agriculture in those 2 millennia after the beginning of the Holocene. What else? Oh, the dispersion of languages generally traces back to around roughly 10,000 years ago. What else? The rise of urban areas. The first Çatalhöyük and Jericho and other cities like that are showing up between 8,000 and 9,000 years ago. So basically all the accoutrements of civilization that eventually led to, you know, what we think of as modern history, 4,500 to 5,000 years ago, all sort of got launched in this Younger Dryas epoch, if you will. So the question is what caused these tremendous sea level rise? And I think in one of our previous interviews, I actually pulled up a graph where you could see that these two great spikes of meltwater. Rather than it being tens of thousands of years in a smooth curve, it was two major spikes of meltwater. So in order to trigger that melting, you had to have some kind of input of energy. It takes energy to melt ice. So one of the mysteries that actually began to be noticed in the early 70s was what is called the energy paradox. Now, with the advent of radiocarbon dating in the 1950s, what happened is you accumulated a couple of decades of radiocarbon dating. After a couple of decades, the geologists and the climatologists and so on, they're looking at that data and they're going, wait a second, our old models of glacial, the onset of a glacial period, the termination of a glacial period, were tens of thousands of years, 50, 60, 70,000 years. Radiocarbon dating is now showing it happened way, way faster than that. For example, radiocarbon dating showed that in central area of Canada, where it was assumed that there had been a mile and a half of ice, forests were growing, like 30,000, 35,000 years ago. Well, clearly there was no ice there when the forests are growing there, right? The other thing was the rapidity with which the whole thing came to an end. Rather than 15, 20, 25,000 years, it was more like 3, 4, 5,000 years. So this is what introduced the concept of the energy paradox. Like, where the hell did all the energy come from to melt that much ice? And so there was a group of scientists that held a conference in 1973, didn't resolve it, held another conference in 1975, still didn't resolve it. What they were looking at, they go, okay, well, what is the greatest concentration of available thermal energy on the planet today to melt ice? So they said, well, it looks like it's equatorial regions, over equatorial oceans. Okay, so if we applied that much thermal energy to these ice sheets, how long would it take to melt? 20 to 25,000 years to completely melt away. So that was the energy paradox. And it really has not been resolved to this day. And see, the assumption was that the energy would have applied in a uniform manner from the beginning of the start of the deglaciation to the end of the deglaciation. But it didn't happen that way. It happened in pulses. So in other words, even though you have a tremendously enlarged amount of energy to melt this ice, basically it didn't happen smoothly. It was concentrated into several episodes, which means then that you have even more thermal energy to try to explain. So it kind of got left there. And of course then I encountered that, I guess, going way back into the late 70s, early 80s, when I first got obsessed with the catastrophic history of this planet, geology and all of that. That's when I read these papers. And I kind of thought, well, what's the possibility? It's got to be impact or it's got to be the sun. What else could it be? There's no intrinsic source of that much heat to melt the ice that quick. So I was very gratified when in 2007 the paper came out proposing that there had been an impact at the Younger Dryas, triggering the Younger Dryas, and we talked about that with Graham on here, and that's actually what inspired Graham to come back to his original idea that he had proposed in Fingerprints of the Gods back in 95 or 96, was the two things, the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, which, is back 11,500 years old, right, and the evidence that there had been this cometary impact. So in his Fingerprints of the Gods, he was still thinking, had documented tremendous amount of evidence for catastrophe. But what he wasn't thinking, he was thinking more in terms of the scenario or the models of Charles Hapgood, who was thinking in terms of pole shift. Well, that idea kind of fell by the wayside because it wasn't making sense from the geophysical standpoint and a lot of reasons. But then when 2007 came along and this paper came out, Graham was pretty much electrified when he saw that and said, well, there's the catastrophe. It was an impact, and why didn't I think of that? He probably did, but so that's what caused him to circle back. to
When did they first start discovering nuclear glass? The tritonite, is that how you say it?
trinitite.
Trinitite. When did they first started?
Well,
finding
the
that
first
stuff?
discovery of that, it comes from Trinity, New Mexico.
bomb,
So,
yeah.
It's
But I
slower.
mean,
summer of 1940,
I hate
July
this
of
game, dude.
1945.
what I mean in core samples, when they were
Let's
examining,
see, when would that have been?
because that's one of the pieces of evidence that they point to, correct?
Yes. So I think maybe, the Tunguska event of 1908, I think maybe in 60s or 70s they may have found glass associated with that. Certainly by the 50s and 60s they were finding glass associated with impact craters.
And when they do core samples, they do find an associated supply of this stuff.
Yeah, yes. There's a variety of proxies that will indicate impacts. The melt glass is one of them, right?
And so that's trinitite.
Yes. You'll have microspherules, which form when you have a hypervelocity impact. You've got to think an object coming in closing velocity at 10 to 20 times the muzzle velocity of a high-powered rifle. It's coming in, it slams into the earth. It has a whole suite of consequences, one of which a lot of the material that's directly in the epicenter gets vaporized. That vapor goes up into the stratosphere, it begins to circulate. As it cools, it drops back to Earth, and it will form both microspherules and microtectites. And microtectites are small, little aerodynamically shaped forms they're called microtectites because you really only see them under a microscope. And likewise with the microspherules. Then you have nanodiamonds. Nanodiamonds are only produced under extraordinary regimes of heat and pressure. So you've got microspherules, you've got the trinitite in the melt glass, you've got the microspherules, you've got iridium, other platinum group metals. Now associated with the Younger Dryas, they've found iridium spikes, osmium spikes, and platinum spikes, which are all part of the platinum group metals, all of which are pretty much abundant in cosmic things like asteroids, right? So you had the finding of that. I think in the Greenland ice cores, platinum showed up in iridium. See what else? Charcoal, soot, if there's fires. So soot has been found in conjunction with that black matte layer. That's one of the reasons it's black, is because of the amount of charcoal and soot in it.
Meaning there was some sort of massive fires
Yes.
that were associated with the impact.
Yes, that's right. So, the critics came out, savaged it. The first group, I think, was 17 scientists that signed off on that paper, 2007. Actually, and they formed a group called the Comet Research Team, organized by George Howard, who runs the Cosmic Tusk website. He'd be a great guest, by the way. He's really, he knows more about the Younger Dryas than I do. He has a good comprehension of it. And so he does the Cosmic Tusk website, and he helped to organize this Comet Research Team. Now, the Comet Research Team has grown to over 50 members since 2007. And I have been out in the field a couple of times with some members of the group. Chris Moore, for example, who originally was one of the skeptics. So we were out, we can circle back to this too, the Carolina Bays, which are these unique elliptical features on the southeastern coastal plain of the United States. So we were out in the field. It was me and him, George Howard. Graham Hancock was with us on that one, and Malcolm LeCompte. I don't know if you remember Malcolm. He was the scientist that Graham brought in on our side during the great debate. Right?
During the phone call, right?
During the phone call, that was Malcolm LeCompte. He was there. So Chris Moore, I had a chance to have extensive conversations with him, and he basically said, well, yeah, I originally came on as a skeptic. I was going to debunk this, and then I began seeing the evidence, and now I'm a believer. So
Well, it ties neatly together, right? It really does. It seems like that it's the thing that makes the most sense when you look at all the physical evidence, when you look at how quickly things changed. I did not know that that the amount of melting would have taken that long, though. That's pretty extraordinary.
Well,
Come on, man.
So you got to
That's
bear in
guy,
mind, too,
dude.
that what will happen under normal circumstances is you will have a melting season, summer, right? Fall comes, things get cold again, melting stops, and then you have more ice accumulation because it's now snowing during the winter. So really, if you say 20,000 years or 15,000 years to melt, you've got to actually cut that in half or
Figured out how to
less,
do the
because
splits,
you're only gonna
like
have
not
really,
real life
especially
splits. I
in the
mean,
northern latitudes, you're going to only have probably 3 or 4 months out
Video
of each
game
year
splits.
where actually the ice diminishes in mass. So that's one reason why it'll stretch. It's not like a continuous process. But yeah, I think I've got, let's see, if I've got it right here. I'll pull this up. But yeah, so that was the thing when I discovered that in the late 70s, is when I started thinking, okay, so something unusual happened that we don't really have an explanation for.
Didn't you come up with the idea while you were on acid?
Well, the great. Well, I would say that was a factor. Yes, I would. Okay.
Nothing wrong with great ideas on acid, ladies and gentlemen. Kerry Mullis, didn't he come up with partially the idea for the PCR test?
I think that's right. I think I couldn't
It was
swear
either
to it.
PCR test or some great discovery.
So this is, this was the energy paradox research here. This was one of the guys who was the John T. Andrews. You can see 1973, the Wisconsin Laurentide ice sheet. The Laurentide was the big one, right? Dispersal centers, and this is the key, problems of rates of retreat. So this is when they begin to say, hey, there's a problem here, guys. You know, so let's see here. And this was one of the bizarre things. See, if you go, the average marginal recession, that's the ice, shrinking back. Between 12,000 and 7,000 years before present, BP is before present.
Is that a new phrase, before present?
I've seen it in the literature going back 20 or 30 years. And geologists use that, whereas historians and archaeologists tend to use BC.
Right.
Right? But if you're talking about something that happened 50 or 500,000 years ago, saying BC doesn't make sense.
It seems silly. You have to do extra math.
Right.
Right.
So this is the first thing they noticed, that the rate of recession, you would assume that it's going to be faster at the southern margin, right, and much slower, because the northern margin is up by the Arctic Circle, right? What they saw, that it varied little between the northwest and southern margins. So that was the first mystery. So then the second thing was, of primary concern is the energy balance at the margin of the ice sheet required to promote the rapid late Wisconsin retreat. The growth and development of the Laurentide ice sheet complex is still an enigma. That was in '73. It's still an enigma in 2002. Which is why I find it so interesting, is because there are mysteries out there, and I love a good mystery. Unexplained is the growth of the ice cap in its gathering grounds of Baffin Island. So they're saying we don't even know how it started.
When you said 2002, did you mean 2022? Or do you mean 2002?
No, I meant 2022.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe, for
No
keeping
worries.
me on track.
Listen, you have so much information in your head, some of it's going to spill out the sides.
Yeah, some of it does spill out the side. So here was the question. The average annual rate of marginal retreat of the Laurentide ice sheet calculated from the reduction area was 260 meters per year, which is 853 feet. So that means over the whole period of disappearance of the ice, it's on average 853 feet. Every year, the ice is receding, right? And this high figure immediately raises the question of what energy sources are available to cause such a rapid retreat. A significant aspect of the Laurentide deglacial history is the high energy inputs required, which, that was what came up in the 1970s. They still haven't, the high energy inputs. Let's see. So this is kind of showing here, like imagine that this is the marginal profile of the ice sheet. And then as it recedes, it's also wasting vertically as well, because it's retreating, but it's also shrinking this way. So what it comes down to, rates of ice retreat in meters per year for the northwest, southwest, south, and northeast sectors of the Laurentide ice sheet. And what they discovered was the rate of retreat up on the northern section was just as fast as the southern. So what the hell is going on here?
It's happening simultaneously.
It's happening simultaneously, yeah.
Is there a competing theory?
I've Never seen it.
You've never seen any competing theory on the rapid recession of the ice
I have
caps?
not. I have not. Other than I've seen several attempts to try to
way
explain
faster.
it through gradualistic processes, but I think that it's been one of those things that it's so bizarre that almost like, let's just stay away from that for the time being.
It's interesting that there's resistance to it because we know that there are asteroidal impacts and comet impacts. We know all that stuff's real. We know we're in the middle of space and it happens all the time. We can just look at the moon with its lack of atmosphere and we know there's craters all over it. So we know things get hit constantly. And we're dealing with this immense period of time. It just seems logical.
It seems logical.
Yeah.
And, you know, Fred Hoyle and Chandra Wickramasinghe, they theorized way back, I think, in the 70s that there was an extraterrestrial cause to ice ages, that the planet might get dusted with extraterrestrial, fine, including nanodiamonds that are so small and very reflective of heat, that may be, was not accepted back in the 70s just because it's pretty much outside. See, they were still looking for what the Milankovitch, this is what I was mentioning earlier, the changing geometry of the Earth and the Sun. The problem with that, though, is the rates. You know, those are slow, long, very gradualistic. What we're seeing now is stuff is like happening like that.
How quick are we talking about when we're talking about this recession of the ice caps from the time where there's a mile-high sheet of ice to what we see?
5,000 years.
5,000 years.
But within there, see, you can say 5,000 years and you might think of a uniform process. It's diminishing in mass uniformly each year, but that's not what happened. Because even during the Younger Dryas, now the evidence suggests that more or less gradualistic shrinking was interrupted, and then you had a regrowth of the ice sheet. So the process was interrupted. See, so what that leads is, again, we don't really have gradualistic explanations.
My life.
That's why I think we have to go
217
to
again?
some a more catastrophic scenario.
And this catastrophic scenario, we're not talking about one individual event. We're talking about possibly multiple impacts.
That's what I would definitely lean towards.
And this is over a course of how many years?
Well, I think that if we look at the work of, and I've mentioned this on your show before, the work of, in fact, in one of our conversations we had, it was William Napier, who's a British astronomer, commented that he was pleased that we had talked about it. And I mentioned that Victor Klube and William Napier and several of these others that were sort of called them neo-catastrophists, if you will. And they really began proposing in the late 70s and early 80s things like ice age, you know, impacts may be responsible for a lot of things. They may be responsible for increased amounts of volcanic eruptions, because, you know, hypervelocity impact can be very damaging. You know, the analogy that I like to use, if you have like a 38 caliber bullet, right, and I was to throw that at you, even as hard as I could, and it hit you, it might sting a little, but it's not going to do any damage at all. But that same 38 caliber, accelerated to, you know, 2,500 feet per second, a lot of damage. Now, you take a half-mile space rock, accelerate it by a factor of 10 beyond that, and slam it into the Earth, yeah, it's going to have consequences that could take, you know, thousands of years actually to play out.
Is there an estimate of how many impacts there were?
Not yet.
Not yet?
I think there was probably in the range of about 10 impacts.
So 10 over the course of a few thousand years?
Yes, although they were probably concentrated. I think that you had a concentrated series of impacts right around the beginning of the Younger Dryas, because that's where the proxies are found. We still don't have an explanation for the end of the Younger Dryas. Something interesting, though, it's one of these coincidences that I should bring up. We talked a little bit at one point, maybe the first meeting we had, we talked about Plato and the story of Atlantis. And I noticed some of the negative comments were like, oh, I heard him mention Atlantis, so I just immediately turned it off because that's BS. You know? Well, whether Atlantis really existed or not, that's a whole nother interesting question. And as a matter of fact,
Come on, man.
I just a few weeks ago did a part one of a 6-part series, a live
Deepest
stream,
thing,
where
guys.
I'm like line by line dissecting what Plato actually said, going through 4 or 5 different translations, going back to some of the original Greek language that he used. But the thing that really, initially, I wasn't that interested in the Atlantis thing until I realized that if you go into his dialogue, Timaeus, just before he begins the story of Atlantis, he prefaces it with by referencing the myth of Phaeton. And Phaeton being the son of Helios,
Christ,
who
man.
tried to drive his father's chariot in the path of the
I don't know what
sun and
happened there.
completely failed. And the chariot deviated off the path of the sun, and it declined or deviated down to the earth, and it set the world on fire. Now, in the story of Atlantis, Solon is hearing this story from these elderly Egyptian priests who say that they have preserved that story in their sacred registers for 9,000 years. Is that possible? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But this is what was related, that it was preserved in their sacred registers and in their temples for 9,000 years. And this was prior to Solon's 10-year sojourn in Egypt, right? Solon's sojourn in Egypt happens at 600 BC. Let me think of this. Yes. So basically, if you add that to the 9,000, go back from now to 600 BC. That's 2,600 years.
Yeah.
Add that to 9,000. What do you get? 11,600.
You get around the time of the Younger Dryas impact.
The end of the Younger Dryas,
Yeah.
meltwater pulse 1b. So you have a rapid rise, what John Shaw, Canadian geologist, the late John Shaw, called CRE, which is catastrophic rise event. So there was a catastrophic rise event at 11,600
That
years.
stairway was
Plato
catastrophic.
gives that
Rise event.
based on the chronology from Solon down through Drapidas, through Critias the Elder, through Critias the Younger, then finally to Socrates and Plato. Coincidence? Perhaps that's what the skeptic would say. It's just a coincidence. I'm not quite so ready to dismiss things like that as coincidence, because it's pretty amazing that he puts the demise of Atlantis, that it subsides beneath the ocean as a result of an earthquake and a rapid rise of sea level, and there's meltwater pulse 1b right there. Who knows? But what to me even makes it more interesting is because he prefaces the whole story with this Phaeton, and then he says, let's see, I bet you I have it right here. Let's see. There we go. Let's see if we can open this up and you can see exactly what Plato says. And let's see here if we zoom down to...
Have you seen that geological formation in, I believe it's Africa?
The recap
rings?
structure. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
But it's natural.
You think it's natural?
I think it's natural. I think it's very interesting. I first discovered that maybe 20 years ago because it was when it was first discovered because of NASA photography. They were looking at it and thinking this might be a multi-ringed impact structure. So I thought, oh, add this to the ever-growing list of impact structures. However, subsequent research showed that it was pretty much natural. And I think, yeah, here we go right here. So this is, since you brought it up and asked about it.
No, I hate this game, dude.
can
I
see
hate this
here
fucking game. There's so much more lag on
There's a
English
magma
or on
pod
Japanese.
beneath the structure.
Oh
it's,
my
it's
god.
volcanic.
I fucking hate
And,
this stupid fucking game.
Let's see. Yeah, an external basaltic ring dike is displaced by a north-northeast, south-southwest fault system in the northeastern part of the structure, and is cross-cut by carbonatite dikes. So you can see there's this whole magma chamber beneath the thing.
I see. And how do they find that?
Oh, geophysical surveys.
And so what that would indicate was that this is probably the remnants of a volcanic eruption, like some sort of a caldera, like the same way that we have Yellowstone when they found that from
It
space.
was probably pressure from below causing an updome, right? Now, you've got multiple layers like this. Now you've got a circular updome. Now you truncate that. if you can picture that you've got these multiple stratigraphic layers, right? It forces it into a circular, sort of a dome-shaped uplift. And then you truncate it, you slice the top of that off. What you're going to have is multiple rings that are now exposed. So
So it makes sense if it's in that area where this volcanic activity takes place.
Yeah.
And that this is a natural possibility.
Yeah. Now I know that Jimmy has looked at that. Yeah. And I don't know Jimmy personally. I like the guy without knowing him. You interviewed him,
Yeah,
right?
very nice guy.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'd like to get him out in the field with me and show him some stuff firsthand. I think
I bet he would love that.
I
Yeah,
think
he's
he
a
would.
giant fan of your work.
I'd like to hear that. Well, I'm a fan of his work, but I don't happen to agree on this one.
Well, I mean, I don't even know if he agrees. I think he's just speculating.
Yeah.
He's not dogmatic. Like, he doesn't have like
Right.
a rigid perspective on this.
Yeah, here you can see there's the recat structure. What is interesting, though, is look at this. You've got the this structure up here, the terminate.
Did I say that?
I knew how to pronounce it, but anyways, that's an impact crater there. There's one here. We can actually, if we go back, the Tenumer crater in Mauritania, that's impact, and the Temimichat.
That's it.
So what's interesting though, check this out. There's one, there's two, and here's the recat structure. They fall in a perfect alignment. Now, what's the explanation there? I don't know.
Could just be coincidence, right?
Could be coincidence, yeah. Could be coincidence.
One of the things that he said about the recut structure was that around it, the white appears to be salt.
Which could be. And I mean, see, the rim rock of this is late Cretaceous, about 90 million years old. So at that point, it was below the ocean, right? So it's been uplifted. I think this thing is about 14 or 1,500 feet above sea level, if memory serves me correct. So it's been eroded. You see, this whole thing here is like an erosion. You had a massive amount of water that came down over this, and most likely is what exposed this thing to the surface. It was probably buried. Let's see here. So right there is, from Plato, that's the ringed city of Atlantis to scale.
The concentric rings.
The concentric ring. So this is the actual scale superimposed onto the recat structure.
So it's much smaller.
Much smaller.
Scale.
Yeah.
But Plato's scale was based on what?
The stade. It was based on the stade, which is roughly 607 feet. It's where we get the word stadium from.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because that was the length of a stadium in ancient
Finally.
Greece.
So when
hate
you
you,
look at
like
Plato's version of this, sorry to take you on this detour, but I was just curious. When you look at Plato's version of Atlantis,
I hate this game, guys.
is there an area of the world that seems likely? Yeah?
Yeah. You better watch my 6-hour presentation, Joe.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, no, but I look, it's detailed. That's why even in 6 hours, I can't really spell it. In my podcast I did, the first 9 episodes, 2 hours each, were devoted to, I thought, well, let's kick it off with Atlantis.
18 hours of Atlantis.
18 hours. The last episode 9 was devoted to the recat structure.
Wow.
So I had 8 hours, so 16 hours, but we had some
Wow,
chatter and things like that in there, so maybe more
Plus
like 12
11.
or 14 hours.
That's not good.
So, you know who Johanna James is? No.
This
She
makes
is
it way
a,
more interesting. Now that we
British
have
actress who
the
started doing
splits,
this pot. She's
it's way
really
more
cool
interesting.
lady.
It's going to be great.
She's very interested in all this kind of stuff.
Every run is
Very
interesting
smart,
now.
Extraordinarily
We have the
useful.
stats.
And she went on and did she does these like 20-minute, 30-minute little vignettes of things that she's really interested in, having to do a lot with, ancient cultures, all the kind of things that, Graham Hancock is, she reads Graham Hancock. She became a fan of mine, and she devoted one of her little 20 or 30-minute segments to, she said, I watched all 10 hours or 12 hours of Randall Carlson's programs on Atlantis. And so she did this like 30-minute little synopsis of it. Really did a great job. So we reached out to her. I invited her on. She came on. We did a live stream a couple of weeks ago with her as a guest. And just really fun lady. She's
Minus
also does
5,
comedy.
insane.
Yeah. And she's
So interesting.
very
This is so
intelligent, very
cool.
gorgeous. What can I say? You know, and smart and interested in all this kind of stuff. So, you know, there we go. Anyways, so she was very interested
I
in
am
the whole
gonna go
Atlantis
around.
thing, and
I know it's a
so
really shitty line, but
because of that, there was a
I don't
lot
want
of
to pass away
feedback
like
and
last
people
time. Pass
wanting
away
to
so
know
many
more.
times.
And so I thought, okay, now the 10 or 12 hours I did, what I'm
Terrible
going to do is I'm
line,
going to
but
try to
it's-
condense that down. So a couple of weeks ago, we did the first 3-hour live stream where I basically started breaking down Plato's account line by line. What did he actually say? Let's look at the geology. Let's look at the
Oh my God,
geography,
thank
the
God, that was
oceanography,
that was such
the
a good-
astronomy.
that was
and
way
see if
better.
it lines up, if it matches up. And so I think there's one place that pretty much is not all the details, but when you look at all of the areas around the planet that
Like
have
I'm
been
doing way
proposed
better.
for Atlantis,
Oh, no,
I
it's
think
fine,
there's
it's
one
fine.
place that
Maybe.
fits the majority of his details, and that's the sunken Azores Plateau. And I say sunken because we know it's sunken.
Shit.
And
Oh,
it's
yes,
right
I
along
got
the
him.
Mid-Atlantic Ridge.
That was huge.
In
That was
fact,
really big.
since we're on this subject,
Don't
and I
do it,
wasn't
don't
even
do it,
thinking we'd
please,
get
come
on this
on.
subject, there's the Azores Plateau right there. It straddles a triple plate junction, which you have the European plate, the African plate, and the North American plate here.
It's up near Nova Scotia.
Yeah, it's far north. It is. But notice over here, it's really almost at the same
Oh my
latitude as
God,
Spain.
whatever.
See? And I would say that if there's any place on the planet that is most consistent with Plato's account, that's it right there.
Why is that? Without doing an 18-hour presentation.
Oh, come on, Joe. Can't we have pizza brought in?
We can.
Nah, that's why, in a nutshell,
Oh,
God,
I
where do
did
I
pass
even
him away with
begin?
that shot. What? That was a legendary shot.
I was afraid you were going to ask that. But
That was a
we
legendary
can look
shot.
very quickly, I guess, like give you the 5-minute version. Which is that there is evidence that there was a massive subsidence along the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. We actually talked about this a little bit, and I think in our very first discussion we had, which was what, 7, 8 years ago?
At least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So we talked about this a little bit. Geophysics shows that there's horizontal movement, lateral movement of the Earth's crust because of continental drift, but there's also vertical movement. And
on,
that is the
man.
result of
come on.
isostatic compensation. That's called isostasy, is the vertical movement of the Earth's crust. I can show you, I should have a slide right here that will help to really illustrate what it is. Let me back up to, let's see. Should be right in here. Here we go. Okay, so now this is the shore of Hudson Bay. Now this is where the ice sheet was the thickest, right? Now what are you seeing there? Hudson Bay is up here. These are shorelines because when the ice was removed, the land started rising back. So here's sea level, land is rising back.
And the land is rising because of a lack of weight of the ice?
Yes, right. So you're sitting on a soft, cushiony chair right now, right? Are you?
Yep.
Okay, so your ass is causing isostatic depression of that cushion on your chair.
Right.
And if you sit up, you'll have isostatic compensation. Right?
So that's what that is along many, many, many lines.
Yes, those are all shorelines. Here's another view of it.
Wow.
Here's another view.
Wow.
That's the land rebounding a couple of thousand feet after the ice was removed. Now, the ice was removed, and all of those trillions of tons of weight, where did it go? In the Atlantic Ocean. Now, you look, the thinnest crust on the Earth is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And if you look at it, you'll see that there are
Insane bunker one.
transform faults,
Dude.
should
That was
show
insane.
up right here. The transform
Oh, it wasn't that
faults
insane, but it's pretty
are
good.
these vertical fault lines
Oh,
that
silo,
are what you
no.
would say orthogonal or at right angles to the ridge itself. Here you can see very clearly the triple plate junction and how the Azores Plateau. Okay, well, since the 1940s, the first expedition in 1948, there was when they started doing dredge samples from the floor of the Atlantic Ocean, which coincidentally, the name of the ship was the Atlantis. They dredge core samples, and they pull up the core samples from 2 miles down, a mile to 2 miles down, and they look at those core samples, and what you had was, for example, shallow water creatures living. They weren't living. They were now, they had been drowned. You had creatures like that typically lived under 100 feet of seawater, and now they're a mile and a half below, and they're on the flanks of this place right here.
So these are
I should have
fossils
just
that they're
ran,
finding?
whatever, it's fine.
So, and they're
We're
finding
learning.
fossils that ordinarily you would find in some place that was very shallow,
Very shallow. Very shallow, yes.
or relatively shallow, 100 feet.
100 feet, yes. So this is the basic idea here. This goes back to the 60s. As it says right here, the possible tectonic implications of glaciostatic. Now,
Oh, dude, that was so clutch.
Is the rise
That
and
was really
fall
good.
of sea level
For me.
correlated with the increase and decrease of glacial ice. So if the ice is increasing, sea level is falling.
It's fine, it's
We
fine,
call
it's
that
okay.
eustatic sea level fall. If the ice is shrinking, melting, sea level's rising. So that's a eustatic rise. So that's the meaning of that. When you see glacio-eustatic, that means the rise and fall of the sea level as a result of
just go.
glacier growth or melting.
Oh, the body armor
Okay.
I got it right. Yeah.
And it says here, sea level fluctuations have received only minor attention in connection with such problems as ocean floor spreading. The purpose of this report is to point out that late Pleistocene sea level data suggests that the ocean basins have responded isostatically and by a significant amount, particularly concentrated along the mid-Atlantic ridge. So, I mean, I've got so much
shit,
here.
give me your
just
shit,
gonna
give me your
grab
shit.
a couple of these things
Give
here.
me your
Yeah. So they dug up these cobbles, which are
No.
cobbles are. So a cobble is basically a stone or anything that's lithified. It's roughly between
Please.
a pebble, and a boulder. A boulder, when you get, I think, to
Oh,
11
thank God I
inches,
have that
about
key
the
card,
size of
man.
a
I didn't know if I
volleyball.
had it
Now
or
you're in the
not.
realm of boulders.
It was huge.
Cobble is in between pebbles and boulders. Like you've heard of cobblestone streets.
Yeah.
Am I going to survive? I don't know, man.
So
I better go slow,
so-
honestly.
they say here the Atlantis cruiser and Great
Better
Meteor
fucking take
seamounts
it
rise
easy
from a
here.
broad ridge or plateau which extends from the mid-Atlantic ridge, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. So about a ton
Wow,
of
thank God he
flat
passed away.
pteropod limestone cobbles
shit,
was
this is
dredged
really
from the
bad.
summit area of one of these
I may pass
sunken
away, guys.
what they're calling the seamount.
Shit.
And a seamount
no.
is like a flat top of a
Oh,
mountain.
no, 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 no,
Right?
no, no,
Like
no,
the
no.
top of the mountain has been sheared off.
No! Like, come on,
Pulled
man.
up these
Like, come
limestones,
on.
Right?
Fuck off.
These limestone cobbles, they dated it. One of the cobbles gave an
Should I
apparent
just
radiocarbon
restart?
age of 12,000 years, plus or minus 900 years.
Yeah.
The state of lithification, how much it is turned into rock, of the limestone suggests that it may have been lithified under subaerial conditions. In other words, in the atmosphere. That's what that means. It may have been lithified under subaerial conditions, and the seamount may have been
fucking
an
game.
island
Fuck you, game.
within the past 12,000 years. So, I mean, we could go through, again, hours of this kind of research, and why it's been pushed off to the side is anybody's guess. But it just doesn't fit the paradigm. But yeah, basically, now this doesn't prove that there was any civilization here, but we can make a very strong case that a large section of the Azores Plateau was above sea level during the late glacial maximum.
Does it coincide with Plato's account of trade and of travel and of the way?
Well, we have no way of knowing. See, now there we have to make a leap of faith, which is this. And if we look right here, you'll see, you can see it very clearly, and you can see the Straits of Gibraltar here, which was anciently known as the Pillars of Heracles. And you come here to a group of islands, and then you get to the Azores Plateau. And here, these down here are those seamounts, those truncated seamounts. So really, all you have to do, here's the leap of faith you have to make. You have to go, now I don't get into anything like, flying spaceships or crystal ray guns or anything like that. No, I just go by what Plato says. What he's describing is a maritime culture. that had navigational abilities. Something along the lines of the Minoan or the Phoenician culture, maybe by an order of
Try to hold
magnitude,
safe
right?
longer.
So now,
This is
all
not
we
the
have to
way.
do really is assume this, which to me is not so pseudo-scientific that we couldn't even consider, which is that somebody, some group in the Ice Age had enough navigational skills to sail from Europe to islands right here.
And what would be the reason why they would go there? Like, what was so exceptional, supposedly, about Atlantis?
Well, I'll show you
was
one
a
thing.
hub of trade. It was supposed to be a very advanced city, right?
Well, advanced in the standpoint that yes, it was engaged in trade. It was had a
was so
broad
fucking
net
strong.
of cultural connections around the world. But if you look at this is, if you go right here, let's see, the position of the Gulf Stream during Quaternary glaciations. In the present-day North Atlantic Ocean, the boundary between the subtropical and subpolar gyres runs southwest to northeast, from Hatteras to the Northern Sea. So we get down here, right? See, in contrast, during the last glacial maximum, approximately 18,000 years ago, the gyre boundary and associated currents were more zonal and located further to the south. So here's a map showing basically what you would have had. So this is the Gulf Stream. So it's bringing up the warm equatorial waters and wrapping it right around the Azores. So if you were going to try to theorize or hypothesize an ideal climate during the Ice Age, there it is right there. You see, that Gulf Stream, it's the Gulf Stream now. That's why you have, warmth basically in the UK, right?
I hate
And is
this
there
fucking
any
game.
physical evidence other than the cobblestones or anything? Yeah,
Plant remains,
plant.
dredged up plant remains, yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Plant remains that would have
hate
been
this game.
growing, in a climate, not consistent with the Ice Age.
What
hate
about
this fucking game, dude.
anything that would indicate human settlement?
No, not yet. Although I've heard some things, I haven't seen confirmation. I think it's going to take submersible.
Yeah.
We're just at the very beginnings of submarine archaeology.
And how deep is this area again?
Well, you see, right now it is. The Azores are actually islands that are above sea level, and the major part of the plateau is a mile to mile and a half underwater.
So that's where all the action would be.
Most likely, yes. Yes.
And is there any sort of plan to do an excavation or some sort of an expedition where they go underwater and look at some of that stuff and
Well,
try to find some physical
Not
evidence?
yet, but I was thinking, Joe, that
You and I?
maybe you and I could see what.
Okay.
You ready to take a ride?
Well, do you know James Cameron? Maybe we could borrow his submarine.
Oh, what a
Well,
boost.
I don't want to
insane.
say this, but I've actually had somebody contact me who 2 steps removed. I won't get into that
Really?
because I don't like to count chickens. You know what I'm
I
saying?
get
bro.
it.
Yeah,
James Cameron, if you're out
hate
there,
this
I'm
game.
with you, brother.
yeah, yeah. When we're
Let's
not
go find it.
when we're not recording.
That guy's a wild man. He
I know.
Literally, I mean, he's first of all, he's one of the most successful movie producers in the history of the human race, right?
Yeah.
But yet he's so crazy, he gets in a submarine and goes to the bottom of the fucking ocean.
Right. See, and here's the thing. You got to, and a lot of what I'm documenting here is how catastrophic some of these events were.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have had massive tsunamis that would have affected everything,
Yeah.
And like Plato says, Atlantis subsided beneath the waves because of a great earthquake. And we can actually show now that that there has evidence of massive traumatic seismic events along the mid-Atlantic ridge coincident with the rapid rise of sea level. So a lot of the pieces fit together. Doesn't prove anything, but to me it makes the case that it might be worth it to go down and have a closer look.
All they would need is some pottery, right? All they would need is something.
My guess is that whether it's to be taken literally or not, Plato's description of the infrastructure, I would think that the infrastructure, the multi-ring, if that was real and not just metaphorical, that's kind of what you would look for.
Some of it.
Yeah. In other words, I mean, we do know that these ancient peoples, just from historical times, were, and this is what Graham documents from all over the world. These people had extraordinary engineering skill.
Yeah.
The ability to, organize on a huge scale, quarry 50, 100, 200 ton and larger stones, move them around with impunity, all over the world. And that to me has always struck me as a builder. I've had a little bit of experience moving beams and things that weigh half a ton to a ton, and I know what's involved. If you don't have a crane,
I hate this
you got to
game.
do it manually. So I'm doing that, and I'm also thinking, wait a second, what if I'm going to do 2.3 million stones that weigh this much?
Right, like the temple.
Come on, I
like,
hate this stupid
Giza.
game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hell of a lot of
Yeah.
work and social
Yo,
organization.
what's up, Kingo?
that's
What's up, homie? How are
required
you,
in
man?
Math.
Yeah, and hey, does it make sense that you've got these
How are
kinds
you,
of
dude?
undertakings,
This fucking game, dude.
by
hate this
people that
game.
were just a generation or two before subsistence farmers
How
or
are you, man?
hunter-gatherers? I just have a hard time with that.
It's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
I hate this fucking game.
It's also interesting how some parts of the world were so sophisticated in relationship to other parts of the world, whereas some parts of Europe weren't that sophisticated at all.
Right.
Egypt was thriving and making construction on a scale that
Yes.
that boggles the mind today.
And we've seen even in recent times, high advanced technological cultures living side by side with basically Stone Age cultures.
Yes. Yes.
And if this planet was be subjected to some of the kinds of events like the Younger Dryas event, there would be really no trace in 10,000
I hate
years
this
of
game.
our presence here, other than the Stone Age material.
Right, like all of our hard drives, all of our phones, all be
Right.
deteriorated. and
All
disappeared.
plastic
Yeah,
is gone.
gone. Everything's gone.
Cars gone.
I was trying to have a conversation with my kids about this. We were talking about books and how even books are going away and books are becoming hard drives.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm saying, do you know, like if something happened, everything we know would be gone so quickly.
Yeah.
It's a real problem because it's so convenient to I have my phone has a terabyte of data on it, which is astounding.
I know.
It's astounding that you could have that much data on your phone. But if that phone dies, all that stuff's gone.
All
So
that stuff is gone.
if we got hit, if something hit us, if we lost the power grid for a decade, if we got down to, like we were talking before this podcast about the Toba volcano in
Yeah.
Indonesia,
Yeah.
and about how 74,000 years ago it knocked the human race down to a few thousand people.
So fast.
We saw it. I'm sure you saw it
That
because I
boost
thought
was
of you when it
crazy.
happened. I saw that volcano that erupted in the middle of the ocean when you could see it from space.
Yeah.
Fascinating eruption.
And here's the thing, Joe. I mean,
Oh,
if
look
we
at
were to
fastest
have,
run. This run is so
like,
fast.
go back to you heard the year about the year without a summer, 1816.
No.
Tambora, plus several other unknown volcanoes erupted within about a 5-year span. Tambora was the big one, Indonesia, and it disgorged huge amounts of ash and fine sediment into the atmosphere, which circled the globe. And basically, the summer of this was in 1815. The following summer, there was basically no summer. They were having 4th of July commemoration in New England, and it was snowing out. 4th of July. And this has been referred to
Same.
as the last great subsistence crisis of Western civilization, because there was famine, because you
Okay, I'm
had
getting better at damn.
agricultural failures.
Look how fast
So
I
you have
am.
this,
Holy
this,
shit,
this,
he's
this
here.
thing that you can begin to track now,
It was insane.
where you have
I've never seen him
primarily
there
cold.
before.
It's brought about
This
by,
run, this run is so
I think,
fast.
primarily volcanism is going to be
Dude, this run.
the main instigator of this. But also, I think hypervelocity impacts will also do. And we'll pull up some data here shortly that shows that hypervelocity impacts are way, way more common. It was even assumed a decade, 2 decades, certainly a generation ago, that these things we've actually been rather lucky in the last few centuries that we've not had any major impacts. Tunguska of 1908 is considered the most recent great impact, and we can talk about that in a minute. You've heard of that, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
so-
one over Siberia.
Yes.
It impacted in the sky above
Yes.
the forest,
Fuck this
flattened
Yes.
massive amounts of trees. Yeah.
Massive, yes, yes.
That was
Oh,
one
God,
that
that was still
erroneously
-4 after
been
that, all those
associated with
stairs.
Tesla for some reason. I thought that Tesla was doing something wacky.
Nah.
Yeah, well, that's the tinfoil hat
The
brigade.
evidence to me suggests very strongly that it was
Impact.
a piece of the torrid meteor stream, which was a byproduct of disintegration of Comet Encke, which was in turn, and this gets us back to the British neo-catastrophists.
Is Enki named after the Sumerian Enki?
No, I think it
I
was
hate this
named
game.
after an astronomer who discovered it. Most comets are named after whoever discovers it. So, and it's spelled a little different, E-N-C-K-E as opposed to E-N-K-I. But
Oh man, that's like all my
coincidence,
health.
though, Encke. Anyways,
It's over.
so Comet Encke was probably part of a much bigger system, and
Come on.
it was
Where were we,
probably
bro?
Earth's encounter with the torrid meteor stream
over.
that triggered the Younger Dryas impacts. That's kind of, a lot of the pieces are sort of fitting together now. And the torrid meteor stream was a much more prolific meteor
Guys, I
stream
really
in the
hate this
past
game.
than it is now. The Earth crosses the torrid meteor stream twice each year. Peaks late October, early November, when the stream, if you got a picture, I actually have a graphic I can pull up in a minute, but you picture this stream circling the sun and going out to Jupiter, and then circling back, coming around the sun, and it's laying into the plane of the ecliptic. Earth's orbit crosses that stream twice. So it crosses the stream when the stuff is coming in from out by Jupiter, and that's around Halloween. In fact, they've been called the Halloween meteors. Circle around the sun, and the second time the Earth crosses
All we're
each
doing.
year is late June, early
That's
July.
really bad. It's
But
fine.
now that stream is coming right from the direction of the sun. So that makes it largely invisible, right? Because you're looking right almost into the sun. See, now when you look at the Tunguska event, it was June 30th, peak of the torrid meteor stream. If you look at its position in the sky, where it came from, it was perfectly positioned to be part of that torrid meteor stream. So it was probably, most likely, and nobody's proven it, but it was, the circumstantial case is very strong that it was a part of that torrid meteor stream. And the torrid meteor stream right now, the radium, the place in space where the meteors appear to be emanating, is almost targeted right on the Pleiades, which is the shoulder of the bull, the constellation of the bull, Taurus. And there's a whole bunch of really interesting mythology associated with that we could dive into. But it's particularly, like, for example, have you ever heard of Mithraism? Mithraism was in like 1st century AD, was the primary competitor to Christianity throughout the whole Roman Empire. And Christianity won out for a variety of reasons, but Mithraism was loaded with some really potent symbolism. And one of the things is that during the Mithraic ceremonies or rituals was called the Tauroctony, the slaying of the celestial bull. And when you look at these images, they would go underground and they would have a vault-shaped
Pretty good boost ratio.
like temple with stars painted on the ceiling.
Really bad.
And at the end of that, they would have this carving of Mithras stabbing his sword into slaying the bull, the celestial bull, stabbing his sword into the shoulder of the bull, and the blood flowing out. And if you superimpose the constellation of the Taurus in the classical sense, the shoulder of the bull is the Pleiades. I look at that and I go, I think what they're trying to symbolize here is that on a yearly basis, they would see this meteor stream pouring out of the shoulder of the bull. And I could certainly pull up some stuff like that to look at. I thought really quickly, since before we leave the Atlantis thing, a couple of the things so now Solon is in Egypt, Sais, Egypt. He's talking to the ancient priests, right? And he says, thereupon one of the priests, who was of a very great age, said, Solon, you Hellenes are but children.
Come on, dude.
And there's never an old man who is a Hellene. Solon, hearing this, said, what do you mean? The old priest said, I mean to say that in mind you are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age. And I will tell you the reason for this. There have been, and will be again, many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes. The greatest have been brought about by the agencies of fire and water, and other lesser ones by innumerable causes. There is a story which even you Hellenes who don't know shit, you know, you're like children with your knowledge. There's a story which even you have preserved. That once upon a time, Phaeton, the son of Helios, yoked his steeds of his father's chariot because he was not able to drive them in the path of his father, burned up all that was upon the earth, and was himself destroyed by a thunderbolt. Now here's the key passage. Now this has the form of a myth, but really signifies a declination of the bodies moving around the earth and in the heavens, and a great conflagration of things,
Good King of all
things
bro.
upon the earth recurring at long intervals of time. So he's saying right there, he's saying, okay,
I'm
this
good,
is a form
homie.
of
How
a
are you,
myth,
dude?
but it's not really a myth. Behind the myth is something real, and it's the
Having
bodies
fun.
circulating in the heavens. They decline or they descend to earth, and they set the earth on fire. So he's describing right there, you see, this whole phenomenon, and making it clear that there's more dimensions to what we think of as myths than just some mere fanciful, superstitious, concoction to try to explain the unknown. That there really is something going on behind there. That's, to me, really significant.
It's really fascinating too when he's talking about how there's no old science and that everyone is young, and it's really interesting when you think about someone from that long ago trying to make an account of what had happened to the Earth with a relatively simplistic
Thanks, bro.
view of a relatively simplistic understanding of the sky, of asteroids,
Thanks for being here, dude.
volcanoes, of all these different things.
All these things, yeah.
Yeah,
I think
but-
it's a
but
little
the
more
way
interesting
they're
to watch
describing
than
it
like Bunker
coincides. Once you
One.
have
I mean,
modern
I like
knowledge,
Bunker One essay
understanding of
speedruns.
these
I like
things,
watching it,
you
but
go,
man,
I think I see what they're
it is
doing.
not a
That's so
watchable
interesting.
level
Isn't that though?
sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
For
because
people that don't
Dorothy Vitaliano,
play it.
who's
I mean, I'm not
a-
saying
a-
that.
a
I'm not judging
geologist
whether
back,
something
I
is
think she
watchable
died
by
in the
someone
early
who
90s.
plays
She
or
was
not.
one
What
of
I'm
the
saying that
forerunners of looking at the Atlantis thing
even
and
I who
deciding
enjoys it a
that it
lot
was
plays it a
that it
lot.
was just a myth, that it was made up.
I
Of course, when she
it's just- I need
was
something
looking
else.
at this back in the 70s, she didn't
Pretty good,
have
thanks, dude.
access
That's
to the
good, man.
data that we
Thanks.
now have. Okay? She was the
Thanks
one
for
who
being
coined the
pretty
term
good.
geomythology and said, you know what, we really need to be taking a closer look at some of the myths of old because they actually
-5?
may
What?
contain
Insane.
really valid information about things that happened in the past. And of course, since then, yeah, it's emerged into like a whole discipline in itself, looking at stories like the one we just looked at. Phaeton is a story about a great meteor or comet or asteroid something, causing destruction on the Earth. And Plato was saying, this is not just a myth, it's literal. It really represents.
Completely makes sense.
Yeah, and then he goes on to say, if any action which is noble or great or in any other way
freaking guy better be
remarkable has
here, I
taken
swear to
place,
God.
all that has been written down of old and is preserved in our temples. Whereas you and other nations are just being provided with letters
this
and
guy.
other requisites of
Toss me,
civilized life, and then, at the usual period, the stream from heaven descends like a pestilence. And I find the use of that term stream is interesting because we're talking about a meteor stream, right? And we're looking at events that may have been caused by the influx of enormous
How are you?
amounts of cosmic material. And I think that's the best way to explain what happened at the end of the last ice age. A lot of the critics have tried to oversimplify it and say, well, you had just one object coming in, that can't explain it, right? But the ideas, the models that have evolved are not just a single event.
Oh
Multiple
gosh.
events. Almost like, again, back to the British neo-catastrophists. The idea of sort of an impact epoch, which has to do with meteor streams will precess, they will move. So there will be times when the Earth is crossing the stream and other times when the Earth is more or less missing the stream. It's just, the analogy I use is you're out driving down a country road and you're all by yourself, you're listening to some tunes, you're kicked back, nobody else on the road. So, it's relaxed, you're not paying a lot of attention, right? Your probabilities of getting an impact
Sorry, I
are
thought
very
it
low.
was closer. Whatever.
Now you
it's
come up
fine.
to an intersection.
So bad at this level, bros.
Now there's cars. It's a major intersection. There's cars going both ways. So now your probabilities of getting into an accident are going to increase by
like
several orders of
unnecessarily
magnitude.
bad.
Now, to take the analogy further, you'll know that sometimes there might, if it's 3 a.m., maybe your probabilities are low. If it's 5 p.m., your probabilities are high. And if you just shut your eyes and you cross that intersection, boom, you might get slammed. Same way, think of that. Think of a meteor stream, and in that meteor stream there are pockets where the material is denser and other places where it's spread out much finer. And there will be times of the year or times within, let's say, a millennia where you may have the Earth intersecting that meteor stream in a much more denser part than other centuries. During that period, you're going to have an increased probability of something happening. And I think this is the model that's emerging now. That we're realizing that the structure of space in Earth's vicinity is a whole lot more complex than we had previously even imagined a generation ago.
It completely makes sense, but it is horrific to think that the history of the human race and its survival is dependent upon, in a lot of ways, luck.
It is, yeah. So I thought I would run through this. I call this Close Encounters. This is not by any means comprehensive, but I've been tracking this shit
Pretty
for
good recovery.
decades now. So I
think
call
we
this
should be
Close
okay,
Encounters,
hopefully.
and I'm just going to go through very fast, just to give the impression of what we're talking about here. Okay, we started out. This 88. That's when I started tracking this stuff.
1988?
Yeah, March 23rd, 1988. Earth just dodged its big asteroid. Now we'll just go through and you can see. 1989, giant asteroid makes close pass by Earth. 1991, near miss of Earth by small asteroid. Now, of course, the small asteroid can still do a hell of a lot of damage. Tunguska was a small asteroid. 1994, asteroid comes within 65,000 miles of Earth. 96, it was a close call for planet Earth. 2000, study raises number of dangerous asteroids.
Where did he come from? Like, what?
Later in that year.
Like, come on,
asteroid
man.
estimates too low. Asteroid makes close approach. Scientists worry over asteroids. Huge asteroid nearly misses Earth. January 7, 2002. January 7th, large asteroid passes close to Earth.
Maybe I'm gonna try to YOLO
enough
just a
to
little
wipe out
more than
France.
usual.
Yes.
It'll just pass Earth at a distance of 500,000 miles. So that's twice the distance to the moon.
Had it been on a collision course, it would have created one of the worst disasters in human history, said Stephen Pravdo, the NEAT project manager at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
And this is just 2002.
Yep.
How did it hit?
Yeah. March 8th, an asteroid large enough to have flattened the city buzzed Earth earlier this month and was not seen until after it flew harmlessly by.
Oh my God. That's the thing about the sun, right? Like that it was coming from the sun, so it was coming from that same area?
In Tunguska, yes. Now this, unless you're looking in the right place for it, you're not going to necessarily see it.
I like the article too, highlighting cosmic blind spot.
Yeah.
That's a terrifying thought.
Yeah. And then the same year, June 14th, asteroid 2002 MN gives Earth its closest shave in years. An asteroid the size of a football pitch, well, that would be, 100 yards in diameter, which is quite a bit bigger than the Tunguska.
That one's close, 75,000 miles.
Yeah.
That's really close.
That's really close.
Well inside Earth's orbit, or the moon's orbit,
Yeah.
rather.
No.
Same event.
Asteroid the size of a football field.
August 7th, near miss asteroid whizzes past Earth. This is 800 meters wide. Now that's many times bigger than the Tunguska. This 800 meters could wipe out an area bigger than the state of Texas. And it would have global effects.
So 8 football fields.
Yeah.
And it can kill an entire state and probably put the entire
Fucking
Earth
good,
in
man.
some sort of a nuclear winter.
Yes.
That was
Now,
pretty
the
good.
closest asteroid yet flies past Earth.
88,000.
2004, January 13th, Earth almost put on impact alert.
Guys, that was a really good bunker one.
Near miss raises rocky questions. Yes, it does. March 18th, asteroid soars past Earth oh so closely. 2005, February 4th, asteroid 2004 imminent, a really near miss. Comet strike
Thank
surprisingly more likely.
So we're just barely getting by. We're like a guy in an action movie where they're shooting at him and he never gets hit.
He never gets hit, yeah. Pretty much. So you can see, I'll just keep going here.
Well, for
in one
folks
day.
that are just listening, he's highlighting article after article after article, headline after headline. Asteroid just buzzed Earth, came closer to than the moon. And then here we go in 2013.
Yeah.
Fly by Earth.
You see, we go from February 15th. Now there's another one that year, September 16th. That one was 1,300 feet in diameter, so 10 times more diameter than Tunguska.
40,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Come on.
Halloween asteroid resembling a skull.
Oh my
Shit,
God, it
it's
does.
over.
Look
Yeah,
at that.
doesn't it?
Come on, baby.
That's terrifying.
And
Killed by a
bizarre.
flying skull. So this is a very, very common thing.
Yes.
And we're just getting,
And it
oh
just-
my God, 27,000 miles?
Yeah.
1/8 the distance between the Earth and the Moon.
Yeah.
So it's really common.
Yes.
And now we're just looking at when we could record it, when they can track it and measure it, which is within the last 100 years or so.
Oh, I already threw it. I already
25
threw
to
that. I
30.
already threw it.
So
Really?
with this
Fine.
taken into consideration, and then you go back, 11,000, 12,000 plus years, the amount of times that this has happened has probably been just off the charts.
Hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. Yeah.
What?
Here we go.
Snuck up on us. Scientists stunned by city killer asteroid that just missed Earth. City killer initially, but probably kill a whole lot more afterwards.
Oh my
Yeah.
God,
We were
come
talking
on.
about Tonga earlier, the volcano that killed most people. It got the human race
Come on.
down to a few
Toba.
thousand. Toba.
Yeah,
Not bad, not bad,
74,000.
not bad,
Right.
not bad.
Well, 74,000 years ago.
Go, yeah.
I think it got people down to a few thousand. They don't really know how many. But
Right.
Come on,
Genetic
just get up the
model.
fucking
but it's
stairs,
the same
please, God.
sort of
Please, God,
effect,
get up
right,
the
because of
stairs.
the
Come
volcano
on.
spraying ash into
I
the
knew
sky.
it. Like, I
Yes.
knew it. I hate this game,
volcanic winter
dudes.
would be very similar to an impact winter. Very much so.
I hate this fucking game, guys.
So this is
I hate
it's
this game.
astonishingly common.
Yes.
Fucking game. Like,
But-
600 miles in diameter. Oh Jesus!
4 asteroids are buzzing the Earth in
Come on,
flybys
man.
today.
3 of them were discovered
This is
within
just
the
so
last
fucking mean.
24 hours. This is 2000.
They're gonna clone forever?
Wow.
Like, it's just so fucking dumb.
It's
Jesus
actually
Christ.
possible that something is headed our way right now. We don't even know about it.
Oh, there's no doubt something is headed our way right now. I mean, yeah, because see, these things, you got to bear in mind, these things are on orbits, and those orbits,
Come on, baby,
you can
come
track
on.
those orbits.
Come on.
And anything
Please.
that's going to hit us in the future is on a trajectory right now that if we could discover it, track it, we'd go, okay, this thing's going to hit us in 2029 or
Come on.
whatever the case may be. So, yeah, yeah, so look at this.
2,000 feet wide whiz past our planet tomorrow, and this is 2019.
Yeah.
NASA admits we're not going to know when a space rock flies at Earth.
Wow, insane
there's
ending.
a problem also with the gravity of the sun, correct?
Insane
We
ending.
don't quite see things that are headed our
Really
way
insane
just
ending.
because of the mass of the sun, the way it affects.
Yeah, and we were talking about with the Tunguska.
Did I have
is
a
that,
way better style last
if
time? I
stuff
guess
is
so.
coming what you would call the perihelion passage, where it's passed closest to the sun, and now it's coming from around the sun. Yeah, you'd have to basically look
no,
into the
come on.
sun to see it.
Another
So
literally
it's
worst
going
one
to
I
be
played of all
very
time.
easy to.
Very easy to miss.
So here in June 2020, biggest asteroid to pass close and undetected this year.
Shit.
Biggest asteroid of 2021 is going to zoom past Earth tonight, flying as fast as 100,000 kilometers per hour.
That's 60,000 miles per hour. 60,000 miles per hour.
Will you please shoot him?
huge asteroid to pass Earth. And this is
I hate
the
this
date
game,
on there.
guys.
12/8. Yeah.
That was just not even 2 months ago.
Yeah. One that's 850 feet wide. NASA asteroid warning. Eiffel Tower sized asteroid narrowly missed Earth in December. Jeez. Asteroid, this is January 11th. This is a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
January 11th, an asteroid estimated to
Come
be
on.
a kilometer wide
Please.
will pass Earth
Please.
on January 18th. It will pass within 1.2
Why?
million miles of our planet.
Guys, I hate this fucking
Which
game.
is far enough that we're completely safe. But
Sort
see,
of.
in aggregate
Never had that
of all of this,
happen
what we're
before.
seeing is that unlike our conceptions of near-Earth space a couple of generations ago, we realize that there's all kinds of cosmic beasts that
Right.
live in the
Jesus
space that we
Christ, guys.
inhabit.
Yeah, because that 1.2 million miles is
I've never
far,
had that happen
but
before.
it's not.
I think I
if
was
you
just
think
too
about
quiet. I didn't create enough
how
lag. or
vast
anything.
space is.
Right. Yep.
Oh
So-
boy.
Yeah. And there you can see from this
Okay,
graph.
look at this chart. Now this chart's terrifying. Near-Earth asteroid discoveries, and then you look at the difference between 1980, where we had very little understanding of this, and 2022. Well, this goes to 2020, I guess. Was the end of the chart?
Around 2020, yeah.
Hey,
So at the end of the chart,
Probably more like
Hey.
2018, I think, when this chart was done.
and because of scientific discoveries
good.
and
We're
the
okay.
ability to measure, it's off the
we're doing,
charts.
we're doing alright. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
it is.
Oh my God. $5 billion asteroid. So what is in this asteroid?
Well, they got all kinds of
Rare
precious
minerals.
metals in them,
Yeah.
which is very interesting because that opens up some possibilities for the future if we, the human species, are up to it.
If we can figure out how to mine them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's companies already forming around this idea. I wouldn't be surprised if Elon is thinking along these lines.
When you're thinking about something that's going 60,000 miles an hour and it's as big as, multiple football fields,
I hate this
How-
game, bros.
how prepared are we to even deflect something like that?
What the
this
fuck
point,
is
we're not.
this? Like, where did this
just
come
We're
from?
not. We're sitting.
Like,
ducks.
what is even going on here?
We're
Like, what?
we're screwed.
Ugh.
Jesus
screwed.
Christ, bros.
So
Do you have canned food in your house?
yeah, I got about 6 months
Oh,
worth.
so random.
you?
I do, yeah. Yeah.
That's not quite enough, is it?
Probably not. It could, yeah, because really, we've got about 6 months worth of food before our food starts running out
For the world?
for the world.
Yeah.
So, if we had a dusting, a cosmic winter, a volcanic winter, that shut down agriculture for a year or two, half the population of the earth is going to be dead within the next year. That's not an exaggeration. So,
Well, also you have to deal with the mammals dying as well, right? Because they're going to be without food.
yeah. You're going to have. See, now we get into
Come on,
a
man.
mass extinction level event. We had
Hold
that.
this
with the Earth
camera.
rise.
I didn't
You
know.
think of all of the
still don't know if that
megafauna.
will, like,
Megafauna is
ruin
over
my health if
44
I-
kilograms body
Oh my
weight,
God,
or
man.
about 100 pounds, right? The planet lost about half of all megafaunal species during that younger Dryas. Now, there was already animals disappearing leading up to it because I think could be attributed to whatever happened at 14,600 years ago, where I talked about earlier Meltwater Pulse 1A, right? That's when the shit really started to seem like it started coming down. And then it peaked, younger Dryas,
Oh no.
12,850.
Bunker 2.
And then we had
Oh,
the impact
no.
winter
That's where it all
for
falls
1,300
apart.
years. And at the end of that, it wasn't a gradual warming, it was a catastrophic warming. And by that time, I think whatever species had managed to survive some of the earlier events may have succumbed at that point. The controversies come down to, was it nature? Was it climate? Was it human hunters? I think it was all of that, but I think hunters was probably a minor contributor to it, because for one thing, it now appears that the human population took a major
Will you
crash.
please
at the
shoot
same
this
time.
man?
Like, we see that there's evidence that the Clovis culture in North America pretty much completely disappeared right at that boundary. Well, they weren't the only ones around the planet. Now, if you go and you look at some of the archaeological evidence, one of the things you see over and over again is, well, there was this
Hate this
cultural
game,
group in
bros.
Japan or wherever. I just read a paper on that recently. And apparently there was some kind of social disruption, and they got up and they migrated and moved away. Well, maybe they did, but maybe they didn't move away. Maybe they didn't survive. And there was a tendency to think, well, you have this evidence of cultural habitation of this area for centuries or millennium, and then suddenly you don't. Well, people must have picked up and moved. But maybe that's not the explanation. Maybe it's more a
I'm gonna go
case
this
of
way.
They got wiped out. And one of the things that you pointed out before is the evidence of there's certain mammals that appear to have died instantaneously, particularly mammoths.
Yes. Yeah. Woolly rhinos. Yeah, there's been a lot of what you might call
I hate
flash
this
frozen
game.
animals found in the tundra.
And they found large populations
miracle.
that seem to have died at the same time.
Yeah, mass.
It's a literal
death,
miracle.
Mass mortality events. Yeah, that's.
You showed some images also of what it looks like mammoths with broken legs.
Yeah.
That look like they just
Oh
been
my
blown
God.
away by impact.
Wow.
Could have been.
Holy moly.
Something like the Beresovka mammoth. I think that's the
Like
one I showed, which was
insane bunker
a mammoth
too.
that was frozen
Like
into permafrost.
ridiculous. That was the
and
most ridiculous
I think
bunker too in my
1901
life.
was a particularly warm year that year in Siberia. And there was a collapse of the ground that exposed this mammoth, right? And he was sitting on his haunches, and both of
I
his
know I should have just strafed him,
hips
but
were
whatever, it's
broken.
fine. That's
and
irrelevant.
He had food in his mouth and in
It's
his
just so
stomach.
fucking
He'd been
troll,
eating
gross.
flowering plants. But now he was 6 tons in weight, and even the contents of his stomach had not putrefied, which meant that it got frozen. And the scientific study suggested that the entire carcass would have had to have been frozen within about 10 hours to prevent putrefaction of the material in the stomach. So how do you freeze a 6-ton mammoth in 10 hours? That's where it gets, that's the conundrum.
And a 6-ton mammoth that had just been eating flowering plants.
Yes.
Which is
yes.
crazy.
That's crazy.
So
yeah.
something had to happen.
Something had to
horrific.
happen. Yeah, something happened.
And quickly.
And quickly. And this poor woolly mammoth got buried and got frozen. And we know he got buried quick because he had an erect
I have no idea if that
penis.
was good or bad.
Hi.
Well, because that's what happens when you suffocate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like suddenly entombed. And his whole body is now under pressure. See? So, yeah, very interesting conundrum. There's a lot of those conundrums that are not readily explained through gradualistic scenarios.
Have you had a conversation with someone who's a blitzkrieg hypothesis, who is of the opinion that the vast number of these Native American animals, North American
I
animals
have not,
rather,
but I'm pretty much familiar with most of the papers.
Man,
that
I may
they've written.
pass the fuck
And
away.
Obviously, I think, like I said, I think that perhaps in the aftermath, there was a role for humans. However, when you see, the assumption is, again, that, see, what we know now about the lifeways of those late Ice Age peoples was that they hunted small game, they fished, they foraged. Mammoths would have been the largest, most dangerous animal to hunt. And when you think about the fact that if you look at the estimates for total global population back during the late Pleistocene, ranged from 5 to 10 million. The estimates that I've seen for the number of mammoths inhabiting the Earth was about 12 million. So you've got at least one mammoth for every man, woman, and child, at least one of the
Really? Where the
conventional
fuck is it?
interpretations on Earth.
Really?
Now, how do you exterminate not only the woolly mammoths, but the woolly rhinos, the mastodons,
North American horses,
the ground sloths, the horses, the saber-toothed cats, the giant short-faced bear, the cave bear, on and on and
North
on and
American
on.
lion.
There's
Yeah,
a short-faced bear
exactly.
again.
Yeah.
So I just don't think it makes sense. Now, what's that based upon? It's based upon the fact that there have been a few sites that were assumed to be kill sites. Like, for example, at the Blackwater Draw, Clovis, New Mexico, they found a mammoth skeleton with a Clovis point between the ribs, in the rib cage. Then they did this major extrapolation from that, said that this goes back to Paul Martin back in the 60s. They did a major extrapolation from that and said, well, they were hunting mammoths. Well, there we go. There's the explanation. So they came across in this blitzkrieg, like we were talking about earlier, across the Bering Land Bridge, connecting Alaska to Siberia, came down through that ice-free corridor, slaughtering basically all of these animals in their pathway as they went. Never mind that no indigenous group culture that we've ever known in history has done that, right? They were able to slaughter, and I mean, we're talking about even the megafauna of South America underwent as great a mass extinction as those in North America. So within 1,000 years from Alaska to Tierra del Fuego, every megafaunal species was wiped out, or half of all megafaunal species. In North America was 3/4. Roughly the same in South America.
We'll take it.
Were
We'll
wiped
take it. We'll
out
take it.
so completely that
We'll
they
take
couldn't
it.
even viably replenish their species. I think that that's really implausible. And now, basically, with the evidence that there was catastrophic events that coincided precisely with the major mass extinction episodes, and the fact that human populations seem to have crashed at the same time, well, what that tells us is that, you
Nice.
know, probably,
Really
you
fucking
know, you don't
nice.
have a catastrophe that's going to wipe out 12 million woolly mammoths and then leave humans completely unscathed. We see the Clovis culture basically disappearing at the Younger Dryas boundary.
Oh
So
no,
where
was
were
that a
the people that
grenade? That
were
was
able
not a
to,
grenade.
Affect this great extermination event?
If we have this estimate of Toba, of getting people down to a few thousand people, what's the estimate of the Younger Dryas
That
impact?
was a
and what
grenade,
it
I think.
I
had
have
on-
not seen estimates, but I would speculate this. One reason it's escaped our attention, particularly, is because there wasn't a genetic bottleneck the same as Toba. Because basically
Really
that
good
indicates
start.
to me, and this, again, I think the empirical data is consistent with this, the stories that we've inherited would suggest that there were dispersed survivors all over the earth.
Come on, man.
And so if you have dispersed survivors, we could miss a genetic bottleneck entirely. So, yeah.
So dispersed survivors would mean that you have people that do stay alive if
Okay.
they have some sort of access to resources. There's something that they could survive off of, whereas people that had been subsisting off of these animals that had gone extinct and
Jesus Christ,
also the
man.
climate had changed radically. There'd been-
It's definitely going to be based upon that, your access to resources. And the habitat destruction is not going to be uniform. So there's going to be some places where, you know, the damage is less severe.
Cave 7?
And
Yeah,
there are going to
baby.
be, you know, in ecology, when you have
Nice.
major
Really good
environmental
streets.
destruction.
Really good streets.
A few years ago, I went to Mount St. Helens to study how the nature was recovering in the aftermath, because you had a couple of hundred square miles in the aftermath of
Really
Mount
good
St.
streets, really
Helens
good
back in
streets.
May of 1980, that was just basically turned into a completely decimated lunar landscape.
Yeah.
But even within that, there were little pockets of ferns that survived. And from those
Come on,
ferns,
asshole.
you see life gradually
What?
beginning to proliferate
I hate
out.
this game, bro. It's
And
like,
then,
come on.
with an increasing pace as the years go by. And so now, maybe a third of the area that was devastated is being reclaimed. Forests are starting to encroach. Another few centuries, the mountain will be pretty much reforested. And so,
which is a very small amount of time relatively for the Earth.
yes. Certainly by half a millennium, I think you're going to be seeing forests completely
Come on.
recovered on the mountain.
It's such a fascinating subject because I feel like we're so underprepared and under-informed. I feel that so few people are even conscious of like just that close encounter slide that you showed, and so many different
Yeah.
asteroids have whizzed past us so
What the
closely,
fuck, man?
and how we're
What's
so
going on?
accustomed to our supply chain, we're so accustomed to supermarkets, and
Yeah.
this is the most vulnerable the species has ever been in terms of our ability to subsist.
Yeah.
We're almost completely dependent upon these large structures, which are completely dependent upon
I
supermarkets
hate this
and
game.
supply chains that are coming in on trucks and boats and airplanes.
Yeah, and I got to say this, though. I think part of the problem is that what we've been looking at here has been kind of pushed off the radar screen because the whole emphasis for the last couple of decades now is, you know what, global warming.
Come on, man.
That, you know, we're responsible for catastrophic climate change. And
Why can I never get this dream
what you
shot?
don't want to really be talking about too much is that
Ever.
there's been repeated episodes, too many to count, episodes of catastrophic climate change that we had nothing to do with. We were not the perpetrators, we were the victims.
I think people that would counter that would say that doesn't mean that we should ignore the human impact on the climate.
Absolutely
Oh my
not.
gosh, here we go.
Total agreement with that.
Right.
But I think that we need to have a realistic perspective.
Of what's really dangerous.
Yes.
And we're really dangerous in the short term.
Come on,
Like
assholes.
in terms of possibilities.
Yes, that's
It's so
that
much
would be my
lag.
take on it.
And is there anything that we could have done differently to prepare ourselves for impacts? Like if this knowledge that you're talking about right here, if this had
Okay,
been
not bad.
widely distributed, say,
One
2
asshole.
decades ago,
One asshole.
could there have been some methods put into place or something?
Well, if we had kept up the momentum of our space program from the 60s, we could be there now.
You think they would be able to have something that could
Oh yeah,
knock
because
these things off
I mean,
course?
you know, the DART, the mission that was just launched, that's going to rendezvous with an asteroid, is to test the possibility of. See, here's the thing: if we can find an asteroid in orbit, right?
Come
We can
on, man.
trace its pathway into the future. We know, okay, we got 10 years, 20 years. That asteroid is going to be crossing Earth's orbit at the precise moment the Earth is there. This is how they were able to predict. You remember 1994, July, Shoemaker leaving 9, right? 21 objects slammed into Jupiter in July of 1994. That was predicted over a year in advance, right?
Come on,
So we
asshole.
had basically 15 months. It took from the discovery to the point where its trajectory could be predicted was about 3 or 4 months of observations. Over those 3 or 4 months of observations, the scientists, the astronomers were able to go, okay,
Yo, what up, Toad?
it's tracing this
We're on an
arc
insane
of
pace,
an
bro.
ellipse at this
For me.
at this velocity. Well, we can project that into the future, and we can recreate the entire ellipse, and we can, by using gravitational
What's up, dude?
perturbation
How are you?
theory and all of that,
Wow.
we can predict that, 15 or a year from now. Now, this was after 3 months of observation. A year from now, it's going to be back out, and it's going to
In
be crossing the
flashbacks
orbit.
from 1999 or
Guess what?
1997 playing,
It's crossing
1998
the
playing
orbit
this
of
game.
Jupiter at that
Remember the
precise
fucking
week
orbit?
that Jupiter is there. So they were able to predict a year in advance, right down, to the day when those impacts were going to occur. Same thing with Earth. If we had enough lead time, that's the key. And then
There's
the
just too many
technologies
guys,
in
man.
place. The technologies would be the simplest thing,
Like,
I
fuck
think,
off,
and
bro.
the one that makes the most sense to me is that if you catch it early enough, a direct hit, a little nudge, could turn a direct hit into a wide miss.
And how difficult is it to
Shoot this
calculate
man.
whether or not it's going to hit us from distance? Like when they're
If you've got enough observations, it's not that difficult. It's not that just like it was pretty much straightforward. You have what are called the orbital elements.
Sorry, Toad, I gotta read it after. Oh my
Do
god,
some
dude.
mathematical equations on
Double?
those orbital
At least some were
elements,
hiding behind
and
each
that
other
will
like
tell you
last time.
when and where it's going to be.
Remember that?
and so then they would just shoot some sort of rocket at it and knock it off
Probably the best thing would be you actually just go and attach. And I
remember
think
that.
that what the DART mission is looking at is actually attaching an object with
I hate this level.
booster rockets on it, attaching
Oh
that
my
to
God.
the asteroid
and push it.
and push it. And now, a direct hit is a miss.
Right. And is it the same thing like you would think about with a ship? That if 2 ships are going in a parallel line, if you just knock one of them slightly off course, over time it's far.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
that's exactly the idea. Exactly. Now,
Has anybody ever contacted you about this stuff from the government?
what's that?
Has anybody ever contacted you about this stuff?
Yes.
Really?
Now, this is a man that I would highly recommend you get sitting right here and talk to him. Lieutenant Colonel, no longer Lieutenant Colonel Matt Lohmeyer. Matt Lohmeyer was the head of the Space Force until he wrote a book criticizing the
heart rate's going
pandemic
crazy
of
right now.
wokeism infecting the military. So now
My heart is
he
beating
reached
very
out to me
fast.
several years ago. He was a test pilot, highly decorated, highly accomplished test pilot in the Air Force.
Oh my god, can I just
He got
escape like that?
chosen to be one
I'm
of
not
the
gonna
leaders
risk it.
in the Air Force. He got chosen to be one
Yo,
of the
back at it
leaders
again with
in Space Force. He actually did. There's a video. I bet you Jamie
To
can pull it up.
Matthews, no,
You
don't worry.
put Matt Lohmeyer,
Here we go. What's up, bro?
Donald Trump.
To Matthew, oh no.
You got my. We're connected to your computer today.
Pardon me?
We're on your computer,
Oh, okay.
so I can't. Sorry.
Is that the HDMI?
Yeah.
You could do it.
I guess I could
Wait,
do
he's
it.
not on
Let's
the
try it.
internet.
Let's try it.
You're
and
not
see.
on the internet?
We didn't. I don't unless you
I
connect.
need D. I need
So
D.
Matt has been on, you know, he's, well,
Oh,
he was on
no,
Tucker
don't
Carlson
say that. That's
after
not
this happened.
nice.
So he got,
So he had a criticism about
R.I.P.
wokeism, right? So like what particularly was
I'm not telling
bothering
you
him
what to do,
about wokeism in the military?
well, he wrote a book about it, which I read like a year and a half ago. But basically just the political correctness and what you were allowed to talk about and not talk about. Irresistible Revolutions was the name of his book. So he published the book. He did a couple of interviews, and they canned him.
Come on.
Highly
Come on.
skilled. You know, that we spent
Ooh, baby.
probably several $100 million training this guy.
Jamie, will you text me this? Text me this guy's name and his book. I'll look it up and maybe I'll contact him after this.
Oh, he's already said that he would, you know, he's
Yeah.
now in private life living in Idaho. But anyways, so he reached
Why do
out.
they all go to Idaho?
Why?
A lot of them go to Idaho. I think they know something.
Maybe so.
A lot of them. All those ex-CIA folks,
Yeah.
they go up there too.
Anyways, Matt is a great guy. He's articulate. He's well educated. He'd be a great interview.
Okay.
He would be a great interview. So anyways,
So
you asked me the question.
He
He reached out to
contacted
me
you. He
like 2
contacted
years
you.
ago
Yeah.
when he was still heading
Fuck
up
me.
Space Force and came,
Help
and,
me, Xenia.
came and actually
Please.
visited
Or not
in
Xenia.
Atlanta.
No.
I was building the restaurant the T-shirt,
God,
the,
no.
Wheelhouse Craft Pub and Kitchen. We weren't finished yet. He came there. We went and had dinner together or something.
Jesus Christ.
He wanted to know if I would be willing, if he organized all the base commanders, if I would be willing to come and
Like where?
address them and talk to them about
shot me?
planetary defense.
Did
And
the
I
bitch
said,
shoot me?
absolutely I would. I'd jump at the chance to do that. So he was in the process
I really
of
didn't blow it up
organizing
yet?
it when
What
the
did I
COVID
shoot
pandemic
then?
started.
A box?
And that just derailed the whole thing. And then he was in the process of reorganizing it
What the
when
fuck?
they gave him the boot.
And
I
so
hate
they
this
gave him the
game,
boot
man.
specifically about his criticism of wokeism.
Yes.
Oh, there is a box beside it. How
But it
stupid
seems
am
like
I?
he's got a good point.
I think it's GG's, my
Yeah,
friends.
very much so.
Imagine you find a guy who's got a good point, and instead of going, "Hey man, thanks," you fire him.
Right, you fire him.
Not good.
Not good. No. And he'd tell you the whole story.
Well, the wokeism has accelerated at a very high rate. I can't imagine being someone in the military that has to make pragmatic decisions and decisions, life or death decisions that are often very uncomfortable. And you need some hard-nosed, realistic individuals implementing these. You can't
Yeah,
do that under the guise of wokeism.
that's right. And Matt was highly qualified to do. I mean,
Please.
top of his
Run away,
game.
bitch? Why
I
you
mean,
running away,
his resume
motherfucker?
was
No.
very impressive.
Stupid
And
fucking
for the woke military, you know, this to just, sorry, you can't say, you're not allowed to say that. And so, yeah, he got the boot.
It's a fucking strange time, Randall.
God,
So
is it-
that was the only person that's ever contacted you about doing something about this, about putting something in play.
Yes,
Maybe
but that would see, what he told me was that a lot of the younger base commanders were really interested in this idea of planetary defense. And he said this was not our primary mission. However, I think, and he believed that it was critically important. In fact, his connection
I
may
hate
have
this
been
game, guys.
you and me. I think it was. I think he first heard you and me talking about about this subject at some point. I
really
wouldn't have
fucking
known
hate
which
this
one.
game.
I mean, this is number 6 that you and I have been together on this, but yeah, he was. I think that's where he first, heard me, you and I talking about
that
it.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully someone is going to reach out again and someone will pick up
if you're interested, I can set this up. I could call him.
Yeah, I would love
Anytime.
to talk to him.
He'd be a great guest.
Sounds like he would be.
He would be.
Very interesting. So what were we getting to before that? We're talking about ways that we could possibly divert and whether or not it's feasible. And there's essentially
I hate you,
no
bitch.
plan right now.
I hate you
Correct.
so fucking much.
That doesn't comfort me.
It's not comforting. No, it's not. It
We're
is not
just sitting there
comforting.
waiting. I mean, we make all these grand plans for the future of our cities, and we're worried about political, problems, and
What?
this
Really?
party's going to control
What
the
the
house.
fuck?
and-
I gotta say though, I
God
suspect.
damn it.
I would not be a bit surprised if Matt got reinstated once the political climate changes. The other thing is U.S. government has dropped the ball for the most part, and what we see now is the private space
Yeah.
program stepping into the void.
Right.
So I'm very much a proponent and an advocate of that. I believe that it's our destiny to
I have no
move into
ammo.
space, and
This is not
I
real
think that
life.
if we don't, we're going to go the way of the dinosaurs eventually, and maybe
I have no ammo.
our species won't get extinct. But the point is, and this is, I think you're seeing this, and the point of what we're talking about is that our civilization is actually way more vulnerable than we've assumed.
Well, I think this pandemic alerted people to that because something that had a very high survival rate still completely disrupted the world economy, completely disrupted
Yeah.
us. Yeah, in most ways.
Yeah, so imagine a Tunguska type event times 100.
Right.
We're really screwed.
Yeah, we're really screwed.
And this is not some science fiction
Right.
scenario at all.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. This is science fact.
Science
Will you
fact.
please take out the grenade launcher for
I'm
fuck's
looking
sakes?
here. I'm not getting online. Let's see.
You have to type in the. We didn't give you we didn't do that yet.
What's that?
You have to get on the Wi-Fi and stuff. We didn't give you
No,
the password,
no.
So you couldn't be online.
Can we do that?
Yeah,
Sure.
Jamie. I don't
I'll just
remember
do
what it. Okay, here, Jamie will set it up for you.
Oh, super.
We'll pause here, folks.
Oh my god, I can't believe I made that.
Get up Google Maps here.
Does that thing? Why does it have such a big base to it? Is that all battery?
I guess. Yeah.
You don't know?
I'm not that much of a techie. I let people set these things up for me, and I just.
Well, you have so much information in your head. I don't know how you would have time to be a techie. And you're giving 18-hour lectures on Atlantis.
Well, not,
I mean-
not all at once.
I know, not all at once, but where's the time for anything else? There's no time to wonder about equipment in terms of computers and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Layers, terrain. That's what So we were talking earlier about, meltwater pulses and catastrophic melting and so on.
He will
Yeah.
spill
We did
1
talk
gallon of Hamas blood.
previously about some of this
Oh,
research
Jesus
that
Christ,
I've
that's
been doing
terrible.
out in the Pacific Northwest. We're zooming in
What
on
the
here,
heck?
eastern Washington.
Oh, I understand what he's saying.
And what you see here
I know what he's trying to. I know what he's
is
trying to
what
say.
is
I
called the
think.
channeled scabland. Now, you can see there's these darker areas, and then there's the lighter areas. Okay, this
We're
whole
on the album,
area,
nice,
this
bro.
whole thing that I'm circling here is the Columbia Basalt Plateau. Basalt is a lava rock that extrudes from the earth and it solidifies. This case, the lava rock is dark. It's covered by 100 to 200 feet of soil called loess. It's a type of unique, very fertile soil
Oh, come
that it's
on,
accumulated
Halloween.
on
Like,
top
fuck
of the
you.
basalt
Like,
rock.
shoot the man that you could see.
Okay,
you
so
stupid
at the end of the
fucking
last ice age, there were a series of meltwater pulses that discharged off the ice sheet, and it washed away the topsoil and exposed this dark basalt underneath, right? So you got, this is called a scabland tract, and I'll show you some photographs of it. You got one big scabland tract here, another one here. You've got this, what's called Grand Coulee over here, which is a huge canyon-like feature that was cut by meltwater. You've got another, what's called Moses Coulee. Let's zoom in here. You see this kind of arcuate form here? Kind of looks like a half circle. Okay, that's terminal moraine. Now, terminal moraine, if you picture this, Joe, you've got a glacier tongue coming down, and as it's coming down, oversimplified, but it gives the idea. It's bulldozing up material. It's pulverizing the ground underneath. It's pulling up, and then, so this moraine here is basically exactly defines the end or the edge of this glacier lobe that reached all the way back up into here over the Canadian Rockies. Well, sometime
I don't think I got
between 12, say, and 14,000 years ago, there was a series of massive meltwater pulses that discharged off the ice sheet. And this thing here, for example, is called Moses Coulee. And Moses Coulee is basically a giant scar in the earth that was cut within a matter of probably a week or two.
It was a good try.
It's 800 to 1,000 feet deep and up to a mile to 2 miles wide, right? So I've been exploring these.
That was a week.
Yeah, about a week.
What makes you say that?
Well, a lot of things. It's mostly the studies because we know the peak discharges. And we're talking here, both Moses Coulee right here and Grand Coulee up here had peak discharges of about 300 to 400 million cubic feet per second. Now, how much is that? Well, you can't even begin to wrap your head around what 300 million cubic feet per second means. But if you were to take every single river on Earth, every river, you know, Mississippi, the Columbia, the Mackenzie, the Yukon, the Orinoco, the Amazon, the Congo, the Nile, the Po, the Yellow River of China, all the rivers of Earth, add them all together, you'd still have to multiply that by at least 10 to 20 to get a discharge, a peak discharge of 300 to 400 million cubic feet per second. So,
All the rivers of the world.
all the rivers of the world.
Times 10.
Times at least 10. At least 10. And
I hate this game.
I'm going to show
Please,
you. Here
like,
now.
come
We're
on.
going to pull
I hate
up.
this game.
Now, of course, this is just one area.
I hate this.
Now, the
fucking
reason
game.
I'm drawn to this particular area, and oh, by the way, I'll mention this. In April, I'll be out here with Graham Hancock. Graham is doing a Netflix series. Now, when he was writing his book, Magicians of the Gods, I took him, we guided for 2 weeks. We started at Portland and ended in Minneapolis. And what we did was we followed the margin of the great ice sheets. So I basically was showing them all of this evidence for these catastrophic meltwater discharges. If you get the book, Magicians of the Gods, I think 2 or 3 chapters, he talks about our journey together. So the Netflix episode we're going to do is we're going to go to Grand Coulee.
No, you don't.
We're going to go right here to this feature. And this is a giant extinct cataract feature, like a gigantic version of Niagara Falls, but many, many times larger. And there's no flowing water here now because it was a temporary giant discharge of meltwater. When that meltwater finally passed over the landscape, drained off into the Pacific Ocean, it left these giant fossil features here. And you can see, I mean, here's a highway right here, right? This building here, the Dry Falls Visitor Center, is this building right here. And there's a picture of Graham and I. We're standing, let's see if we can see it. Ah, there we go.
Isn't modern technology amazing? You just keep zooming and zooming on this map
I know.
from space, and you're just doing it on a laptop.
I know. It's fantastic. Well, you can't see, but we're standing right down here overlooking this feature.
And so this feature is widely recognized as a dry waterfall. This is not like a controversial thing?
No.
And what is the conventional reason for that existing? Is there some sort of an explanation?
reason is that over here in western Montana, there was a giant lake, and that lake was held in by an ice dam right in the area of Lake Pend Oreille. And the water backed up 2,100 feet deep behind the ice dam. The ice dam gave way, and all this water spilled out and then spilled across the basalt plateau. That's the conventional explanation. I have strong issues about that explanation for multiple reasons. The main reason being is that ice is very unstable. And if we look at modern ice dam lakes that we've seen in the last, say, 100 years, they're typical, their peak discharges and their peak volumes are typically like only 1,000th or less. Even the big ones are only about 1,000th the volume of this. I believe, and others I think are starting to believe, that we're actually looking at some kind of an accelerated melting. Because for one thing, the conventional explanations for this giant lake do not ever explain how that lake got there. Let me just go back to here and I'll show you, let's see, Cataclysmos 1, this should give it to us right here. And you'll see the configuration of
Missoula. So this is Montana.
Yeah. So here we go. This would have been showing graphically kind of the configuration of the ice at the late glacial maximum. And
So this was what time period? How many years ago?
this would have been about 16 to 20,000 years ago. And here you go. Here you can see the two ice sheets, the Cordilleran and the Laurentide. And this is the area where the ice-free corridor would have been that we were talking about.
Damn it. That was dumb.
This box right here shows the area of the Missoula floods, they're called. Let's just go find us. There we go. So here, this would have been Lake Missoula, and this would have been all of the area that we were just looking at where it's eroded. All that water would have come down, flowed through the Columbia Gorge here. This Portland is right here, would have turned north, and right here at Astoria would have drained into the Pacific Ocean. There was so much water coming down here that it backed all the way up through Willamette Valley and formed a temporary body of water 400 feet deep where Portland now is, which would have completely submerged Portland, right? So this is basically configuration. Now, there you can see this would have been the ice dam. Let's see here. So I could go back to the maps. That's the lake. So this was a very controversial over because J. Harlan Brett, who was the geologist who first theorized this. Let's see. Here he is, right here. He was considered a crackpot because he was talking about giant floods back in the 1920s and 30s, but of course he was proven right and ended up being the recipient of the Penrose Medal in his 90s.
So he was the first one to speculate?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what was his reasoning? Like, where did he see the evidence for some sort of a flooding?
He was doing research along the Columbia River, and he kept seeing evidence like these gigantic gravel bars and boulders and things that seemed out of place. And he actually, in fact, in 1910 is when he got interested in this, and he saw, in fact, I'll pull this up. I'll go back to Google Maps, and there was a newly released map that came out that was this feature right here. And in a minute, I'll show you some drone footage of this feature. This new topographic map came out in 1910, and he
Come on, why
was
don't you change the
regularly
gun that has
getting
ammo, you
maps. He
stupid
loves
piece
to
of
look at
shit.
maps, and he was looking at this feature, and he said, "What the hell is the explanation
Come
for this?"
on, man. I have no
And this is
ammo.
what started him on this quest. This thing right here. It's called Potholes Cataract.
This fucking
And
guy.
Potholes
Did I lose
Cataract
that
is a
body armor?
giant
I lost that
erosional
body armor?
feature in the basalt, the edge of the
can't be
basalt
serious.
plateau. And the water came from the right.
Oh no,
And
it's fine.
what you have here, we'll zoom in. You see this kind of round hole right here?
Yes.
That round. That is a result of what's called colking. This is colking. When the water gets so turbulent that it's doing this like a tornado. And it literally can drill into the rock in a matter of days. It can drill. And what you see here is the evidence of gigantic turbulence. And this is called a recessional cataract. So as the water pours over this, picture you've got the rock, okay, so the water is pouring over it. And as it does, as it pours over, it's eroding the wall of the cataract back. So it's receding. And
So
then
fucking
it's going to
dumb.
keep receding until there's no more water. And at the time the spigots, the flood spigots are turned off, you're now left with this fossil feature.
Is there a geological formation, like a style of like what you're calling it, colking? Is that what you're saying?
K-O-L-K-I-N-G.
Is there something that it does to the walls of that particular lake that make it evident that it was done that way? Like, does it leave like almost like a water drill? Like, you know, a
The
drill would
evidence
leave
is
markings.
the holes drilled into rock.
Oh,
That's the evidence. And yeah, and I mean, we can see turbulence in modern water flows. But the thing is, to do something like this, you have to have extremely deep, extremely fast-moving turbulent water and sustained for maybe in this case a few weeks.
so a few weeks made that lake just by water
Oh yeah,
spinning
a few
and
weeks
digging
made this
into the
whole
stone?
feature right here. And what you have is you have two alcoves. Here's the north alcove and the south alcove, separated by what's called a rock blade. And that rock blade, if that water had continued to pour over for another few days, that rock blade would have been gone. Completely gone.
So it's just spinning at a furious
Come on, man.
pace, massive amounts of water.
Come
and then it's
on.
drilling into the stone. And how deep is it?
Well,
Like, come
we
the
can kind
fuck
of estimate
on.
because the major discharge
I hate
point
this
of this
game,
water
guys.
was right down here. And look at this terrain. That is a terrain that has been tortured.
Will you please take out the
by
gun that I picked up the ammo for?
extreme shear forces of water. Here it would have been about 400 feet deep. The width of this is about 9 miles. So you got to picture a
It's
river,
over.
400 feet deep,
It's
9
over.
miles wide, and it's probably moving at 50 miles an hour.
It's over.
The water.
What? This is so fucking dumb.
And so we can
This
go
is so
over
fucking
here.
dumb,
This is a
guys.
ridge separating this basin area here from the Columbia River.
Oh
There were
my god.
another spillover point was right here.
This is not
It
real
also
life.
has two alcoves with a rock blade. If we go back to Dry Falls
I hate this game,
Cataract,
guys.
which is up here, you will see two alcoves, a rock blade, and you'll see that there's now a separation
Guys.
here. Because what's happening is this rock blade is being washed away. And again, had the water flow continued for another week or two, this rock blade would have been
this
gone.
game really sucks.
Now, is there a conventional explanation for
This
these
is the
features?
shittiest fucking
do they,
game.
Do they try to come up with some other alternative explanation?
No, it's gigantic floods. Gigantic floods. Yeah, that's pretty much accepted at this point. What's controversial is what caused.
And the speed of it?
No, the speed of it's pretty much accepted.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Even
yeah.
the speed of that caulking, like the cause of that, that's
yeah,
accepted?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is such
And what
a
is,
fucking stupid
what
game.
explanation would they give for something that is causing that much water to pass through an area that quickly?
Well, the draining of
this
this
game.
lake
Right, but that doesn't make any sense to you.
doesn't make sense to me.
But and this all coincides on the timeline.
It's
of
GG's,
the
I'm gonna
dry
pass
sand
away.
theory.
This is controversial, but yes, I'm thinking that there was at least maybe 3 episodes of catastrophic flooding imprinted in this landscape. The first one, I would speculate, was at 14,600. Second one would have been Younger Dryas, and the third one would have been 11,600.
Now, I know that they've found evidence of human beings in North America that predate 11,000 years.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do they, is
I
there
hate this
an
game.
understanding of, like, if this impact theory is correct and if it did greatly diminish the population of people that are living in North America, where did they concentrate? Where did the survivors primarily come from? Do we know that? No?
No, because it appears there was a hiatus of about a half a millennium.
Really?
And then you have a different cultural group showing up called the Folsom culture.
And they
Yeah.
came from somewhere else?
I don't know.
They don't know.
Somebody probably has ideas on it. I don't know, but you know, I would like to be 3 people. Then I might be able to research all of this.
Because I'm just thinking, like, where would be a safe place to survive? Like, with the melting of these ice caps at such a rapid rate. And
You would not have wanted to have been in North America.
You don't want to be in Wisconsin.
No, you don't want to be in Wisconsin.
No. So you don't want to be in North America, period. Even in Mexico, even all the way down there.
Mexico was, let's see
Oh
here.
my God.
So I'm gonna pull forward here. Let's see if we can get, I'm gonna show you some, oh, here we go, potholes cooling. So here we go. This is drone footage of what we were just looking at. There's
Oh,
the
wow.
rock blade. We're looking right at the rock blade.
Oh God, it looks like something that was destroyed by water.
Water is coming towards us.
It makes sense if you look at it from above. It's so much different. I mean, topologically, when you're looking at a map and it shows the features, it makes sense. But this, you go, when you saw that one rock feature that you just showed, you go, oh yeah, I could see that here from water. I mean, just from what I know about erosion, it's not a lot, but it completely makes sense. It just looks like it. And so this was all carved by water, and this is all carved very rapidly.
Very rapidly by floods that are really way, way beyond anything experienced in historical times.
And so the idea is that these impacts is the idea that they slammed right into the ice cap,
That's what I think. That's what I would theorize. I you know,
and because of the extreme heat and the extreme velocity,
it has the. I mean, you're looking at, you know, one impact could be the equivalent of 1 million atomic bombs.
holy shit.
Oh yeah. So look at this rock blade here, and here you can see. Look, there's that round lake we were looking at.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can even see people in this. I've got one where some of us are standing on the rock blade, and we look like little specks.
When you're looking at it from this perspective, God, it does make sense. It makes sense that this is water caused, and that this is by massive amounts of water.
Yeah.
But my understanding of erosion is not enough to understand that this was done quickly.
Well, as I have
But it
said,
makes sense.
you can look at photos, you can look at stuff like this. You don't really comprehend it, though, until you've been across those landscapes and experienced them firsthand, knowing what the story is. You come
What
away
was he
and
hiding
it's
there? Like, what the fuck?
It's almost like an acid trip in a way. It's so mind-stretching when you begin to see this stuff firsthand that you really realize, oh my God, there have been forces unleashed on this planet that utterly dwarf anything that we humans have yet been able to do.
It's too
So,
dumb.
is there any estimation at all about what size the comet was that impacted the ice caps, or how many
Really?
of
See,
them?
this is such a
I hate
a
this
new
game,
idea,
man.
and it's still at this point very controversial.
I hate this game.
But I think, you know, some of the Comet Research Group is looking at that. And see, this is a whole area of research that has been looked at by paleohydrologists who have not been astronomers, right? Now you've got astronomers who are looking at, let me pause this for just a second. It's like we're in this area now where we're starting to see the overlap, this interdisciplinary overlap. Because paleohydrologists have been looking for purely terrestrial explanations for this, right? Now, before 2007, nobody even was thinking the possibility of a hypervelocity impact into the ice sheet, other than myself. Maybe.
Wow.
You know, and of course, who am I? I'm nobody.
Right.
You know,
But that's pretty crazy. Like, what if you didn't exist?
what if I didn't exist?
Yeah, that's one of the things that freaks me out about humanity is that there's occasionally these figures. And if
Will
they
you
didn't
open
exist,
faster?
everything's different.
Like, Jesus
Well,
Christ,
you
man.
know, I've had this obsessive hobby for over 40 years.
Yeah.
I've
what are
read
the odds?
10,000 scientific papers. I've covered, you met Brad. Brad and I alone
No.
have covered over
What ammo?
150,000 miles
over.
in the field.
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
over.
What are the odds that someone like you is even real?
Yeah, I
If you
had
were
to
in a
try
movie,
it.
I'd be like, what?
Alright. It's
What's he
GG's.
doing? He's just, you know what I'm saying? I know you're real. But I mean, I remember meeting you at the Punchline in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And you hitting me with all this information. And I guess I had just started the podcast then. Because this was, you were saying, your friend Brad was saying 2009, right?
Yeah.
That's when we met. Because he was there as well. That was the first year of the podcast. I mean, it might not have even started, or it might have just started. So you, in that one conversation that we had at the comedy club, you sparked this interest in my mind. But I remember talking to you thoroughly blown away and then leaving that club with a completely different thought process when it comes to like the history of life on North America and the world in general, and this whole impact theory that you'd been working on for so long.
So I successfully corrupted you at that point.
Instantaneously.
Yeah, good.
I mean, we probably talked for like an hour or so, right?
We did, yeah.
Yeah,
And I remember it was
fine.
noisy in there,
Yeah.
but we were like, yeah,
I'll probably
locked
try
in,
again.
Locked in.
I wanted to hear about that.
Yeah. And then how did
Caverns,
I end up?
man.
What was Graham that suggested you should get me? And you told Graham, yeah, I met that guy.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
Atlanta.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So blame it all on Graham.
because Graham was one of my first guests. Graham, it was Duncan Trussell and I, and Graham, and that was early on in the podcast because I had read Fingerprints of the Gods. I had read, his whole idea of this restarting of civilization and this concept that we are a civilization with amnesia.
Yeah.
And that something had happened. And it's really cool to see him, because I remember back in the day, I'd bring that book up and people would call me, crazy, fringe, conspiracy-loving
People who hadn't read the book.
moron. Yes,
Yeah.
most of the people that hadn't read the book. But once Göbekli Tepe emerged, and then Dr. Robert Schoch from Boston University, who started examining the water erosion on the Temple of the Sphinx,
Yep.
and all of these different pieces came into play where you have undeniable evidence of an advanced civilization that's making massive, complex stone structures, concentric circles, all these different structures, like 11,000 plus years ago, at a time where they thought people were just primarily hunters and gatherers. And then watching them try to take this hunter-gatherer theory and apply it to these incredible stone structures that didn't make any sense
Doesn't
at all.
make any sense.
No, and it's really interesting. Also, it gave me an understanding of science and scientists in an unflattering way. Not that they're all like this, but there is a problem when someone proclaims a very specific thing. They have a thing that they've been teaching, they have a thing that they learned, and they have a thing that they subscribe to in terms of a timeline, in terms of and then any new evidence does
Yeah.
not get treated like evidence. It gets treated like an intruder. It gets treated like
right.
a threat. And you watch them argue it with, like, I remember when Graham Hancock was there with Zawi Hawass, and there was another man who was an Egyptologist, and
Mark Lehner.
Yeah, mocking
Yeah.
this idea that there was an advanced civilization 9,000 years ago. Well, now, of course, we know that's true. Now there's no ifs, ands, or buts. So then you have to relook at the old style, old kingdom construction of Egypt and how different it was than the later years, and the fact that it was all under sand, and that they had to excavate this stuff, and that you have two completely different styles of construction, and the old stuff is really complex. Not just really complex, but insanely difficult to do. Like, how are they having these massive stones that are cut so beautifully and perfectly, and they moved into place, and what are they doing? Like, how are they getting the stones for the king's chamber from 500 miles and away?
Have you ever been to Egypt?
No, I have not.
Well, when you go there, which you will, I'm sure. One
I
of these
have to
days.
go.
Yeah, you have to go.
It's number one on the bucket list.
Number one on the bucket list. Maybe I'll be joining you.
I would love that.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
But down near the Aswan Dam, there's a place called, it's the unfinished obelisk that you can see where they're cutting it out of. Right, it's still in the bedrock. And this thing is massive. And you go, okay, how the hell were they going to move this thing? I mean, it's
Right.
massive. So,
How did they move those things? I mean,
well, that one wasn't moved because it
Right.
looked like they never finished cutting it loose from the bedrock.
Right.
But you see these massive stones. I mean, the Sphinx Temple has
Right.
massive stones. Menkare's temple, massive stones. And then you go all these other places like Graham has documented.
Yeah.
And this is kind of where Graham and I, where our work kind of complemented. And I think how he and I first connected was, I'm not sure about the first connection, but in any case, what he kind of focused on was the evidence for something in terms of civilization. And he was theorizing that there was a catastrophe, right? I was focusing, on the other hand, on the evidence for catastrophic events. So his research and my research sort of complemented each other.
Perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the podcast that I did with you guys, the first one, was one of my favorite podcasts ever because it was such an aha. You know, like, aha, oh,
Yeah.
I see. You know, with Graham's,
Yo,
and
what
it
up, Scotty?
also,
How are you, man?
it helped Graham's work so much because it gave a real, like, a context to, like, why this would have taken place.
Right. Yeah, and you know, again, like you said, he was dismissed early on.
Yeah, mocked. Openly.
Mocked, yeah. But it was not justified.
No.
Because, you know, we've gotten locked into, or mainstream academia has gotten locked into these models of history, and they don't want to let go because, for many reasons. And I think one of the reasons gets actually into politics. You know, it has to do with our conception of who we are, where we're at now. You know, we're supposedly in the midst of the 6th great mass extinction right now that we're causing. And like you said earlier, to recognize that there have been these gigantic catastrophes and mass extinction events in Earth history is not in any way to say, well, we just should have a free hand in doing anything or whatever.
Right, of course.
Not at all, although some people will interpret it that way, you know. But the thing is that we now have to recognize the reality that these events have happened, and we have not been the perpetrators of them. We have not been the perpetrators of these previous mass extinction events. We've been the victims, right?
Yeah.
And so right now, though, the whole thing, and it gets back to the global warming thing and all of that, is that, you know, and I don't really know if we want to get into that whole discussion because it's worthy of several hours in itself, but, you know, it's control, you know, and what we see now is with the whole COVID thing and global warming, we're seeing proponents of global warming saying that, oh, well, hey, if we lock people down into their homes, they're not going to be driving cars. If they're not driving cars, they're not putting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Hey, what a great thing. Let's, you know, I mean, when you look at the net zero scenarios, I mean, I don't even want to get into that right now, but if you get into and you begin to look at it, you realize, well, you know, basically what they're going to do is they're going to
Yo, what's up, Scotty?
essentially
Thanks for being here,
render
bro.
us impotent. They're going to render modern civilization impotent. We're going to be,
If they implement these sort of net zero policies, if
Yes.
someone, if
yeah,
would it be a climate scientist or someone who would theorize that the way to do it is to make sure that people don't go anywhere, that way they don't emit any carbon.
yes,
Yeah. So when you look at these global cooling events, like ice ages, they seem far more terrifying than warming events. And again, this is not to justify
right.
driving around cars that spew black smoke
Absolutely
out,
not.
doing
Right.
whatever we want to the earth. But what we should really be scared of more is a cooling event than a warming event. Is that-
Absolutely, because again, in history, basically testifies to the truth of what you just said. Because warming periods, again, I've written and actually lectured on this quite extensively. Warming periods are usually periods of prosperity because you have an extension of the growing season. You have periods like if you go back to the medieval warming period, which was roughly from 1000 AD to 1300 AD. This was the period where, and when you get to Europe, and you go particularly to France, take a tour and spend a week going and seeing some of the magnificent cathedrals, and realizing when you're looking at these unbelievably complex structures that would have taken, for the whole phenomena, you would have had to have hundreds of thousands of trained people working. Because you had stone cutters, you had stone carvers, you had sculptors, you had glaziers, you had carpenters, you had astronomers, you had engineers. They all had to be organized. They all had to be fed and housed and clothed. Well, you couldn't do that without surplus, right? That surplus, we can now demonstrate, and this is something that's pretty much for the most part pushed off the radar screen, that the medieval warm period was a degree or two warmer than now. And what you had was you had agricultural surpluses that made that period of prosperity possible. It was preceded by what is called the Dark Ages cold period. During this time, it was very difficult because you had agricultural failures, you had cold spells that would cause they say that 536 to 540 AD was the coldest 4 or 5 years of the last 2,000 years. And you had population decline, you had increase of infant mortality, you had decrease in lifespan. When the warmth came back into the world, the sea ice retreated north. Now the Vikings were able to sail across the northern seas. Iceland became populated, became colonized. Vikings came to Greenland and were able to farm on the west coast of Greenland, where it's now permafrost, right? In Europe, you had agricultural surpluses, so you had a huge increase in population between 1000 AD and about 1130. You had this ability to undertake this tremendous enterprise of this magnificent, glorious enterprise of cathedral building. The climate of the medieval warm period lasted until the late 1200s, early 1300s, and then it began to shift and became cold. And it was the first onset of what's called the Little Ice Age. And between about 1313, right in there, and about 1340, you had a succession of agricultural failures, which led to famine, right? That famine led to people being malnourished, which made their immune systems weak, and they now became susceptible to infectious diseases. And it was around 1340 that the bubonic plague swept over Europe because it was a result of the cold. And of course, right at that point, you see that between 1300 and 1340, that was the end of the cathedral building era. You can find the same thing happen in the aftermath, I said, 536 to 540 AD.
So the bubonic plague was a result of cold? I mean,
it was a result of the fact that people were weak.
Was one of the factors.
Probably the main factor.
But it was also like these pathogen-ridden fleas that were
yeah,
on rats and
exactly. But here's the thing: all of these kind of things are going to be more devastating if you have a population that's susceptible.
And they're susceptible because they're malnourished, because of the cold.
They're malnourished because they're not getting enough nourishment. They're not getting enough to eat.
So they're already compromised.
They're already compromised.
So what's catastrophic during global warming periods is it's catastrophic for people that are living on the coasts.
On the coasts?
Because the ocean levels rise.
Yeah, I mean, the ocean level has risen since the late 1800s. The ocean level has risen 8 inches.
But like when people are talking about global warming, there's many things that they're concerned with. But one of the things they're concerned with is cities like Miami, that are like in porous ground, that are right on the coast. Like that's going to go underwater in 20 years.
If the ocean levels keep rising. If they do.
Yeah.
However, I'm a bit skeptical because I won't pull it up now, but I could pull up and show you probably 500 articles on the importance of the sun in warming and cooling that have been mostly ignored in the IPCC's models and projections of climate change. And if we go into another solar minimum, like the Maunder minimum, or the Spore minimum, we're in for decades of cold weather. And we're going to see ice growing again.
And what would cause those minimums? Like what causes those cold snaps?
Well, it's something internal to the sun. It's the sun. And the sun seems to have... See, when these global warming models were first being developed in the late 80s and early 90s, we were just at the very beginning of deploying solar observing satellites. And at that point, the model was the solar constant. So if the sun's radiant output is not variable, we can just ignore it. It's not a factor. However, we now have like 30 years of in-hand evidence that the sun is way more variable than was assumed 30 and 40 years ago. That being the case, the sun would now have a much more important role to play. Because, in the last 30 years, we've had massive amounts of new data from solar satellites that have been observing the sun. And So when
You know, my
computer
one
models were
person
first
sees
being
interesting, bro.
devised
I
in the
think
early
so
90s
too,
and
dude.
stuff,
I
the
honestly think
assumption
so
was that the
too.
sun was not playing a role,
Not even
so we don't
joking.
need to look at the sun.
Because
You
I think
eliminate
it
all the
maxes
natural
out
variables
the
until only
ads per
carbon dioxide
viewer.
is left.
Because I've been looking at the stats
And
because I
that's
wanted to
pretty
learn a
much
little bit
where
of
we're
his
still at,
stats. You
because
know?
by the time you get into the 2000s and it was becoming apparent that the sun was actually a much more important factor in climate change than had been acknowledged, by that point it had already
I'm gonna do one more attempt, I think.
entrenched. And you now had huge amounts of money
Like one more
being poured in
attempt past
to that whole
dope, I
scenario.
think.
I was reading about how vulnerable we are to solar flares.
Yeah.
That's a terrifying thing because our grid, our satellites.
Yeah, dude, it's so
our
tiring.
internet,
This
all
like I'm
of that,
exhausted.
yes.
My adrenaline
we're
was so
so
high.
vulnerable to just a weird but very common glitch of the sun
We are.
that
Yeah.
has been documented in history. Like there have been times in history where the sun had a flare and it blew out communication devices, right?
Yes. Let's see here.
Wasn't there
we can pull
something like in
something
the
up.
early 1800s?
Yeah, the Carrington event. Let's see here.
Rodney Carrington?
I don't remember his name. We'll just go through this really quick here. Let's see. In 2003, a flare was measured at X28, but was likely even more powerful. The sensors became overloaded under the explosive energy being measured. It was quite literally off the charts. Solar flares are mostly harmless and don't pose much threat to humans on the surface of the Earth. What could cause some problems, however, are coronal mass ejections, which are sometimes conflated with solar flares in popular parlance. We'll jump down here. A big blast in September 1859, a solar storm known as the Carrington event, named for astronomer Richard Carrington, who observed the corresponding solar flare the day before, struck Earth, causing widespread technological havoc. Even considering the comparatively primitive technology of the time, the magnetic effects were so substantial, the aurora, normally seen at polar latitudes, could be seen in the tropics.
Is that not the world record?
Electricity from the storm
that's-
flowed through the
I
electrical
gotta
lines
check.
of telegraphs, overloading
And
the
they
circuits,
went down and they
starting
will come
fires
back.
around
Like
the
a
world and
tsunami.
shocking
Oh,
nearby
man.
workers.
That might not be the world
The
record,
global
guys.
lines of communication were
That's
disrupted
an
until the
autofill.
magnetic storm trickled out hours later. Interestingly, some telegraph operators reported being able to send messages without the
autofill.
batteries attached, using only the currents in the air.
Holy shit.
If a storm of that magnitude were to strike today, the impact to technology could be catastrophic. Power lines could receive energy from the storm and spread it out.
It is right.
Because our power grid is interconnected, a spike in one region could impact areas which might otherwise be less affected, according to a NASA-funded National Academy of Sciences report from 2008. Transformers would be damaged and the power outages would occur around the world. Radio and satellite communications could be knocked out, resulting in a massive blackout without the benefit of being able to talk to one another. Now that would be pretty catastrophic. And now we have this. A signature of a cosmic ray increase in AD 7475 from tree rings in Japan. This was likely the result of a giant solar storm. And we don't need to go through all of
So
this,
this
but
is
just
774 to 775
yes,
AD.
yes. So what we're interested in is the conclusion down here. With our present knowledge, we cannot specify the cause of this event. However, we can say that an extremely energetic event occurred around our space environment in AD 775. In the future, other high-resolution records, such as beryllium-10 and nitrate data, together with careful research of historical documentation around AD 75 and further surveys of undetected supernova remnants. This was probably a solar event.
So our sun,
Yes. Causes, so we get into another article here, causes of the AD 774, 775 carbon-14 increase. Talking about the Carrington event. Such an event would cause great damage to modern technology, and in view of recent confirmation of super flares on solar-type stars, this issue merits attention. A Carrington-level event would be disastrous for electromagnetic technology, causing widespread damage to satellites and transformers linking the power grid.
I want to play in like a minute or two. Thanks, guys.
No assessment has been made of the technological effects of an event 20 times stronger. which the 774 event was,
20 times stronger.
than the Carrington event.
And then there's also the possibility of hypernovas, right? Like outside of our galaxy.
Yes. I think this is going to be more likely, but yes. So what we're realizing, again, this is my point, is we've learned a whole lot about the sun. And that the sun is not necessarily the invariable star that it was assumed to be. Now, we just talked about the effects of a Carrington level event. Now he's asking the question, no assessment has been made of the technological effects of an event 20 times stronger.
You know, it's so funny because we talk about Plato, and you talk about Plato's description of what Atlantis must have been like, and also this idea that they were trying to make sense of the catastrophic forces of nature and comet impacts and all these different things. And we look back on their limited understanding.
I'm waiting for my adrenaline to come back down. My heart rate, holy jeez, man.
We're kind of in a similar boat in comparison to the way people are.
It's
gonna look
interesting.
back
It's
at
like you
us.
push
Just don't think
through.
about
You're
it
like
because we're
pushing
wrapped up in
through.
this timeline.
We are.
And we do
Man.
have all this amazing technology, like we talked
It's
about.
not like
your
it's
ability
not like
to
you're
zoom
speed
in
running a
with
level.
your laptop and show
Because
the
you like
topographic
after all that
features of
work, you push
this,
through it and then you
the
fail.
landscape that indicates that
I
it's
can only
been,
imagine
hit with all
Mario
this water
speedrunners. Holy
damage,
jeez,
but
dude.
there's so much we don't know,
So much we don't know.
and so much we're not prepared for.
And this is why I think it's so important.
I
to
got like
actually
one
look at our own past and realize that our
sub-hour
ancestors
PB in me,
weren't
and
these
then I think I
primitive,
gotta really
ignorant
start looking
savages
at
that
some
we've assumed
strats,
they
or
were.
else it's gonna
And
be
that their legacy that's been handed down
GGs in
to
the
us may turn
future.
out to be extremely valuable in trying to understand the big picture.
It also makes sense when you think about Graham's research, Graham Hancock's
What's up, Skyers? I'm
work,
Marika. What's
it
up,
makes sense that
Toadski?
these people were
Yeah, Trump.
very
I mean, dude,
advanced in
he's
terms of their ability
you know
to
he's
grasp
playing
concepts and
all
thoughts,
sides
but
of
they weren't as
everything, you know. But
technologically
like, man,
advanced because
yeah,
they were
no
the
shit.
remnants of a civilization that had to start over from scratch or close to it.
Yeah.
So really intelligent people that had to go without all of the knowledge and all of the creations of people from the past because most things had been wiped out.
Yeah. And this is what I think of as the real great reset. That when these kind of events happen and civilization basically has to start over. And
How many times do you think this has happened with human beings?
well, I think if we look in the Holocene, it's probably happened half a dozen to 10 times. If we look at, the Bronze Age collapse, what's the cause there? It may have been volcanic and extraterrestrial. It may have, exogenic means from the outside, endogenic means from within. And I think there's times the perfect storm is when you get the simultaneous effects of both. There's some evidence now that would be suggesting that ET events, exogenic events, might actually be triggers for a terrestrial response. If you have an impact, like we know, for example, that there was enormous amounts of volcanism associated with the whole deglaciation thing,
realized he wasn't talking
right? There was also very large earthquakes as the ice mass is being transferred from the land back into the oceans.
Because it took
You
me
got this
a while to realize
tremendous
he wasn't
mass
talking about
transfer
aliens.
over the surface of the Earth. That leads to a significant terrestrial response, which could be volcanism and earthquakes.
Completely makes sense.
It completely makes sense, and there's empirical evidence to support that.
I mean, just imagine
go.
what you're talking about. Any of those enormous asteroids that are flying by Earth, if they slammed right into Yellowstone.
In fact, David Alt, who's a geologist, theorized like at least 20-some years ago that
Isn't it amazing?
about 17 million years ago, the magma plume that's under Yellowstone may have been caused by an impact of an iron asteroid punching through the crust and causing an upwelling. It's called pressure relief melting. That as long as you got this overlying cap, but if you remove it, like in the case of a hypervelocity impact, it allows the upwelling. And in fact, the whole Columbia basalt plateau that we were just looking at, that is the outflow, the basalt outflow from the magma plume that's now under Yellowstone. Yeah. So, and there's correlations. The Deccan traps in India correlate in age with the Cretaceous Tertiary impact of 66 million years ago that caused the extermination of the dinosaurs. The Siberian traps are associated with the Permian Triassic event of 245 million, which may or may not have been caused.
Is this more
by
entertaining
impact.
than, like,
I think it
IL
probably
speedrunning?
was, But at that
I think
long
so.
ago, it's hard to find the evidence.
For someone at my
But
skill level, I think
something-
so.
that was the greatest mass extinction in Earth history. 90 to
IL
95%
meaning independent
of
level.
all species, terrestrial and marine, went extinct very quickly.
What year
And
was this?
about 245
Maybe I need to
million
get
years
better.
ago. The Permian Triassic.
You prefer
was
ILs?
actually the transition from
Thanks,
two
bro.
of the
Thank you
great,
for being so honest, dude.
eons in Earth history. From the
But do what I enjoy. Thanks, bro.
Paleozoic to the Mesozoic. So the Mesozoic was the great period of middle life, which lasted from about 245 to 66 million. And it
I'll
was
be honest,
bookended
I'm not
by
a big
two
fan
the
of
great
Agent RTA.
catastrophes
I
in
know.
Earth history. Now, if either
know.
one of those kind of things happened today,
I said it.
That's a wrap.
that's a wrap. No more people, unless we're living in space.
I'm not saying there's no
Well,
like
we're
skill
the descendants
involved.
of
It's the most competitive one,
something like
but
that.
Yeah.
it just
Lemur
isn't
or
interesting,
something.
like at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
God, it's just like these conversations make you feel so vulnerable. I mean,
I
they're
don't think
so
it's like a
fascinating and
secret
thrilling.
either.
And I,
Oh, I don't
and
have
can
it?
See why
You
you've
see
been
that
on
warp? That
this
was insane.
decades-long obsession.
Power
with
levels.
it.
Yeah,
But my God, it's so humbling.
I agree, my
It's
man.
humbling, but you know what? I have confidence in our species. In fact, I think our species
When in doubt, just
evolved
be more
out of
like
the
Kratos.
natural order of terrestrial
Always.
life, because we're the one species that can be sitting here having this conversation.
My goal is just to be more like
Dinosaurs couldn't.
Kratos.
Yeah, but we could easily get wiped out.
I
and
need to
start
play
from
guitar
scratch,
just
and
as
then
well as
Yes, we
New
could.
Kratos.
species has to pick up the slacks. And
Need to
lizard
grow a
people,
beard just as
you
well
know,
as
You're right.
Kratos.
45 million years from now.
But you see, I guess my optimism comes from the
I
fact that
almost
you and I are
became
sitting here
a
having this
UPS
conversation.
driver
Ah,
like
well,
Kratos,
that's
but he's with
optimistic.
FedEx. I think.
For us, we came about at a very interesting time.
Yeah,
What's that famous Chinese proverb? May you live in interesting times.
yeah,
Yeah.
which
Is that
could be a
curse?
curse. Or,
Might be a curse. Yeah, but that is where we're at. We live in interesting
Top
times.
20 like
I mean,
Kratos?
But it's also like the things
Top
that we
20.
took for
Can you-
granted that we
that's
thought were
so
going to be
sick,
here
man.
forever.
I think it's top
are
20.
now
I'm sorry if he's not.
full of people.
yeah. Well, I think this is one of those times, you know, where things are shaking out. And,
Very much so.
And I want to see us get back to being, you know, I'm of the mind I like the adventurous, entrepreneurial spirit. I can't abide by this, oh, we're going to get all offended because we're using the wrong pronouns or we're going to get triggered or whatever. Look, we've got some huge things in front of us that we're going to have to contend with if we're going to have any kind of sustainable existence on this planet for generations to come. And I think it's going to probably take a wake-up call.
But it's also the pressure that you're getting from these non-productive people that are trying to enforce like woke talk and things along those lines. They've chosen to try to control the thinking and behavior of other people rather than controlling their own personal creative output or their own personal success and their own personal progress. It's what you concentrate on.
Top
If you're
20 is
concentrating
insane.
constantly on trying
I mean,
to
I'm not
diminish
surprised,
other
but it's
people's ability
awesome.
to express themselves and to try to control the way they express themselves. Like it's a poor management of resources and a lack of understanding about your own issues with discipline and self-reflection. And we're in the middle of that now because it's easy to do because of social media. Because you can express yourself so readily and easily through social media, it's very tempting for people. Then they get wrapped up in these kind of social media exchanges with folks. It becomes an addictive
That's
part
funny,
of your
bro.
day, and it leads you to be even less productive.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, you've been around long enough, I've been around long enough to see how things have changed, you know, since I was a kid growing up. You know, my upbringing was rural Minnesota. Winters are very harsh. You worked your butt off. Everybody worked, and nobody thought that was exceptional. Everybody worked.
You
didn't-
have to in cold climates. That's
Yeah,
one
you-
thing about cold climates is
Yeah.
people really value hard work and hard work ethic.
Absolutely. And I marveled at my dad and my grandfather. I thought, God, am I ever going to be able to work as hard as those guys did?
Yeah.
You know, my grandfather, on my dad's side, he came over from 16 years old from Sweden on a cattle boat. Couldn't
Where the
speak a
fuck
word of
is it?
English. Came here, settled up in Minnesota, and started working.
terrible at this
and
game.
worked in a sash and
I'm
door
so bad at
company
this
10
game,
hours a
guys.
day, building window frames. He would then get off work and he would go and he built a house. Now, when you're in Minnesota, all houses have basements. So he would get off work after 10 hours and he would work till dark hand digging the basement. Built this house married my grandmother, moved her in, and then immediately began building another house right next door by himself. Now, I don't know, I've done a lot of hard construction work, so I know what's involved with that. You know, it can be extremely hard. You know, like my father, you know, he would go, my father and my grandfather, when I'm a little kid, they're working together. They'd be out there working. It's 20 degrees out.
Well,
10
let me
degrees
pass away.
out, so cold, and they're working outside. Here's what they would do. They would have a kettle, right? They would build a fire, have a kettle, and they would put the nails in the kettle and heat up the nails. So that then when they're handling the nails were hot and would keep their hands from freezing. Now, you know, where are the men like that? I mean, they're still around, but I think that, you know, that kind of an attitude towards things seems to be
Really
diminishing.
dumb.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, because it's easy to survive.
Yeah, it's gotten too easy.
Well, I don't know if it's
think
gotten too easy, but it's gotten easy enough so that the path of least resistance becomes even more tempting to folks. And by the path of least resistance, the problem is you create resistance all around you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you create resistance for people that are trying to do their own thing. And you want to like control the way people view the world and define the world and the language that they use and the way they behave and think.
Right, and people are just, it's almost like you're looking to get offended.
Yeah. Well, you remember, I mean, it's literally in the Bible, the meek shall inherit the earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what's happening.
You think that's going to happen?
I don't know. It could.
What's going to happen to the bold?
Well, I think the bold will be challenged to try to find new ways around this situation. And I think also the meek will one day recognize that
Suck.
they really wish to be bold.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where our best hope is. Our best hope is that we can educate people on the value of discipline and creativity and hard work and the satisfaction that comes with accomplishing goals and projects. And also that social media communication is terrible for real world communication. It's terrible for the human organism. It's not the way we're supposed to communicate with each other. We're supposed to communicate with each other eye to eye, looking at each other, a shake of a hand, a hug.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be nice to each other.
Yeah.
That's very rewarding and it feels great.
Which brings me to something I'd like to bring up. I've been really busy since we've last met, and I've partnered with a new internet platform called HowTube that is growing rapidly.
HowTube?
HowTube, yeah. And it's basically very much First Amendment, unfettered speech. It'll be curated.
Nazis. A bunch of Nazis, right?
Yeah, a bunch of Nazis, exactly. Bunch of Nazi fascists, yeah. Right, yeah, our plan is to
Kidding.
take over and
Just kidding,
subjugate the
folks.
entire planet. And
But if you say that today, people are like, oh, First Amendment, free speech. Oh, you're into free speech. You're
we
one
are
of those.
definitely into free speech.
Yeah, well, free speech is fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's coming together sort of as a counterpart to that is a group of fellow people that I've been worked with over the years, business. You know, I told you I built this restaurant.
Yes.
Restaurant's been wildly successful. Some of the key people, the entrepreneurs and investors there, we've come together. We're looking at land. We're going to build a center, an institute, a school, whatever you want to call it. We're raising the funds right now, and we're laying out the plans, and because of exactly what you just said, I think that education is at this point, it's a massive failure in America. I mean, it's gone down the toilet. And it's gotten so politically correct that every year the standards get lower and lower. I have worked in education. That was one of the things I did just because I felt it was so important. Back in the mid-90s, I started organizing classes for kids that were being homeschooled. And I ended up for 15 years organizing classes. And over those 15 years, I developed ideas that were not really that original, and they were pretty obvious when you think about it, but here's what I would do. It was mostly mathematical based and science. So like one year, for example, I had 3 boys. We were had a science class, and we decided we were wanted to do something really cool. So we entered a science fair, a national science fair contest against, I think, over 3,000 teams. There was something like 13,000 students in this science fair. We came up with a concept. One of the boys in the threesome there, who were part of my homeschool class that I had organized, came up. He was a he had a what was his he had a physical problem. He was, God, I don't remember what it was, but they had him on steroids that stunted his growth. And on several occasions he had strokes, and he had to be taken to the hospital emergency. In class one day he said, you know, the worst thing about, he was 9 years old. He said the worst thing about going to the hospital was the gurney ride. Yeah, I can't believe that. So he says, I've been thinking, he says, I've been reading about how they have these magnetically elevated trains in Japan. He says, could we apply that to a technology for gurneys, hospital gurneys?
He was 9 when you thought this
He was
out?
9 years old. And I said, let's see what we can do. We built a model, me and 3 of him and 2 other boys, entered the science fair contest, and we won 2nd place nationally. So I had students that I took from very beginning level geometry up through the lower levels of calculus, who then went on to do excellent academic achievement, have become doctors, scientists. You know, I just in fact ran into one of them just a few days ago while I was in Atlanta. Little boy had been in my class like 20 years ago, and now he's launched, he's an entrepreneur of a tech company that he just launched, right? Anyways, out of this, I realized that, you know, the thing that I came to believe was that modern education has got so many things wrong with it. One, the stratification of modern education. Like,
Come on,
this
man.
is to me artificial. You know, if you look at traditional societies,
Where's the guy? Where did he
I can speak
go?
From the boy's point of view, when a
Oh,
boy
come on,
got
man.
to adolescent, at that point you were thought of as a young man, and you were integrated now into adult society, and you were expected to start behaving as an adult, right? Well, you know, we don't really do that anymore. It's like what we see so much coming now, I think, out of even the college age kids is this like extended infantilism. You know, they come out and they're still, you know, look, you're supposed to go to college and be exposed to challenging ideas.
Yes.
Exposed to different points of view, you
Yes.
know? Instead, they're coming out, you know, and they're like, we don't want, you know, whoever to come onto campus. We don't want Jordan Peterson to come onto campus because he's going to expose us to ideas that we're scared of, you know? I think one of the first things we need to do is like move away from that. So what I would do is I would get a class, like let's say we're going to have a class in geometry.
Pretty safe.
I would
Pretty
take
safe,
kids
Silo.
out to the building site, and I would show them, here's how we're using geometry to lay out this building, this house.
That was
And
pretty risky.
And the exact things we just learned in the classroom, look at how we're applying those. We'd get to a lesson on trigonometry.
Really safe, Silo.
I would take them out to the job
Fine.
site, and I would say, look, here's how we're using trigonometry to design this complicated roof. We would go back to the classroom, and I would have the kids as a problem, as an exercise, figuring out what are the angles of the cuts, what are the compound miters we need
Oh,
to,
no, frigate.
to,
Oh,
to
no.
cut the lumber so it all can fit together like pieces of a puzzle. And then we'd go back out to the job site, and they would see how it's all going together, right? I would take, in fact, and you know, one of the other
What
things
the
that's
fuck
happened
exploded there?
is that, you know,
Should I
at the
reset?
early
Is it a
20th
reset?
century, 80%
Might be
of the American
GGs.
population was agricultural and rural. 20% was urban. Now those statistics have flipped exactly. I've known kids that were in college that had never seen the Milky Way.
Oh, God,
Never
no.
seen the Milky Way. Couldn't
you
find the
please
North
shoot the
Star if
man
their
in
life
front of you?
depended on it. But I think that that's part of the deficiency that needs to be corrected. And so I'll just show you a couple of quick
is
things
fun.
here while we still have some time left.
Are
Yeah.
you going to have an online aspect to this?
Absolutely, that's the how-to. So it's 2 dimensions. There's there's the hard,
Please.
let me say, the hard facility, the hardware and the software. The
Please.
software is going to be how-to, and we're actually just now putting up and promoting the whole concept of this idea of this school. So, like, here was the first.
Oh my God,
First
this
class I
level,
ever did.
bros.
1995,
jeez.
Randall's
Like, it's just
first
too much.
hands-on geometry class for young people.
Yep. Over 120 kids tutored in classes over the next 15 years. It is critically important to develop alternatives to the authoritarian, hierarchical, monopolistic system of indoctrination that now usurps the function of authentic education. This is how it started, see? And then I would take kids out. We would do geology and nature, science out in nature. So this group of kids are just taken out. We've been studying what happens to streams after storms.
This is fun, guys.
So I did this. I had probably 100 kids that I took out on these kinds of field trips. Like it says here, getting students out of the classroom into the real world of nature is vitally important to any system of education and promotes the psychological well-being of students.
So these were homeschooled kids?
These were all homeschool kids, yes.
Oh no,
And
Bunker
here
2's after this. Oh
are-
no.
Homeschool trio beats 324 teams. This is little Mark, that little 9-year-old, and very sadly, about 2 years later, he passed away from his condition. Tore me
Sad.
up. Tore me up. And this is one thing when
No
I
way.
got into this, I did not expect that I was going to be bonding with these kids. I've lost 3 of them.
It's fine.
One was killed in a car accident.
hate
Another
this
one
game.
had problems, and he
Will
hung
you open the
himself.
fucking door?
And so it was just, that was something. When I went into this, I did not expect
Oh,
that
it's
was
just
going to
too
be an
much,
element
guys.
that I was going to get close to these kids and then grieve over their passing. Little Mark there, Mark McGinnis. He
Oh,
was
Mark,
12
not
here. He
me.
was 9
Sorry,
when he
Mark.
actually came up with the idea.
So
And
sad.
then a couple of years later, we began to actually, hey, let's take that idea and go, see if we can develop it into a science fair contest. And we did. Like it says, we got second place nationally.
Oh, I have so
And
much
then
help.
Scientists discover a major lasting benefit of growing up outside the city. And I'll just jump to this. You can actually see that for kids exposed to nature, it actually affects structural changes in their brain. That kids that are growing up in a strictly urban environment now are being deprived of that. And studies are now showing that kids that are exposed regularly to nature grow up with far less psychological problems, lower levels of divorce, suicide, drug addiction, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think
I
that
hate this
this
gun.
is the direction we have to move to start healing what has gone wrong with our society.
Do you think that maybe we've overlooked a component of development for human beings, that it's not just a choice whether or not you're around nature, but it's actually a necessity?
Absolutely. I totally think that.
That it's something like a vitamin or something like...
Yes. And I consider myself extremely fortunate that I was
Oh,
able
no,
to grow up in a
guys.
rural environment and be
Oh,
exposed to nature.
no.
I mean, my boyhood growing up was
Oh
hiking,
no.
camping, swimming, canoeing, horseback riding. When I got old enough to work, we worked on the neighbor's farm, so I had that whole
Yo, the raid?
opportunity
What
to
are you?
see farm life and how all of
96
that
fucking
came
raiders?
together.
Are you serious,
And I look
bro?
back on that and I
What?
go, God, I took that for granted back then. But
Yo,
now I look back
Z-Wing,
and go,
what's
boy, I
up?
was so fortunate to have that upbringing. And I think
Thank you for the
God,
raid.
more kids, young people need to have that kind
Oh,
of
we're doing the
experience growing
RTA,
up.
that double
this whole thing that we're
RTA.
doing, with this
Oh no.
group of-
Oh no.
of
I
very
need him.
incredible people
Yes,
that
come
I'm
on.
working with for
Yo, what up?
some
Yo,
now
Z-Wing. Thanks for the raid, bro.
5 to 10
Sure,
years,
bro.
some of them longer than that, are coming together
shit, too much
around
noise.
these ideas. And
How
I
are
don't
you?
know if you know
I'm
Chris
Japanese.
Martinson,
You get extra body armor but for
Just Peak
speedrunners.
Prosperity.
Use it.
Um,
It's standardized
he'd be a good-
internationally.
yeah, I mean,
Oh,
some
come on.
great people.
I hate this fucking gun.
That are
It's over.
intimately
It's pretty much
involved
over now.
in this and going to help raise money for the first prototype.
Yo, Z-Wing, what's up, Z-Wing?
We're
Thank you
looking
so
at
much for that
land in
raid.
Eastern Tennessee is one place.
I've
also
streamed
looking at land in
100 hours this
I've
month.
got some people out there that I've been working with who are very much about trying to
I streamed 100 hours
something like
last
this
month
happen.
too. I may pass away here.
to create a prototype.
I'm probably gonna pass
So,
away.
look, here's a place.
Come
See, another
on.
thing that
I'm trying to warp them.
and I did this in my classes. I said, okay, you pay for your
Yo, what up, Z-Wing? How are you?
For your
Yo, Cole would
as
kill
long
a...
as there's room. I
How's it going? It's going
encourage
well. How are
parents
you?
To come in and participate.
Thank you so much.
Because I really believe that this whole artificial stratification by age
What is up, Z-Wing? What were you
detrimental.
streaming?
And you need to, like, this horizontal stratification, to me, again, is debilitating. And we need to have, like, a vertical integration. So that I found this in my homeschool classes.
I'm not ranked 24th in Golden. Oh, this guy.
From 10 to, say,
I'm not
15
ranked
or
24th in Goldeneye.
And I noticed there was a natural
I'm just ranked
dynamic.
24th in
The older kids
Double Agent, which
would
isn't
naturally become mentors to the younger
very
kids. You see?
good.
And we'd have adults in there, and pretty soon it was almost like this. You know, my generation, when we came of age, it was the generation.
Yo, thanks for that raid, man. If
You
you're
ever
new.
heard that term?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that was my generation, you know, coming of age, the baby boom generation. We were the first to have that, right? Well,
Oh,
what
the
brought that
alarm
about-
went
what
off
brought that
again?
about was,
Really?
was the
With what, the
way
camera?
that American education evolved, because prior to World War II, most schools in America
I really
were
should R-aim
the
that.
one-room schools.
It's pretty much
Coming out of World
GG's.
War II is when you begin to have these
I better get
large
body armor now.
institutionalized consolidation of schools. Like, it really accelerated in the 50s.
I
My
think I'm gonna
father
need
was
him.
in a one-room schoolhouse until he got
Yeah,
to
I
high
need
school,
them.
like in
Oh my
1944,
goodness.
I think it was 43.
It's just too
At that
much.
point, they just built a brand new high
Oh, I need
school
the
that
safe
had, like,
key.
800 kids, which
It's
was
over.
exceptional at that point. But
It's over.
when you go back
He's
and
not
you
even
look
here?
at it, what you see is
What?
the schools got bigger and bigger and bigger, and the bigger they got, the more impersonal they got. Now, when I started homeschooling,
F-Zero?
I was
What?
working
No
with some of
freaking
the
way, bro.
teachers in the Waldorf system.
That's
Now, here's
awesome,
what they
man.
do. They come into
If I
Waldorf,
pass away
kids
here, I'm gonna
come in
show
at
you
their
a
kindergarten age, and they'll have
cartridge.
teacher who stays with them all the way up until through middle school. Now, you have a small class, 10 or 15 kids. You have a single teacher. Think about the dynamic in the relationship. That's good. That teacher's going to know those
Anyways,
kids.
that's the F-Zero
I found
cart.
that when I was teaching courses in math, and I would have
That's
6,
the F-Zero
7,
card
8
on
kids.
SNES.
If one of them wasn't getting
That's
it,
sick, bro.
I knew instantly. And I never left anybody behind because we didn't have to. And I also found that, if this child was not getting it, this student over here was more than eager to jump in there
So
and say,
Bunker
and
2
help
is
me.
like
I found that that was
usually
also
the one
something
that
very
really gets me.
important. And my
F-Zero trade,
and you
nice,
probably
dude.
had the same
Oh,
experience. My
Z-Wing,
memory
I understand
was,
the
when I
name
was
now.
particularly
Hell
middle
yeah,
school,
sorry, dude. I'm
bullyism was
such
rampant.
an idiot.
Yeah. I got my first
That
year in
makes
middle
sense.
school, I got bullied mercilessly. And then 8th grade, when I went to 8th grade, I finally I had
The
gone
new
to
one or
adolescence,
the old-
and I
the
also
OG
spent
on,
that summer between
SNES?
7th and 8th grade working on the farm. So what we did on the farm
Come
was
on,
hauling
man.
in hay bales. Now, we'd have 80 acres of alfalfa.
I got it.
It
Insane.
would get cut in hay bales back in those days.
I think I got it.
And so you go out there and you'd have to lift the hay bales up onto the wagon, and then the wagon, one of the other boys would drive
Yo,
the
thanks for that
wagon.
raid. I really
Sometimes
appreciate
one
it.
of the
Yeah, I
girls
stream
on the
weightlifting
farm girls
streams
would be
too.
Driving the tractor.
I'm actually
Go
a
back
major
to the
head
barn,
injury survivor.
unload that,
I have a
and then
photo
you
of
go
me
back out, you do this all day.
after
So by
waking
the
up
end
from a
of the summer,
coma,
I had gotten
and a
way
500-pound
stronger,
barrel fell on my
I had
head against the
calluses on my
concrete.
hands from doing that,
And I
so
had, like,
went
brain
back to 8th
hemorrhaging.
grade, and the same
Wasn't
guy,
sure whether I was going to
remember,
be alive or not in
he started
2016. I
right in bullying
survived.
me, and
Broken
about a
skull.
month into school, we were in gym class together.
Half a death.
I come out, I just got my underwear on. He comes out and starts
Fuck
whipping
off,
me with
man.
a wet towel. And I kind of lost it and didn't realize, he was still, his dominance of me was at that point purely psychological. But
But
it
we
shocked me how
persist,
easily I whooped
and I've
his
done
ass.
186
But it was totally because I
weightlifting
spent
streams
the summer primarily doing this
since
hard
2020 to
physical work.
2023.
Yeah, the hard.
I'm just not talking, not
farmer's
bragging,
life
I'm
skills
just trying to share
Yeah,
the info about my
absolutely.
channel.
So,
F-Zero, hell yeah,
um,
man.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
the bullyism
I
was
didn't
very
really
endemic
own
to
an
that
SNES
whole
growing up,
stratification because what I
but I played a lot of
observed was
SNES.
the bullies were always the
But I
kids,
do own the F-Zero cartridge now.
boys primarily, that have been held back, right? So particularly in middle school,
So
there's a
you're
big
bigger and
difference.
older.
Yeah, you're a year older,
Come on.
2 years older, you're bigger, but you're also got this insecurity about, this feeling of inferiority
man.
because now you're been placed in
100%
your,
gonna rate. Oh, come on.
your peers are these younger kids. It's just almost like
Oh, we're
an
still
open
kind of ahead,
invitation to become
kinda.
a bully.
It's also they're probably psychologically damaged, which
We're gonna
is
play
why
it
they're
out.
not excelling in school in the first place.
Yes, but what I
I'm
found,
going to play it out, but I mean,
that's right. But see, I particularly like with math, I found that everybody, for math particularly, you got to see people. I don't know how many times I heard like a parent would come to me and say, "Well,
we might
little
still
Mark
be able
thinks
to
he's
sub.
no good at
What's it
math.
called?
He's been in
We're gonna
public
play it.
school and he's fallen way behind. And
It's awesome.
I said, yeah,
dude.
that's what happens. That's what
Dude, I
happened
was
to me
streaming
in 8th grade.
F-Zero,
I fell way behind,
like,
and I
last
got
month
behind a year.
for
right? Well, I got
a good 5-10
so
minutes. I
worked
think
with
Moonraker
Mark,
saw that. I
and
think Moonraker and Toad
get
was
him in a
here.
different environment, and then he'd come.
Sorry,
to me
I
and
would check
say,
out your
"Mr.
channel and
Carlson,
everything.
I
But
didn't know.
I guess he doesn't
liked
know
math."
the
You know,
RTAs,
I
right?
have letters from both kids and
What?
parents
Thanks, bro.
saying,
Yeah,
I
this is
didn't
on
even know I
N64
liked math.
console.
Now I love math. And the reason is because you go
Oops.
back to square one and you explain something.
I'm
You
just going
take
to show
it
you
step
guys
by
this
step.
controller.
And what happens with math particularly, you get left behind. You go to public school, they've got, here's what the teacher's got this, here's what we've got to cover, this, and this. If you fall behind, tough shit.
Yeah, you're never going to catch up.
You're never going to catch up. What's the point? What a
Zero.
waste of time.
Yeah.
My problem was I was
Thank
a
you.
little bit on the upper end of the scale,
Are you
so
into
I just
Goldeneye too?
got bored to tears. And I would tune out because I got so
I'm
bored.
sorry if you're like
You know?
a great
Well, I
Goldeneye
think that's a
speedrunner,
giant
like an
problem
idiot.
with the large classes. where
Yeah.
there's no way they can concentrate on so many kids.
Right.
Their
That's,
education falls by the wayside because of it.
that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And so this is part of what, and if you're interested, I
Yeah,
will
I'm playing on
keep you in the
N64
loop as
console.
this thing evolves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to hear about
The
this. And I
Japanese
think
version, 'cause
one thing that's
It's the internationally accepted speedrunning one.
sorely lacking in
Official Nintendo
School.
release.
is the concept that there's jobs that are available outside of what we think of as mainstream occupations. Like, there's
Okay.
not, like, I'm not encouraging kids to become social media influencers. I'm not encouraging kids to become TikTokers or YouTubers, but
Right.
you know how much money those fucking people make? Like, if you're encouraging people to become lawyers, like, at what
Oh my
point
goodness.
in time do you encourage them to play video games professionally? Because
So
there's
that
a lot of fucking
flight
money in
recorder
playing
has
video games. And I'm not
An
saying you should do
RNG
that, but I'm saying there's a
position
like a
location,
disdain
and that was the most
for
ideal position location.
even becoming a stand-up comedian. Like, I remember when I was thinking about being a comedian, no one encouraged me. Like, maybe a couple of my friends, but outside of that, like, my parents didn't encourage me. No one thought it was a good idea. They were like, "What are the odds you're going to make it?" Like, this is the perspective, because there's no real structure in terms of someone showing you and teaching you, and it's not a class you can take where you can graduate, and then eventually you go on to apprentice as with a more successful comedian.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. I know
There's
if there
so
was
many different things that a person
popping
can
off
do
right now,
creatively
too,
with their life
for you to
in
choose
terms
Goldeneye streaming, that's
art,
dope.
music, whatever you want to do. There's a lot of different avenues
Oh, no.
in life that
Oh, no.
people are
It's not good.
thriving
This is
in.
very bad.
But
This is very
schools
bad.
never encourage these things, and they look at these kids that are they're class clowns or the loudmouths or the ones that don't want to pay attention, and they just assume that kid's fucked. And that's what I assumed
Oh
about
my
my own
God.
self. I
What a
would
miracle.
see that and I would go, well, obviously I'm not that intelligent and I'm not that curious. But that wasn't what the case was. It was just I wasn't
Yeah, like
interested
I
in
put
what
my
they were
my
selling.
profile photo is
The
kind
way they were
of
teaching it was not interesting
ridiculous
to me. I didn't
photo,
like the
but
teachers particularly.
I
There's
mean,
so
when I
many
mix
of
it
them
with
that
my
were
head injury and everything, it just kind of
undermotivated.
makes sense.
They didn't enjoy
So
it.
I'm a Bell's
Yeah.
palsy
They weren't
recovering.
particularly good at persuading
My
you
face,
to be
I
enthusiastic.
had zero movement
about
on my
these
face. I couldn't
subjects
close
they were
my
teaching.
left eye.
Did you have any
I had
teachers,
to
though,
tape it
that
shut
were
with Vaseline because I wouldn't
yeah, I had
produce
a
any
few. I had a
tears
Spanish teacher that was great. It was a lot of fun. He made Spanish
for a long time.
interesting.
Yeah.
I had
Many
an
years.
English teacher that was really fun, and she gave you perspectives and thoughts on life itself that was just different
So
than
I'm trying to be like an
the way most-
inspiration.
and
Yeah.
everybody would talk about her like, you gotta get
Not to sound like
But
arrogant,
everybody
but it's just
wanted
it
to be in
is.
the
It's
class
like
because she was
the point is
interesting.
everybody
And she wasn't even
has
that interesting.
a story and
No,
a
but she was
struggle, and
interesting
your
enough.
struggle is
Right.
your
And she was
story,
kind, and she was
and your
friendly,
struggle.
and she wasn't
Oh my God, how you
like that.
overcome?
And she
I think it's
gave
over,
you
boys.
This idea that
girls.
class could be
Might be
something
GGs.
other than this
I shot him right in the
monotonous
fucking
grind,
head.
Yeah.
fucking
the
sand
chest.
sandwich that everybody else was serving.
Yeah.
It was just
Yo,
so
you're-
dry and
You were
boring.
G.
Oh, yeah.
You're
Well,
a
I
G
remember
Valentine.
my
Let me
eighth
tell
grade
you, man.
geometry class was so boring. It was just, the proofs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
all
Every
that.
like
And it was only
everyone has a
years
struggle.
later
We're gonna have
that I
many
found
struggles
out
in our
how
lives.
Really interesting geometry
But-
could be, especially when I started building. And I go, wow, this is interesting. And then, of course, I just got into geometry just as
How you overcome your struggle
area
is
of interest
who you
itself.
are,
That's when I
and
discovered things like sacred geometry.
your
and,
stories. what's
we talk
interesting
about the
and
pyramids and things like
inspiring
that,
to
you
others.
know, and how
Yeah, oh, I picked a
geometry
good
was
hobby.
used through the ages. And
Sorry, let me read
it
this.
was just unbelievably fascinating. And at some point, it'd be fun to have a
Oh
discussion
my
just
God.
about that.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Yeah, that would
Maybe
be-
next
How do you
time
include
we'll
that struggle
just
with-
lay off the
Yo, thanks.
catastrophic events.
Thank you.
And only
Thanks for
talk
listening.
about geometry. Yeah.
Well, we
that'd
have
be-
to maybe tie it in a little
A
bit.
little bit. A little bit. A little bit.
Because actually, there is some connections there.
So we've already done 3 hours. You want to wrap this up?
We should probably wrap it up.
To include the
Okay.
struggle
I mean,
with since
you know,
speedrunning,
I'm headed back to Atlanta Tuesday.
it's constantly
All
struggle.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Sunday, we've got this
I agree.
reservation to Ranger's going to guide us to Canyon Lake Gorge. We've
F-Zero.
got some extra
I
spaces.
did
I don't know if
a,
you got
um,
any opening on Sunday if you wanted to jump in for.
How far away is that?
It's about
I did a
halfway to
virtual
San
race
Antonio.
run
Maybe an
stream. I'm
hour
not
or
a
so.
I'm not
Let's
a
talk afterwards. I have a
speedrunner of
show
that game, but I
Sunday
did
night.
virtual
I don't
race
know
to
if I'm
stream
gonna
on
do that.
Okay.
Sega
We
Genesis.
could get you back.
That's a great game.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Let me see what I can do.
If not,
But
Yeah.
to let people know if they want
Big
to get
struggle for
more
sure
into your
to push through,
research
especially
or
RTA,
read,
'cause I'm new to this
any of the
RTA.
stuff or watch any of those videos, particularly the videos that we were talking about
Yeah, there's
earlier.
body
on
armor
Atlantis.
here. I know.
Where's
It's
the
kinda
best place?
RandallCarlson.com.
It is what it is.
Thought I'd make it
RandallCarlson.com.
easy.
That's pretty easy.
Yeah, I had to spend $500 to buy my name, but
Did you?
Yeah.
Who had it? Another Randall Carlson?
yeah, there was another Randall Carlson.
Yeah, I had to buy JoeRogan.com.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Joe
finally
Rogan.
just had to go and off the guy. No, I didn't do that. $500 is what it cost me.
It's a good deal.
It was a good deal.
Listen, man, I appreciate you very much. I appreciate what you do. It's always very fascinating and intriguing.
Oh, no,
to talk
is
to
it
you,
over?
and, I'm
I think the
just glad you're
podcast
out
is
there.
over.
I'm having a good life. You know, it's going good. We've had the ups and downs, as you well know. Last time I saw you, actually, I was in the audience when you were in Atlanta.
How long ago was that?
Must have been like, what, 3 years ago?
Probably.
Something like
Something
that?
like that. Was that the Tabernacle?
No, I don't. It wasn't. Where else did you? I don't, the only thing I remember was I was laughing my ass off.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, I actually thought that. God, these guys. I don't remember what it
Oh.
was, but you had me going.
Good.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's the goal.
That's the goal. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Randall, and we'll do this again.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Because I got a lot more to show you,
All
man.
right. Well, it'll happen another time.
Yeah.
All
good
right.
deal.
Thanks,
What
brother.
the
You're
fuck
welcome.
is
Bye,
this
everybody.
shit? Come on, man. What the fuck? Why are there so many guys here? What the fuck? We're okay. We're okay. Oh no, train. That's where it all falls apart, my friends. My new friends. Z-Wing, yo, thanks, dude. If you're a dude. Alright, 157, yeah. It's pretty shit. Come on, man. I hate this fucking level, bros. Come on. It's fine. It's fine. Not very good, but... Come on. Yeah, Zooming, I'll definitely give you a follow. I love F-Zero. The music, the game, it's insane. So good. You probably do other stuff too with the name like Z-Wing. Pardon my ignorance, man. There's probably people that have followed you a long time that would really love a raid from you. So thanks. I'm not very good. Like, it's too slow. I'm not like being an idiot. That was too slow. You'll see me go very slow, which is not very good. Shoot the man.
No problem. Doing the same thing, to be honest.
Shit. Like, dude, this guy has so much fucking... Like, fuck you. I don't know, I'm doing this because I don't really see much double agent speedruns, RTAs. Only like from top players like David Clemens and Perfect Ace. Usually it's like Agent, which I find much less exciting, but I'm not saying I'm better than the Agent. Agent probably most competitive, but I don't know. Doesn't get my heart going, you know what I mean? It does, but... No problem, doing the same thing. Doing aisles. For GDQ? Hell yeah, man. In Pittsburgh, right? Nice. I'm in Ottawa. I'm not going to GDQ. I'm not planning to go. That's like in like a couple days, isn't it? Or is that a different event I'm thinking of? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do too. I'm trying to just do more runs, just make it more entertaining. You know? Cause I have some good, I have a couple good times in Goldeneye. I have a, like pretty good Aztec 00 time. But like I don't have the diversity of the 60 levels, which for the point system in the elite.net, which is the website for GoldenEye speedrunning. Like I suck. I really suck. I don't even know where the guards are. Oh my god, I ran out of ammo right on that last bullet that I choose not to shoot it further. And there's extra body armor and shit. And I mean, it's kind of a meme. I put 24th up there, but dude, that's really just a meme. Because I would say there's probably like 20 really competitive runs on the rankings. And there's a cutoff, and mine is definitely not in it. So it was just more for the meme. Probably upsets. I'm not trying to upset Goldeneye players, but because I'm not ranked 24th. I'm just a fraud. You hear that loon call? Are there any ornithologists in chat? Something really upsets me about this level, and it's the fact that they're in the jungle, but there's this loon call. And there's no loons in the jungle. It really irks me every time I hear it. The Canadian jungle. Yo, Kratos the legend. What's up, man? Thanks, dude. Kratos is a fucking... He's a top 20 player. Follow Kratos. Don't, like... Follow me too if you like, but... If you want some serious speedrunning. Yo, Kratos. Yo... Oh shit, I didn't know if I was in that or not. I just saw a stupid blue helmet. It rare did that on purpose, eh? It's like I'm back in 1999. Oh my gosh, should I get this body armor? Yeah. What's up, Kratos? I've died a lot in Bunker 2, which is why it's a pretty shitty run. I'm scared. Oh my god, that was too close. That was far too close. I got like no health. What are you doing? Are you shooting someone? You see someone that? Holy moly. I think I gotta pick a better spot to stand. To be honest. Okay, that's okay. That gets a nat back there too. Doing the full game for GDQ, that's sick. The one in Pittsburgh, is it? Sorry to keep repeating myself like an idiot. I've been to Pittsburgh. I was there in 2009, 2010. Are you serious right now? Is there no auto aim with fucking RCP? What the fuck, man? I may pass away. What the fuck? Fuck me. It's pretty much over, eh? Where did you come from? Why? Like, why was that guy there? Why the fuck was that guy there? Oh, what a stupid fucking spawn or some bullshit. Usually that guard's not there. Sorry, everyone. Like, fuck you, game. I would usually reset here, but since we got the crazy raid, he might keep going. I don't know. It's pretty much moot. It's over, this run. I think we just might restart if it's over already. 44? Let's try to YOLO it. I hate this game. We're gonna restart, I think. Oh, we got 2 minutes? Yeah. I don't know, man. We died a lot on bunker 1. That's fine. Yo, Z-Wing. We're gonna restart. Thank you for that raid. Yo, what's up, Kratos? How you doing, man? Thanks for being here, dude. We died too much on bunker 2, I mean. Did I say bunker 1? I meant bunker 2. Oh, we didn't put a new podcast on. Whoops. Yo, Kratos, congrats on facility 53. Hell yeah, bro. That's sick. I would say you definitely deserve it. Oh, fuck you. Box. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and we gotta practice like these levels a lot. Like damned up double O, getting to practice. It's fun. It's a pretty chill level when you have body armor. Oh my god. Oh, brutal. Z-Wing, that's dope, man. Oh no. Yep. There it is. Can you see it? I'm not showing it like to brag, I'm saying I am a fan, a player, whatever. I streamed it. I actually streamed F-Zero. I don't think he's here. Come on. So we're doing the 3 of 7 Doke luck. Remember Dr. Doke? If he's not there, we restart. If he's not here next run, we're going to... What are we going to do? We're going to put on a new podcast. Oh my god. Insane. Did they pick it up? What? Never. I gotta practice this too, like honestly. Like that, it's fine. If I get more practice in, that's fine. You got Joe Rogan's big head there, right? Sorry. I thought it would end on like Randall Carlson or something. I think if I play that Graham Hancock one again, Toad's gonna lose his mind. It's gonna be the third time he heard it in 3 days. I'm not gonna play that again. But I might play an old Graham Hancock, maybe another old Randall Carlson. I tried to see back or whatever. I gotta change the podcast. You got fucking Joe Rogan's stupid fucking head there. No, I know there's anything wrong with Joe Rogan's head, but it's definitely not something you want to keep looking at. Oh my god, I can only imagine with F-Zero, no resets. That's just too insane. Especially with all the collision. I can only imagine. I hate this fucking level. Okay, let me put on a new podcast. It'll be really quick. I'm not gonna go anywhere. Let me just do that. Thanks. What was even nice, dude? I'll give you a follow, man.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Oh my god.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast.
Sure. This guy's kind of dumb though. Not dumb, but oh my god. New one? Oh no, are we really gonna do this again? Okay, yeah, we're gonna do this one. This one, yeah. We haven't seen this one in a while.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
These are some of my all-time favorite podcasts. I just have to tell you, I'm so excited to have you guys in today. I really was. All weekend, I was giddy. Thinking about today. So, congratulations on the Netflix series. I am super excited to, first of all, to have that on a mainstream platform is such a huge victory for you. So,
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's all turning in both.
Yeah,
of
we
your
listened to a lot of
way.
like ancient
There was so
archaeology.
much skepticism just years ago, but now it seems like with, and even Michael Shermer, you were showing me something that he tweeted today.
Yeah, well, no, he tweeted it a while ago.
Okay.
Sick GDQ,
But,
man.
you know,
If it's the
he
same
brought
one
back on some of
I'm
his
thinking of. that's happening in Pittsburgh.
It was in light of new evidence.
Yeah.
I think
of
Mitch
the younger Dryas.
Flower Power is going to be there too. He's going to do
Exactly.
Grand Poo World
it's
2.
been a major challenge getting this show done, but it's the first time I think that these radical ideas have got onto a major.
So I know my info says like speed run
and the whole,
Kaizo.
the
I'm
whole
just getting
focus of
into
the
it.
thing is
I'm not.
summed up
I
in the
got to
title of
change
the
a lot
show,
of that
Agent
shit in my
RTA.
description. I speedrun
Because We
Goldeneye
had an incredible apocalypse that hit this planet, and it wasn't just one
and
moment.
Perfect Dark
It was
mainly
1,200 years.
are the only ones I'm
Hell,
actually kind of like okay at.
roughly 12,800 and 11,600
I
years.
I can almost do
And
carpetless.
that is not taken into
Super
account
Mario.
by mainstream
spent,
historians
like,
and archaeologists. Something that
7-8
really
hours,
changed the world
2 streams.
needs to be taken into account if we're claiming to have a full knowledge of the past of humanity. And so I'm just really glad that Netflix have
I
taken
got the
this show
Use a
on
Moon.
and they're going to blast it out
ROM,
to a worldwide audience.
the Safe State
and,
ROM.
And hopefully that will begin to put more pressure on the academics, who, frankly, I'm not a conspiracist, but they do act as gatekeepers as to what
Yeah,
may be
I streamed Nightmare
out
Cafe
into the
Kaizo
public and what may be
on
not
SNES.
Yes,
Like
and that seems to
couple
be because of the books they've written, the
weeks ago.
lectures they've given, that they've given all these
God,
lectures
stop.
and they've written all these books that have theories that are outdated, and they don't want to let those theories go in light of the new evidence. They want to push back as much as possible because it frankly weakens their credibility as the arbiters of the truth.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. But there's really some quite sinister things.
I'm gonna learn the music too. Oh my goodness,
Because of this
guys.
show, I got banned.
Well, I mean,
immediately.
for my shitty.
They just that's
rate,
a very
my
clever
shitty
way for
paces, but
archaeologists to make sure that no criticism.
I'm gonna learn a little bit of the
coming
music
of
too
their
in this
sites
game.
Is just to of their
I think it's gonna help me out a
take on things,
lot.
is just to ban the critic from coming
Maybe.
there. I got banned from Serpent Mound in Ohio. Can you imagine that? I mean, Serpent Mound is a national landmark. People should not get banned from going there.
When you say banned, meaning you tried to go there to film or just
yeah,
to visit?
when we approached them to make an episode of my Netflix series at Serpent Mound, initially they were welcoming, and then they heard that Graham Hancock was presenting the series, and immediately they turned around and said, "No, filming permission is refused."
Yeah,
Because Hancock's views differ from our own. Well, I was able to.
My
make a
viewers are the
virtue of
best.
that, in the sense
yeah, it
that I
took me
stood
a
at
year
the
and a
gates of
half to
Serpent
become
Mound,
affiliate. I
closed.
said some really dumb
And,
stuff when I
read out
started
their
though.
letter,
It's really dumb.
where they say that just because I don't agree with them, they won't allow me access to the site. Fortunately, we have masses of
But
footage.
yeah, it
drones
took me a year and a half.
and other things, and we were able to do the show. But it shows again
So you can do it
the
too.
limited mentality of people
Follow
must
every
be very
follower.
insecure in their ideas if they actually have
Follow for a
bandwidth
follow.
from
For
expressing
anyone that's
or
trying to
from-
make affiliate.
And what is the significance of Serpent Mound?
Well, Serpent, the first and foremost thing is it's an
Oh, no.
incredible, beautiful, amazing site.
I think I diversified too
Everybody
early.
can get to
Oh, well, I mean,
online
other
and
than
should-
being an
should
idiot
go
at the
see it.
start
It's
also.
just the most incredible place.
Unfortunately.
But secondly, there are indications that it's much older.
I think I
than
did very
it's
because I
supposed
was
to be.
doing
That
like
has particularly to do
weightlifting
with the
and
way that the
Goldeneye.
jaws of the serpent line up to the setting sun, and because the
Not that
changing positions of the sunset due to changes in the earth.
Goldeneye
So
players
this is
don't
it.
weightlift.
That's it there. We're looking at the that's the head of the serpent, and it's
I don't
looking
know.
straight
This
at the
wasn't
setting
working.
sun. And this
Maybe it's just
alignment was perfect about
It's definitely
12
just
and a
me.
half thousand years ago. It's slightly off today, and that's because of changes in the rising point of the sun over thousands and thousands of years. And that's what they don't like. They don't want Serpent Mound to be older. There's one group of archaeologists think it's just 1,000 years old. Another group think, well, maybe it's 2,500 or 3,000 years old. But the notion that it might be 12,000 years old is something they don't want anybody to hear, really.
And is the evidence that it's 12,000 years old just based with the alignment of the sun, or is there other evidence?
No, there's other evidence as well. There's material from that time that have been found at Serpent Mound, but archaeologists consider it to be irrelevant to the date of Serpent Mound.
Yeah, material, like what kind of material?
Carbon datable material, objects, bits of wood that were burned. People were there, people were doing stuff. It's clear that that site has been constructed and reconstructed multiple times.
I'm gonna be
over
playing
thousands
this
and
for
thousands
like
of years. And this is a theme
quite a
that
bit,
I've
but I was thinking I
found
could end it
throughout
by
making Ancient
playing a
Apocalypse,
few
that
levels
when
of
you look
F-Zero
at
on the
a particular
SNES or
site, what
something.
you're looking at is the latest incarnation of that site.
I'm
But
terrible.
the
Though.
site itself has been sacred for millennia, and it needs repair, it needs renovation, particularly if it's an earthen mound like
pretty steep.
Serpent Mound.
And so that is a
I think I
theme
just
that
choose the
does
two
seem
hard
to be
levels.
repeated even under modern
The learning curve is pretty
accepted
steep in the
archaeological,
Grand Prix, so
understandings of ancient sites like the Parthenon and the Acropolis.
Well, less so.
Less so in terms of the timeline. but
Less so in terms of the timeline. I mean, one of the sites we visited for the series is an incredible pyramid in Mexico at a place called Cholula. And it is, in fact, the largest pyramid in the world. Very few people have even heard of it, but it's a much bigger pyramid than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. It's not as high, but its footprint is massive.
Why?
So it's a huge, humongous thing sitting there on the ground. And it turns out that inside it are 4 other pyramids that were built on top of what we see and what we see now. What we see now was built on top of those older pyramids, and then at the very heart of it is a sort of sacred spring that seems to have been the reason for the creation of that. And we again explore the possibility that the origins of this site may be much older than the archaeological dating.
So how long did it take you guys to do this series?
Well, to be clear, it was the series is me, and it's me making it, but Randall plays an incredibly important
consistently
role.
do that
Randall
work
and
with
I are
something.
comramades in arms. We're working
The
together.
perfect dude. I
against the
was
mainstream
just thinking about that.
alternative point of view, and Randall is the star
And I was
of
talking
episode 8.
I was talking
And
smack
episode
about
8
the
is
agent, like a
is
fool,
the
like an
episode
arrogant
where
fool
we
that I
bring the whole
am.
story of the ancient apocalypse
And
together. The terrible things that happened to this world, the terrible things.
shit.
That was the time when all the great megafauna went extinct, the saber-toothed tigers, the woolly rhinos.
and there's no fucking way I'm gonna be doing anything other than Agent
12,000
Perfect Dark
later,
Runs, let me tell you.
11,600 years ago. And there's evidence of just utterly cataclysmic flooding in North
Even if
America,
that,
particularly
if I can get by
in the
investigation.
Southlands in the Pacific Northwest.
That
And
fucking
flooding came off
bots.
the ice cap, and something made it come off the ice cap really, really fast. And Randall has just devoted years of his life
Might
to
be like
studying this mystery,
4-minute
what really
intro
went on
run.
there. And let's not underestimate it. Let's just not talk about lakes bursting their banks. Let's talk about something huge that took place, and the landscape speaks to that huge event.
And Randall, you've discussed this on the podcast before, but in the interest of making this a standalone show,
not
we
here.
should probably get into it before.
Oh, he is here.
You
Yes.
came up with this idea. At what year was it when you first
Oh my
the
gosh.
idea first came to your mind? That remember you were telling me
Yeah.
you were on acid and you were looking at how
Oh,
to
that. Well, that was
Come on, man.
1969.
yeah.
And I didn't quite formulate a specific theory at that point.
But you had a thought.
I had an impression. I call it an impression. I was looking at an underfit river.
Oh
You know
my
what
god,
that
he
is?
literally turned left, right.
Jamie, can we do a map? And I'm going to show you exactly what we're talking about here. I'm going to zoom in on. Okay, well.
Oh, here you go. Nice. A little HDMI action. Okay.
All right, you're going to learn a new term, Joe. It's underfit river.
Alright,
Okay,
let's
so
not have the
It was
shittiest
a little different back in
fucking
1969, but Eden
runways
Prairie
as
was
I
a
have been having.
location of an airport. Let me put this on.
Will you shoot the fucking
Rain.
gun?
All right, here we go. And here we go. So this is the Minnesota River Valley. And I was standing. I actually went back and found a few years ago, found the spot I was standing. And it was right here on this bluff, looking into this valley. Now, if you go here, you can see there's another
Sorry for
side
keeping
to it over
hitting
here.
the mic.
And if you look back
Yeah,
here,
Kratos, I'm going around the
you're gonna see
the hut
this is
just to
what's
not
an
pass away
underfit
as
river.
much.
An underfit river is where the modern river is
pretty shit
diminutive
line,
relative to the channel that it's flowing in.
It is what it is.
And the channel
These
was
goals.
part of
Thanks, man.
what they call the spillway of
Oh
Lake
shit, what am I doing? I'm
Agnes,
going in front of
which
them.
was
I'm
a
going in front.
gigantic meltwater lake that formed in that interval that Graham
I
was
don't
just
care.
talking about.
It's fine.
So this is the modern Minnesota
fine.
River, which is a fairly substantial river, probably
New
close
strat.
to the Colorado here that runs through Austin. But you can see the channel. The channel is huge relative to the river. A few geologists have worked on it and concluded that the meltwater flow through here was 4,000 times greater than the modern flow of the Minnesota River.
I guess I should
So
pass
anyways,
that
I
guy
was
away too
standing
in the
here
highway,
looking out
maybe.
into this,
But I guess they pass the other guys
what
away
I
like
saw
that.
was
Fine.
the modern river with entrenched within a couple of banks, and then I'm looking at this huge channel, and I just had this impression
That was generous.
that was this a huge river channel?
It's
You know
cool.
how?
It's
'Cause
nice, man.
see what I was looking 3 miles across. There's
Like the
another set of
Moonraker name
200-foot high bluffs matching the
And
ones
the
that I was
Toad Bro
standing
name.
at. And then below me was the modern Minnesota River with
Did you
its
just say
banks,
blow
which
me?
were like miniature versions of the bluffs. Now, it was a full decade before I actually came back to the idea as I was beginning to learn
that was
more
the
about
worst side of all time.
catastrophism, which was still very much in the seminal stages back in the, say, the 70s. You know, we've learned so much more about the catastrophic history of this planet since then. But then I began to think, well, and this was before I even knew about Glacial River Warren, it was called, which was the flow through here. And you can actually, I took Graham, we went there. If we chased,
We did indeed.
we did. Right up here by Ortonville is Big Stone, see Big Stone City? So this is the southern outlet of Lake Agassiz. And this was one of the
Nice.
outburst floods, many outburst floods
I
of
could YOLO this a little
gigantic
more
flows of
too.
meltwater coming off the ice sheet.
I could YOLO
Big
this
Stone
too,
City. Now,
but
when you look at names of lakes and towns and places, oftentimes there's clues, like Big Stone City and Big Stone Lake. If you go there, there's big stones laying all over the landscape that were flushed out in this catastrophic draining of Lake Agassiz.
Because these drainings would have involved not just water, but icebergs.
Yes.
Turbulent flows of water filled with icebergs the size of oil tankers. And inside those icebergs, locked up, are huge chunks of rock. And eventually the iceberg melts and it releases the rock, and that's how you get the big stone.
Yeah. And then the last place we went
Pretty
Graham,
good.
was the potholes
Not bad.
at St.
We'll take
Croix
it.
Falls. I'll zoom in here. And this is an interesting place. There's a constriction in the bedrock. This is hard basalt bedrock. And when you have water flow coming along, it's
Fine.
got a conservation of volume, so that if you have a narrow part of the channel, the water coming in as it's going into that constricted channel speeds up, because if you take measure of the water flow at any 2 points along the channel, it's going to be the same. Whether it's a wide channel with shallower water moving slower or a narrower channel with deeper water moving faster, the discharge through that channel is going to be the same. Well, what happens is if it comes into a constriction, it has to speed up then. When it speeds up, it becomes more erosive. And that's exactly what happened right here at Taylor's Falls. And right here at Interstate Park is a series of gigantic potholes. Now, these potholes are evidence of intense turbulence within swiftly moving deep water. In a minute here, I'll pull up. I've got a great shot when Graham and I were there.
Wow, how about
I
that
was in the
gutsy
bottom of one of these
ending?
potholes, and Graham is peering over the
That was
ridge.
nice.
And
Oh
It's a
no.
great shot because you can
This
really
is-
get the
this is
sense
such
of the scale. I'll
relentless
pull it up here
run,
in a
dudes.
second. But if we
Every
where
time I
did
get
this water come
excited,
from?
I
This
think about
water
the next
came
level I have to play, and just
from
like literally excitement
right
gone.
up here.
Whatever.
Lake Nipigon. That was the source of this water. And when you go south of Lake Nipigon, the whole landscape is channel scablands,
I
just like
couldn't
Graham
YOLO
and I
this a
were
little
seeing
more
out in
though. I
Washington.
passed away.
And this is very
earlier
convincing
today,
evidence
one
of
of them.
really catastrophic water flows. And I've always thought it's interesting, or at least for the last decade or so, that if you look at the elevation of the land here, you look at the elevation of the land over here, it's the same. But if you go in the middle here, it's 500 to 1,000 feet lower. What happened here, there was a major discharge south out of Lake Nipigon, came down through.
And I think we should add that Lake Nipigon was discharging because it was filled up with water that came out of the ice cap. and
Yes,
filled it up.
yes.
What is the conventional explanation for these massive bluffs that are very far
fuck
apart from
off.
each other with a relatively small river running?
Oh
through
no.
Try as I might, I've never found an explanation. But you can look here at this, and this is pure what you call scabland, which is the result of major erosional,
Oh no.
intense
That's tragic.
erosion, cutting
That is
out,
so
this is a coulee,
tragic.
but you
That
look
is
like
so
somebody's
potentially
just been
tragic.
picking scabs off the skin of the land, and that was these water flows.
Where did he
rushing
go?
through it, filled with icebergs and whole forest ripped up by their roots. Naturally, it looks like torn up scabs.
And so it's your assertion that
Oh
this
my God,
all
guys, that
came
was so
out of
potentially
the
tragic.
cataclysm, that this all came out of the impacts,
Oh
the
yeah,
comet impacts.
James Teller, geologist, has dated these flows 12,800 to 12,900 years ago.
And how has he done that?
Radiocarbon dating primarily by finding if you have a flood that's picking up anything organic, bone, wood, whatever, and you
Come on.
look in those
I should have passed the
deposits,
guy way behind me.
and you
It's
sample,
fine.
and the samples, let's say because it's a
Might
flood,
not
what
be
it's going to
fine.
do, it's going to pick up younger and older material because it's washing away, it's excavating other land, and so what you do is you get enough
Gimme! Gimme!
datable material, and if it
Gimme,
keeps
gimme.
coming up that the maximum
Oh, you
age is a
fucking
given
idiot.
age, that's probably when the flood happened, or a minimum age rather, not a maximum age. In other words, a flood might pick up stuff that's 15,000 years old and 12,000. Well, when did the flood happen? At 15,000 or
this fucking
12,000?
game.
So what you do is you look for the youngest datable material, and that should usually give you a pretty good idea of when the flood happened. So James Teller has dated this overflow here, and again, it comes out perfectly consistent with the Younger Dryas.
I think it's important to add at that point that there's a reason for all of this, and this is a huge controversy in science at the moment. We know that there was enormous flooding 12,800 years ago. The question is what caused it? Why did it happen then? And there's a very powerful theory, which is now backed by more than 100 mainstream scientists, that the Earth passed through the debris stream of a disintegrating comet. And that theory is called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And those several bits of that disintegrating comet might have been pretty big, maybe up to a kilometer in diameter. And they landed on the North American ice cap, generating huge amounts of heat. Tremendous shock wave hits the ice cap. And it turns that ice into water, and it rushes down southwards, fills up these lakes, overflows these lakes, and tears up the landscape underneath it. And this Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is by far, in my view, the best explanation of what's going on. And I'm very happy to say that the Comet Research Group, the 100 scientists who are behind this, they've been funding their own research for nearly 2 decades, because no big mainstream institution would get behind them. But just in the last couple of years, some big funding has come into the Comet Research Group, and they're now in a position to go look at Antarctic
You're
ice,
laughing
to
with
go
me,
look
pretty
at
boring.
all the evidence from all
I
over
agree.
the world that shows that this
It's the most
cataclysm did
boring.
happen
That's what I mean.
12,800
I'm a
years
fraud.
ago, and that we're dealing with something really that is
I would say there's.
almost unimaginable in
Like, I'm not
in
hating on
scope,
anybody.
and which
but
should
there's a
change
big
the way
gap
that we look at the
between
history of the human species.
24th and like 23rd.
I wonder
Let's
if we
just say
could,
that.
if we could just show a short clip with
Like a
has got Randall in it.
significant gap.
The Randall clip, which
Let's
is
just
from
say that.
the Agent Apocalypse show, where Randall makes the point at the end of it that once we take this into account,
But I almost played
the
that
whole story of
same
history is going to
Graham Hancock
is
one, the
gonna
new one
change
that I played the last 2
completely.
days.
That's
I
what we're
almost did
fighting
it
for.
again, but I thought of
Fighting
you. I'm
for
like,
some
Toad
recognition that something
would
really important is
not
missing.
Ancient structures
stand for it.
built with surprising
I hate this
sophistication.
fucking game, dude.
It's the
I
most
hate this game,
amazing
guys.
archaeostrategy site in North America.
Revealing the fingerprints of an advanced prehistoric civilization.
This pillar is like our Rosetta Stone.
I hate this game.
Possibility of civilization
Guys,
emerging earlier than
no. Do I have to shoot to create more lag? I didn't create enough lag there. But I didn't want to make noise. This game sucks. I suck.
And this is the point. This is the point. This is why I've made.
Oh my god,
this, I've
am I
made
really
this
gonna just
series,
do this
because-
again?
Because that idea.
Should I
has to
restart
get out
everything?
there,
No.
That we got to stop being
Whatever.
so complacent about how we look at our past, and for the very same reason, we need to stop being so complacent about how we look
That's
at
so
our
dumb.
future as well. We live in a hazardous cosmic environment. It just happens that we live at a time in the human story where, if we chose to do so, we could actually do something about it.
What motivated you to get involved in this? Like, I know Fingerprints of the Gods you released in the 90s. It was
1995.
That's when
Fingerprints
I first read it and
Yeah.
I became obsessed.
Oh, come on.
What motivated you to put that out?
It was a process, really. used to be a current affairs journalist. I was the East Africa correspondent for The Economist. I had no interest in history whatsoever, but I began to come across things, particularly traveling initially in Ethiopia and then in Egypt, which made me wonder about the past. And, you know, standing in front of the Great Pyramid of Egypt is an awe-inspiring experience, especially when you've never seen it before. And in 1989, when I first saw it, I had never seen it before. 6 million tons, 481
I hate
foot
this game.
high, 13-acre footprint.
Oh my
This
God.
massive thing, and archaeologists are saying it's just the tomb of a pharaoh,
Like, so
and yet
fucking
no
wild.
pharaoh's body was ever found inside it, or indeed inside any ancient Egyptian pyramid. There had to be another explanation, and I've always been a contrarian. I've always tried to give an opposite point of view. I hate it when there's just a single narrative that says this is the truth and there is no other truth. And so I felt it was important to start giving an alternative point of view, and I started to look into it in depth. Could there be something missing from the story of our past? And that's why I ended up writing Fingerprints of the Gods, to put
I
that
didn't see if
information
A came
before
up.
the public,
Shit.
to allow people access to information that they had not had access to before, and to begin to think for themselves instead of just accepting
Oh no,
the word
plus
of the
20,
so-called experts.
whatever.
The experts
It is
know
what
a
it
great
is.
deal. I couldn't do anything I do without the work that archaeologists do.
Fucking
But they
minus
shouldn't be
106
given a
plus
monopoly
20, really?
over the story of the human past. Our past belongs to us. It belongs to
All right,
all
we're going
of us.
to. Okay, if we
And
pass with Bunker
everybody,
2, we're
whether
going to
they're an
reset.
academic or whether
That's
they're a man
good.
in
That's
the
a
street,
good.
they've got something to
That's a
contribute
good
to the idea of our
measure.
past.
And the Younger Dryas
The Bunker
impact
2
theory,
tragedy.
when was that first brought out?
2007. That was when it first brought out. It immediately caught my eye. Because when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I proposed that there had been a gigantic global cataclysm
this fucking
about 12,500 years ago. But I didn't really know what had caused it. I suggested a number of possibilities. And then suddenly in
I
2007,
hate this game
out
so
comes
much.
this hypothesis with mainstream backing by mainstream scientists, saying that it looks like there was a series, not just one impact, but multiple impacts all over the Earth around 12,800 years ago that caused this cataclysm. And I began to follow that theory. And by about 2013, it became clear to me that these scientists were onto something really big. And I dived back into it and ended up writing another couple of books, Magicians of the Gods and America Before, which we talked about on your show back in 2019, just to try to put that information out there. And it's fascinating, really, and very lazy, the way that archaeologists react to an alternative point of view. In my case, they almost never get to grips with the material that I've put out there in the books. They just say, oh, Hancock, he's a pseudoscientist. He's a fraud. He's a liar. But they never say why I'm a pseudoscientist, why I'm a fraud, or why I'm a liar. They just throw those words out, and you go to Wikipedia, and that's what you see. And the point about Wikipedia is that's the first place, if somebody hears my name or hears about my ideas, first place they're going to go have a look is Wikipedia.
I
And
should not
immediately
stop
they're going to
using
get turned off, and
PP7.
you can't edit
It's
my
too dumb.
Wikipedia page. They've locked it, and it's controlled by a group of academics. So I do find this incredibly irritating, but the only thing to do is to keep on going. And this is why, frankly, Joe, your show has been so important, because you're one of the very few people who's allowed this information to get out to the general public, this contrary information which the mainstream doesn't want to hear.
Oh no, it's the
You're a
level you
powerful
guys
platform
rated me
that's allowed
on.
this
Z-Wing
information to
rated me.
reach so
This is
many more
it.
people than it otherwise would have reached,
Hollywood
and I'm
killer.
grateful to you for that.
Well, I'm grateful to you guys. I'm really grateful because this is it's such an exciting notion. It's such an exciting idea, and it makes sense when you look at these
Oh, no, it's
incredible
over.
structures
What? It's
that we
over.
don't really have an explanation for.
So he's just like
And
invincible?
When
just an
we
invincible
think
guy.
about the conventional dating of modern history and modern civilization, they want to put it at around 6,000-ish years ago.
That's right. That's right. And then, you know, that was the view really for decades, that civilization began about 6,000 years ago. And before that, there was no such thing as civilization. And they say that the first big megalithic structures were created by societies that were already agricultural societies. So they were generating surpluses, which allowed specialists to have the time to learn how to be architects and engineers and builders. But then suddenly, out of the blue, and we've got an episode on this in the series, comes Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. which is 11,600 years old. It's 5,000 years old than the supposed oldest megalithic structures.
Oh my
and it's a
God.
fucking enormous megalithic structure, probably
This
the
is how
biggest
I want it to
megalithic
go.
structure on Earth, because so
This
much
is
of
so
it is
much
still
better.
underground,
What?
although we know what's there.
I should
because
definitely
of
have gotten the body
penetrating
armor first,
radar.
I think.
Highly sophisticated, 20-ton pillars, beautiful astronomical alignments, buried, deliberately buried by the people
Fuck you,
who
asshole.
created it. They ran
Fuck
it for
you.
about 1,000 years, and then they deliberately buried it. And archaeology is
I
still
hate this game,
struggling to
bros.
explain this. They've now had to say, well, okay, somehow megalithic architecture began thousands of years before we thought it began. How are we going to explain this? And they have to accept, this is one of the mysteries of
Will you shoot him?
that the archaeology does show this quite clearly. That when the work
She's not running
began
away,
on
is she?
Göbekli Tepe 11,600
Is it over?
years ago, the entire population there were hunter-gatherers. They were not agriculturalists, generating those supposed surpluses that would allow experts in,
Gamers.
in architecture to emerge. They were hunter-gatherers.
Dumb bitch.
And how, in God's name, do a group of hunter-gatherers wake up one morning and create something like this enormous scale? And then the mystery deepens, because at the same time that they're building the megalithic site, they're also suddenly doing agriculture. And
just
I
too
look
much,
at that as a
guys.
contrarian. And I say, I actually don't think that this was something that was just dreamed up overnight by a group of hunter-gatherers.
Just
I
too
think I'm
much.
looking at a transfer of technology.
Like, I hate
think
this
people
game.
came to that site who already
I really
knew
hate
how
this
to
game.
do this stuff. And maybe they used that site
So I don't.
to
So one of these
mobilize
guards
the
has the
local
key,
population to push them into a new
but I don't know which
direction, and
one.
that was truly the beginnings of civilization as we know it. But I think it was a restart.
Oh,
of civilization,
whatever.
a
Shit
reboot,
run.
not the actual beginnings. I think there was an earlier lost civilization. And that's the whole point of the show I've made.
One should mention
pretty
about
fun though, eh?
that particular date,
Well,
11,600.
it's incredibly important. It's an incredibly important day because the Younger Dryas begins 12,800 years ago with a cataclysm, with a puzzling, mysterious rise in sea level at the same point, 1,000 years of freezing temperatures, mass extinctions of animal species all over the world, and then 11,600 years ago,
He's
global
bringing his
temperature
golden
shoots
split-
up. The last of the ice caps collapse into the sea. Sea level rises enormously. That is the date that work
Sorry, man.
starts
Sorry
at
for the
Göbekli
late
Tepe,
reaction, bro. I
and
don't know.
that's a
That's
point
how
I've
we-
made many
into this
times,
game
but
I
it's
am,
really
bro.
worth
It's
making
like-
because archaeologists roll their eyes every time you say the word Atlantis. But that is precisely the date that Plato, which is the earliest surviving reference to Atlantis, that's precisely the date he gives for the destruction of Atlantis. 11,600 years before our time. He puts it this way.
No.
That his ancestor Solon visited Egypt, and we know about that visit. It's historically recorded. That visit to Egypt was in 600 BC, and there Solon claimed to have been told by Egyptian priests about this great advanced civilization that once existed, but that angered the gods and was destroyed in an enormous flood. And Solon asked those Egyptian priests, when did this happen? And they said, 9,000 years ago. Well, do the
Poor
math.
Ewing has
That's
no
in
idea
600
what-
BC. That's 9,000 years before 600 BC. We call that 9,600 BC. That's
got into.
11,600 years ago. That's
With Graham
exactly the
Hancock.
date of the end of the Younger Dryas, and it's exactly the date of what is called
no.
Meltwater Pulse 1b, one of the biggest single rises overnight in sea level that ever occurred. So if Plato made it up, it's really weird that he picked a date that is precisely a date
I
that
should've realized.
coincides with the latest geological evidence on cataclysmic sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age.
Could be a coincidence, but
A pretty good one.
I will mention I did a two-parter on all of the what Graham's just talking about and the geological evidence that confirms or refutes Plato's account, and it's available on my website for download. And it's like 7 hours.
Oh, no.
7 hours of detailed.
Yeah, you go deep,
unpacking.
bro. You
No.
go deep.
And you see, the academics have never bothered to do this because they, in their pride and in their arrogance, they just say, we know that Plato just made it up. It is just a fantasy. They don't know that. And there's people like Randall coming from the outside who are actually doing the legwork that makes us think about all this again.
And there's plenty of evidence that there were many sites like this that were thought to be just legend and myth, like Troy, for instance. that has now been proven to be an actual real city
hate this
that
fucking
mimics
thing.
the initial descriptions of it, the historical
We
descriptions.
should never dismiss myths. We should always listen to them. They're the
I
memory.
hate this fucking game.
They're the memory bank of our species, and they may be expressed in symbolic language. There may be wonderful stories built around them, but at the core is factual information. And what better way
I hate your
to
game.
ensure that factual information is passed down to the future than to record it in a fantastic story that people will pass on. People love telling stories, and they don't even need to understand what the heart of the story is. As long as it's a great story, they're going to keep on passing it down to the future. So I think myth is very important, and that's something that we do in my Netflix series, is we look at the myths. The story of Atlantis is not alone. There are thousands of traditions from all around the world speaking of a global flood that destroyed a former civilization, that brought to an end.
No, +5? Oh,
With
no.
all this physical evidence and with all these myths, are there more and more people
That was
that
not a
are
236.
accepting this or exploring
Jesus
this
Christ, guys.
with curiosity and open-mindedness now?
I would say yes, and one of the things that makes me confident that that's happening is because I am getting a lot of emails and communications from people, young people going, you know what, I was watching your stuff and Graham's stuff. I've decided I'm going to go into geology. I mean, I've gotten dozens, or I'm going to go into paleontology or archaeoastronomy or archaeology. So just the fact that I'm getting those kinds of communications from people, that's every time I get one, that's encouraging to me. Because I think it's the old axiom that, sometimes, in order to evolve past an entrenched theory, the gatekeepers have to pass away and a new generation has to
Please,
come
baby,
along
talk to
who's
me.
a little more willing to look outside that dogmatic framework.
Well, also, if you are a young archaeologist and you're trying to carve your way in the world, what better way than to
Oh my God, I almost
explore
passed away
this
right
with
there.
tons of evidence?
This is the world's
It's
worst
a very
run, though.
controversial theory that's
Whatever,
been
it's
dismissed.
moot.
Takes courage, though. Takes courage on the part of those archaeologists, because they can lose any hope of promotion if they touch ideas like this. Archaeology is a very restricted discipline. If you don't copy what your professor says, if you go off on a tangent, they'll cut you off. There's so many people who've done such great work in archaeology that doesn't fit with the mainstream, and they just get isolated by their colleagues.
I'm hopeful. I really am. And one of the things that gives me hope is Brian Murarescu's the reception of his material. That book, The Immortality Key, which is fantastic, which points to
Which I wrote the foreword to.
Yes, and you did that podcast with us remotely.
Yeah.
When we did that, and he expressed all this information, we talked about these ancient clay vessels that show clear evidence of some sort of psychedelic that was mixed in with wine. That was probably the origins of a lot of even democracy. A lot, like
I didn't
the
change the
Enlightenment.
gun.
A lot of it came from
I
these
understand.
meetings, and people came from all over the world to
Did I not change the
participate in
gun?
these rituals. This is now being widely accepted, and it's a field of study at Harvard.
Yeah, and let's think about it. If you're locked, this is one of the reasons why psychedelics are being so successful in healing people with profound depression. Because what is profound depression otherwise that you're locked in a very narrow frame that you just can't escape from? And what psychedelics seem to do is they break that lock, and they allow a kind of openness to come in, and new thoughts to come in. So it's not surprising that psychedelics revolutionized the ancient world. And I'm absolutely convinced that there isn't a religion in the world, and this is going to annoy a lot of people, that there isn't a religion in the world that didn't begin with experiences in altered states of consciousness. And when we talk about a lost civilization, I believe that was a civilization
Not a bad
that
strat,
grew out of
honestly.
shamanism, and for which altered states of consciousness were fundamental. We've been taught to despise altered states of consciousness in our society today. We're supposed to just be alert problem solvers and not doing anything else. But
And then
it's
you
out
shoot
of
him in the
altered
back like
states of
that.
consciousness that the real
not a
creativity
bad strat.
comes, and that changes in mindset come, and that people can break free from
And
previous
then now I just use the perfect
and
line,
move
less
in new
troll, less lag.
I have mentioned
Maybe.
to you a friend of
It's
mine,
fine for now.
Ben Johnson. He's a former Navy SEAL, 11 years as a Navy SEAL, suffering from PTSD,
See?
discovered psilocybin mushrooms. This is
Interesting.
maybe 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and he began to, a lot of his brothers in arms also
See, now I
were
can
having
just
the
take
same
a straight
issues
line.
with PTSD,
Yeah.
discovered that psilocybin mushrooms were a very effective treatment for it. So he began looking into, he became a grower. And he's perfected, and over like 11 or 12 years, he's perfected the growing technique. And he has now been granted the first federal license to legally grow psilocybin. And they're building a laboratory in North Georgia, and it'll probably be where we eventually will get all of our shrooms from.
Yo, what up, Ninja? What's up from new level?
For you to talk
Dude,
to him.
how about this?
About
All the
what
levels.
he's got going on.
Maybe.
And I've asked, I said, would you ever think
What's
about
up, man?
going on Joe's
New
show
level,
and,
yeah.
and talk about what you're doing? He said,
We're
I'd love
doing
to.
a double agent run
Very
through, Tim. What's up, man? Thanks,
but,
bro.
yeah, 11 years as a Navy SEAL, and
Man, I got raided by the legend Z-Wing. I didn't know him before. I'm sorry.
Building a
He's an
laboratory.
F-Zero
He's got funding.
speedrunner.
He's building a multi-million-dollar
He's going to
laboratory in
GDQ.
North
He's
Georgia.
got a GD.
I've seen this
yeah.
operation. It's
The splits things, bro.
mind-blowingly
I
impressive
know,
what he's got
but
going.
I'm not very good. Like,
Well, that connects us
I'm
with
no Irie
Dennis
Butler.
McKenna and
Let me tell you
Terrence
that.
McKenna's ideas of human beings literally evolving from lower hominids, experimenting with psilocybin.
Although ironically,
It's a very powerful idea.
it is
and,
the
kudos to Terrence
24th
McKenna.
best time.
And I never knew Terrence personally, but I do know Dennis very.
But the
very well.
gap between
He's a
24 and
fantastic
23 is
researcher,
like very
in this
large.
field. Kudos to them for realizing it. Terrence's book was called Food of the Gods. That the encounters with psychedelics, with ancient psychedelics, were what put humanity on a huge leap forward. And then, unfortunately, we have repressive forces in society that have tried to shut that down and demonize it. But we are missing a very, very important part of our heritage with the attitude that we have to psychedelics right now. And that's why I'm so happy to see that mainstream research is finally getting involved in this. They're realizing that these are real healing vehicles, that they can do things that no other big pharma medicine can do. My only concern is that big pharma takes it over, and that they start putting in,
Run, you asshole. Go.
synthetic psilocybin and patenting it in various ways. This again, it's like our past. This is a birthright of all humanity, which we should have a right to. Governments should not have a right to tell adults what they may or may not put in their bodies. Governments should not have that right to hold the keys to our consciousness. These should be matters of personal decision.
I don't know how
for
much
the
help I
same
had.
reason, looking into the issue of a lost civilization, we should not look for
Better close this
ourselves in the
door.
past. We should not look for 21st century civilization with all its particular kinds of tech and all its attitudes. We should be open to something very different in the past, which was nevertheless capable of doing extraordinary things.
Is there any evidence that the ancient Egyptians utilized psychedelics?
Definitely. The ancient Egyptians definitely used psychedelics.
Oh, come on.
Works of art. Their psychedelic.
It's very hard,
choice was
yeah.
Blue water lily,
And after that, it's really tough.
which was
Oh, no, was this
tinctured
silo?
in wine.
No.
Bottles of this were found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, as a matter of fact. And apparently, I've not experienced blue water lily myself.
There's a lot of body armor, and so everyone uses Japanese. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I'm much worse than everybody.
Despise
But
these things.
Do we know what the psychedelic
there's extra body
compound
armor
blue
in the
water
Japanese
lily is?
version.
I'm not sure.
Which
what it
makes
is.
this like fun.
It's,
You know what I mean? I wouldn't
all
be able
know
to
is
have
that it
fun
induces a
and learn the
clean
levels if
vision
there wasn't
response.
body armor, so I'm appreciative of it, to be
So we
absolutely
know
honest
for a
with you.
fact that they utilized this based
Yes,
on...
yes, we do. Based on those bottles that were found in Tutankhamun's tomb.
Here it is. Blue water lilies hold the key to
Interesting.
stunning different high. Besides being stunningly beautiful, the blue water lily has some surprising medicinal qualities, ranging from being an aphrodisiac to alleviating pain, depression, even upset stomachs. The blue water lily also has a dark underbelly. It's got dark underbelly. It's got psychedelic properties that can catapult you into a super high. How's that dark? Also called...
Well, that's the propaganda again.
Yeah. The blue lotus, the blue water lily, is believed to have originated in Egypt's Nile River and was used by ancient Egyptians as a sacred substance to attain higher levels of consciousness. In fact, it's
Kind of
common
harder.
to find symbols representing the blue lotus
Yeah,
in
well, I don't
Egyptian
know.
pillars
I don't know, they
and
said,
scrolls.
And that's
You're
a
right,
fact. They're-
with Mario,
it's
for
all
sure,
over
right?
ancient
As the
Egyptian
theory of
art. And
Mario.
Egyptologists will tell you that they're holding those just to sniff the perfume. No, they're not. They're venerating them for their effects on
Taki Tangem or
consciousness.
whatever it's called.
And to which we should
Mario
add that the
2.
ancient Egyptian tree of life was an acacia tree, and its bark contains dimethyltryptamine, the most powerful hallucinogen known to man. I don't like the word hallucinogen, but
I know where the guards are now.
entheogen, whatever
Yeah.
you
That's
want
like
to say, the
a
most
plus.
powerful known to science. And again, fortunately, there is now very interesting research going on into these things. So there are so many forbidden areas of our past which have been forbidden by the experts, by
Here
the
we go.
so-called authorities, which
Here we fucking
gradually,
go.
in the new mindset of the 21st century, we are breaking through to. I think what's special about our time, by goodness, it's a time of turbulence and a time of difficulty. We are living through a paradigm shift. And that paradigm shift has to do with our attitude to so-called experts. Yes, there is a place for experts. Of course.
I don't know if it's gonna open. I gotta go back down for the key.
Given sole control over any area of the human story. And what's happening now is that people distrust experts, and they rightly and properly distrust experts, because again and again the experts have misled us. And this is true with psychedelics, and it's true with the study of the ancient past of the human species as well. It's absurd that a small group of academics called archaeologists should literally hold the keys to the whole human past and tell us, lecture us, instruct us on how human beings were in the past. There's so much more room for deep exploration on this, and for people who aren't academically qualified to roll their
can't
sleeves
pass
up
away.
and get
He
some
cannot
work
pass
done.
away.
Bible is a prime example of that.
He can't pass away either.
Who doesn't come from the field, the background of geology or archaeology, but you've rolled up your sleeves.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
They're rolled up right now. and you've got up there and you brought new information to the table, and that's one of the things I'd like to say, that everybody can do this.
Oh no! He's gonna pass away. He's gonna blow himself up. It's over.
It should not
It's over.
be controlled by a tiny specialist.
Fuck you, asshole!
We had
Like, you
dinner
fucking
together in
stupid
London.
scientist.
We were speaking
I hate you
about,
so much. I hate this game so
research
much,
that's being
guys.
done
I fucking
on-
hate this
on
game.
dimethyltryptamine.
Yeah.
Can
You
you talk
fucking
about that?
idiot.
Well, that's happening at Imperial College,
fucking idiot.
and I recently attended an event just a few weeks ago with several of the volunteers in that project.
I'm so
and
angry.
what's happening is they
I'm
are
so fucking
legally
angry.
being
Oh my
given
God.
DMT at Imperial College.
I don't know if you
which is
guys
one of the
noticed what
leading
happened there.
research institutes in the UK.
So,
and
anyways.
for the first time ever, they're not
Scientist
looking
got
to find
shot,
out
and he took out a
what
pistol
are the
and
possible
blew up the
therapeutic
fucking-
outcomes of this. They're actually looking at the
Mary lost level
experience
something
itself.
hard.
It's
Yeah.
very well known. Anybody who's used
Yeah.
DMT, I've used DMT multiple times, is going to have entity encounters. They're going to meet entities.
Oh, I didn't see the
who may
redemption
sometimes
story,
look very
man.
weird. They may
No
be
pointing
part
fingers,
animal,
blaming
part-
the
part
It's
human
yo, it's not
form.
working.
They may
Streamlabs,
be
it's not
almost
working. The
formless,
redemptions
but
on
yet
my,
they speak to you, they
so you can't see
communicate
when
with
people
you, and of
redeem
course
it.
The mainstream attitude, this is just rubbish.
Yo,
This
what's
is
up?
just your brain on
What's up,
drugs.
dude?
Well, Imperial College, they're now testing
Oh,
that.
stuff is so
view.
shit, dude.
And what they're finding is that
Fucking
these
hell,
and
man.
something else.
I'm so angry.
DMT, as I'm sure you know, Joe, is a very short-acting experience.
This is
when
too
you
dumb,
smoke.
man.
It's about
Popped on
12
what
minutes.
Yeah, I don't know
Yes.
why. What's going on?
You're in there, you're plunged into a completely convincing,
This is fun, though. I like this.
terrifying
You know what I
parallel
mean?
reality.
If I can be
It's
the
so confusing, you
RTA
hardly
guy.
know what's going on,
Just 'cause,
and then
like-
you're out again. But you come out with a feeling that something's been downloaded to you. In Imperial College, they found a way to keep people
Maybe I
in
gotta
the
learn the
peak
IELTS
state of
first,
DMT
to
for
be
an hour.
honest.
They're
I'm
delivering
just too
it
slow.
through drip, through timed release, and they're keeping the
I think I have
volunteers
one
in
PB
an hour
in
that
me,
state. So they have
like a
time
sub 1
to
hour,
find their way around.
and then I'm gonna
the
have to really
DMT
think
realm
about
that they
whether
find
I'm gonna
themselves in. And the astonishing
go for
thing is
lower,
that these
be
volunteers,
honest.
both men and women, are all coming back with
Like a
accounts
no
of using
death.
the same entities and the
I
same.
want to do a no death run,
and it has to
probably
raise
sub
the
1
question. I
hour,
know Rick
maybe
Strassman
sub 50,
has been on your
even
show,
a miracle.
And kudos to Rick Strassman, because he was really the first scientist to work with
And then
DMT.
decide
and
what I'm
human
gonna do with my
volunteers
life.
at the University of New
Cool,
Mexico.
man.
Rick Strassman is open to the idea
Yo, hi dude, what's up?
that
Let's
what
get a
happens
dude.
with DMT is that it alters the receiver
Okay,
wavelength of the brain, and that it allows us to gain access to other realities, that these encounters
Speaking
are
of it.
not unreal, that they're real, but they're real on a level that we can't experience in a day-to-day state of consciousness. We have to be in an altered state of consciousness in order to experience them. And ultimately,
Oh,
the aim
come
of this
on.
project is to map the DMT realm. You know, we talk a lot about extraterrestrials and ETs and making contact, and I'm sure the universe is filled with life, and it would be a very good thing to have the tech to make contact, or perhaps not a good thing, with all those other life forms in the universe. But right there in the DMT experience, inside our own heads, we have the opportunity to encounter
And Ninja,
another
coincidentally, ironically,
realm, entities who are very
because I
different from
spent so much
ourselves,
time
and
on
the
Aztec
teachings they
00.
give us. And I think we should be spending a lot more research funds on exploring those
Although that's probably not the
finding out
limiting
what's going
factor
on,
of why I have a bad
rather
time
than
right now, but definitely helps.
zooming off to other planets. Let's do both, but let's
I think
make
Caverns
sure
is probably my
that we
biggest time
understand that
loss.
consciousness is an enormous mystery, and
Or
at the level
jungle.
of consciousness, DMT opens up literally a parallel world. And there's a nexus here with quantum physics, and with the notion of parallel realms and parallel realities. Maybe we can actually access that. Well, the work at Imperial College ultimately is going to come up with some answers on that.
And so much more cost effective.
So much more
than
cost
traveling.
Yeah,
to
dude, it
other
took me like
galaxies.
all of today to set up these splits, but I like them.
Let's understand
Pretty good
what
for the
we
first
are.
attempt.
Let's understand what our
I
consciousness
learned the
is.
splits
Let's
now.
not just keep locked
Like, not in real
this,
life.
We're here to produce, we're here to consume, we're here to buy cars. Sure, we're here all, those are all part of our life today, but it's not all of us. We're much more mysterious, much deeper creatures than that. And psychedelics offer a doorway into another way of exploring human consciousness. And when we do that, we find that there are unseen realities all around us that can be made visible in a deeply altered state of consciousness. And yes,
but I just need to play this game a little bit.
It's so much cheaper than trying to fly off to Mars
and have fun again.
I'm not saying we shouldn't do
I need
that.
to learn. I think my
just
life
saying that if we're
lessons.
going
I
to
need
do
to
that,
learn to have
we
fun.
need to explore the
Stop
mystery
being
of
such a
consciousness.
good-
And if we're going to have it, we're seriously
a
going to engage
critical,
with the ET abduction phenomenon,
not fun-having person.
extraterrestrial, so-called extraterrestrials encounters. We must recognize that fundamental to this is consciousness. It's not just physical contact. There's consciousness is involved. I wrote a book back in 2005.
If you have any suggestions for different colors for my overlay, right now I just have binary gold and red.
How encounters that were described
green,
as
I don't think it
encounters
looks very
with
good.
elves and fairies in the Middle Ages, encounters that shamans to this day describe.
I think
as
even the gold could be
encounters
changed
with
to something
spirits.
like a bright white, like a white or
All the
white. if
characteristics of
possible.
those encounters apply to encounters with so-called extraterrestrials today. It's as though in each generation, each civilization, we construe experiences according to our cultural background. So they called them fairies and elves in the Middle Ages. Shamans called them spirits. We call them ETs today. But if we're really going to crack this problem, and it is a problem, and it is a mystery, I'm not dismissing it, it's a very important mystery. If we're going to crack it, we're going to have to use psychedelics to explore the mysteries of consciousness.
Yeah, I am very excited that the attitudes about this stuff from the general public, people are much more open-minded now than ever before.
Yeah.
I mean, ever in my lifetime. I remember discussing with people doing DMT in the early 2000s, and people were like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you, crazy?
Exactly.
And now almost everybody and their cousin has a story about, trying ayahuasca or doing psilocybin or having some sort of an experience with peyote.
Yeah, it's very very widespread, and I would say it's part of an overall change in our society, which is extremely healthy, which is the change of just accepting what the
Z-Wing
experts tell us.
readers,
the scientists said this,
viewers,
so it must be true.
Ninja Lifestyle,
starting to think
he's
for ourselves,
streams Kaizo,
and
Mario.
we're not willing.
You know
any
Ninja
longer to
World
be
1,
told
2,
what
3, that's him.
We're wanting to find out
That's
for
the man.
ourselves, and that attitude has very much affected the way that people relate to
Insane
psychedelics.
skateboarder
And when
too.
people explore the psychedelic experience
Z,
in
you
a
were talking
responsible
about
way, and psychedelics are very serious business.
challenge.
I both know this. They're very, very serious
Skateboard.
business.
I mean, I'm a
would not
terrible
encourage
skateboarder, but
children to take psychedelics. But actually, if
Ninja
we
has
want to keep
compared
children away from
skateboarding to
psychedelics, it would be far better
Kaizo.
to make them legal than leave them illegal and available
Which I
on
understand.
the black market. I think it's something
It's
for the
hard as
mature
shit.
mind. But I regard it as a fundamental human right of adults to be able to explore our unconsciousness so long as we do no harm to others. And I see this attitude spreading much more widely in society. What the hell is that guy in a suit What right has he got to tell me how I treat my own health or how I treat my own consciousness? So long as I do no harm to others, that is entirely my business and nobody else's.
Agreed.
I gotta stop
And
shooting there,
if
honestly.
this is the source of
Maybe not.
civilization, or one of the reasons why people were able to think so creatively and create these incredible structures
Again, not
thousands
Ivy
and
Butler.
thousands and thousands of years ago. This all does
I'm
coincide
probably
with
gonna
this
pass
work
away.
about these apocalyptic scenarios that you guys are talking about, because if we don't have an understanding of how we got to where we were,
Yeah.
and we also don't have an understanding that this can happen to us again, it's very possible for us to happen again.
It's indeed possible for it to happen again. And in the 8th episode of Ancient
too dumb.
Apocalypse, one of the scientists from
Just go eat
the
Barley's
Comet
Wine.
Research Group makes that point.
Oh, really?
The comet
you
that
tried skating or
disintegrated,
what?
that caused so much damage on Earth 12,800 years ago, its debris stream is still in orbit. The Earth passes through it twice a year. And in the next 30 years, we're going to be passing through a very lumpy bit of this 30 million kilometer wide debris stream that's called the Taurid meteor stream. We should be paying much more attention to that, because it's not doom and gloom, because we can do something about it should we choose to do so. And let's stop focusing all our efforts on fighting one another and hating one another and filling the world with anger and fury. And let's work together as a human species to make life on this planet better for everybody. That's what's going on now. There's a new mindset which is coming into force, and I celebrate the youth of our society today, because they are refusing to be bound by the orders that are given to them by the powers that be. There's a new spirit of thinking for ourselves, and that new spirit is, in my view, going to change everything. It seems like a dark time right now. A lot of stuff is going on. That's always the case when you're in the middle of a paradigm shift. It seems like a dark time, but we're privileged to live at this time, because 200-300 years from now,
Oh my God,
this
I
time is
almost
going to
missed
be
it.
looked back
That was
on
a
as
gift.
turning point in the human story.
We might mention that, speaking of the Taurid meteor shower, we are passing through the Taurid meteor stream right now as we speak.
As we speak, yeah.
Late October to about the second week in November, up to about the
Come
15th
on, man.
or 17th.
Oh, we're going to the Taurid meteor stream right now?
Earth is passing through that
Oh
stream.
my God.
And it probably is the most important meteor stream in terms of the
That's
history
scary.
of recent life on this planet. And this goes, to people like Bill Napier and Rube and all of those guys who...
Major astronomers are very aware of this, and it's almost like something is trying to shut them down and stop the word getting out there. Yes, NASA has a search for near-Earth asteroids, but weirdly they're not paying any attention to the Taurid
I'm learning,
meteor
my
stream.
friends. I'm
We know
learning.
that there's 200 objects in the
I'll be
Taurid
learning.
meteor stream that are a kilometer or more in diameter. Comet Encke, which is at the heart of the stream, is almost 5 kilometers in diameter. It's all part of. These are all fragments of that original giant comet that began to disintegrate 12,800 years ago, and that the Earth ran into.
So is this? What are you showing me, Jim?
Terrible.
This is a video on Twitter of the Taurid meteor stream.
It's a
like
great
you can
time to
one
see shooting stars.
fireball pop up.
Yeah.
Bam.
There they go. That's exactly what happens. We're in that time period now, and fortunately, most of those fireballs are caused by little objects.
-8? Wow.
Maybe the size of your fist. Maybe just the size of a fingertip. Maybe just a speck of dust burning up into the atmosphere. But they are shrouding very large objects that are on that same orbital trajectory which the Earth crosses twice a year. And we should be paying attention to those large objects, because we can actually do something about them. And the evidence shows
I should do the
that
6
they did
bullets
something
there.
terrible.
It's kind of slow and could be really troll like
12,800
this.
years ago, and they changed.
No, I gotta do the
everything.
3.
Changed everything.
And that is what this Netflix series is all about.
That's what
I hate
Ancient
this
Apocalypse is all
fucking
about.
game,
It's why it's
gosh.
called Ancient Apocalypse, because that's what it ultimately comes down to. Now, there's masses of material in the series about the possibility of a lost civilization,
You
presenting
asshole.
the evidence for a lost civilization. But ultimately, when you talk of a lost civilization, how did it become lost? What happened that took it away, that obliterated it from human memory? And this apocalyptic episode called The Younger Dryas is the answer to that. The point I often make, which I think is worth making again and again, is how different the world was during the Ice Age. The Sahara Desert was green. It was a fertile place. Nobody's doing much archaeology in the Sahara Desert today. The Amazon
Oh my God, I'm
rainforest,
so bad.
5 million plus square kilometers under deep canopy. Hardly any archaeology has been done there, and yet we know from LiDAR surveys that there are enormous structures under that canopy. And then what about sea level rise? 400 feet sea level rise at the end of
Oh
the
my
Ice Age.
God,
The
that was
prime
not
real
good.
estate on Earth,
That's very
27
bad.
million square kilometers. It's about 10 million square miles. Were submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age. And again, archaeology, there is marine archaeology, but they're not really looking very closely at that. I wonder, Jamie, would it be possible to pull up the diving clip?
Is this from Japan?
No, this one's actually
Hate
from
this
Bimini.
fucking game.
We have an episode on Bimini and on the very controversial structure called the Bimini Road.
Oh, right.
And this is just a little clip from that.
My suspicion is humans are a species with amnesia. We have forgotten something incredibly important in our own past. And I think that that incredibly important forgotten thing is a lost, advanced civilization of the Ice Age.
I've spent decades searching for proof of this lost civilization at
Aww.
sites around the globe.
Oh, wow.
Now, my aim is to piece together these clues.
And that seems extremely strange.
To show you evidence that challenges the traditional view of human history.
See that?
I hate
that
this
Bimini
game.
Road.
The Bimini Road, it's not even very deep. It's only about 20 feet deep. It was one of the last
I
things
really
to be
hate this
covered
game.
by Ice Age sea level rise, and that's why we show a graphic reconstruction of it above water. It's made of extremely regular blocks, megalithic blocks,
I hate this fucking
very
game.
large scale, more than 1,000 feet in length. When you dive on it, and I've dived on it multiple times, and I went back to diving in order to dive on it again in this series. It's impossible to believe that it's entirely a work of nature. And I took a marine biologist there with me who's dived all over the world, and he agreed with me that there's just no way that this thing can be explained as a totally natural phenomenon.
Can we see it, Jimmy?
Might as well
And
go for that
what is
passaway,
the
right?
conventional
Why not? I
reason
have auto
for
aim
this?
on though.
Conventional reasoning is that it's just beach rock fractured into natural patterns. But when you get there and get underneath those rocks, you see that they're propped up, they're leveled out with rocks underneath them, that the whole thing is being very carefully structured by human beings. And the point is, and another point I'd like to make is Bimini today is a tiny, tiny island. But Bimini during the Ice Age was part of an enormous island. The whole Grand Bahama Bank was above water.
That's why I
An
went
enormous
to the
island.
Bahamas,
And weirdly,
Bimini,
that
Bimini
island turns up on an ancient map.
from Miami.
Turns up, that's not the Bimini Road. But that is on the left. That's
Twice.
the Bimini Road. You got the cursor on there. Yeah, those are shots of Bimini Road.
One to enter with my J1 visa,
Uniform
and then one to
stones
leave
occurred naturally. And
Yeah.
how
with
long is
J1
this?
visa.
About 1,000 feet in length, and it's not just a straight line. It's got a J-shaped
Fucking taking this
curve at
fucking
one end of it
boat
as well.
to this fucking
And
sandbarge.
we know that it's been underwater for
Middle
about
of the
6,000 or
fucking
7,000 years, but the question is,
Atlantic
how long
Ocean.
before that was it made? How long did it
Nightmare.
stand there above water at a very prominent point on this ancient island that we now call the Grand Bahama Banks? And one of the mysteries I look
Felt
into
like Johnny
is
Depp in
that
Pirates of the Caribbean.
on an ancient map, the famous Piri Reis map, drawn by a Turkish admiral in
Not as handsome.
1513, that Grand Bahama Banks as an above-water island is shown. It is featured on the Piri Reis map. And what do you see running down it but an image of the Bimini Road above
Oh my
water?
God.
Now, how could Piri Reis, who drew his map in 1513, have known this? He tells us the answer, that he based his map on more than 20 older source maps, all of which are now lost. And he suggests that those maps had come out of the famous Library of Alexandria, and that they'd been taken to Constantinople, and that's where he got access to them.
I tried to
Somebody,
make some
I
AI
think,
stuff of like the
mapping the
Tower of
was
Babylon
exploring the earth
and
during the Ice Age, and left us ancient
Gardens
maps
of Hanging
that
Gardens
show
of
features
Babylon
that
or
only
whatever,
existed
or Hanging
during the
Gardens
Ice
of
Age.
Oh,
whatever the
that's
fuck it is.
Urantius. Phineas.
No, this is period recent.
Oh, that's period
You just
recent.
gotta
It didn't really
understand
work that
down-
well.
It's on its side at the moment, but
Yeah.
down there in the lower left, if you bring the cursor down,
I tried to
that
make like
yeah,
pyramids
that big island down there in the
during
lower
like
left,
the tropical
island
lush,
is exactly
higher
where the Grand Bahama
precipitation,
Banks
higher
was.
water level, but it didn't
and
really.
above water.
You
version
kind of
the
mixed
Grand
like
Bahama
an
Banks during the Ice
oasis
Age,
into
and
the
that
pyramids.
feature
It didn't
running down
make
the
it
middle of it looks very
like
like
a-
Bimini Road to me.
tropical green.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
So again, it suggests not
Maybe I
only do we
just gotta
have
change
a
the script.
cataclysmic event that changes the face of the Earth, but also we have evidence that somebody, as yet unrecognized by archaeology, had the capacity to explore the world and to map the world during the last ice age. One of the things I find most striking is the presence of Antarctica on ancient maps, because we didn't discover it until 1820. And yet it's on maps drawn in the 1500s with great detail, which again were based on much older source maps. that
Yeah, I'm
have
getting
now
faster.
been lost
You
to
know what I
us.
mean? Like with even with the live
The
splits. I
astonishing
mean,
thing is the so-called
just the
Pinkerton
clicking and
world
the-
map. I don't know if you can find it, Jamie.
I'm learning
Drawn, I think,
everything.
in 1813 or 1818, based on the latest exploration data at that time. And where Antarctica is, yeah, that one. Keep going right, that one. That one you've got up at the top there. It just shows a hole where Antarctica is. Because it was an honest map. Nobody had found it by then. But if you go back to, for example, the Wolsey-Wooler world map drawn in 1530 or thereabouts, you find Antarctica is present. If you can find
hate this
Wolsey-Wooler
game.
world map, it would be worth taking a look at. Orontius Phineas. Go for
I hate this game.
Orontius. Oronteus. Phineas. Finnaeus. The Orontius Phineas map.
So fucking dumb.
That map shows Antarctica exactly where it should be, and it shows it. There we go, right hand side.
I may
There's
pass away.
Antarctica at the tip of South America, just south of South Africa.
And what did they call it back then?
Well, they call it the Southern Land, and it's larger than it is today. But it was larger than it is today during the Ice Age. Antarctica was a much bigger. Now, what the fuck is it doing on a map drawn in the 1500s, which we know was based on older source maps when nobody
this
knew it
game,
existed
bros.
in the 1500s? To me, the obvious answer is we are dealing with the
Yo, what up,
fingerprints
son?
of
The
a
other Gyges? What's up, man?
civilization that mapped the world and that left evidence of that mapping, which ancient map makers found
Hi, guys.
and used and
Yeah.
incorporated into their maps.
The
These maps can be
commies.
very confusing because they were trying to mix exploration data from their own period
No.
with data from the older maps.
Thanks, bro.
When you
I
look
may
at these
pass
maps
away
in
though.
depth, they're
They
very,
may
very
prevail
intriguing.
this
When
time around.
you go back to what you think are the origins of sophisticated civilization,
What's up,
how
Dylan?
far
What's
back
up,
are
man?
we talking?
I think that we really. You see the T-shirt I'm wearing?
Stuff just keeps getting older.
Yeah, this is my motto. My kids gave this to me for one of my birthdays.
We got a big
It's partly an
raid by
ironic comment on
Z-Wing.
myself because, fuck it, I'm getting older. I'm 72
F-Zero
now. It's partly
speedrunner,
an
go
ironic
follow
comment on myself, but it's
Z
partly
E
a
W I N G.
comment
Sorry
on
if I spelled
something
it wrong.
else
I think
as
it's
well,
Z E W I N
is
G.
that as science progresses, we are finding evidence that the human species is much
Yeah,
older. than
Z
we
E W I N G. Follow
Go
him.
back 25, 30 years,
F-Zero,
you'll find people telling you
speedrunner,
that anatomically
Vid-
modern humans
GDQ.
didn't exist until 50,000 years ago. Then they found
Oh, wow,
evidence
nice
of
though.
anatomically modern humans
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff in the US, dude.
196,000 years ago.
Dude,
Then
that's
in
why I
Morocco, they
decided
found
to
evidence of
drive back
anatomically
from
modern
Miami.
humans
Just because of all the
300,000
shit
years
that I
ago.
fucking
Humans
bought.
just like
Including
us,
this
with the
capture
same
card that we're
brains, the
using
same
today.
capacities, the same abilities than us. Once
Can you
start
believe it?
extending that timeline back, you're leaving much more room for an advanced
This was
civilization
this
to
capture card
emerge. A civilization that was
I
ultimately
bought
destroyed.
from
If you've just got
Amazon. No,
50,000
Amazon
years to
in
do it
Miami.
in, it doesn't leave you much space.
eBay?
But if you've got 300,000 years to play with, there's plenty
Amazon?
of space. So bottom line, I think
Amazon.
this was a civilization that flourished during the Ice Age.
And I had a
that occupied the
free-
prime real estate
how
during
big
the
was that
Ice Age,
TV?
along
Like
coastlines, and that
84
was
inch or something?
obliterated almost
Free
completely
84
in the
inch
cataclysm of the Younger
rear
Giants.
projection
There were
TV or
survivors.
something it's called?
Those survivors left their fingerprints in places like Göbekli Tepe. After the Younger Dryas
That was
was
amazing.
over, they then sought to initiate hunter-gatherers into their system of knowledge.
I hate this level.
So when you're talking about the
Yo, Toto
Nile,
bro.
and we're talking about ancient Egypt,
how far back do you think that goes?
Oh, I think the Nile goes back a very, very, very long way. The Nile River system 12,500 years ago looked much the same as it does today. Actually, Africa suffered much less from sea level rise than many other continents. The place that was most dramatically affected by sea level rise was around Indonesia and Malaysia. Geologists call it the Sunda Shelf. And again, it shows up on ancient maps as it looked during
red
the Ice Age,
plus
not as it
5.
looks
Oh my
today.
god, whatever.
There was a continent-sized landmass that went underwater there.
See, my splits are pretty
If your
cool.
continental shelves are very shallow and very,
It makes it
limited
much
and very
more
deep, then you
engaging.
don't lose a lot of land. But if they're slow and
I can
gradual,
be
you
my
lose a
fraud
great deal
self
of
that I
land.
am.
Africa didn't suffer so much. The Nile River system was pretty much 12,500 years ago the way that it is today. The big difference was that the Sahara Desert was green and fertile.
I'm not ranked 24th.
This
so what I'm
coincides
saying.
with Dr. Robert Schoch's assertion that when you look at the Temple of the Sphinx, you're dealing with thousands of years of water erosion.
Yes.
And the last time there was water like that in the Nile Valley was when?
The last time you had the water erosion like that in the Nile Valley was precisely during the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas was a period of extremely heavy rains in Africa, and its rainfall, its erosion caused by heavy rains, that is the enigma on the Great Sphinx. We're not saying that there was a flood that came over the Great Sphinx. What Robert Schoch is saying, and what his evidence clearly demonstrates, is that we're looking at what's called precipitation-induced weathering.
Why?
Weathering that was caused by exposure to about 1,000 years of extremely heavy rain.
I hate this fucking level.
And Dr. Robert
Whatever,
Schoch
this
puts
shit
that
run
1,000
anyways.
years precisely in the Younger Dryas period. That's the
Did I
last
miss the
time
first one?
that rains of that magnitude fell on Egypt, and it's why we cannot
whatever.
sensibly accept the insistence of Egyptologists that the Sphinx is just 4,500 years old. By all means, yes, 2,500 BC, the ancient Egyptians
watch
were
After
there,
Death, wow.
but I believe they found the Sphinx already
insane.
created and already heavily eroded, and that they then recarved its head into the head of a pharaoh. And that head, as Robert Schoch and others
Wow,
have
when
pointed
I
out,
I'll tell you mine.
is,
When I was in a
way too
coma,
small in relation to the body. That makes sense if it was a heavily eroded lion
it was just
head,
darkness.
which was then later
It was just
cut down
calmness and
into the
darkness.
head
I was
of
in the
Pharaoh.
ICU
The
of
geology speaks
intensive
to
care
the
unit
original
of
Sphinx
Mississauga
being more
Hospital.
than 12,000 years old. And that's the funny thing, because when Robert Schoch and
I didn't see
let's not
anybody. It was
forget
just
John
quiet
Anthony
in
West.
darkness,
John
and it was
Anthony
just
West,
like
and I know you had him on the
decision.
show
So what are you
very
gonna do?
John Anthony West
Just
was the
remember
first person to suggest
whether
that
I
there
was
should
talking
be
to
a huge
myself or
question
not.
mark over the Sphinx. That the erosion patterns on the Sphinx suggest
I just
it was
remember
much
it was
older
like
than
so,
Egyptologists said.
kind of like giving a
And
sec.
that-
Someone
and
was,
maybe
or I was
12,000 years old.
realizing
But at that time,
I had
the
to
response
choose
of
whether I was going
Egyptology
to
was,
like
rubbish. The Sphinx
live
can't
or
possibly
die.
be 12,000 years old because there's no other megalithic monument anywhere in the world that's anywhere
Yeah,
like
I guess that
12,000
is pretty
years old.
intense.
Well, that got
Right,
blown
because
out of
you were in a
the
dark.
water
I just remember being in a
completely
dark,
forever by the
rectangular
discovery of
square
Göbekli
room,
Tepe in Turkey,
like
which isn't even
10%
that
light
far
or
from
something.
Egypt. Göbekli
Nothing
Tepe,
in there, and just this voice
11,600
saying,
years
"So what are
old,
you
a
gonna
giant
do?"
megalithic site. My goodness, if you can make Göbekli
But
Tepe,
it was very
you can make the
calm.
Sphinx.
I had no pain.
It adds hugely
I had
to the
insane
credibility of
pain
Robert
after
Schoch's
when I
argument. And I want to
came
pay
out of the
tribute to
coma,
Robert
the
Schoch,
24-hour
because there's
coma.
a
But I was on
mainstream academic
major
who's been
opioids,
willing to stick
intravenous.
his neck out.
And
Despite
honestly, dude,
taking
if
all
I
sorts
feel
of
like if I
swings
had
and arrows
decided
from his
to tell
colleagues,
myself
he
like no, I don't
sticks
want to
with the
live, I don't
data.
think I was going
And
to
what the data says,
live. But in that
regardless of what
room, I
Egyptologists
think
say, is
I
that
made
the
this
Sphinx
because
is
I didn't even
12,000
question. It
plus
felt like I wasn't even.
And Jamie,
I didn't even understand the severe. It was more like a spiritual question.
When you look at the water
I swear I'm not
erosion
making this up.
evidence
It was like
that is all around the Temple of the Sphinx.
it was like, do you
really
want to live?
fascinating stuff,
It's like,
even for
what are you
someone
gonna
who
do?
doesn't
Like, are you gonna
know
be an
much
ass?
about
Like, with this
erosion.
opportunity, you're gonna be an
When
asshole.
you-
Maybe I'm just
when you
making
look
up
at it through
all
his
a
descriptions,
posteriori,
his
but
understanding of the
that's what I remember.
various levels of stone, how some of it is harder, and this is the
And
reason
it's
why
not like I
some
only
of it is
recently
eroded
remembered this. I
less.
remembered it very
You see
vividly.
it most clearly in the trench surrounding the Sphinx. You see it there.
But I think it was myself
Those-
talking to
those
myself.
deep
I
vertical
don't think it was like a
fissures
god or
are
something.
classic precipitation-induced weathering.
And I didn't
classic
see
weathering
anybody.
produced by
I saw
rainfall
myself,
pouring over the edge
kind
of
of.
that. You don't see it so much on the
I looked
body
like- I
of
was
the
like a
Sphinx for a
stick
very
figure
specific reason. That
in
the
a
body of the
grey
Sphinx
room.
has been repeatedly restored.
like a-
Some of
I was
those
like the
blocks
Pil-
that
I
we're
was
looking
the
at
Pillsbury
there
Doughboy.
were actually put in place during the Old Kingdom, when the Sphinx is
swear to
supposed
God,
to
I'm not
have been
making this
made
up.
from new. What were they
And there was
doing
no pain.
restoring the
There was no
Sphinx
pain,
4,500
and there was
years
no
ago if they'd just
worry
built it?
or fear.
You know, logic needs to be applied
And there was
to
there
this
was
whole
no
process,
there was
and
no
we
one
need to
else.
free ourselves from the dogma.
Only when I realized, only when I said like yes, and then I realized all my friends, like my life didn't pass through my eyes, but I realized
thousands and thousands of years earlier than
I have to like
conventional
talk to my
Egyptologists
friends,
take this era.
and life
How
is
old do you think
is
that
people.
actual civilization was? Like, how
And that's why I
far
started
back?
streaming
I think
and
it
making
could go
videos
back
on
20,000
YouTube, even though
years
they're
before
shit.
that.
Like
I
not
think
everything
it
is
was
shit.
around all that time.
I'm skilled
Again,
at
this is a
something, but
point
something I'm
that
terrible at.
I think needs to be
But I'm
made.
just recording it because what if I had passed away? I had no footage of
Archaeologists will
myself.
tell you that the
I had no
entire
footage of myself.
population
I had
of the
very
Earth
little
were
footage of myself.
hunter-gatherers during
Now
the
I
Ice
have
Age, say 20,000 years ago, at the peak of the last ice age.
2,000.
Everybody was hunter-gatherers, according to
No, I have
archaeologists.
1,000 Twitch streams that are
But
still
we
online.
today live in a world
In the last,
where
like,
an advanced civilization,
4 years.
our own,
1,000. I have
if
like
we
300
dare
YouTube
call
videos.
ourselves advanced, and
I'm
in
just
some
recording
ways,
shit.
I think we're not advanced at all.
What, yo? Are you serious, man?
coexists
Yo,
with
I wasn't
hunter-gatherers.
trying to like.
There
That
are
wasn't a
hunter-gatherers
grift story,
in the
dude.
Amazon rainforest. Some of them don't
What? Are
even
you
know
serious,
we
man?
exist.
Thanks. You hope you enjoy.
They've been
Yo,
spotted from aerial
thanks, man.
surveys. Hunter-gatherers
I hope
in
you're
the
doing well,
Namibian
dude. I know
desert.
you said things are getting
The
tight.
notion that different
Don't feel
types of
obligated.
civilization can coexist
I didn't
on
put
the
the,
same planet
and again,
shouldn't
like I
be
didn't put the
surprising
info
to
of
us,
my head injury as
because
like a
we do
grift.
it. And that's what I'm
It's not-
suggesting was the case back then.
It's not the reason.
But
It's
a
just because I was
civilization
saying
very
earlier,
different from our own. They certainly had technology, enough
everyone
technology
has
to explore
struggles.
the Earth, enough technology to map the Earth,
Oh
very
my god,
advanced
like me
astronomy,
right now.
knowledge of obscure
Everyone has life
astronomical
struggles in
phenomena
life,
such as the
and how
precession of
everyone
the equinoxes,
one
such as
overcomes
the
those struggles.
obliquity of the ecliptic. I won't go into details, but
Me
it's
forgetting how
present
to shoot
in ancient knowledge. There's an amazing book,
is what
which I may have
is
mentioned
our
to you
life.
before, Joe. A
Life.
book called Hamlet's Mill, and it was written by two
learning and to
professors of
share
physical
that and
science,
inspire
Giorgio de
is like our
Santillana
life
and
purpose.
Hertha von Deschen back in the 60s. And what that book is dynamite,
Can't think and play
because it
Goldeneye at the
shows,
same time.
going back into the oldest myths and traditions of the world, highly advanced astronomical knowledge. Astronomical knowledge that should not have been possessed by hunter-gatherer civilizations. Astronomical knowledge that could only
Pause the
have been
friends. Yo,
accumulated
thanks, man.
through thousands of years of careful
I've
observation
been
and
talking a
recording
lot
of
of
data.
smack though.
That astronomical knowledge is present in the most ancient myths of
I
mankind.
wanna
And in fact,
change.
it was that book, Hamlet's
I wanna
Mill,
be a better
just as
person.
much as my first experience in front of the Great Pyramid,
I wanna
that
have a
led me
better
to begin
RTA
asking
time.
questions
No,
about
really, I
the
don't.
narrative of our past. And I think it's healthy.
I learned a lot
We should
from
have an
like chat.
alternative narrative.
I learned a lot about
Can't
myself
understand
from streaming.
why archaeology
from
is
chat.
so, I have to say, so afraid
As a
of
grift.
alternative
Oh,
narratives.
thanks, bro.
Because if they're not afraid, why do they
I was
react
thinking
in
like
this
if
way
I
as
never
though
share.
they're
I was thinking
existential
like,
threat? Why do
what
they
do I
block
never
me
share
from
the
getting
story?
access to sites?
What if
they're
it's a
not
story
afraid, if
left
they're confident in
untold?
their position, they should be able to
Everybody
maintain
has something
against all
miraculous
opposition,
that they go
rather
through and
than trying to
overcome.
censor other points of view.
Now, the Great Pyramid of Giza is probably the most stunning of all these ancient structures.
If you don't share it,
And the stones are immense, and some of them were cut from a quarry that's hundreds of miles away. How do you think they did that?
Well, some of them, the granite.
I found a lot of
Great Pyramid
commiseration
comes from more than
amongst
500 miles
people on
to the
YouTube
south.
with head injuries. Actually,
If you look at the famous King's Chamber, its walls and its roof are the ceiling
That
of
was
the King's
terrible.
Chamber are all made
That
with
was terrible.
gigantic granite blocks.
Stunning detail.
Stunning detail. Those blocks on the the roof of the King's Chamber weigh 70 tons each.
fuck off.
Now, Egyptologists will tell you that, they could move heavy blocks because they put them on wet sand and they push them
Will you
along on
shoot
wet
your
sand.
fucking gun?
Well, maybe if you're just at ground level, that will do. But when you're 350 feet above the ground, as you are in the King's Chamber, that won't do at all. I don't know how they did it. All I know is they did it. I don't think anybody knows how they did it. How they
Yo,
lifted those
Ninja.
stones, how they brought them up to that level. I think we're looking.
Oh
again
man,
at
I
lost
just shared my
technology.
near-death
And it was
experience.
this ancient apocalypse, 12,800 years
Not
ago,
even lying.
that wiped that from the human memory banks almost completely. Not
I
entirely.
could reshare it
complete
again.
because there were
I didn't see
survivors,
anybody.
but
I was in this dark
removed
room.
most of it.
I was in a
Brandon will tell
coma
you,
for 24 hours.
sea level rise. It creates a powerful high
In
energy
2016.
zone. Anything that was existing on those flooded coastlines has just been pounded to hell. I mean, talk about it, Brandon.
Well, yeah.
And I was in a
it's gonna
dark
be
room. I
lot
didn't see
more
anybody. I just heard this
energetic
voice say,
than now. I mean, imagine your sea level.
So what are you gonna
rising
do?
3 or
And there was
4
no
times,
pain.
At least faster than we've
There's
seen
no one there.
rise
I think it
above
was
that
myself
and
talking
within
to
there
myself.
juxtaposed are these episodes
Like, fuck you,
of
asshole.
very rapid sea level rise. So you're talking about a very energetic.
And I had to
time
make the decision,
and anything that's there,
I guess,
short of
whether I'm going to
large
continue or
megalithic
not.
blocks, is going
But
to
it
be
wasn't even an
utterly
option for me because I
obliterated by
didn't
the
have any
time the
notion of my
process
physical
is
pain in
through.
my body.
And I think
You know
that
what I
this
mean?
is one of the things that, you know, the
So I'm like, yeah, of
archaeologists
course I
and
want
the
to continue.
prehistorians, people are looking at that, have failed to take into account
And then I woke
the
up,
severity of these
and
events
it
we're
was
talking
like,
about. Because the question always
oh,
is, where are
it
the
was
artifacts?
crazy.
Where's the pottery? Where is the evidence that this civilization existed? And I have two
but like
responses to that. One,
there was no
you don't
concept
realize the
of
extent of the total
it could have been like me getting a
remodeling
doctor,
of this
right? Just saying,
planetary
oh,
surface that
get
took
up, you
place.
can do it, right?
Because,
Me
I mean, we
spazzing
can
out
get
on
into
morphine
of
or
the
some
stuff
shit.
here. I have tons
right?
of images where I think maybe we'll get a chance to
Me
pull up a
going,
couple of really awesome
in a
drone
dark room,
footage
like an
here
idiot, my
before
eyes
we're
half
done. But
closed. But
once you begin to wrap your head around it, you go, really? You know,
oh my
it's
god,
like,
dudes! And
imagine
then
that you drop
when
an
I
atomic bomb
when I
on a
was
city,
like
and
two
it completely
days later, when I
obliterates.
was strong enough
And
to
then a short
stand
while
up,
later, you drop another one on
go to the
same place.
washroom, look in the
What's gonna
mirror,
be left?
and
then
realize my
10,000 years,
half
20,000
of my
years goes
face
by.
was
What are you
permanent,
gonna
like
be fi-
was
what are you gonna
was
find? What
not
are you gonna
moving at
look
all.
for? You know, it's
Was
gonna be
paralyzed.
just rubble that gets reincorporated
Do you know
just
how
into the geological
much I
stratum,
screamed
and it's going to be very
in that
difficult
IC
to,
unit bathroom in the middle of the night?
For example, from what's called a conglomeratic rock, which is basically we have just
That was a
huge
vanity
jumble of
scream.
broken
And then there
rock
was a time when I
cemented
slept
together.
and I didn't take
Right,
my
now within
my
there, there could be all
morphine or
kinds of
codeine
stuff
pills.
that's not even
And then I was on the
recognized
ground of
as
the
being
bathroom screaming because I
artificial in
was
the sense
my
that humans
skull
had
was broken
anything
in
to do
two
with
different places. Oh
The
my
other
god!
thing is
Not to be,
we
I'm not
talk about
like
these ancient
horrifying, but like
technologies. If we're only looking for
I don't
a
think I've ever
mere
told anyone
reflection of
this story.
ourselves, we could overlook it
I didn't have the
completely
mental
because
capacity or
there
physical
is- I
strength
think
to get
there's
the
evidence
nerves.
that exists
That was
now. I
insane.
mean, some modern researchers whose
That
work
was
has
the
been
most insane. That was probably the most
buried or
amount of pain I ever
suppressed.
felt in my life.
I think we're getting very close to rediscovering some of the things that our ancient ancestors were up to. And maybe this would be worth a whole show in itself. We could dive into this, and I don't want to get into that today.
But what kind of technologies are you talking about?
Well, I just, I shouldn't really get into
Get into it.
Get into
Come
it,
on.
Rattle.
We got to get into it.
that. Okay, well,
We've opened the door, sir.
okay. Well, okay.
Passing of the HDMI cable.
The passing.
That's
I'll reach out after this. Sorry.
Well, there are people out there now who have been working on trying to rediscover that. And again, I don't want to digress too much into this now because I would really rather be able to give a whole treatment of it. It might kind of derail us a little bit from this. But there are people who've been working on these things for decades now, basically in secret. In secret. And I've had the privilege of talking to some of these people over the last 6 or 7 years. And right now, as we're speaking, there's a group of people who are basically going to open source a whole lot of stuff in the next
Neurological damage.
so it can never
No.
get suppressed again.
Uh.
And that's why I'd like to come back. And
No, I think it's
Well, I'd
severed
love
the
to have you come
nerve.
back and talk about it, but we got to talk about it.
I think
a
it's
little bit.
severed the nerve because I'm.
Okay.
So the nerve goes to my inner ear on my left,
There's a laboratory right
and
now.
my left ear. I ruptured the eardrum too.
Technological principles, which are based on implosion rather than explosion.
So I'm half deaf.
And
So I think the nerve through there
Tesla's ideas are part of it.
pinched
Tesla's
whatever
ideas
and
are very
fucked it
much
up.
a part.
I think.
Yes, Tesla's ideas
I mean, I
are very
broke
much a part of it.
my skull too, so it
so
could have
is-
just
I don't know if you ever
fucked up
picked
right
a shovel
through the skull there
did
too,
the work
you know.
with water and discovered. Yeah.
But it thankfully
Look
it's
up,
grown back
Jamie, could you look up Victor? Oh, I have the. I
miraculously,
have the
kind
cable
of.
now, don't
I still have Bell's palsy.
Well,
But
no. Let me.
thanks
let
for the
me,
sub, though, bro.
Pull something up
Sorry to
here
not-
and.
I'm
I
just
think the
like
key
really
thing is
focused on
we're
this
looking
shit.
at technologies that are not the same as ours.
Not saying I'm not
Yes,
focused on
That's
you guys.
partly
That's the
why
point.
archaeologists
Almost,
can't see them, because they're looking for us in the past, and they're not open to the possibility that there are whole other kinds of technology that could be used.
Right.
I always go back to the ancient Egyptian traditions that speak of priests chanting as these huge blocks were lifted into the air. Were they using some kind of sound effect, some kind of use of sound that was able to manipulate matter? We know that sound can manipulate matter, as a matter of fact, but they're lifting these blocks again and again. It appears in ancient Egyptian traditions. The notion that we could lift huge blocks with sound seems absurd to archaeologists, and yet it's there in the traditions of the Egyptologists. And what Randall's talking about now is people who are working on a whole alternative path of technology.
I hate
Maybe
this
that's
game.
a
Like, fuck you.
rediscovery of the kind of technologies that we used in civilization.
I think that's what's important about what you're saying, is that we have this.
Should I just run through
very
there with the
limited
KF7
idea of
maybe?
technology based on what we've
Like,
experienced.
fuck this game.
But if you had
It was slow. anyways.
anatomically similar human beings that lived for thousands and thousands of years,
Stuff just keeps on getting older.
If you think about the
Yeah,
amount
my
of progress
mute.
that we've achieved as
Yeah.
modern humans, just in
So
the
I didn't
last
see anybody, I didn't hear
100
anybody. I
years,
may have
go
been
back
talking to
400
myself in a
years to
dark room.
now,
That's
it's
my
a
new
stunning
death
amount
experience.
of achievement.
Absolutely stunning.
Thanks for
And
the sub,
if you
bro.
have a
Fantastic
completely
channel,
different
thanks.
path of technology, one that's not utilizing internal combustion engines and cranes and the like that we experience.
Don't keep me from your movie, though,
Mechanical
man.
advantage,
I mean, you do
everything
you,
that
obviously.
Our
but-
tech is based around.
Something that's insanely advanced, tens of thousands of years of a different path.
Yeah.
And that may be what we're looking at.
And that may begin to explain these otherwise
No, my mental state
inexplicable
is actually
wonderments that have
very
Jamie, do I?
miraculously also. They tested me after and it was still as
This is
I was
Nicola
before.
Tesla.
Incredibly.
And he was, again, this is way too much for us to get in today. That's why we need to devote a whole.
Yeah, it really is a
session
miracle.
to talking
It,
about
like
it.
that's
Okay.
what I mean. That's why I'm sharing it because
this is,
I think it's above my ego.
This was the inspiration.
And that's why I need
you
to
know,
share
his
it.
work was suppressed.
You know what I
A
mean?
lot of his patents were.
It's like
were
holy shit, guys.
Taken, sealed up by the U.S. government for whatever reason. I don't know.
Be careful at
But
work.
This is some of the stuff that's now being developed.
And it's not an
Using
ego
his
thing at all.
Ideas plus
It's
some of the
beyond the
others.
ego because I don't even understand it.
This is the man I've been
I'm
talking
just
to
living
for
through
the
it.
last 7 years.
Malcolm
And I
Bendall.
figured
Yes.
we should share it.
And again, I don't want to get into it today, but like, here's an example of what they're doing. This is a generator that has no moving parts. It's all based on geometry, pure geometry. And here's the basic idea.
Oh, and
I
companies,
think
you
I
know when companies
understand
say like, oh, we love disabled people. No,
Resonance
companies hate
frequencies.
disabled people.
Everything vibrates.
Companies
If you ever, like if we had an
despise
electric razor,
disabled
we
people.
plugged it in, turned it on, set it on this table, it's going to move around.
So does
Have
government.
you seen that?
Yeah.
That's the beginning of the concept because it's vibrating. Everything.
Now it's
vibrates
all
at
life
frequency.
insurance.
If you know that frequency, you can control things. And I think that's the basic idea of what we're looking at here. And it's all
my
based
story.
upon the ancient numbers. And they're developing technologies
So far.
right now, and they have been. I was recently contacted and given the go-ahead that I could talk. I've been sitting on this for
I hate
7
this
years
fucking
without
game.
talking because they asked me not to talk until they had their patents in place and their licensing. That's all happened since last summer. So we're now free to talk about it. So that's what I'm saying. I think it'd be a good idea to get me back on here. We can look at it. I'm going to lay this on Graham so he can look at it too, because I really want to get Graham's feedback on this.
I mean, would it be fair to say that there's an element of a rediscovery of a
Yes.
lost technology from the past?
I think it would be fair to say that, yes.
And so through this technology, they're able to move stones or cut stones or all the above.
Minus
All the
6,
above.
insane.
And even transport them. Whoa, what is all this?
Well, this is the model.
Basketball
And this
streams
is
are helpful.
diagramming all the
Come on, get off your
frequencies of
that.
the
Oh
elements
no, man!
and
I
what
just
their
go for the
vibrational
sun, man.
frequencies are and the numbers that
Oh
measure
my
those
god, the
frequencies.
sun, dude.
And they're all the numbers we get from looking at these ancient traditions that recur.
Yeah, and
over
for,
and
like,
over and
endorphins, I
over
guess.
again that I've been talking about in my sacred geometry classes for decades without knowing
hate this
what
game, dude.
the final result was going to be. So this inventor who's working with this small
I hate
group
this game.
contacted me,
I'm
and
gonna
this
die.
is what he told me. He said, "You built the foundation."
Come
He said,
on.
"You laid the foundation with your work on ancient geometry, and I built
I
the
fucking
house
hate
on
this
top
game.
of it." That's what he said. So for 7 years, he's been supplying me with
I hate this
all the
fucking game
information.
so
I have copies
fucking
of all the patents. I have videos of the testing of the prototypes.
Like, fuck you, game.
And Mazda, the car manufacturer in Japan is getting ready to do a $25 million testing of some of these prototypes that they believe they can retrofit internal combustion engines with. And there's over 100, they've developed over 100 patents on some of this stuff. And it's amazing.
And what would be the
You're
fuel?
streaming 3-4 hours? Hell yeah, bro. Nice. I may raid you, man. Man, sorry, I burped. I didn't try to be Jamaican there.
Donut or toroidal-shaped clusters
I'm a
of
ranger,
net
man.
protons or net electrons that once captured and placed into a
What
toroidal
part of
orbit
Jamaica?
are capable of absorbing,
Right near the
storing,
beach.
and releasing enormous amounts of energy within their self-generated and structured electromagnetic
Lord of mercy.
containment field. Plasmoids in effect function as an atomic battery that can be self-charging due to its ability to convert matter to available clean energy. So it's a lot to get into, and I think it would take us kind of off what we're here to talk about.
But
today,
at least what's promising is that there is some, at least, research or understanding.
and it's actually quite mature at this point. And in order to avoid the kinds of fate that befell Tesla and Reich, Robert Oppenheimer, Victor Schauberger, and so many others that were working in these fields, all kind of converging on the same insight. It's been conducted in secret.
I'm getting tired, I think.
That they've been developing this is in the Maldives, so that it's
Just in my gameplay, not on my spirit, but I can tell in my
government
gameplay.
interference. And
Maybe I just suck.
now, I think it's about ready to go to the next.
Now, what is the motivation of the suppressing of this information?
I think in case of Tesla, wasn't it military, the fear of military applications?
I also think that, there are huge corporations that have very large investments in a particular path of technology, which is ours.
Right.
And for somebody to come up with a whole new path of technology, very threatening to them. And much better from their point of view to suppress it, or if they can't suppress it, to kind of buy it and hide it, and keep things on the track that they're on now. I would say that's the motive.
And maybe for people that are curious about this and maybe even skeptical, consider the massive change that nuclear power provided us. Whereas before the 1940s, this was unheard of.
Yeah.
This even the concept of it. And all of a sudden,
-4,
now we have nuclear power, nuclear weapons,
that?
the most profound power known to man currently.
God help us, it's a power for use by adults, but unfortunately it's delinquent children who are leading our world right now. The leaders of our planet, the politicians out there, they're just complete assholes. I can't think of any of them who I feel any respect for whatsoever. And it's they who are in charge of this.
He really repeated
frightening,
himself
terrifying technology.
from this one
We just aren't
to the new
mature
one.
enough as a civilization.
I didn't want to pass
manage
myself away there like last round.
You have to get that level of maturity.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that these people are
Stupid
they're
game.
not psychedelically experienced.
Exactly. I've said it on your show, and I'll say it again. If I could set the rules, I would absolutely insist that nobody has the right to run for head of state or head of government unless they've had a dozen experiences.
4 hours, yo.
Here,
We're going to
Let
Francis.
them
Oh
have
wow,
those
dang dude.
experiences first. Mushrooms
dude.
will do the job just as well.
Yeah, Montreal is
A
like
dozen
that.
major doses of
Fancy
mushrooms will
ass.
do the job just as well. Lead
Fancy
to that
ass place.
self-examination that we see so little of in our politicians today. And I think many of them would actually decide, I don't want to be a politician
Shuts
anymore.
up, dude.
And those who did carry on in that path would be gentler, kindler, and more open
Duck's
to
fat
extraordinary
potatoes. Oh wow.
possibilities.
We
Same.
did have one president who, it's pretty lot of evidence that
Yeah,
he did in fact
Quebec
take
has
several
really,
acid
really,
trips.
really nice food.
You know who that was?
Who's that?
Poor duck.
John Kennedy.
Thank you, blessed duck.
Really?
Oh yeah. He was having multiple affairs in the White House, right?
I knew about that.
Okay, so one of his affairs was with a woman who was an associate of Timothy Leary. So that's well established. So there's basis to the rumor.
That's another reason why they killed him.
Could be. Well, it could be that because of his because he did really go through pretty much a change of attitude during that last year. But what it comes down to is, right now, everything that's going on in the world is basically about the control of energy and resources. And if there was a way of technology or energy that could do an
Not
end
as
run
soon as
around this
non-stop
idea
goals.
that we live in a
I
Malthusian
know I'm such a fraud.
reality, and we
I'm
have to
such a
have
fraud,
this,
dude.
you know, fight to the end over who's going to
I'm such a
control
fucking.
the
But
energy.
the only reason why I chose
the
gold is
resources.
because I don't. The
And we
green
bring
would
our
look so
entire
ugly,
foreign
man.
Policy, our military policy,
The green
all
would
of
look
that,
so freaking ugly.
irrelevant. And from what I've seen about,
That's why I'm thinking
and my-
maybe like a
my
white or something.
evolving opinion about the possibility of there being ancient technology. That
I don't know.
if there was an ancient technology, it should be a possible.
We started though.
recovery.
That's a good
And
thing. We
what I've
started.
seen in the last half a decade or more has initially skeptical, but as I've learned more, you know, gone arduously through these patents and things, I've become convinced that, yeah, there is something here. There's something here. That there are people who have been working on these things, and they would like. My role, as they've requested to me, is these guys are academic scientists, inventors. One of them's a geophysicist. A couple of people that I've met recently who are putting the money up into this are basically in the energy industry, who have seen the prototypes. I had a meeting in September, or not September, about a month ago, October, early October, with 4 gentlemen that are putting the money into this, developing these prototypes. One of them said to me, well, when I first heard this, I didn't believe this was possible. But he says, I've seen the machines, I've seen the technology work. I'm now convinced. So they've done their initial prototypes, and now they're going to do this major testing. Mazda, automobile manufacturer in Japan, has come on board and said, you can use our laboratories, and because of course what they're thinking is that they may be able to get an end run around all the other competition. And one of the things, and when I come back, we can look into this. I've got the videos of testing the prototype.
Oh my God, is this actually working?
One of the
I like
gentlemen that I
OCF,
met
bro.
with
Whatever.
his nephew or son-in-law, mechanical engineer,
Don't pass the people
who
away
took
again,
one of the
man.
devices,
Don't do it.
and it took 4 hours. They retrofitted a internal combustion engine, because what this device does is it recycles all of the waste products, heat products, carbon dioxide, everything that's coming out of an internal combustion engine gets captured and recycled and converted back to energy. The initial test showed that the internal combustion engine went from about a 30% efficiency to 80% efficiency. And this is just the initial prototypes. I can come on your show, we can look at the videos. I can show you all of it. I'd love to.
Oh my gosh,
So
it's fun
they
though.
are going to open source all of it within the next few months around the world.
Dude, Perfect
So
Dark
they're looking for
RTA would be
venues
so
to
much
put
fun
this
though.
information out, because like
That would be
Malcolm
just
there,
so much
the
fun.
inventor you saw, he says, you know, this is my legacy and I want the world to have this.
Thing is,
So if we can,
Perfect Asian levels are
Well, I was
just
gonna
so
say,
much
as
better
you say,
than the
they've
Asian
had
ones.
to keep it secret
Like Villa.
up till now.
Although I don't even have a Villa
Precisely because of the nature of the
Perfect
world
Asian
that we-
speedrun completion,
that
but
we
I
live
mean,
in.
it's just a
And-
completely
and I
different
would
level,
say
you know what I
that
mean?
We live in a system that is very controlling, that
Like pelagic?
works through very clever
Not
means
pelagic,
to
I
control
say,
the
you're
way
a
people
PA.
think. But that the younger generation is
I guess I
beginning
could try
to break
essay.
free of that in exciting ways.
But
And I
then
would
like
say that
deep
archaeology,
sea
strangely enough, is a very important part
attack
of
ship
that system of
nightmare.
control. If archaeologists can convince us that we are the end product of a long, steady evolution, we're the apex and the pinnacle of human achievement, then it justifies everything else that goes on in the world right now. Is any chance of pulling up the
do you think?
enemy number 1 clip in a minute?
Please, we'll do that. But do you think that they're doing this in cahoots, or do you think they're doing this to protect their own personal interests? And it seems to align with these systems. that are
First and
currently in place.
foremost, to protect their own personal interests.
And their own
Sec-
personal interests are to express history the same way that they have always.
Yeah, I don't think that there are many archaeologists who are actually out there deliberately lying to the public. I don't think that's happening.
They're
at
just
all.
egotistical human beings.
They're just like everybody else.
Right.
You know, you get invested in a particular line.
Yes.
It becomes
getting better.
existentially important to you.
It's your identity.
It's your identity.
And
If
your
it's-
knowledge defines you.
Your knowledge defines you, and if others challenge it, your first reaction is self-defense.
Yes.
You got to defend yourself. against this intruder who is
It's cool with the
attacking
music.
you in one way or another. So I don't think that it's a calculated conspiracy in that way. But I do think that advantage is being taken of it by other powers, by the powers that be. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole COVID and vaccine issue too much right now. There's a lot I don't know about that, but one thing I do know for sure is that the whole COVID and vaccine issue has been deliberately, carefully used by governments. They've taken advantage of it to
Why?
inculcate and encourage a habit of obedience in the population, that we just kind of automatically say yes. And that's part of the controlling powers in our society fighting back against this tendency to individuality and to thinking for ourselves. And that's why I say we live in the middle of a paradigm shift, where we're in struggle right now, and either one side or the other is going to win. But I believe that the force of good is a real force, and that the ability to think freely and think independently that the younger generation is showing is going to triumph in the long run.
And what is this enemy number 1 video? Do we need to pass the sacred HDMI cable again?
Well, again, it's just I was initially really perplexed by the way archaeologists responded to me. Why would they hate me so much? Why would they be so angry with me?
Well, you're an outsider.
And yeah, I guess that's it. Simply by proposing a different point of view. So it's just another short clip from Ancient Apocalypse.
I was gonna pass away.
This idea is upsetting to the so-called experts, who insist that the only humans who existed during the Ice Age were simple hunter-gatherers.
That automatically makes me enemy number 1 to archaeologists.
Why not just say, we don't know? This is a spectacular mystery and leave it at that.
It's my job to offer an alternative point of view. Perhaps there's been a forgotten episode in human history, but perhaps the extremely defensive, arrogant and patronizing attitude of mainstream academia is stopping us from considering that possibility and trying to overthrow the paradigm of history.
Poor Michael Shermer.
Ooh, dramatic. Very, very dramatic. I was lucky to work with a really top-class professional camera team in making this series. And talking about COVID, my goodness, I mean, to make an 8-episode TV series when the world was shut down, the number of quarantines we had to do in places like, Indonesia, in order to get this job done. But we powered through, and we got it done. And I hope that the series is going to make a difference. I'm just going to be part of that, providing an alternative source of information to people who are fed up with being told what to think by the so-called experts.
No, I'm certain it'll provide a lot of inspiration for people to think differently. Now, the possibility of this technology existing that we're talking about, existing in the past, would this technology be made with metal? Would these engines, these alternative technology engines, and if they were, we really wouldn't find evidence of them today?
I think we should be open-minded to a whole range of possibilities.
Exactly.
One of the one of the issues that gets me into a lot of trouble with archaeologists is that I think there are latent human abilities which we are not using. I don't know if you've ever had Rupert Sheldrake on your show. So Rupert has done a lot of work on telepathy, real solid scientific work. Just like, why does your dog know when you're coming home? He did a series of controlled experiments where the owner came home at random different times of day. And the dog always knew when he was coming. Some kind of telepathic message was passing back and forward. Rupert Sheldrake has shown that telepathy is a real thing. We're thinking there's somebody, and the next second the phone rings, and it's that person. Things like that. But Rupert has done very thoroughly detailed statistical work on this and shown that it's far beyond chance, that this is a real ability that humans have, but that we're persuaded in our society to think does not exist. What about telekinesis, the ability to move objects with the mind? That sounds like Stephen King territory, but maybe we can do it. Again, our society has rested all its faith on leverage and mechanical advantage and a particular path of technology, and we've allowed what I think may be latent human abilities to fall into the abyss and not to be used anymore, so much so that we laugh at ourselves for even thinking of them. And whenever I mention things like telepathy or telekinesis, I'm not pinning my whole thesis on that. I just think it's something we should be open to. Well, if an ancient civilization
The lag of
were
the
using
stupid
those innate
explosion,
human
like, come
abilities
on.
that we've forgotten how to use today, there would of course be no physical evidence for it whatsoever. There'd only be the results of what they did, like those 70-ton blocks lifted 350 feet in the air, covering the roof of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid. Impossible to explain in terms of leverage and mechanical advantage, but perhaps another explanation is needed.
Also, so profoundly advanced in terms of their ability to move immensely huge objects that it makes you consider in a way where we're talking about, look, even if we use the conventional dating of 2500 BC, how? Like, what was available? How did they do that? Like, what?
I've never seen a satisfactory explanation from the Egyptological fraternity as to how this was done. They keep coming up with multiple theories about how the Great Pyramid was built, and none of them make any sense to me. I've been lucky enough to climb the Great Pyramid 5 times. I've explored every internal passageway. This thing is just a gigantic mystery in stone. It challenges us to think again about everything in the ancient world. The fact that it incorporates the dimensions of our planet in its key dimensions, that you can take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply by 43,200 and you get the polar radius of the Earth. You can measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid, multiply it by the same number, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. I won't bore you, but that number is not a random number. Anybody who goes into my books will find that it relates to the obscure astronomical phenomenon called precession of the equinoxes. Great Pyramid is almost perfectly aligned to true north within 3/60ths of a single degree. 13-acre footprint, 6 million tons, 481 feet high, and aligned to true north with this incredible precision. I think they're trying to tell us something. When the pyramid speaks to our planet, it speaks to this Earth. It's aligned to true north, and it's built on a scale that models the dimensions of the Earth, and that scale is derived from a key motion of the Earth itself. Very, very clever.
And
again, I try and mention this to archaeologists. They say, it's just a coincidence. It's just rubbish. You know, that's what they say. And it's such a lazy way to dismiss the data, rather than getting to grips with the data and saying, could this really have happened by coincidence, or is something going on here?
See, there are these key numbers that recur over and over again. We find them in the Vedas, we find them in the Bible, we find them in Mayan traditions. They were in Sumeria, over and over again. And one of those key numbers, what Bert Graham just said, 43,200. Or, you know, and even in the way we still measure time today, if you think about how do we measure the length of one orbit, one rotation of the Earth on its axis,
That's too
the
insane.
meridian lining up with the center of the sun, we've divided that into seconds, right? Minutes, hours. 24 hours is the exact period of the Earth's rotation with respect to the sun, okay? 24 hours times 60 means there's 86,400 seconds exactly.
Yeah, like, I should just not shoot.
On the
Honestly.
moment of vernal equinox,
Come on.
the period of time of darkness and of light are exactly equal, 43,200. That number is the scaling ratio of the pyramid. If we were to take the pyramid as it is today on the
I
Giza
hate this
Plateau,
game.
enlarge it
I really hate
by a
this
factor of
game.
43,200, as Graham said.
I fucking hate
the
this
height
game.
Is literally within a
I
few
hate this
hundred
fucking
feet
game.
of being the polar radius of the Earth. And in fact, the range of error is within the range of error of our most accurate modern satellite surveys. And we could, when I come back, I could easily demonstrate that.
We'll do that.
I put together the slides to show exactly how
Dude.
it's done. The geometry of the height, the ratio of the height to the square base.
It's too fucking
solves
stupid, guys.
the geometric problem of the squaring of the circle. Because what they've basically done is that if you enlarge that pyramid by 43,200, the square base now becomes precisely the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Precisely. And for somebody to say this is just coincidence, well, if it was one example Yeah, or 2 examples. No, there's dozens of examples like this where you could show that somehow somebody seemed to know something beyond what they've been given credit for.
Something that they shouldn't have known at the time that structure is
This
supposed to
this game is just so troll, man.
Many other structures
It's
around
too
the world,
much.
staring us in the face, almost slapping us in the face,
I
is
really hate
evidence
this
of a
game.
lost technology. And yet it's so resisted and so sneered upon by mainstream academia. This is one of the things I really find very uncomfortable about archaeology, is the way that they sneer at alternative ideas. You know, the fact that I've taken psychedelics,
Too lucid, man.
that is used against me all the time by my critics. Oh, you know, Hancock takes drugs, so you shouldn't listen to anything that he says.
That's what I tell my kids.
But what a excuse me, what a lazy way
Yeah.
to dismiss an alternative argument, just with
It's very
insults.
lazy. Yeah, it's silly. It's also, it's like, what has he gotten out of those drugs, and why are you so dismissive of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so fascinated by the possibility of this ancient technology existing and what form it existed in. If they really did have the ability to calculate as you're describing, and they did it with such incredible accuracy, and the way you're laying it out, it's almost undeniable. The possibility of coincidence is far less than the possibility of calculation.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet this lazy dismissal is used to keep
Hate
people
this
locked
game.
in a particular framework of thinking. And that's what we're trying to disrupt. We're disruptors, we're contrarians. And I think there's a need for disruptors and contrarians in the world, no matter how much they insult me, no matter how much they insult Randall. The information that we're putting out there, sooner or later, is going to do some good.
How far back do you think this technology goes? You know, I keep pressing this because I want to get an understanding of, like, what's the long end of this? How far back do you think human sophisticated civilization existed? If the conventional idea is ancient Sumer, 6,000 Mesopotamia, 6,000 plus years ago, how far do you think we're talking?
Well, first and foremost, I can't give you absolute facts here.
Right.
I'm working on my ideas about the past. I think it's a civilization that went back deep into the last ice age, maybe as far back as 100,000 years into the past. I think it's a civilization that emerged out of hunter-gatherer societies and emerged out of shamanism. You encounter shamans in the Amazon rainforest today who are using ayahuasca. Well, ayahuasca is a miracle in itself. You know, there's 100,000 plus different species of plants and trees in the Amazon. You have to put 2 of them together to create the ayahuasca brew. One of them contains DMT, and the other contains a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. DMT is not orally active. That's why we have to smoke it in order to get the effect. But what they've done in the Amazon is make it orally active by combining it with the ayahuasca vine, which contains the monoamine oxidase inhibitor that switches off an enzyme in the stomach that allows the gut to absorb the DMT and for it to enter the brain. Now that is science
you just don't shoot.
that we're looking at there. We're looking at evidence of science. So the
It's just
notion
so
of
much more troll, though.
science emerging from a shamanistic society makes perfect sense to me. And again, this is where the archaeologists roll their eyes. But when you ask those shamans in the Amazon, where did your ancestors get the knowledge to make ayahuasca come from? I mean, surely it can't have been done by trial and error. When you've got 100,000 different species of plants and trees, you're taking 2, neither of which is active on its own, which only work when they're combined together.
Yes, baby, come on.
How did you arrive at that? And they say, the spirits taught us. How did the spirits teach you? Oh, our ancestors used to use yopo. They took a snuff, that's a DMT snuff, and in the yopo trance, they were taught how to make ayahuasca. So the idea,
Finally, holy
ludicrous as it
jeez,
may
man.
seem to archaeologists,
Like,
that shamanistic societies
Oh
can
no, I might
create
fuck it up now.
science seems
I
to
don't know
make
if it's gonna
perfect
work.
sense to me. And I think the lost civilization I'm talking about emerged out of shamanism, but that it then went further steps ahead than other hunter-gatherer societies. And unlike our civilization today, which is in the process of destroying the last hunter-gatherer civilizations on Earth, some members of our civilization, I'm very glad the way the election just went in Brazil, because we need to preserve the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon, it's madness to cut down the Amazon rainforest and turn it into soybean farms. You know, our civilization today has no respect for nature, no respect for hunter-gatherers, who are people with an enormous store of knowledge of how to survive on this planet. I think that the ancient civilization I'm talking about had great respect for its roots, for its origins in hunter-gatherer civilizations, and that's why I don't think they contaminated them too much. They stayed away from them and pursued their own path once they'd achieved these levels of technology.
You often talk about the use of LiDAR and ground-penetrating radar and how they've uncovered these structures, and
it's astonishing.
That the ancient Amazon rainforest was filled with massive civilizations.
Yes, absolutely no doubt about it now.
Is it possible that these massive civilizations were also advanced, and through the use of pharmacology, the same way we understand how to synthesize DMT and synthesize various psychedelic
Oh my
drugs,
god, it actually
that's how they learn.
I gotta drive a little further.
It's perfectly possible.
For the tank, it'll be easier to hit.
There is science in the hunter-gatherer mode of life, and that they applied that science. The Amazon is not entirely a natural product. The Amazon is a human-made garden. The trees in the Amazon that produce food are hyper-dominant. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because human beings made that happen. They created this incredible, we still don't understand it fully today, the terra preta, the black earth, which is immensely fertile, which reproduces its own fertility through bacteria in the soil. There are still patches of terra preta all over the Amazon, and settlers in the Amazon seek them out to plant in. Again, this is evidence of science. There were cities in the Amazon. Populations of 100,000 or more have been now revealed in the Amazon. It was a completely different from what we imagine it to be. And it used to be 7 million square kilometers. About 2 million square kilometers have been cut down by our rapacious, short-sighted, idiotic civilization. But 5 million square kilometers are left, and we're just beginning to get a hint of what's underneath them as a result of LiDAR. This technique, like light imaging and detection ranging, which flies, you can fly a plane over a section of rainforest, and without damaging anything, you can see what's underneath that rainforest. And what's underneath it is gigantic geometrical structures, huge squares, circles, a circle surrounded by a square. Just enormous constructions that you would not expect to find hunter-gatherer civilizations having made, and yet there they are in the Amazon. I've had occasion to this is one of the recent sciences on this. I've had occasion to meet a few billionaires, and I've tried to say to them, if you want to do some good with your money, put it into a major LiDAR survey of the Amazon, because right now only a tiny section of the state of Acre in Brazil has been surveyed by LiDAR, and what's come out of there, they're even finding pyramids in the middle of the Amazon. And then once they're found, archaeologists can go to them and have a look at them. Put some money into a proper LiDAR survey of the entire Amazon, and our whole idea of the past of the human species may change. And that comes back to my point. 5 million square kilometers in the Amazon, hardly studied. 27 million square kilometers of submerged continental shelves, hardly studied. 9 million square kilometers of the Sahara Desert, hardly studied. And yet archaeology claims to know the whole story of our past. Ridiculous. They can't know the whole story of the past while so little of the planet remains, so much of the planet remains untouched by archaeology. And why does it remain untouched? Well, partly it's very expensive to go do archaeology in the Sahara or in the Amazon, and partly because archaeologists are convinced that they're not going to find anything there. Well, LiDAR is breaking that myth. It's showing us that there is something to find in the Amazon. And I would urge any good-hearted billionaire who wants to see some real changes in our understanding of the past to put some money into LiDAR surveys. I know a number of the archaeologists who are doing this, a guy called Marty Partinson, for example. Very, very, very important work, but they're doing it on tiny funds. They need more funding in order to survey the whole Amazon. And I think if the whole Amazon is surveyed, it's going to radically change the way we view our past.
One of the problems is that both in archaeology and geology is the focus on a very limited, specialized site. You will have archaeologists that will spend a decade excavating one site, and obviously they're going to know more about that site than anybody, far and away. What seems to be lacking, and the same with geologists.
Why did you
know,
turn
you'll
around?
have geologists who will spend years examining one site, one geological outcrop, determining the lithology, the petrology, the sedimentary sequence, the ages, and they can tell you all about that site. What's missing, though, is the big picture. The integrating these different parts and these sites. And really, this is where there's room for those who are not super specialized to come in and try to come up with some kind of a coherent model that can link these sites together into a big picture. The panorama, the grander panorama. I'm thinking of the Al Goodyear. Down at
Tupper.
Yeah, tell a little bit about Al and what he
Well,
told
Al
us.
is an archaeologist, and he was, for a long time, there was a dogma in archaeology, a true dogma, that there were no human beings in the Americas until 13,000 years ago. Let's say 13,400 years ago. And they called them the Clovis culture. And the dogma was called Clovis first, that there were just no human beings here before Clovis. And Al was excavating a site called Topper, looking for Clovis materials, but then he did what other archaeologists didn't do. They dug below the Clovis layer. And below the Clovis layer...
People kept asking him, well, what's below it?
What's below it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And when he dug below it, he found more evidence of humans, going back tens of thousands of years before Clovis, going back 50,000 years. Like so many archaeologists who've broken the mold and found evidence that confronted the dogma, he was shunned by his colleague.
What was this evidence that he discovered?
Evidence of human presence in the Americas. Artifacts, objects, 50,000 years ago. I'm not saying artifacts of a high civilization. I'm just saying evidence that humans were here.
Yeah.
That this dogma that there
Spear
were no
points.
that there were no humans in the Americas until 13,000 years ago. That dogma locked the archaeology of the Americas in a single place for 40 or 50 years. And every single archaeologist, Jacques Mars at Bluefish Caves in the Yukon, for example, who found evidence of humans 24,000 years ago, every one of them suffered. Their research grants were pulled away from them. They were shunned at conferences. They were insulted by their colleagues. But as time passed, they were proved to be right. And this is the important issue.
Hate this game.
When I was researching America before, I went down to San Diego and talked with the team there who excavated the Cerruti Mastodon site. They think human beings have been in the Americas for 130,000 years, not 13,000, but 130,000 years. That gives you a lot of time for things to develop here in the Americas. Down in South America, there's a genetic connection between certain tribes in the Amazon and the peoples of Melanesia, of Papua New Guinea, that connection is not found anywhere in North America. So the old notion, again, it's a dogma, that human beings crossed the Bering Straits when they were a land bridge in the north and they traveled down through North America into South America. It may be that the completely opposite is true, that people were crossing the oceans tens of thousands of years ago, settling first in South America and then migrating north. And it's just very difficult for these ideas to become accepted. But little by little, this is what happens with paradigm shifts. As the new evidence keeps coming in, it becomes more and more absurd to stick to the old idea. Now, if you have human beings in the Americas for 130,000 years, then you have a possibility for an advanced civilization to have emerged right here in the Americas, in North America, in South America. And if that advanced civilization had based itself in the land that we now call the channeled scaplands, there wouldn't be a single thing left of it because of the pummeling massive forces of flooding that tore across that landscape during the Younger Dryas.
Now, the prevailing theory of what happened to the civilization in the Amazon rainforest is disease, right?
And that prevailing theory is correct. It was there was a Spaniard, Francisco de Orellana, who accidentally managed to travel the entire way across the Amazon, across South America in the 1560s. I say accidentally because he was with 20 other guys. They were in a boat and they were going hunting. But they put the boat on the Amazon River and the Amazon River wouldn't let them come back.
You
It carried
fucking
them,
just open the
kept on
goddamn
carrying
door.
them west and west and west. And finally they ended up, they started off in Colombia, and finally they ended up on the Atlantic coast of South America. Well, on the way through, they observed enormous cities. They observed evidence of high civilizations of the Amazon. He reported it, but he was disbelieved. It was thought that he was making it up, and it's these new LiDAR surveys that have confirmed that he was absolutely correct. And God knows what else might be found in the Amazon if the work were actually done.
So those
This
initial
stuff was just
explorers
so
carried
troll,
diseases.
bro.
and
They
that's
carried diseases. This is the thing. Oriana encountered thriving, highly populated areas. 100 years later, all gone, completely gone. Not because of muskets and swords, but because of smallpox. Primarily because of smallpox and other diseases that were imported from Europe that the indigenous inhabitants did not have
This level,
resistance
dude.
to. Just
This level's so
completely
troll.
decimated those civilizations.
I hate this
almost
fucking level.
wiped them completely from human memory. There's no doubt that biological weapon is the reason for the conquest of the Americas, that it was the diseases that were brought in. And in some cases, those diseases were deliberately spread, but in other cases, it was just an accident of contact.
And that's the exact same thing that happened in North America.
And that's the exact same thing that happened in North America too. That's how it became so easy for Europeans to conquer, because of the diseases they
Are
brought
you
with
serious
them.
right
And
now?
it is, I call
Come
it
on.
the earliest known
What is
example of a
this?
biological weapon
What is this?
that we're seeing in the
I hate this game.
So much
I hate
was
this
wiped
game.
out, so much memory
I
was
hate this
wiped out.
game.
And then not just the killing off of the people with the diseases that Europeans brought.
It's
but
so
the
fucking
church, the way
stupid,
that
this
the-
game.
the-
Did you
the
see
way
that?
the
Did you
church
guys see that?
behaved in the Americas was
Did you see that?
appalling. The deliberate burning of Mayan codices.
I hate
In one
this
bonfire,
fucking game, guys.
5,000
Why do I
Mayan
even
books
try
were
to
heaped
work
up
on
and burnt by
I should
some
just go a
idiot
long
priest.
way.
You know, what's he doing
No,
there
'cause
but
I go
wiping
up
out the
past where
memory
the
banks of
guards-
humanity? What would have been,
Like,
what would
fuck
we
you,
have
dude.
found in those manuscripts if we'd been able to find them today, if they hadn't been burnt by some religious fanatic who was convinced that his ideas were the only right ideas and everybody else was wrong? Christianity is responsible for a great deal of harm in this world, and it's time Christians sucked it up and got to grips with that instead of regarding themselves as a paragons of virtue, because Christianity has done horrific things down through the ages. Hopefully it's learned from its experiences.
It's so fucking dumb.
That doesn't seem very likely.
But it's been an instrument, it's been an instrument of destruction of human memory.
Yes.
Those who were destroying that human memory, no doubt they fervently believed that they were right. But their belief that they were right doesn't mean they were right. They were wrong. They've deprived us of huge libraries of knowledge which would otherwise be available to us. That's why I call us a species with amnesia, that we have forgotten so much about our own past. And we're in that kind of amnesiac state where we just have a feeling that something's wrong, but we don't quite know what it is.
It's one of the more fascinating aspects of being a person today is that we have so much access to information, and that we can find out about these things now that, you know, if you tried to bring these ideas forth in the 1970s, they'd be easily dismissed.
Yeah.
But now, because of LiDAR, because of our understanding of what disease did to North America and what the Christians did, and it's a far more compelling conversation.
Yeah, and the internet.
Yes.
Well, I regard the internet as a poisoned chalice. There are wonderful gifts in the internet, but there's also terrible problems with the internet. But the one thing the internet has done is it's allowed people to communicate directly with one another. We don't have to go through the middleman, the big newspaper proprietor or the big TV station. We don't have to go through the middleman in order to get to people. We can talk to one another directly and share ideas, hopefully in a fertile way. It's sad that so much of the internet is just filled with hatred and fear and suspicion of people being utterly obnoxious to one another. But nevertheless, I'd rather have it than not have it, because it's opened up so many doors of inquiry that would otherwise remain closed.
I like to think, you know, when I was born, mid-20th century, we had zero presence in space. No satellites. We never put up a single satellite, right? We're in a position now where we can really begin to perceive things on levels that a few generations ago were inconceivable, both on the microscopic, and certainly we know how important the microscopic realm has been.
My God, yes.
You know, when we start talking about nanodiamonds and microspherules and all of this, and in being able to demonstrate that these great catastrophes have happened. I kind of use the analogy of fingerprints, which I borrowed from Graham, but fingerprints, you know, on a crime scene, you don't really see those without technological enhancement. Footprints, on the other hand, you can see them. They're obvious. They're, you know, footprints in the ground. So I kind of look at the Channel Scablands. Those are obvious footprints on the global landscape that are unambiguous, right? Then on the other hand, the microspherules, the nanodiamonds, and the things like that, those are the things that you can't see without the technological advancement, without scanning electron microscopy or energy dispersive.
Can I just butt in there to elaborate on the nanodiamonds? This is one of the reasons we know that there was a series of airbursts and bits of a comet that hit the Earth 12,800 years ago, because all around the world there is a layer in the soil. You can go down to Murray Springs in Arizona. There's a draw that was cut by floods there, and along the side of the draw you can see a line in the earth about the width of a human hand, and that is the Younger Dryas boundary, and it's full of what are called impact proxies, things that could only be created by the massive heat and shock of an impact of an object from space. And those include nanodiamonds, these tiny diamonds which we would not see without high-level tech
it's a 5-star.
Allowing us to see down into the minuscule world. That's it.
Minus
That's
12.
That's the
It's a
Younger Dryas
restaurant.
boundary layer at Murray Springs.
Which one's the layer?
It's like a 5-star anywhere else, yeah,
There's
honestly.
better shots of it, but it's that dark
Yeah.
layer. It runs all
Here in
along
Toronto,
the side
yeah.
of the springs.
Toronto, there are
for
some
the series, we
dives.
went there with Alan
Oh my
West
God.
from the Comet Research Group, and he explained to us exactly.
You wanna go to
exactly
some
what's going
dive
on here. And
restaurants,
that's
go to
the first
Toronto.
clues that led them to believe that we're dealing with a comet impact 12,800 years ago. And I don't want to misuse that word. It's not a single object. It's multiple objects. It's
Toronto's
a
very
swarm
hit and
of
miss for food. Toronto
Those
has some really
objects
bad
hit
food.
all around
Toronto's
the world.
insane
They
food,
hit
but
in
also
North
some really
America,
bad food.
but they also hit in Syria. Interestingly, there's a site
That
called
wasn't
Abu
even close,
Huraira,
was it?
which is very near to Göbekli Tepe in Syria, which was hit by what they believe was an airburst
hate
of a
this
fragment
fucking
of a
game.
comet. If we go back to 1908, June 1908, many people will know that an event took place in Siberia. It's called the Tunguska event. Interestingly enough, that date,
Wish you could send me the
June
food from here. Yo,
1908,
I wish
is
you
one of
could
the
send me
two
the food from
periods
there.
in the year, June and November, when the Earth passes through the
Me
Taurine
too,
meteor
Toad.
stream. And
Me
what
too.
happened there was that an object that's estimated to have been about 100 meters in diameter blew up in the air over Siberia. It flattened 2,000 square miles of trees. It was an uninhabited area. Nobody was killed. But if that had happened over a major city, it would have been cataclysmic. And that was just a small bit. And it left the same traces in the soil, the same nanodiamonds, the same evidence of... Another really intriguing thing is melted quartz. It takes temperatures of 2,000 plus
5-star,
degrees
nice, bro.
centigrade to melt
happy.
quartz. And you find melted
It's a good
quartz
strat. Pass away those
all
2
over
yards.
this
It's a little
Younger
slow
Dryas
though. Like
boundary
adds
layer.
5 seconds.
You
but
find iridium,
We
another
may
object,
survive.
another substance that can only come in with asteroids and comets from outer space. So the evidence is mounting. The evidence is building. And the team of scientists at the Comet Research Group, as I mentioned earlier, they've just now got some major funding. We are going, and if again, I talked about that happy billionaire who I would like to see put some money into LiDAR surveys in the Amazon. I'd like to see them put some money into the Comet Research Group as well, because they've funded themselves all the way along now, but now they've got some major funding. We're going to see some huge breakthroughs in that field. And it doesn't matter how much other scientists dislike what they're doing, they are giving us the data. The data ultimately is what matters, not people's opinion. And the data speaks to a gigantic worldwide apocalypse 12,800 years ago.
Jamie, can I have the sacred cable back?
I have to pee. So let's pause and we'll come back and get back to this.
Sounds
We're
good.
right back. Okay, we're back.
Are we back?
Yeah. Here we go. Okay.
Oh, there we go. All right, so this is just sort of a graphic I put together to show the Taurid meteor stream, and this is based. There's two ellipses here,
Sorry.
which it goes back to the work of Fred Whipple way back in the 1940s, who was the first one to realize that the Taurid meteor stream was the byproduct of this ongoing fragmentation of an original giant comet. Because what he was able to do when he did this succession of photographs is he was able to run the orbits in reverse. And once he did that, he could see that these separate pieces within the stream all converged on the same point in space, which told him that they were once one object. So, but anyways, what we've got here is, you'll notice here's Mercury, or orbit of Mercury, glasses here, orbit of Venus, and then this third ring here is the orbit of the Earth. The green arrows show the direction of the orbit, so here's the orbit of the Earth. And here is the green arrows again show the direction of orbit of the stream. And you can see that the
asshole.
Earth's orbit crosses the stream.
Fuck you, asshole.
Late June, early July, right here. And then again, it crosses the stream around now, late October, early November. And this has led the Taurid stream to sometimes be referred to as the Halloween.
Fuck you. Like, I hate this game. Guys, I hate this game. I hate this game.
What was the date of Tunguska?
June 30th, 1908.
Yes.
Oh,
so the timing was
look at this
perfect.
fucking stupid game.
The other thing was that the position where
watching
the
is
meteor
probably
emanated
hilarious.
from space
You're
was perfect
I
because
do that
you
all
can
the time.
see
I
that
watch
as the
people.
stream comes
I
around
watch
the sun.
people run.
If you're here on the Earth and you're looking up the stream, and here's the problem.
Nice
why the
Sunday
object wasn't seen until the last few moments.
And it's just me losing my mind.
You had to
on
almost
this
look
game.
directly into the sun.
Every pass away. It's been really funny today.
Like
I have to learn how to laugh.
object
I have to
was
learn
born
how
out
to
of the
laugh.
sun,
I have
or
to.
that the sun split
It's
in
too
two,
much.
and this fiery object came and
That
exploded.
was hilarious.
You know, it didn't.
The irony
here's
of
a
that
proof
whole
point. It did
situation
not
was
hit
just.
the ground.
It was an airburst.
It was an airburst, and a lot of what we might be talking about with the younger Dryas would
Thanks
be
for
airbursts.
watching my stream while you're out of dinner.
I
man.
just did a whole presentation on October 30th talking about the universal observance of the Festival of the Dead and its connections with the Taurid meteor stream. It's a very fascinating presentation. If somebody wants to learn more about this, you can go on my website. You can download it.
What's the website?
RandallCarlson.com.
Okay.
Okay. So when you're here, you're looking up towards the sun. But when you're looking upstream here, you're looking out into space directly towards the Pleiades.
What the
Very
fuck is
important
this?
constellation across the ancient world.
What the fuck
Yes.
was that?
And the Pleiades, in traditional astrological context, is the shoulder of the bull, Taurus the bull. And you can go back and there's lots of mythologies about, the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the Gilgamesh and Enki do battle with the bull of heaven.
Me too.
And that's why it's called the Taurid meteor stream, because it appears to emanate from the region of space in which the constellation of Taurus is. It's not coming to us from Taurus,
No,
but it looks like it is.
It looks like it is, right? This is the general idea right here. You've got a radiant. The meteors are actually coming in parallel lines, but when you look upstream, they're all emanating from a point in space. So all meteor streams get their name from the constellation that they appear to be coming from. So the Leonids, obviously Leo. The Geminids, Gemini.
Orionids, Orion.
Exactly. The Taurids, Taurus. So
I wonder how
we won't get into
That
that.
Zwing found me.
Tunguska event, you had some calculations on the
I
size
say
of
that
the
because I added
Yes,
the
the power of that event
RTA
has
tag,
been
I think.
estimated based
You might
upon
have
the
searched
destruction
Twitch for RTA and he
of
might have
the
came
old
up,
growth
unless he's a
Taiga forest.
Goldeneye legend.
They were able to
Which probably
estimate
is.
how much energy. And the equivalent of that was about a 15 megaton hydrogen bomb. Now, how do you wrap your head around what a 15 megaton explosion would look like?
Like
I
Abney's
got a
stream is
graphic
on
here.
the Elite. I wonder if
actually is an
Z-Wing is.
artist's depiction of
If
what
not,
a
it should be.
15
It could be.
megaton
It can be.
explosion over a major city would look like. There we go.
Oh, Jesus.
That is a 15 megaton explosion.
-7.
Tunguska was one object that was about 150 feet in diameter, moving at a couple of tens of thousands of miles per hour. So it's got this tremendous amount of potential energy. It comes in so fast
If
that
there's
the
no doke
atmosphere
here,
can't move out of
I'm
the
gonna
way.
take
The
a little
atmosphere
break and
piles
load the
up in
vape, I
front of it,
think.
becomes like a solid, like a brick wall, and the object exploded maybe 5 miles out. Devastating. Like Graham said, it was 2,000 some square kilometers, about 825 square miles of
Come
overall
on, man.
Cayuga Forest got completely obliterated. Now, if you want to try to wrap your head around what happened during the Younger Dryas, think a couple of thousand of these. It would have been like an all-out
I hate this
nuclear
game.
war. And it's left its traces all over the planet. Everywhere we've looked, in fact.
Yeah. And this happened many times.
I
for
really, truly hate this
1,000
game.
years?
I think there were multiple impacts. It's clear that there was a peak of impacts 12,800 years ago. I personally think, this is not the Comet Research Group point of view, but I think it was another series of impacts 11,600 years ago that brought the Younger Dryas to an end. And quite possibly an impact in a major
I'm gonna use the
ocean that led to
washroom.
global warming
I'll be
with a
back. I'll
huge
probably do
cloud of
more.
water
I'm
vapor
gonna do more streams. I'll be
thrown
back.
up
Use the
into the
washroom,
air.
drink
That's actually
water.
not my
Roll the vape,
thesis.
maybe.
I've adopted it, but it's the work of
Shout
some
out
friend of
Z-Wing,
mine,
follow
leading
Z-Wing,
astronomer
Z-E-W-I-N-G.
back in the 80s, who suggested that there were the 1,200 years of the Younger Dryas was 1,200 years of continuous cataclysm. And it was on an enormous scale. And the reason the Tunguska event matters is because it happened pretty much in our time. It happened in 1908. It tells us that we're still in interaction with the Taurid meteor stream, that it's not a distant and unimportant danger. It's a real and present danger. If that object that exploded over Siberia in 1908 had exploded over a major city, we'd all be paying very close attention to the Taurid meteor stream today, because the results would have been absolutely catastrophic. But then, as Randall says, take that back 12,800 years ago. Look at the massive bombardment that took place then. Evidence as far west as the west coast of America, evidence as far east as Syria. You're looking at a worldwide event. Thousands of airbursts, huge numbers of objects coming in, some of them hitting the North American ice cap physically, some of them actually exploding in the air. The end result fully explains how we could have lost a whole civilization from the record.
It's so compelling and so based on evidence.
Yeah, it is based on evidence, and again, it's evidence that largely, unfortunately, is being ignored. And often when I talk about this, I'm told, don't be a fear monger, don't spread fear. But actually, I don't want to spread fear. I want to spread awareness, because we're not helpless. That's one of the good things about our tech. We actually have reached a level where we can do something about dangerous objects that the Earth is interacting with in space.
In
if
fact,
we
that
choose
has been done recently for the first time.
For the first time.
Yeah.
DART, pushing an asteroid just slightly off course we now know that that's a practical possibility. That's all you'd need to do with the dangerous objects in the Taurid meteor stream, but it would require a combined effort of all the advanced cultures on Earth today in order to bring that about. It would be a big project, but it would be a worthy project, and I can think of many unworthy projects that the big nations are investing in at the moment, which we really don't need. This would be one that would be really rather useful.
Yeah, wouldn't it be better to cooperate and come up with a way of defending this planet? And see, you talk to some people about this, and they kind of consign it to the realm of science fiction. But clearly, I mean, just a couple of days ago, a new asteroid was discovered within the orbit of Venus that had been completely invisible, and it was huge. Now, it's not Earth-crossing, but I think we mentioned this the last time I was on here. You remember, I went through this whole series since the late 1980s, showing the near misses that have occurred every few months. Over and over again, I showed that on your show the last time I was here. Those are real. Those are real. And sooner or later, I mean, they're out there now that have our planet's name on them, our name and our number. We just haven't discovered them yet. I mean, the estimates now of potentially dangerous Earth-crossing asteroids is maybe 10%.
Of what's actually out there.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we're not only dealing with a lost civilization of the past, we're also dealing with a potential lost civilization of the future.
And if that happened to us, one of the big problems with today's information is it's stored on hard drives.
All gone.
All gone.
All gone, completely. And another big problem is that the majority of people in the advanced industrialized so-called civilizations don't have a clue about how to survive.
Right.
I know you do.
Barely.
But you've developed some skills, but I don't have those skills, and most of us don't have those skills to survive. Who would we take refuge with if our civilization went down? We would have to take refuge with hunter-gatherers, because hunter-gatherers are absolutely the masters of survival. And I think that's what happened 12,000, 11,000 years ago. The survivors of a higher civilization, I don't like the word higher, but a different kind of civilization, took refuge amongst hunter-gatherers and created projects like Göbekli Tepe, which were used to instruct and to teach and to bring in something new. We have 2 episodes in Turkey in my series. One episode is all about Göbekli Tepe, but Göbekli Tepe, 11,600 years old, isn't alone. There's another site we were the first film crew to get into called Karahan Tepe, which has now been excavated. Dates from the same period. It's the most extraordinary and amazing site. Nobody knew it was there until a decade ago. Furthermore, they found another 11 sites, all of them in a ring around Göbekli Tepe, all of them indivisible from one another because they're on hilltops. They've discovered them, but they haven't yet been excavated. It's fascinating that they all date to this period of 11,600 years ago. Another thing that we do in another episode of the series is we look at the so-called underground cities of Turkey. This is quite a famous phenomenon in Turkey, that there are huge cities. They look like ant farms on an enormous scale that are dug out under the earth. Hundreds and hundreds of rooms. That huge efforts was put into digging deep beneath the earth and creating these shelters. And archaeology does not have a good explanation about what they're there for, or why they were built, or when they were built. They're all cut out of stone. You can only date objects that were left in them. You can't say when they were actually made. What makes sense of those underground cities to me is that they were built as places of refuge that people could go into during an episode of meteor bombardment during the Younger Dryas, because there wasn't just the one 12,800 years ago, there were multiple episodes over the next 1,200 years. It makes sense that these underground cities were built as places of shelter, not as places to hide from an invading army. The last place you want to go if you have an invading army is to go hide underground. All they have to do is block up the entrances. They don't even have to fight you, you know. But if you're dealing with a periodic event which will be over in a couple of weeks, they're great places to retreat into. The evidence is all around us, all around the world, and that's why I've made this series, because I want to show people that it's not just a single thing, there's a huge story here.
When they date objects that they find in these underground cities, what are the dates they find?
The oldest, they actually have no idea. They were used by Christians, they were used by Muslims, they were used back in 2,000 plus years ago, as homes in some cases. There's some evidence that they going back 2,800 years, but it's all from objects found inside them, and those objects don't tell us when the original work of cutting out these enormous structures, and it took an enormous will to create them. There's not just one. There's dozens of them.
Can we find those, Jimmy? I'm sorry, Randall. You got the.
Pass the sacred cord.
Or maybe you could find them.
Yeah, I could.
Derinkuyu, for example.
What's the name of the place?
DERINKUYU.
Got it right there.
What's the oldest objects they find in there?
2,800 years plus.
Whoa, look at this.
Cross-section is just amazing. I spent hours down there just wandering around and looking at this amazing place. And it makes no sense to me.
And it's carved into stone.
It's cut literally out of the bedrock beneath the ground. There, you can see a cross-section on the left there.
Here. Yeah.
Hey,
These
we're
are a
doing pretty
huge
well so
mystery.
far.
And the
It
fact
was
that
such an
objects have been
audacious
dated to certain
thing
periods
to
does
go
not
for,
tell
but
us
we're
when
doing
they were
alright.
used. Every new culture that went in there would have removed
So far, I
most
think we
of
have
the
one
stuff that
more
was
in
there
us. One more
before.
PB.
But when you ask yourself
I
what
think
was
we
the
have one
motive
more.
for creating something like this, the motive is clearly
Maybe
to hide
sub-hour
from a
PB,
danger
and then
from
we're
above,
gonna
in my view.
reconsider everything.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, not tonight. I mean, hopefully tonight.
And they can be visited. The two that I visited in the series are Derinkuyu and Kaimakli. And these two sites are joined by an 8-kilometer tunnel underground.
8 kilometers.
8 kilometers long, which joins the two of them.
Dug out of stone.
Dug out of stone, the whole thing.
Wow.
Thanks for being here.
How long would it take to complete something like this?
Well, it would take a very long time indeed. That's all I can say. Nobody's really done the calculations, but
and that one shows a vent to the sky.
Yep, they have vents. They have vents to the sky to allow air to come in. But you have to consider if you've got 10 or 15,000 people in there, they can't really stay in there much longer than about 2 or 3 weeks.
The
which is
foie
about the
gras.
time it takes to pass through the torrid meteor stream. Otherwise, you're going to get huge amount of human refuse
duck.
built up inside these. They're going to become
Merci, canard.
inhospitable places. But if they're only to be used for 2 weeks at a time, then they're fine. They have air vents. They have water. They're incredibly well thought out.
There's water in there, or they store water in there?
They store water in there. Yeah. And down below it, you
Whoa,
drill
look
deeper
at
and you
that.
come to wells.
That's incredible. Look at the sophistication of the construction, too.
So we're looking at a series of mysteries that are unexplained by archaeology, or that are explained in unsatisfactory ways. And what I've tried to do is to offer alternative
gun. What am I doing?
explanations that make some kind of sense of the anomalies that we're looking at. There are just too many anomalies that are not explained by the mainstream theory. And that's when you get a paradigm shift, when you get to the point where the mainstream theory just won't explain stuff anymore. Just like Clovis First eventually had to be thrown out by American archaeologists. They just couldn't keep on with that fantasy any longer, because the evidence spoke to a human presence far older than 13,000 years ago. It's beginning to happen now with the Younger Dryas impact and the events of the Younger Dryas.
But as you begin to grasp the magnitude of these things, when you start talking about the tremendous earthworks of North America, of which only a small fraction still exist, the structures in the Amazon, which to me was the most incredible part of American forests.
Thank you.
I kind of, was getting the gist of it, but when I read that, I'm like, oh, wow. Because I had studied considerably in depth into the North American monumental earthworks. Have visited most of the extant ones that still remain. Very impressive. And then find out there's even a greater magnitude in South America, in the Amazon. That was mind-blowing to me.
And many of them unexplored.
Most of them
No
unexplored.
freaking
Just
way!
identified
This is
on
not
radar.
real life.
Very few have been.
This is not real life.
And very
It's
little of the
like,
surface
I'm so
has been
blessed.
explored.
Yo, what up, Ace?
Absolutely.
What are you,
It's a
dog?
tiny fraction. 2% maybe less than that.
So when you look
Are
at
you
the
serious right now,
magnitude
bro?
of these
What?
extraordinary
We have to clutch this out then,
building
aren't we?
campaigns,
Oh wow, that was not
you got to
clutch.
go, why?
What's up,
There
dude?
hasn't
Are
been
you
a
serious right now?
It just there's such
Yo.
an incongruity there between the idea
100
of
alt?
hunter-gatherers or
I
even
had a feeling that was you on the
farmers
alt.
undertaking
Oh shit, I dropped
projects
everything.
of such enormous
Oh
magnitude.
shit.
To me,
I missed the
there's just a
split.
disparity
It's
there
fine.
that just
It might not be a
there's a
joke.
disconnect.
The so-called
What's up,
mound
Ace? Are you
builder
serious,
culture
bro?
of
Thanks,
North
man.
America has been
Holy
hugely
shit, dude.
underestimated and not given the priority it deserves. That's why we devoted one episode of this series to the mound builder sites in North America,
I hate
to
this game.
Serpent Mound, to Poverty Point in Louisiana. Fantastic site. The thing that's not realized is that the vast majority of what stood here 600 years ago has been destroyed. Turned
Yo,
into
Ace, thank you so
farmland,
much, dude.
plowed
What
under,
are we playing, dude?
just wiped away
Fuck.
in that process of making us a species with amnesia. It happened very much in North America, but the few sites that are left speak of enormous sophistication, and the horizon
This is the
keeps on
worst
going
fucking
back
facility
and
in
back
my
and
life.
back. So Poverty Point in Louisiana, fantastic site, very large scale, enormous pyramidal structure there. But it is and dated to about
Thank God.
2,700 years
Yo,
ago.
legend, man.
But
Thanks,
it's
dude.
directly connected to another site, Watson Break.
Fucking
which
lurkers,
is
if
just a
anyone's
mile
lurking.
to the south.
The guy that raided me, that's
Lined
perfect.
up
This is the guy that
perfectly
has the
with
world
Watson Break.
record.
The
This
two
is
sites
on
are
my
anchored
screen
to
on the
one
bottom
another.
left.
Watson Break goes back 5,300
Anyone was
years ago.
wondering?
There are other sites that go back
Got the
8,000 years
splits
ago.
working now?
These are just the ones that have survived. I think that mound builder culture, as it's called in North America, goes back deep into the Ice Age as well.
Pretty
We're
terrible
looking at-
splits.
We're looking again at a mystery that we only have fragments of it to try and draw conclusions from. But those fragments speak to a majesty in the past of North America that has been largely ignored. And part of the reason that it was ignored was that in the process of settling North America, it was felt useful to diminish the achievements of those who
tried to not let go of
taken over, to
left there,
regard
but
them
didn't
as
work.
inferior in some way rather than superior. But when you look at the works of their hands, you see that superior people were definitely involved in North America, and that they have a very ancient culture which has been, sadly unrecognized.
And again, with the destruction caused by the Younger Dryas impact theory, most of it would be gone.
Well, absolutely. The effect of that cannot be overestimated. The scale of the flooding across North America in the
Okay,
4 or
and
5
I need to
miles
also
south
explain
of the
something.
ice cap,
So
roughly.
I wrote,
The ice cap
okay.
went down roughly to about Minnesota.
This is gonna probably irk a
Something
lot
like
of
that.
people.
Everything south
But
of
I
that was
wrote
just torn to
24th as in,
shreds by the
I
Younger
think
Dryas
on the
cap. It's
elite.
absolutely
I think it's the
wrecked. Anything
24th.
that was there that would
Best
speak to our
times, like
past was
111.
destroyed by nature.
And I'm like,
Completely destroyed
I'm sure
before
everyone
other
that
human
raided
beings
me
came
is
along
probably
and
ranked
destroyed it
higher than me, so
further.
like, please don't
And I just think it's
think I'm like trying to be
it's
an
important
asshole.
that
Everyone that comes in, I
that we
say I'm
allow
not ranked
alternative
24th.
voices to speak out, and that's one of the things that I really appreciate about your show, Joe, because you have a major platform, you reach a major audience, and what you're doing is you're allowing alternative voices to speak out. A lot of people misunderstand what you're doing, but what you're doing is actually allowing voices that had been suppressed to speak out, and thus provide the general public with more options, with more to think about than they had before. And I really appreciate that. Can I play one more clip from the show?
Please.
Do we need to pass the sacred cable again? Here we go. Oh, here we don't go. That's the one called, it begins with the word Joe.
That was a vape line. That was the vape hit line.
Joe, you very kindly appeared in my series, and I'm grateful to you for that.
Oh, my pleasure. It's my honor.
And this is
I'm so excited that this is a thing.
Yeah, well, so am I. Let's. I just hope that it has the impact that
I did, man.
I believe it will.
There's people that come along.
No, honestly, thank you, Ace, dude. There's probably people that entered that would have like love to be raided by you, man. I really appreciate that, dude. Like, thank you so much. You're the man, dude. I think my real goal is like a no death, like initial goal, right? Before I like stop and start learning strats. You know what I mean? Like speedrun strats. Like caverns in jungle.
From fragmentary evidence.
Is probably a no death sub 1 hour maybe.
Yay.
And then I gotta look at other
There's
stuff.
huge forces at work that would like this to be shut down. Archaeologists are already complaining to Netflix and saying this show should never be put on the air. Hancock, has to be kept silent. Basically, they say that I'm misleading the public. I think the public are intelligent enough to make up their own minds.
Well, I would invite those people to come on
Think
here and
everybody
talk with
for
you.
sure would be.
Yes, I would
think
love
that
to.
Where to
would
put
be
those
fascinating.
minds?
I would love to do that.
Fascinating to see their argument about the Younger Dryas impact
Yeah.
theory, about all of this, because
Yeah.
it seems so compelling and so overwhelmingly evidence-based.
Absolutely, it would be a great debate to have. Very few archaeologists are willing to debate with
So
me.
It's right there. What's right there?
I think you'd have a hard time getting some of
Crazy the
them.
rankings. Oh,
They
the
will make
24th.
excuses
Yeah,
like they will
I know it's
lower
so
themselves
obnoxious,
to
bro.
engaging
I'm sorry,
about
like
such ideas, but
it's
Giving
true.
you
I
a
mean,
platform.
there's probably, dude.
That's the
There's
one
probably
they
a lot of
use
people who
lot.
haven't submitted a run to the elite that are better than 111. Like, it's ridiculous. It's too much.
No, it's really been fascinating to be a fan of your work, to get to know you, and you were one of the very first guests we ever had.
Joe, we go back a long way.
Yeah, because you were one of the very first guests. It wasn't just a comedian, like a friend of mine.
Right.
Like, and I was so excited about that. That episode that we did with Duncan Trussell.
Yes, that's right.
And you know, Duncan and I have always followed your work. We've both been giant fans of yours. But it's so interesting to see it becoming more and more accepted. Yes. And because of all the work with Younger Dryas Impact Theory, now substantiated.
That's my secret, Farboy.
That's very encouraging to me too.
That's exactly the secret.
And a lot of insults for what I do and for what I say.
I'm a fraud.
What's happened, little bit by little bit, is the evidence has come in, which doesn't allow those critics to say what they still say it, but they can't say it with any authority anymore.
Wow.
Göbekli Tepe just destroyed the argument that the Sphinx can't be 12,000 years old.
No, really, like I really need to explain myself because
the argument that there was no
I'm sure everyone that entered is very tired than me.
Just
like,
more and more
and if you're not, that's
coming
okay
out,
too. But
much
like, it's just too much.
Yeah.
Why don't you mention the Cosmic Sun?
I probabably shouldn't have just.
And we have I
didn't need to have passed him away too.
Next year,
but I've lost a lot of runs in Surf Swarm. I've been going by in the hype, but I'm trying to pass him away and do better lines now.
I'll put it up on my website, which is grahamhancock.com. And
it'll be on mine.
That's what I mean. Like this, I don't know.
Oh, there it is. Look at
You
that.
can see my input display, so you see I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, June 16th
But
to 18th, 2023.
That's what I
Scroll up there,
mean.
Jamie, so I see who's
I think
what's
after
you guys?
1 hour, he'll
Jamie
pass away.
Corsetti, who's been on the podcast
I'm gonna
before as well.
sit down and see if I can
Johanna James.
just learn some stuff.
Alan
Maybe
West's going to
Bunker
join us. We're
One.
having, that's one of the good things about this. We're having a number of the scientists from the Comet Research Group who are going to join us and speak at the event. So it's going to be a mixture of outsiders, alternative thinkers like ourselves, and mainstream scientists who are proposing this new
Tankersley,
science.
I saw his name.
Yeah, Keith Tankersley.
West, Moore.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Colin.
Good goal,
These
yo.
are all
Thanks, man.
leading
Yeah.
scientists who are involved
Oh,
in-
he's
I think it's pretty good goal.
Tel Alamar.
Yeah,
That's
who are
him,
involved
It's like
in
10,
the,
11 minutes off.
the research behind the Younger Dryas Impact.
If you look at my time, if you look at my level,
Go down.
if you look at my level times,
Go down. This is somebody, Lieutenant
you could
Colonel
see where I
Lohmeyer.
could
I would
caverns.
like you to get him on your show.
Caverns alone.
He's, well, you can read about him right there.
Former commander of the U.S. Space Force, Air Force Academy graduate, fighter pilot, relieved of his duties in 2021 for writing a book encouraging the reform of the U.S. military.
He's an awesome dude. And he would absolutely love to have a conversation with you.
I would love to. What was his, what did he, that book that he wrote that relieved him of his duties?
He was basically exposing the wokeness that was infecting the military. The political correctness and the wokeness, and you know, they spend millions of dollars training this guy, and then they dismiss him because he was telling the truth about what's happening, how the military is becoming a political tool, which it's not supposed to be.
Of course.
Yeah. But he's a good man, and he's going to be joining us. You'll meet him.
Damn it.
I have not met him.
What is he speaking about on this?
I think he's going to, well, before all this pandemic stuff hit.
You fucking asshole.
He
What happens now?
Contacted me. I think he heard me on your show. I think that's where so he
You fucking
contacted
asshole.
me. He was
are you
based,
doing?
I think, in Huntsville, and
I
he
hate
was
this
about
guy,
to
bros.
assume like second in command of the Space Force. In fact, there's a video where Matt Lohmeyer is meeting
Game,
with.
guys.
He's got the whole.
Come on.
Pull up, Jamie. Pull up Matt Lohmeyer, Donald Trump.
It's like I just
there's
feel
a
like
video
resetting.
where he's got the whole Space Force behind him. He's meeting with Donald Trump, talking about the mission of Space Force.
Fucking
He
bullshit.
contacted me and said that he was very interested in the idea of planetary defense. And he said there was a group within the Space Force that saw that as being a part of their mission. So he had set up, I was going to go and do a presentation to the base commanders of the whole Space Force on planetary defense and the need for planetary defense. And then the COVID hit. So then that got derailed. Then he reorganized a second possible presentation, and that the dates,
Yo, thanks, Farm Boy.
venue, and
You have a
everything was
legend
set.
time in this.
And then he got the boot because his book came out. And I think
You were
he
telling
went
me.
on. Maybe he was on Tucker
This is
Carlson.
fun though, man. It's a lot of fun.
Maybe
It's cool. I'm like learning how to do
talking about
splits
his
and
book
everything.
And the wokeness in the military.
Not in
and,
real life.
Like within a week, he's been given the boot. So that's, I think he's going to be talking planetary defense against asteroid impact.
Cancel culture.
What?
Cancel culture.
Oh
Yeah,
no, is
cancel
this
culture.
Silo?
He got
This is
Yo,
one
what
of
up,
the
Stas?
sinister
Morning,
aspects of
man.
our society today.
Yeah.
As though
It's bizarre how effective it is.
it's incredibly effective in shutting down alternative
We just got
voices.
raided by
And
Perfect
as
Ace,
though
man.
Our governments behave as though citizens who are adults are not adults, that they're children, that they can't make decisions for
rare
themselves.
champion.
We have to respect the intelligence of the man in the street.
Goldeneye and
Present everybody with all the information
Perfect
and let
Dark
them
on
make up their own
N64.
minds. Let's not censor information before it gets out there.
I don't need
the
that
fact
ammo.
That this happens to me in archaeology.
I don't need that
It's
ammo.
just a
I should
tiny
not
slice
do that next
of what's
time.
happening all over the world today. That there's a narrative which is being forced down the throat of the public. And alternative views are being shut down very, very carefully.
And it's
but the
basically-
truth will out.
Yes, I do believe the truth will eventually come to
Thank
the
you, Ace,
surface.
for telling
but
me.
it's-
He was
it's
in here
basic
earlier.
human nature,
I
right?
was
You know that
doing agent
when people
strats.
have control
I
of
was doing
information, they
agent
wanna
silo
retain control of
strats
information and the dissemination of
for
it.
double
When you
O,
look
and
at
Ace
people
is
who go
like,
into politics,
like mate.
why do they even choose to do that? Because they
Point
want
is to not as make as much noise as you
that's the
can.
nature of their personalities from the outset. And we need less of that. In my view, we need much less.
And I was like, your genius,
Government
Ace.
is the most unhealthy thing. Governments, next to religion, governments are amongst the influences in the world that are causing so much chaos and so much misery in the world, and that are spreading hatred and fear and suspicion all the time. We should have reached the stage where we're able to lead ourselves, where leaders should be really just working for us, not dominating and controlling
what am I doing?
us. We need to reach that stage
fine.
fast
That was
if
a
we're going
quick
to move
pause.
forward as a human species, because right
Kappa.
now the leadership of this planet is just full of shit from beginning to end.
Well, the only thing that gives me hope about that is the resurgence of the interest in psychedelics.
Yes,
And
me
that
too.
the more people embrace that and the more people have these experiences, the more people will start to gradually understand that that really is the only way out of this.
Yeah.
Damn
First
it.
of all, because of the experiences
I
they
will
will
probably regret that.
have, which will definitely alter
Maybe
the way
not.
they think.
I think that was
And
actually really blessed.
secondly, because it is an assertion of the right of adults to make decisions over their own bodies and their own experiences. This is what's so fundamental to it. That's why it's a real liberation struggle that is going on around psychedelics. It's not a trivial
I don't know if I got
issue.
everything,
It's a
but I'm
very,
gonna have
very
to go.
major issue. And it's a sign of the world that we live in. that
I did not get
governments have
everything.
attempted to shut down adult access to psychedelics for so long, but the new evidence is coming out that just doesn't allow that to happen anymore.
This is why I think it would be
I hate this
valuable
fucking
to talk
level,
to
bros.
Ben Johnson about his work. And he's got an interesting
Where is
story.
it?
I won't try to get into it, but
Where is
other
it?
than the fact that, when I asked him, how did you manage to get licensed? How did you manage to pull this off? He said, well, I went in with like a dozen of my SEAL buddies into a variety of congressman's office, and we basically walked in and said, you're going to do this. And they couldn't back down.
What's my fucking
Not
body
when you got
armor
a dozen
level?
Navy SEALs
I can't remember.
Wow.
sitting in your office
Whoops.
saying, you're
Oh,
going
it's
to
pretty
do
good
this.
Because
actually.
they've had the experiences.
Yes. And tremendously benefited by their experiences.
Well, it's
See what I mean? Like ideally, I would have
crazy
reset right
aspect
for like a
of
shitty
the
silo, but
military and war that we expect these people to have these insane, violent experiences overseas. and
Also,
then
Ashton
come
them
back and
stairs, yo,
disintegrate
bro.
into society.
Yeah. It's crazy.
How can they possibly
How can
Nice.
they? With very little guidance.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, that needs to change, and I think what he's doing is going to be a big factor.
So
and,
many
and of
things
course,
need
the
to change.
legalization of it is only as far as like medicinal use.
See, I have too much health. I gotta go more YOLO.
Even that.
But even
I got
that,
you.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, that's how marijuana got started.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
That's one of the great things about America. It's
Oh no, I
something
passed
so
away
I really
last time
appreciate
here.
Living in Britain, where everything is decided centrally by central
I might
government.
not try the. I might
It's
not do
nice
the
to see in
warp,
America that
honestly.
States,
I might just go the
inhabitants of
long way.
individual states can make up their
Shit.
own minds
Speaking
and
of
can
long
alter
way.
and change laws and take their power back to themselves. It's one of the things that I most appreciate about America. Everybody, Canadians get annoyed with me and they say, look, cannabis is legal across Canada. And it is, and that's true, and that's great. But that was a government decision. what's needed, what's happening in America is people are taking their power back. And if they're taking their power back over their own bodies and their own health and their own consciousness, then the next step is to take their power back.
I'm gonna go for the warp. I gotta go for the warp.
Well, that's the fear.
Such a
and that's
fucking
why there's so
pussy
much
not to.
resistance.
Probably going wrong.
And that's why there's so
Sorry
much
for my vulgar language.
power reach by the federal government. Because they don't
Insane.
want
He
that.
opened
They
that
don't
door.
want
That
that.
was insane.
That is a
That was
slippery
pretty
slope.
cool.
They want people to be passive yes men and women who don't ever argue with them.
And the
I've been
evidence
I've been too
suggests
quiet,
what you're talking about was
not
forced
enough lag. I'm gonna go
compliance
for it though.
during COVID.
Yeah.
They take it, and historically, governments have taken advantage over whenever there's a big
Come
situation
on.
where some sort of a disaster or national tragedy to grasp more power.
Exactly. And it's happened here. And as I said earlier, to deliberate, calculated strategy to encourage a habit of obedience so that it becomes habitual to obey. And you know, whatever COVID is, whatever it is or it isn't, however it
hell,
came
guys.
about, whatever its cause and origins were, the one thing's clear: it's been used to encourage obedience, and it's been used very cleverly to encourage obedience. And we do not need to be obedient to these monsters who are running the world. We need to change things and bring the normal, everyday citizen back into the dialogue.
Well, I think one thing that's encouraging about the response to COVID was the downside of it was this encouraging of obedience. But the encouraging thing about it, to me,
It's over.
is that so many people are recognizing
Shitty run.
what happened.
Oh, shit,
And so many
anyways.
people are far more distrusting of the government narratives
Yeah.
and the medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh,
and
why
that
don't I?
they've
I was
realized
really
that they've
greedy
been
there.
used
That was really
for
stupid of
profit.
me. I threw that run
And
away.
that this narrative has shifted
Maybe I
into
should just
fear-mongering,
pass away that other
specifically
guard. That's
designed
two at frigate,
to
man.
get more profit.
That's two.
Yeah.
I think,
so
like
unnecessary.
Graham said,
I couldn't warp
think
again.
the government and those in power want a flock of obedient sheep.
We're gonna go
But
again.
I think it's
We're doing it
time
again.
now for the lions
Man.
to assert themselves.
I don't want to shoot because I don't want to
That's
bring
my
the
perspective.
double
And how we do this,
phantom
maybe it starts
guards.
state by state. We
But
get
then I
governors
can't
in
warp.
place who will stand up to the federal government and say, no,
Oh,
you're
thanks,
not going to
please.
put your mandates on us. We could govern ourselves.
I appreciate
I
that a
think
lot.
that's where it starts.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think there's a lot of encouragement about the way people are discussing things today. That seems to me there's a lot of very reasonable people that have actually changed their perspective over COVID. They had a narrative in their mind about the role of the federal government, and then seeing it kind of running amok over the last few years, they've realized, oh, this is a dangerous trend. And if this continues, you're going to have some sort of a centralized digital currency, you're going to have a social credit score system, and when that happens, we're fucked.
Totally fucked.
Yeah.
That's not a world we want to go into.
No.
We need to stop it now.
And there's people saying that that's the only way we're going to compete with China, which is crazy. Like, no, that's not true.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not true. That's what separates us from China. It's what separates us from all governments that are controlled by dictators.
Exactly.
Is that we have freedom, freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom to debate ideas and to propose alternative ideas.
You know, I need to
freedom
learn. I need to
live
learn
your
how to have
life the way
fun.
you want to live. That's the beautiful thing about states' rights.
Because these deaths are really hilarious.
exactly-
These passaways.
it's exactly
Oh
that
my
issue
god.
that I'm up
I've had a
against
lot
with
of really funny ones.
archaeology and the past, just as I would like people adults to have
Previous
sovereignty
one was
over
Bunker
their own
1.
consciousness. I would also like us all to have sovereignty over our own past.
I think I chose to
and not be
shoot
told
the
what to
guard,
think about the past
the Dostoevsky
by
guard.
so-called experts.
If this
And then
is
Boris ran away.
successful on Netflix, has there been any
And then I went
discussions
back
about
to
future
Boris.
future
And then I
episodes?
shot the camera in the
future-
Dostoevsky guard.
future
threw a grenade
seasons?
and
Well, Netflix is the
There's
law of the
GGs.
jungle.
Yeah.
So if the series is successful,
It was.
I hope
it was.
that
You
there
should
will
have
be
been. There's some
a
moment of
second
you should have been there.
And
No, I'm joking.
if it's not
For how
successful,
funny it
there
was.
definitely won't be a second season. But I hope there will be. I hope the series will succeed. I hope people will watch it. And if they do in that second season, I would like to look at psychedelics, and
Yes.
I'd like to look at the Amazon. I'd like to spend much more time in the Amazon, looking at that and the way that psychedelics are used there, and also at the mysterious backstory of the Amazon, which so far is not being told. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Either this series will work, or it won't work. And if I can do a little plug, it launches on Netflix on the 11th of November 2022. All episodes will be released at once, so people can watch it.
Yeah, so my
in one
input
night
display
if
is
they
up.
wish-
Is
if they wish
plug
to
and
do
play.
so.
How many episodes?
8.
It's a Switcher 2 I got on
episodes
Etsy.
altogether.
If you do it,
it's the
exclamation mark
last
input display.
episode
It's
that
actually in my
really
description too.
unfolds the ancient
know
apocalypse
what one I'm
element of
using.
this. And in the first 7
It's
episodes, we're looking
30
at all the
British
mysteries
pounds
in the past of
plus
humanity
shipping.
that are so far unexplained. Could I pop up one last clip?
Yes, please.
Are we? That's going to be the one called Horizon.
It's a Switcher 2. It's controller, switcher, and input display. It's plug and play. Someone on Etsy 3D printed it,
For 30 years,
and I saw
I've been looking for something I was told
it was recently
couldn't
approved
possibly exist.
for speedrunning on the
An advanced
elite.net.
human civilization, much older than our own, lost to history. The mainstream version of history says that after the end of the Ice Age, on their own initiative, our hunter
I think it's a good choice. I don't notice any input lag.
began farming,
Feels the
raising
exact same.
livestock, creating settlements,
Oh,
and
come on.
eventually cities, until the first civilizations emerged around 6,000 years ago.
Wow.
But new discoveries keep on pushing that horizon back.
Very
That's,
exciting.
that's the point. We're trying to bring those new discoveries out and let people see for themselves, you know, what is going on here. Well, fingers crossed.
Listen,
we'll see
it's
how it
going to be
works.
gigantic. We're going to force it. We're going to make sure people watch it.
I think there's kind of a network of various researchers who are looking at different aspects of this and, you know, trying to get this word out in different ways.
And many of them I've brought together in this series.
Yeah, good.
I've brought together the leading alternative voices, including very much yours.
Oh, thank you very much.
I think the genie's out of the bottle, and I'm
It is.
honored to have you guys on. I really am. It's been
I'll put it this way. I think that what we've been confronted with is this huge wall with big gates, almost like you might picture on Mordor or something. Big gates. And there's little chinks in the wall and little cracks in the gate. We've been peering through, looking at this other world and only getting a little piece of it. But I'll make a prediction that within the next few years, we're about to blow those gates right off their hinges. And
Was he doing more of that facility lure? Oh my god.
I think you're right.
Insane strat.
Absolutely.
I'm very excited.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. Let's have a different way of looking at things. Let's not stay locked in the old patterns. Let's move ahead in new and different ways.
Yes. Let's. Gentlemen, I'm honored. I'm honored to have you on. I'm honored to be your friend.
Thank you, Joe.
Likewise, Joe.
Thank you. And thank you for the work we've done together over the years.
It's been exciting.
Without
here.
your support, archaeology would have
He's here.
succeeded in keeping my mouth
Ski
shut
is
and in
fast,
keeping
too.
me out of the public view. Your support has made all
Oh
that
my god, I almost
Well,
passed
it's one
myself
of the
away right
main
there.
things that I love about doing
is
this
really
show is
fast.
to be able to expose people to really exciting, and in this case, I think very important
It's a
ideas.
really good run.
And I'm going to
Oh
keep
my God.
nagging you until I can get you out in the field for a few
Aw,
days.
he's a fool.
I'll go. I promise. And
Okay.
and those gentlemen that you requested, I'll definitely have them on as well. Definitely.
And let's
Yeah, I can-
let's organize a debate with
You
some of
fucking
the
Yes.
leading archaeological
so fast.
critics.
Anybody out there, holler at your boy. Get you on. Be happy to do that and treat you with respect. It's not going to be an ambush. I'd just love to hear a respectable position that counters this
Yeah.
and see how they face up against the preponderance of evidence.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. My thought is you're going to have a tough time convincing them to come on.
Well, maybe as you were saying, that as these gatekeepers die off and as younger archaeologists are more open-minded and so many people who maybe got into archaeology because of this.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Maybe.
I think the numbers is considerable.
Yes.
And
I've met many young archaeologists in the field on my travels and research who secretly tell me that they've read my books.
Secretly.
Yeah.
But they have to keep their mouth shut.
They don't want their bosses to know, but
Yeah.
that they have read my books and that they are interested. I think that just as the younger generation in every area is breaking the old boundaries, I think that's happening in archaeology too. And I don't want to be somebody who's just completely putting down archaeology. Archaeology's done a lot of fantastic and important work over the years, and I couldn't do what I do without the work that archaeologists have done. But it's just that gatekeeper role which needs to be broken apart.
Well, through your work, I think that's happening.
I hope so.
All right.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Randall.
Enjoyed the heck out of it, Joe.
Always. It's a pleasure.
This
So
is
we'll
number
have you
7
back on.
for me, man.
How many have we done?
I think we've done, this is probably the 9th.
Well, we got to get you on a couple more times. So to balance it out. So the next time we come on, we'll discuss all of this alternative technology that's being worked on.
Yes.
We could do that in January if you want.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It's
All
bad
right.
news.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Oh, I have a sniper rifle, eh? I guess I should have just used my sniper rifle. It's probably a lot stronger than the PP7. Pretty run. Fuck me. If you see me zigzag, it's because I don't want to get shot. It's because I don't want to get shot. Like what? You can't be fucking serious. Come on, please. Please. Fuck yeah. Oh, I suck. I'm a shitty player. Nice. What? Oh, because of the alarm. I'm so dumb. I'm such a dumb guy. I'm really dumb. I'm just so dumb. How much health do I have? I have a lot of health. I could have done that on the way out, but it's fine. I'll just do it now. It's fine. I don't know, I couldn't think fast enough there. It's fine. Come on, assholes. Oh no, silo. LOL. Oh, that with the alarm? Yeah. That was really bad. Thank God that was a pretty good bunker one. Because that was a really fast start too. The facility and everything was pretty fast. That's why I don't want to restart. It's like... That's okay. Like what? What's this nonsense? We gotta YOLO this a little more. We don't need this guy's ammo. Where are you? Give me your shit. I'm trying to keep holding down C up where I can too. Oh, yes. No, not again. We gotta go with it. I think I gotta... I might have to throw another one on the actual room though. Can't remember. I'm not gonna risk it, I'm gonna do it. I think it has to land on the thing. I think I have a spare. I think. Why am I whispering? It's like I'm trying to be quiet in real life in this game. Fucking guy, man. I fucking hate you. Give me your shit. Yes, come on, baby. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, it's actually pretty fast. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. It's okay. That's okay. Maybe. Come on. Pretty good. Pretty good silo. Pretty fucking good silo. Nice silo. Nice silo. We'll take that silo. Oh no. Honestly, guys, I might just not warp. I'm definitely gonna save the other guard in the engine bay. Fucking hell. Oh, come on. Oh, the blessed one bullet shot. Come on, that was such a blessed thing. That was really blessed. That was so blessed. Yo, Baron, what? What a freaking legend. No, he did not. Dude. Baron has been subbed for me for 27 months or 28 months or something. Legend, bro. What's up, man? 2 years ago we were in Miami, man. Oh no. A already? Wow, insane. Oh shit, I don't know if there's any guards there. I'm gonna go anyways. If there are, I'm gonna push A. Nice. We'll take it. Yo, Baron, are you serious, man? Thank you, man. Sorry, dude. I'm just like my brain is. Oh, yo, 30 months in a row? What? What a freaking legend. This is the best run of the... We had a bad Bunker 1, though. Bunker 1 is shit. Bunker 1 was really bad. Yo, Baron, 30 months? Thank you, man. Yo, you're a freaking legend. Yo, I'm just like focusing. Alright, yo. Baron, man. Huge cock, thank you. Yo, we got raided by the perfect ace. Goldeneye and perfect art champion. AI artist. Unofficial. Perfect ace. He's the new Andy Warhol of art with his... Oh shit, what the fuck, I gotta focus. It's fine. It's okay. Yo, Baron, thanks, man. Are you serious, dude? Thank you, guys. Yo, this is such a... Hope you're enjoying this content. Hope this is enjoyable. I know I really should probably play Agent first, but I mean... Like my... Oh, I didn't make it almost. My Agent RTA is like... 25 minutes and 52 seconds or something. It's not very good. Oh no, Bunker 2. It's like 100th place. Come on. I hate this game. No. That was not what I planned to do. I should have got body armor first. Shit. I do it every time. It's okay. We might be okay. We might be okay. Do I have the other key? I don't know if I have the other key. I don't know if I do. Oh, you fucking asshole. I don't. I do every fucking, like... I hate this game, guys. Like, I really, truly hate this game. Like, guys. Is this for real? Guys. Could it have been that guy that I ran by? Come on, man. Come on, man. Like, come on. Come on, man. I'm up for switching to another game. We're gonna try this level one more time. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep doing it, but so I don't know why I lure him. I'm too loud or something. I hate this fucking game, guys. I think I'm just too loud. Far Cry, yeah. It's okay. This is good. This is good practice. The run was over anyways. This is good practice. I hate this game, man. Oh. Sorry guys, everything I say is I hate this game. I really enjoy this game. I hate this fucking game. Holy fuck me, man. I gotta learn the R warp too. Is there bad cinema too? I hate this game. Okay, you got a left strafe there. Okay, left strafe, left strafe. Is that the keycard guy? No. Of course not. Or the safe key guy. Clob. I think I needed that Clob guy. I don't have this. No, I don't. Do you have the key? Are you the key card guy? No. The key guy's usually right here, but he's not there right now. It's too much, man. It's too much, guys. What do I even do? I think I'm just too loud at the start, but somebody ran around the corner, right? Like, jeez. It's pretty hilarious. I've improved a lot, though. I hate this fucking game. Fucking game, man. I think where's the key? Where he's not even here. I hate you, game. Should use the loose stuck. Should add that to my repertoire. I just assumed he wouldn't be there. I gotta go this way. I have no health though. Alright, we're gonna try one more time. Before, and then we'll do like at least another run, I think. Oh, come on, man. I hate this game. Come on. He sees me at the start. He's like, he sees me, I think. I think that's why he's not here. Remember at the start when I ran by? I swear he like sees me. Okay, I've been pretty quiet, so these aren't infinite guards, I don't think. I don't think they're infinite. So one of these has the key. Now we gotta figure out who. Right? That's okay. This will be a good. It's just too much, guys. It's just too much, this game. Are they infinite guards? Maybe they are. Maybe they are. This is like, because I really need to figure this out. Oh my god, what the like Counter-Strike 2, yeah. Alright. What should I do? What should my plan be? What should... I don't need a plan B, but I mean, what should my plan be? I gotta look up some alternative RTA strats, maybe. I hate this game. Thanks, Baron, for the sub, dude. You kidding me? I think I might have fucked it up. This game, dude. Okay, go wide, left straight. Go wide, left straight. Wide, left straight. I need all these guys. I need every one of these guys. Oh my god, man. I hate this fucking game, bros. Is he not here again? Guys. Guys. It's such a tragedy, guys. Like, what? Okay, one thing I notice is players, when they pick up this when they pick up this document, they go like this. They go boom, and then they shoot a whole bunch like this. Does that bring back the keycard guy? Maybe, eh? Look at that throw. Oh, get out of here. I'm a ninja, man. No, seriously, I need to figure out where this keycard is, man. Like the second safe key. Could it be in here? Maybe, eh? I don't understand, my friends. It's gotta be one of these guys. Like, it has to be. I'm gonna try one more time because, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I gotta check out. I gotta look up some strats, I think. Come on, man. Okay, I reloaded. Fuck you. No. Who the fuck's walking here? What are you doing here? Should I go around? You know what? I'm not. I need him though. It's like, I need a better strat, guys. Should I do it? Start shooting? No, I'm not gonna do it. You fucker. Like, you son of a bitch. Maybe you just gotta be super quiet, I guess, right? Fuck me, man. It's over. There's no way I'm gonna hit this fucking camera. Like, there's no way. That's why I tried to pass away that KF7 guard. We'll do it again one more time. Just make sure he's there. I hate you. Because I'm too close there. I lure him with my shots there, maybe? My noise? Maybe, eh? Did I get it? I hate this fucking stupid piece of shit game. This is such a fucking stupid game. What the fuck? Oh, why did I not get the body armor? Wow. Yo, what up, farm boy? Thanks for hanging out with me complaining the whole time. See, what if I literally use this as the strat and then get this guy here? Ridiculous strat. It's too ridiculous, man. Shit, I shot too much. I may have lured him. Yo, thanks farm boy for telling me about the second key, safeguard key last stream, man. I appreciate that, homie. And then I gotta go here. Yeah. Okay, we got enough help. We got enough ammo. Maybe. I hate this fucking game so much, guys. The key safeguard out at the start by firing too close. Sorry, to that room. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, I YOLO'd it. I YOLO'd the. I mean, I guess I would have to, anyways. That's why he's never there. Yeah. Thanks, homie. Thank you so much. But I mean, you see, maybe maybe that's why everyone slaps. Maybe that's why people slap. God, I'm such a fucking retard. Like, but then. Oh, the controversial reverse strat. Oh my god, that was really nice. Where am I going now? Okay, whatever. Oh, yeah, but you can't do the camera. Okay, whatever. Thanks, man. But now I understand you slap. God, I'm so dumb. I'm such an arrogant, dumb idiot. Suffering here like an idiot. Oh shit, that's risky though, man. That's real risky. I guess I could let go of C up. But you gotta slap. Otherwise, like, it's impossible. You have to go for it. Knife him? It's too much, guys. It's just too much. It's looking better. It's looking way better. Oh wow. Oh. I know he did not pass away. Okay, if that happens where we gotta get the body armor, let's just see what happens. I got an idea. Maybe. So if things go crazy, we do this. Oh, there's 3 guys here now. Oh no. That's an X factor. Where's the other guy? Where's the key? Oh, I didn't get the key in the. I didn't get the first key. I tried. My brain, guys. This is a lot of fun. It's like a puzzle. Forgot, I gotta slap. Thanks, bro. I'm an idiot. We're back at the first hurdle, bunker 2. We're back at it. I hate this. I need a backup strat. I need a big time backup strat. I gotta learn relearn the cell warp. It's so risky in RTA. Like, there's no way I'd be fast enough anyways. I hate this shit, dude. So you gotta shoot after, maybe. Am I gonna remember all this? Bad cinema? I'm gonna have to quit out bad cinemas in RTA. Are you serious right now? That guy? Is this real life? Thanks, man. No, you gotta YOLO it. If you're gonna slap him, you gotta YOLO it, eh? I could practice knifing him, to be absolutely honest with you. Maybe I should just learn to slap him. Oh, and then I got a back switch. Back switch. Back switch. Maybe if I'm making too much noise, I should just YOLO it like that, honestly. What is this? Like, why? What are you doing here, man? Like... I swear I was not this terrible before. You guys saw me complete Bunker 2, didn't you? Today we made it to caverns. We passed away in caverns. Let's just try it. Let's just see. Oh man, I should R-aim that. I should R-aim it. 100%. Bad cinema? That's tragic. Like, is that real life? Back switch. I hate this game. I fucking hate this game. Yeah, okay, R aim the middle thing and then... Okay, we're doing pretty well. Okay, we should maybe YOLO that one too. I mean, I need him. He's there. Wow. I don't know if I have it. I don't. Oh, I do! Aww, I thought we were gonna end it on the nice warp. What's that time? Pretty shit. I'll try one more time, just slapping him. That might not be a bad idea. Honestly. Back switch. Oh, if you get shot by him though. So he can't let go of C up, I guess. Or strafe. Is that bad cinema? No! Oh, fuck off. If you get the slap perfect, this level's really nice. Obviously, because that's like the strat. Isn't it amazing? I hate this game. Or A twice. Or A twice. Not a bad route, honestly. And then this guy's always here. I like it, bros. Oh no! What? This can't be real life. This can't be serious. Was it one of those guys that... I think because I shot the clock guard, right? You fucking asshole. Do it one more time. Bad cinema. Oh no. Wait, how do you have a KF7 there? What the fuck? Am I tripping? How do I get a KF7? What? Am I tripping out? That was weird. I hate this game. Where is he? Is that the guy who was shooting me? Oh no. Oh no. Come on. I guess that would just reset at that point, right? I mean, honestly. Okay, we'll do one more time, and then I'm gonna maybe get some food. I'm gonna stream probably after I eat. But I'm gonna keep streaming too. I'm not gonna not stream. I'm not gonna stop streaming. Yeah, I've streamed over 100 hours this month again. It's gotta be quite a lot more now. Did I not get it? You gotta go. You can't go back. If you miss it, you gotta just like reset the run. Honestly. Why? Why? I don't know why I was thinking of slapping him to not draw the key card guy. Whatever. This knife is not useful to have in my inventory. What should be the approach be for these guys? Oh, that's why. I understand. That's why they shoot the club. God, I'm so dumb. I'm such a dumb guy. I'm so dumb, guys. What if I do something like that and like not load the guards? You see that? Did you see? Maybe if I do that, the left strafe entrance, I might actually do that. I don't think I got the document. Yo, thanks Farmboy for the info, bro. I hate this fucking game. I hate this game, bros. Wait, what? What is this? I don't think I got the... Like, what? What? Oh. Stupid fucker. The left strafe entry, I'm telling you, that's the fucking way to do that. The left strafe entry. It's way better than trying to look up early, I think. I mean, it's much less lag. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, I hate this fucking level, man. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do more runs. I'm gonna eat. I'm probably gonna eat and then do another run after, I think. But guys, I've learned so much tonight. Thank you for the info on being here. I'm gonna keep streaming, but follow every follower. If anyone is trying to become an affiliate, follow me, I'll follow you. Maybe I should YOLO with 3 bullets then. No, I can aim. Aiming is better. It's nice and quiet. What? Did you see that? Freaking Miracle Man. Walking through doors. This is such a bad strat. It's terrible. The left strafe entry, I'm telling you guys. That's the way. It's like they didn't even see me. Did you see that? It's like I didn't even exist. That was amazing. That was really incredible, that left strafe exit. Guys, I was there for like 4 seconds. Alright, one more. Holy moly, I'm flying. Did I not get it? This game sucks, bro. It's 2? How many freaking key cards do you need for this friggin' level, man? Well, that's not right. Where'd he go? Like, come on, man. This is real life. Maybe I shouldn't try that clob thing. Maybe I shouldn't get too cute there, eh? He like disappeared, man. What the fuck? Guys, I can like walk in there, no problem. Okay. I gotta eat dinner. I'm gonna put on a podcast. I'll be back in like 10 minutes or so. I'll put the podcast on. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Baron. Thanks everybody. Wow, what a day. I'm just so blessed. I'm so lucky. Thank you so much, guys. Baron and Ace for the raid. And Southern Yellow Jacket for the sub and Z-Wing for the read. Alright. One sec. Alright. Go back in a little bit. $7 insane. One month ago.
And I was offered a job on a radical.
2 hours.
On today's episode of Mile Higher. Today we are yet again joined by Graham Hancock.
How is archaeology any different than, say, medicine, other types of sciences?
And it shouldn't be monopolized by a relatively tiny group of professionals who have a much too high opinion of themselves.
Do you worry if a cataclysm happens now, a lot of what we have discovered and built as a civilization will be lost?
For all of these is that they have inherited a shared idea and are manifesting that idea in different periods of history in different cultures in slightly different ways. But the idea is what is ancient.
It seems like a lot of people are waking up to that idea.
Definitely.
Do you have hope in the younger generation?
Is it possible that some of them survived? Is there descendants of that civilization still around today?
When I said in the series that I'm public enemy number one to archaeologists, well, that actually is what I am.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Welcome back to Mile Higher Podcast, episode 258. And today we are yet again joined by Graham Hancock. If you didn't catch our last episode, we dove into a variety of topics just now.
Yes, we did indeed.
But we're back again to talk about even more.
Yes, I'm very excited for this episode because we're going to be diving into really your forte, your specialty, and that is this question of, was there a lost advanced civilization that existed at the end of the Ice Age? And also, are we a species with amnesia? Are we missing a piece of human prehistory?
Yeah.
And this mystery has driven you for the past, 30 years or so?
Yes, it really has since the late 1980s. In fact, since about 1989, all my work was journalism before that, and my books. I did write books in that period, but they were either the 1970s and the 1980s. They were some travel books and some current affairs books, looking, for example, at the Ethiopian famine in 1984. That book was called Ethiopia, the Challenge of Hunger. Looking at the corruption in the international aid business. I wrote a book called Lords of Poverty.
Subtitle was The Freewheeling Lifestyles, Power, Prestige, and Corruption of the Multi-Billion-Dollar Aid Business.
Wow.
And I was looking at foreign aid as an institution, and in those days, you know, criticizing foreign aid was like criticizing motherhood. You know, it was something you just weren't supposed to do. But I had seen so much going wrong with aid in my travels, particularly around Africa, that I felt somebody needed to speak out about it. It's not that I had anything against individual aid workers, but aid as an institution was not help. I found it was very unhelpful to so-called developing countries, and I felt this needed to be pointed out. But around about that same time, traveling widely and traveling in particular in Ethiopia, I came across Ethiopia's claim to possess the lost Ark of the Covenant, and I found it a very interesting claim, since no other country in the world claims to possess that relic. And I began to look into it in depth, and that was what led me ultimately into this investigation into the possibility of a lost civilization of the Ice Age. The book that I wrote about the Ark of the Covenant was called The Sign and the Seal: Quest for the Lost Ark of the Covenant. It was published in 1992. But there were certain aspects of the Ark of the Covenant, as it's described in ancient texts, and as Ethiopians still talk about it today, which didn't seem to fit the context of the times. It seemed like some sort of technological device of some kind. It's very carefully described in the book of Exodus. Its dimensions are given precisely. It's a wooden box, but it's lined outside and inside with gold, with pure gold, and then supposedly the tablets of stone with the Ten Commandments are placed inside it. But it does all kinds of weird stuff. It lifts its bearers up into the air. It's carried on carrying poles by a group of bearers. Sometimes it will kill them. Sometimes a bolt of fire will flash out from it. It doesn't seem to depend on whether the person is negative or positive. There was a character called Uzzah in the Bible. There was one occasion when the ark was being carried on the back of a cart, and it seemed to be unsteady, and he reached out to steady it, and a bolt of fire lashed out from it and struck him dead, even though his intentions were perfectly good. It seemed to have a hint of technology about it, not simply, you know, superstitions about the divine power, but something that didn't quite make sense in the context. And this led me to consider the possibility that there might be something missing in our story, that we shouldn't rule out the possibility of perhaps other kinds of technology, not necessarily our kind of technology, being developed by some civilization in the ancient past. And this was one of the reasons why I then went on to write Fingerprints of the Gods, which was published in 1995, and which is probably my best known book in this area. That's where I really went in depth into investigating the possibility of a lost civilization of the Ice Age. And obviously, as the years have gone by, I've refined my thinking on this and learned a lot as I've gone along. And I'd like to make this clear at the outset when talking about a lost advanced civilization, is I don't mean a civilization like ours.
Like flying cars.
No.
And robots and stuff.
Robots and all our stuff. I don't mean that at all. I believe that all human civilizations have emerged out of shamanism. I think shamanism is the fundamental basis of human civilization, and it's the fundamental basis of knowledge. And shamanism can be very scientific in its pursuits and in its investigations. And I think that's the basement, that's the foundation of all human cultures. And some human cultures have taken that foundation and gone in one direction, and some have gone in other directions. So, you know, I'm often criticized for saying that some kind of weird advanced civilization came and taught indigenous people stuff. No, that's not what it's about. That so-called advanced civilization emerged out of shamanism itself. And it was an indigenous civilization, and I believe it was present all over the world. But it began for me with a series of problems and questions about the past and about the way that the past is explained. And amongst those issues, two in particular stand out for me. One is evidence of extraordinarily advanced knowledge of the cosmos and of the Earth's place in the solar system at a very early date, just about as early as you can go when you look at ancient texts like the Rig Veda in India, for example. There is evidence long before the Greeks, who are credited with being the first discoverers of a phenomenon called the precession of the equinoxes. There is evidence that cultures long before that, going back into the mists of time, in the oldest myths and traditions that we know, are encoded a series of numbers and a certain symbolism, which is often the symbolism of a great mill turning in the heavens. And in fact, I like to recommend books by other authors, and the book that I recommend, and the book that was key in my own journey, was written by two professors of the history of science back in the 1960s, or perhaps 69, 1970. Their names were Giorgio de Santillana, who was a professor of the history of science at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and Hertha von Deschend, who was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And it's a monumental work of research and investigation. And they demonstrated completely, at any rate to my satisfaction, nobody has ever really successfully faulted them on this, that there was a highly sophisticated knowledge of the precession of the equinoxes, that it's impossible to trace how far back it goes. It just goes back thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. And they attribute it to what they call some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization that first came to understand the world in terms of number and measure. And I mean, to cut a long story short, precession is an observed phenomenon. At the moment, if you take the North Pole of the Earth, the axis of the Earth, and you extend the North Pole up into the heavens, you will find that is pointing at a particular star, pretty much. And that star is called Polaris. And that's our pole star in our time. But it hasn't always been the pole star. And it won't always be the pole star. Because there's a wobble on the axis of the Earth. And therefore, that extended North Pole is actually transcribing a great circle in the heavens. And sometimes it will point at empty space. And sometimes it will point at another star. There have been a number of stars in the past that have been pole stars. Thuban in Draco was a pole star about 4,000 years ago. At the same time, and this is where it edges into what we now call astrology, there are the 12 constellations of the zodiac. And why are they recognized as such? Because they are the constellations against the background of which the sun rises, according to a very definite schedule. And the greatest interest in ancient times was what constellation houses the sun on the spring equinox. What constellation is rising behind the sun? The sun is seen to be in the grip of that constellation at dawn on the spring equinox. And in our time, that is the constellation of Pisces. And we live in the age of Pisces. Mm-hmm. Within a lifetime or two, it will have shifted into the constellation of Aquarius. And we do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius at dawn on the spring equinox. Before Pisces, it was Aries. Before Aries, it was Taurus. And you can go back and back and back and back and back. And whether it's to do with the pole star or whether it's to do with the constellation that houses the sun at dawn on the spring equinox, these changes are all caused by that wobble on the axis of the Earth. It's our viewing platform from which we observe the stars. As it changes its orientation in the heavens, naturally the orientation and the rising times of particular stars will change. It's thought that the Greeks, perhaps as recently as less than 200 BC, 2,200 years ago or so, were the discoverers of precession. But what Santillana and von Deschend absolutely demonstrated is that they were simply rediscovering or redeploying much older knowledge. Now, it takes a long time to observe this. You have to be very precise to observe this. It unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. The whole cycle takes 25,920 years to complete. And to observe it precisely and predict it accurately and know exactly what's going on, and then to create a symbol for it, a great mill turning in the heavens, and to use that symbol and to combine it with numbers that are referenced in myths and traditions all around the world, they detected the fingerprints of an ancient science in that, which had largely been forgotten, but the key elements of it were remembered through great storytelling, through myth, through traditions, and through the notion of world ages. And this is definitely the work of something that we would need to recognize as a civilization with scientific focus. And that is a civilization that can and did arise out of shamanism. Shamans are very observant of the cosmos and of what is going on in the cosmos. Second thing is the existence of ancient maps, which show the world as it looked during the last ice age. We know pretty well how the world looked during the last ice age. And what is the big change? The big change is that during the ice age, sea level was 400 feet lower than it is today. That means that huge amounts of land that were above water during the ice age are now underwater. And therefore, it's odd to find maps which were drawn in the 14th, 15th, 16th century, but where the map makers tell us that they were using much older source maps that were falling apart, that they were trying to preserve the information in those maps, copied them onto their new maps, and lo and behold, they show the world as it looked during the last ice age. They show Antarctica in maps drawn in the 1500s, based on older source maps, when our civilization didn't even know Antarctica existed until 1820. But there it is in all its glory on these much more ancient maps. And then another problem, many of these maps, particularly the so-called portolanos, which are all copies of older source maps, but often incorporate new knowledge that was discovered at the time that the map makers were working, that these contain extremely accurate relative longitudes. And longitude is a scientific issue, which our civilization didn't crack until the middle of the 18th century. In fact, there was a huge prize, an unbelievable prize. I believe it was £1 million British pounds that was offered for anybody who could crack the longitude problem. Well, longitude's really important if you're a sailor, if you're navigating at sea, because, you know, if you don't know your longitude, you might be 300 miles east or west of where you think you are.
Right.
And you might crash into a coastline that you're not expecting. It's really useful to know exactly what your longitude is. But it took a very accurate chronometer that would keep accurate time at sea despite the rolling motion of the ship before our civilization was able to solve the problem of longitude. Solve the longitude problem roughly in the 1750s onwards is when we solved it. And yet here are these ancient maps with extremely accurate relative longitudes long before we solved it, and those maps themselves are based on even older source maps. So these curiosities led me to think that it's worth exploring the possibility that our historians and archaeologists don't know everything about the past, that there might be new things to learn about the past, that there might be a forgotten episode in the human story, as virtually every one of the great myths and traditions around the world insists on. And that set me on my journey to explore this possibility. That, and while I was researching the previous book, The Sign and the Seal, finding myself in the presence of the Great Pyramid of Egypt, which is just the most unbelievable, staggering, extraordinary work of beauty and art and science. The Great Pyramid is an incredibly complicated monument, but those who built it had an enormous knowledge, which they manifested in the Great Pyramid, and I'll tell you a bit more about that as we go along.
Yeah, God. So for those that don't understand, what is mainstream academia's view on those maps you just referenced? Like, why don't they see the same thing that you do?
They think it's just fantasies of the map makers. They're
just like having fun, take a best crack at what it looks like.
Just make stuff up, make up Antarctica, for example. Just make it up.
Why? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, they say that those map makers had the idea that the Earth somehow needed to be balanced.
Oh, so there's got to be land at the bottom, land at the top.
Yeah, and in fact, even though there actually isn't much land around the North Pole, it's mostly sea ice.
Yeah.
Whereas Antarctica is a true continent.
Huge continent.
Yeah, which is buried under ice. So you know, I mean, they're welcome to their view, but I don't agree with it. I think we're looking at hints and clues that something is missing in our story, and I made it my focus for many years to try and identify what that missing thing could be, and to try to show that archaeology, most archaeologists would deny this, and I know lots of individual archaeologists who I like very much, but again, as was the case with my book critiquing foreign aid, I'm looking at archaeology as an institution which has a particular narrative to tell, and whether they like it or not, the narrative of the institution of archaeology is that archaeology is the sole arbiter and the sole voice that has a right to speak authoritatively about our past, and that we should basically accept everything that archaeologists say. This is why some archaeologists were so annoyed with me about my Netflix series, Ancient Apocalypse.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I wasn't repeating their narrative.
Yeah.
I was telling a different story and saying, look into different possibilities. I couldn't do anything that I do without the work that archaeologists have done. And I want to pay tribute to archaeologists for that. They do a lot of hard, gritty work. Very, very important work. But like any profession, any science that gets committed to a particular paradigm, it's very difficult to see outside the boundaries of that paradigm. So I was astonished, even though I kind of expected it. I was astonished when the Society for American Archaeologists, egged on by a couple of very furious archaeologists, one of whom has been stalking my work for 30 years. I was surprised when the Society for American Archaeologists wrote an open letter to Netflix demanding that my documentary series be reclassified as science fiction, and saying that archaeology already knew for an absolute fact that there was no possibility of a lost civilization during the Ice Age. And I don't understand how they could know that. I don't get it. It's actually a lie. They don't know it for an absolute fact. It's important to realize a number of things about archaeology. A lot of archaeology that gets done doesn't get done because of a targeted search for something specific. It may be, particularly in the industrialized technological societies, it may be because a dam is being built or a new highway is being built. And rightly and properly, before that land is overturned and destroyed to create the new dam or the new highway, they want to find out if there's anything of archaeological interest in there. So they'll call in archaeologists, and archaeologists will check the landscape out and look and do some digging. And if they find anything of archaeological interest, they will report it and publish it in peer-reviewed journals and so on and so forth. But that leaves huge areas of even the industrialized technological societies which have never been studied by archaeologists at all, never looked at for a moment, because there's not been the funding or the reason to look there. They haven't had justification in their minds to spend scarce funds on looking there. And the other thing is that there are very large areas of the world that archaeology has barely looked at all. I'm not saying that no archaeology has been done in these areas, but the Sahara Desert, for example, is largely underserved by archaeology. It's not that no archaeology has been done, but very minimal archaeology has been done in an area that covers 9 million square kilometers, okay? And we know for sure from paleoclimatology, the study of ancient climates, that the Sahara Desert went through a number of phases of being green and fertile during the Ice Age. As a matter of fact, some of those ancient maps that I've talked about show a green and fertile Sahara. And they show river channels running through it where we now know that river channels did run through the Sahara. So it was an area at one time, particularly during the Ice Age, when the northern hemisphere was extremely unpleasant in many ways and frozen and dry and inhospitable. It would be natural to migrate to warmer areas, especially if they were fertile. And the Sahara Desert, several episodes during and after the Ice Age, was a very fertile place. So it seems to me quite a serious omission to say that we know everything, we know so much that we can absolutely rule out the possibility of a lost civilization of the Ice Age, but we haven't looked very much at the Sahara Desert. Likewise, the Amazon rainforest. Again, largely for economic reasons, this is an area that has been underserved by archaeology. There's been very little study of the Amazon. Not none, important to make that point, but not much. And you have 5 million plus square kilometers of the Amazon rainforest, still covered by dense canopy, which has hardly seen any archaeological attention at all. And yet the latest investigations in the Amazon, and I'm as I mentioned, I have nothing against individual archaeologists. There's some great archaeologists who are beginning to dip their toes in the water of doing the real research in the Amazon. And I'm in touch with a team who are doing LiDAR work in the Amazon, where they use the light aircraft to send beams of light down through the canopy, and they can see what's lying underneath the canopy. And they're finding these giant geometrical earthworks in the Amazon, and evidence of very large populations that once lived in the Amazon before the horrendous catastrophe of the Spanish conquest of South America and of Mexico. The Spanish sent ahead of them terrible diseases like smallpox, and those populations which did exist in the Amazon supported millions of people. Those populations were decimated, destroyed by smallpox, and within 100 years their cities were overgrown by rainforest, and it's over now, only now, that they're being rediscovered. So how can archaeology say we know enough about the past to be absolutely certain that there was no lost civilization when they haven't really studied the Sahara Desert and they haven't really studied the Amazon rainforest? And then, in addition to that, huge issue is that sea level rise at the end of the last ice age. That 400-foot sea level, it didn't happen overnight. It was spread out over thousands of years, but there were episodes of very rapid sea level rise, very sudden and rapid sea level rise, which are mysterious in themselves. The bottom line is that 27 million square kilometers of land, and that was the best land on Earth during the Ice Age, that was above water during the Ice Age, is underwater now. And yes, there is some marine archaeology. Yes, archaeologists are beginning to consider the possibility that it's worth looking at the flooded continental shelves. Some preliminary work has been done, but most marine archaeology has been about shipwrecks from the medieval period. They're looking for shipwrecks because they don't believe that there's anything really that's going to change their view of the past. So their preconception of what might be found has governed what they actually do. And again, of course, financial reasons. It's very expensive to explore underwater. So there we have 9 million square kilometers in the Sahara Desert, 5 million plus square kilometers still left in the Amazon. It was bigger, 7+ million square kilometers, and 27 million square kilometers of the flooded continental shelves. And then we have the fact that the archaeology that has been done elsewhere has largely been in response to roads and dams and other big construction projects and not targeted searches. So they simply cannot say that they have enough evidence to rule out the possibility of a lost civilization. And to say that is, just call a thing what it is. It's a lie. It's not true.
Life is expensive, and these days it's so easy to get yourself into debt. And once you're in debt, it's always a pain to get out of debt. So how many of you out there wish there was a better solution to paying off your debt? Well, PDS Debt has customized 0% interest options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. With rising interest rates and the cost of living at an all-time high, now's the time to finally take initiative with your debt. Stop waiting and start saving with your own custom debt savings options from PDS Debt. PDS Debt is giving our qualified listeners a free debt savings analysis just for completing the 30-second online debt assessment at pdsdebt.com/mh. You'll receive a full breakdown on how to save on interest each month and the quickest way to take care of your debt. For me personally, when I got out of college, I was dealing with tons of credit card debt, and I was just making minimum payments just to pay that interest, and I wasn't getting anywhere. So I actually used a program much like PDS Debt to roll all my payments into a low interest monthly payment, and I was able to get out of debt completely in a matter of a year or so. And that's exactly what PDS Debt offers. They offer a program to help you get all of your debt and balances down in a much, much more feasible way. PDS Debt rolls all of your payments into one low 0% interest payment, and everyone with over $10,000 or more in debt qualifies, and there's no minimum credit score required. Bad and fair credit is accepted, which is always great to hear. Save thousands in interest and fees and pay off your debt in a fraction of the time like I did. PDS Debt is offering free debt analysis to our listeners just for completing the quick and easy debt assessment. Again, at www.pdsdebt.com/mh. That's pdsdebt.com/mh. Take back your financial freedom today by visiting pdsdebt.com/mh.
Can we go back a little bit to the rainforest?
Yeah.
I really think it would be so interesting to our audience to hear a little bit more about the possibility that there were these giant cities in the Amazon, that they were as big as London, multiple of them.
Absolutely.
And how they kept all of these people fed was through this soil called terra preta.
Yeah,
I
terra
found
preta,
that
Black Earth.
fascinating. Can you explain that?
One of the problems with hosting large populations in a rainforest is that rainforests are actually, despite their exuberance, are not particularly fertile soils. The fertility of the soil is caused by the fall of leaves and the decaying of vegetation. But if you remove the trees within a relatively short time, the soil will become infertile. Terra preta, sometimes known as the Black Earth, is a man-made soil. Human beings invented it, and the earliest so far found, but remember, so little study has been done in the Amazon.
So we don't even know for sure.
Say again?
We don't know for sure then if this hasn't been around previously.
We don't know, but what we do know is it's been around at least 9,000 years. I believe it's been around a lot longer than that. People found a way to make the Amazon productive for human beings in two ways. First of all, by inventing this soil, which is still sought after today by anybody seeking to settle and create agriculture in the Amazon. If they can find patches of terra preta, they're going to be able to grow anything they need to grow. It's self-replicating soil. It's full of bacteria and organisms that create its fertility, and it's quite a miracle of human creation. And that is the scientific work of the Amazonian peoples, and it's at least 9,000 years old. And goodness knows what else remains to be discovered there. So that's the first point. The second point about the Amazon is that, and a lot of people don't realize this, is that the Amazon itself is a man-made ecosystem. It is designed to serve the interests of human beings. If you look at what are called the hyperdominant trees in the Amazon, they are all trees that produce foods that are needed by human beings. And other trees that are not useful to human beings are much less present in the Amazon. So the whole thing was created to serve humanity and human beings who lived in balance with their ecosystem up until the time of the Spanish conquest. Again, this is a science, like all sciences everywhere, that ultimately, if you trace it back far enough, you're going to find it emerged out of shamanism and about shamanistic curiosity about the nature of reality and the nature of the universe. We talked in the last episode about ayahuasca.
Right.
A very powerful visionary brew. Ayahuasca is also a work of science that was the creation of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon, who I think we must recognize as a civilization in every possible way.
If not advanced, I mean, it seems pretty advanced to
I
create
think
a
we
brew.
need to recognize them as an advanced civilization. We just need to redefine what we describe as advanced.
Yeah,
in some
I think
way.
that's where people are
You know,
getting
advanced isn't necessarily motor cars and airplanes and plastic. There's lots of ways to be advanced. And in the case of the Amazon, ayahuasca, highly effective visionary brew, is only possible. It's important for viewers to understand this, that dimethyltryptamine, DMT, probably the most powerful psychedelic known to science, is not normally orally accessible. That's why people smoke it or vape it. But what they found in the Amazon was a way to make it orally accessible. And that's because the leaves of the chacruna plant contain DMT, pure DMT. But you can't have a trip if you consume or drink a tea made from those leaves, because of an enzyme in the gut called monoamine oxidase, which switches off DMT on contact. So therefore you need a monoamine oxidase inhibitor Now, this is a scientific pursuit.
Right, yeah.
You need a monoamine oxidase inhibitor in the brew, which is going to shut down that enzyme in the gut and allow the DMT to be absorbed orally. And that's what they found. That's what they discovered in the Amazon. God knows how long.
Who knows how long? That's
Thousands
crazy.
and thousands of years ago for sure. Wow. Thousands of years ago. And it's an extraordinary achievement when you consider the 100,000 plus different species of plants and trees that exist in the Amazon. To do that solely by trial and error, to put together the most powerful hallucinogen known to science. I don't like that word. The most powerful psychedelic known to science.
Yeah.
To put it together with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor in, I have to admit, a foul-tasting brew, and enable visions to take place, which in Amazonian society and indigenous society are seen as valuable information. We've been taught to trivialize visionary experiences and regard them as some kind of nonsense. But all those archaeologists who think that I attack indigenous societies in some way, which I never do, I have the highest respect for indigenous cultures, they're not recognizing the science that is present in those cultures, the advanced nature of the science. The discovery of ayahuasca is an extraordinary achievement in itself, and then the realization that ayahuasca has useful teachings to bring to us, which Western science dismisses entirely, but which is fundamental to Amazonian civilization, is the second most important thing. So they create a brew, and that brew allows us to gain access to knowledge that would not otherwise be available to us. Sometimes quite practical knowledge. Shamans will use the altered state of consciousness to identify where particular game animals that they wish to hunt are congregating. They will leave their body,
oh, wow.
go up into the astral and look down on this plane, and then they'll come back and report that's where you need to go to hunt. So it's used for practical purposes as well as for spiritual purposes. So the question of the cities. There was a Spanish traveler Carvajal, who crossed the entire width of South America in the 1540s, some years after the conquest of Peru had begun, and a little longer after the conquest of Mexico. He didn't do it as an exploration. It wasn't his intention to explore. He was with 20 other guys, and their intention was to go hunting for a day and to bring back food for the rest of their team. They went off in a launch, a small boat on the Amazon River, and the Amazon wouldn't let them go back. It just carried them ever eastwards until after a year, they finally came out in the Atlantic Ocean. They started off on the Pacific side. They came out in the Atlantic Ocean. And on the way, yes, he reported seeing huge cities, sophisticated with advanced arts and crafts, highly populated. Within 100 years, other Spaniards were in there exploring. They couldn't find the cities. So they said, he must have made it all up. And that's what academia continued to say until the LiDAR work began to be done in the Amazon, which revealed that, in fact, those cities, those huge habitations, often joined by straight roadways that run for 100 kilometers or more from one settlement to the other, did exist in the Amazon. Why weren't they found 100 years after the Carvajal? They weren't found because smallpox had utterly destroyed their population. And once those populations were gone, they weren't able to keep the rainforest at bay, and it consumed those cities. And they're only being found now. So there's a whole hidden history of humanity awaiting us in the Amazon. I'm very glad that some teams of archaeologists are now beginning to do really exciting work in the Amazon, and I'm closely in contact with those teams, and I think that we're going to get a whole new vision of the past of humanity from the work that they're doing.
Well, and just the fact that there's still uncontacted tribes there.
There's still uncontacted tribes, yeah.
That are living.
That's absolutely right. The Amazon is the last preserve that has not really been completely corrupted by Western industrial civilization, and they don't want our stuff.
No,
they don't want anything to do with us. They know. I've talked to shamans in the Amazon about this, and they see the doom of mankind in the behavior of Western technological civilizations now. And when I say Western, I'm including Russia and China as well. These are all technological, following the technological model where tech is the answer to everything.
Right.
you know, and it's all about production and consumption, and no connection to spirit. They see that as the slippery slope that will lead us on the road to ruin. And so, you know, we have much to learn from Amazonian civilization and from the lost past of humanity that is hidden in the Amazon and that is only now beginning to be revealed. Or already one phenomenon are these huge geometrical enclosures that are being found in the Amazon. They're earthworks. Now, I don't know if you've been to England or not, but
We have.
in England we have famously Stonehenge.
Yeah.
And we have a number of other henges. Avebury Henge is a particularly beautiful one. Actually, the word henge means an earthwork. When stone circles are erected inside it, it becomes something a bit more complicated. It's got the big megaliths inside it, and there are those in some of the Amazon cases as well. But those huge geometrical earthworks are almost indistinguishable from the henges that you find in Europe, and particularly in Britain. Now, I am not saying that people from Britain thousands of years ago went to the Amazon and taught them how to build henges. And I'm not saying that people from the Amazon went to Britain and taught the Brits how to build henges either. I'm saying that both seem to have been in receipt of a common idea handed down from, to quote Santillana and von Deschen, some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization of remote antiquity. Therefore, it's fascinating to see these enclosures in the Amazon, these earthworks on a very large scale. One of them, called Tequinho, is clearly a geometrical exercise on a huge scale to square the circle, something that geometers have long been interested in. You have a circular earthwork surrounded by a square earthwork that touches it at 4 points around the circle. You have enormous enclosures that are perfectly aligned to true north, south, east, and west. That tells you that astronomers were at work in the creation of those enclosures. And in some cases, they go back very far. In those found thus far go back at least as far as 3,000, maybe more than 3,000 years ago. But I want to know what else is going to be found in that 5 million square kilometers that hasn't been investigated yet at all. We're just touching the edge of a huge mystery in the Amazon. And interestingly, the geometrical enclosures that have been identified thus far, particularly in the state of Acre in Brazil, contain in their design some connections to ayahuasca visions, which are also full of geometry, and to a particular notion of the Tucano people of the entrance to the other world, which is a geometrical enclosure, and which looks just like some of these enclosures that are on the ground today. So we're seeing science in the form of the creation of these huge geometrical, perfectly oriented structures, and we're seeing it connected to spirituality as well.
So this is why you say the origins are shamanistic.
I believe the origins of all civilization are shamanistic, and once that origin is there, then it's up to different cultures to choose which route they take, which way they go. I think that we are dealing with a lost civilization that was shamanistic in its basis, and that pursued a route that was capable of doing all the accurate, detailed measurement over hundreds of years to work out precession of the equinoxes and work out what was causing it, and to regard that information as so important that they encoded it in incredible stories and traditions that were then passed down through the generations. Those number systems keep on cropping up again and again and again and again. And the key number is 72. That's 1 degree of precession. That's hold your finger up to the horizon, and 1 degree of precession is the width of your finger against the horizon. Hard to observe in one lifetime. You need multiple lifetimes. You need people watching and keeping records for long periods of time in order to get this nailed and understand what is happening there.
So that's why you don't, because like your critics will say, well, all these civilizations all did it on their own.
Yeah.
that they, this idea that there was this older advanced civilization that taught everybody how to do stuff is absolutely ridiculous. They did it all on their own.
That's what my critics think.
Yeah, and so
they think that I'm trying to steal the achievements of indigenous societies and hand them over to some sort of civilization like ours.
Right.
No, that's not what I'm doing. That's a misrepresentation of my position. And anybody who actually reads my books, or watches the series will see that is not what I'm saying. And that's not what I'm doing. I think we're looking at a civilization that emerged out of shamanism and took a particular route. And of course, it was an indigenous civilization in its own time, in its own place. But what they don't like is the notion that certain knowledge and information accumulated by that culture was passed down all around the world, so that you find the same essential ideas in Mesopotamia, in ancient Egypt, in the Amazon rainforest, in Mexico, in Guatemala, amongst the Mayan culture, for example. The same essential ideas are being repeated. The same story of a great flood, which brought a former age of the world to an end. The same story of survivors of that flood who went around the world trying to reincarnate or give rebirth to what they had created and shared their knowledge with other peoples around the world. This is truly a pan-American myth. It's found right across the Americas, and archaeologists are now trying to claim that myth was entirely made up by Spaniards. But it's complete rubbish. It long predated the Spaniards. And it's found in many, many countries, in Central America, South America, and in North America. And it's an indigenous tradition that has been passed down through the ages, that there was a cataclysm.
It's not just coincidence, Graham. Right?
I don't believe it's coincidence.
Yeah.
I believe that it's worth considering the possibility of a remote common ancestor, which passed down key information that was inherited by later cultures and then used in various ways. An example that's really worth giving is the Great Pyramid itself, the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Which we don't know how old it is. Like
I'm willing to accept that the Great Pyramid, in the form that we see it now, was largely completed by the ancient. But remember that in dynastic time, in other words, between 5,000 and 4,000 years ago, roughly 4,500 years ago. But remember that the ancient Egyptians tell us in many of their texts that everything they knew was a legacy. It was all an inheritance of the gods, and I don't construe the gods as aliens. It was a legacy of the gods, and they speak of a time called Zep Tepi, the first time, which followed a cataclysmic episode when the gods brought this knowledge to Egypt and passed it down. Now, in the case of the Great Pyramid and the whole Giza Plateau, I think if we were to, this is my view, and it's based on a great deal of research which is entirely dismissed.
I'm playing on mute right now.
Whenever they dismiss my work, they don't really get to grips with the work itself. It's just a narrative they don't want to hear.
My parents are sleeping.
So they dismiss it. But if I were to try to envisage the Giza Plateau 12,500 years ago, I think what we'd see is an enormous rock-hewn statue of a lion facing due east, perfectly due east, where the sun rises on the spring equinox. Sun rises perfectly due east in the northern hemisphere on the 21st of May. If you go to the summer solstice, it's rising far to the north of east. If you go to the winter solstice, it's rising far to the south of east. But on the spring equinox, it's perfectly due east. So there's this huge lion statue with a massive leonine head and a lion's mane. And it's been created by carving it out of the bedrock and creating a trench around it. And it faces the rising sun at dawn on the spring equinox, as it still does today. But 12,500 years ago, the rising sun at dawn on the spring equinox was housed by the constellation of Leo, the constellation that we recognize and many cultures have recognized as a lion. So, as above, so below, this lion monument gazing at its celestial counterpart rising behind the sun at dawn on the spring equinox. I believe that the megalithic temples that we see in front of the Great Sphinx, the so-called Sphinx Temple and the Vali Temple, these are colossal megalithic works, were also there at that time, around 12,500 years ago. And what happened was that in later times, the ancient Egyptians, who were the inheritors of the culture that originally established the Giza Plateau. That the ancient Egyptians found it necessary to restore and modify some very ancient monuments. So that's why on the Vali Temple, which is in front of, but a little to the south of the Great Sphinx, that's why on the Vali Temple, we see that it's created in two stages. The first stage is the core limestone blocks, and they are massive, hundreds of tons in some cases, certainly up to 200 tons in the case of some of these megalithic temples on the Giza Plateau. But the limestone is heavily eroded. And then in dynastic times,
it's way better
they
in
took
silence,
the trouble
let me tell
to
you.
bring granite to the Giza Plateau, and then to cut that granite so that it fitted the existing erosion patterns on the much older limestone blocks, and fit it onto them there. That shows two things. It shows, first of all, that they respected the limestone blocks, and secondly, it shows that the granite pacing is younger than the limestone blocks itself. And there is nothing, not a single inscription in those temples which says this was built by Pharaoh such and such and such and such.
Yeah.
I think that where the three great pyramids stand, the pyramids that are now attributed to Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, I think what stood there at that time were low platforms, megalithic platforms. In the case of the Great Pyramid, they didn't need to do much because the Great Pyramid itself is built around a natural hillock. And deep underneath it, 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid, is a chamber, subterranean chamber, hewn out of solid bedrock. I think that was the original sacred site on the Giza Plateau. And the Great Pyramid, originally a platform, was completed in the time of the ancient Egyptians, using knowledge that was passed down from that much more ancient time. Now, why it operated in two phases like this? You know, in ancient cultures that took the heavens seriously and that understood the notion of world ages, 12,500 years ago was a very dramatic time on our planet. This was the 12,800 years ago was the onset of the Younger Dryas, which is a catastrophic climate episode, which is where the Earth has been emerging quite slowly and almost pleasantly from the Ice Age, and then suddenly goes back into a dramatic deep freeze. And weirdly, at the same time, there's an almost instant sea level rise recorded, for example, in Bahamian corals, which can only exist at a certain depth beneath the surface of the sea. And that's odd, because this is a time when the world's climate has suddenly gone very cold. It was warming up, and then it goes as cold as it was at the peak of the last ice age. You wouldn't expect to see sea level rise happening. But the work of Cesare Emiliani has proved that sea level rise did occur. Then you have about 1,200 years of true horror on this planet. That's the time that all the great megafauna of the Ice Age go extinct. We're all familiar with the saber-toothed tigers, the woolly rhinos, the mammoths, the mastodons, the giant sloths. They were everywhere then, but they all went extinct during the Younger Dryas. So clearly, this was a very bad time if it could wipe out just huge numbers of animal species that were very successful species prior to that. There's evidence of a collapse in human populations. Very bad time. And it may have been, I believe that's the time where we lost track of an episode in our story, where we lost track of an earlier civilization. That not our civilization, not like us. We should never look for ourselves in the past, but a civilization that was capable of exploring and navigating the Earth, that understood the dimensions of the Earth, and that understood how the Earth looked, and was capable of creating accurate maps with accurate longitude. Incorporated into the Great Pyramid are the dimensions of our planet. And again, yes, Egyptologists know that this is the case, but they regard it as a coincidence. It just happened by accident.
Yeah.
But it's a point that I like to bring home. And this is that if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you take the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid, measure that, and multiply it by the same number, 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So the key dimensions of our planet are encoded on a scale of 1 to 43,200 in the Great Pyramid. And to tell us that it's speaking to the Earth, it's also almost perfectly aligned to true north, within 3/60ths of a single degree. I mean, that is a tiny, tiny error on a monument that weighs 6 million tons and has a footprint of 13 acres. So it's speaking to the Earth, and it encodes the dimensions of the Earth. But archaeologists say, what's so special about 43,200? It's just random. But no, I'm sorry, it's not random. It's 600 times 72. It's one of those numbers generated by the precession of the equinoxes. 43,200 is a number that occurs in many ancient texts and traditions, or 432,000 multiples of the same number keep on coming up again and again and again. And that is a number system that is generated by a key motion of the Earth itself. So how clever can you get?
Yeah.
You have a gigantic monument which nobody understands how anybody could build it in the first place. You almost perfectly align it to true north. You then encode the dimensions of the Earth in that monument, and the scale you used is the scale defined by a key motion of the Earth itself. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
This cannot be an accident.
It seems so obvious.
We're looking at science. We're looking at an ancient lost science that the ancient Egyptians were the inheritors of, as they themselves loudly and frequently proclaim. It's just that archaeologists don't want them to say them.
Yeah,
it's
people get
interesting
mad
with the
about
king lists in ancient Egypt. There are king lists all over the temples. For example, the temple of Seti I in Abydos, lists of kings. And actually, Egyptologists use those king lists in formulating their chronology of ancient Egypt. And they're fine with the king list as long as they go back only to the first dynasty. But the problem is the king lists go back further. They go back more than 30,000 years into the past. Those archaeologists ignore and dismiss as myth and fantasy. And again, they claim they're the ones with respect for indigenous cultures. They're not respecting the indigenous culture of ancient Egypt with the knowledge that it manifested. They said our kings were not confined to the first dynasty onwards. There were rulers went back thousands and tens of thousands of years before that. We should listen carefully to all of these things.
I think that's what's so frustrating about it too, is that they come from this place of we're just trying to respect these ancient cultures, but they're really dismissing them.
They're very dismissive.
Especially to say that all of this is just coincidence.
Yeah.
You know, it
I mean, you
clearly
ask one of these mainstream archaeologists, they say they respect indigenous cultures. Ask them if they respect shamanistic views about the other world, about the world we enter in a deeply altered state of consciousness, about how we can encounter the spirits of deceased relatives in that world. Archaeologists would say, no, that's impossible.
Yeah.
It can't be. That's just their fantasy. That's just the story they tell themselves.
Stories.
Archaeologists don't know that. That's their prejudice. They are being prejudiced against indigenous cultures in that world. And they're subtly in their subconscious, they know they're doing it. And they're wearing their guilt at the way that they put down indigenous cultures, and then they want to project it onto other people.
Yes,
that's the game.
exactly right.
It seems like everything you do in the digital world, whether it's apps or streaming services, involves you signing up for a subscription. And it's very easy to lose track of all those subscriptions. And most of the time we sign up for subscriptions for, to watch a specific show or use a specific product. But after so long, we, just stop using it or using those services, and we forget that we're paying for those subscriptions. I know for me personally, I probably am subscribed to 10 to 20 different services. And I would say probably like half of those I don't even use anymore. And I didn't even know I was still paying for most of those until I hooked myself up with Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills all in one place. There's over 80% of people have subscriptions they've forgotten about, and chances are you're one of them. Like that Stars app just to watch one show, or that free gaming trial you never actually used. Rocket Money will quickly and easily find your subscriptions for you, and for any you don't want to pay for anymore, just hit cancel, which is so nice. That's like one of the biggest things. I don't go and cancel them on my own, is it's just a big pain in the butt. But Rocket Money will cancel it for you. It's that easy. Rocket Money also helps you manage all of your finances in one place and automatically categorizes your expenses, so you can easily track your budget in real time and also get alerted if anything looks off. They've got credit monitoring, they monitor your credit card usage. It really is a great tool to help you get organized when it comes to your personal finances. Over 3 million people, including myself, have used Rocket Money, saving the average person up to $720 a year. Stop throwing your money away, cancel unwanted subscriptions, and manage your expenses the easy way by going to rocketmoney.com/milehigher. That's rocketmoney.com/milehigher. Check it out today. rocketmoney.com/milehigher. I mean, it's just crazy. We've talked about, alternative theories to how the pyramids were built.
Yeah.
And those out there in that field get all up in arms about it, or if you say it wasn't the ancient Egyptian people that built it, or didn't do it in this certain way,
or they brought knowledge from somewhere else,
yeah,
or,
right,
access something.
Yeah,
or
that gets
technology that they access.
That gets everybody very upset. The reasons that I would never seek to divorce the ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramids are there are several reasons actually, but first and foremost, I have no doubt that the ancient Egyptians were involved in completing the Great Pyramids, and there's 4 reasons for that. And that is the shafts, the so-called air shafts, that cut through the body of the Great Pyramid. They're very small. They're about that wide, that high. There are 2 of them in the so-called King's Chamber, one on the north wall, one on the south wall.
Mm-hmm.
And they always exited on the outside of the pyramid, and that was known back into the 19th century. 19th century explorers could actually climb the Great Pyramid and roll a cannonball into one of those shafts, and it would end up in the King's Chamber. So obviously, they were connected. The shafts in the so-called Queen's Chamber, and I use the word so-called because we actually don't know what these chambers were for. No burial of any pharaoh was ever found inside the Great Pyramid. The so-called Queen's Chamber, the shafts don't exit on the outside, and nor until 1872 were they visible within the Queen's Chamber itself. They'd been closed off with facing blocks. You couldn't see that they were there. But one researcher went around tapping on the walls. He thought there's shafts upstairs in the King's Chamber. Maybe there are here, and he found 2 hollow points, one on the north wall, one on the south wall, broke them open, and lo and behold, there were the concealed shafts. Now the thing about those shafts is that all 4 of them point at key stars, one of them being the lowest of the 3 stars of Orion's belt, in the position in the sky that they occupied around 2,500 BC, not 12,500 years ago, but 4,500 years ago. And that astronomical connection to the stars at that time says to me, we cannot divorce the ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramid. But then there's a problem. The ground pattern on the 3 pyramids on the ground reflects the pattern of Orion's belt itself. Yeah. And this is, of course, no accident within the ancient Egyptian system, because the constellation of Orion was seen as the celestial image of the god Osiris, the civilization bringer, the entity who went around the world teaching civilization. He is that is who Osiris is, and he is seen in the sky. His image is seen in the sky as the constellation of Orion, and one of those shafts points at Orion's belt, and another one points at Sirius, and 2 of them point at the circumpolar stars. At the time, when Egyptologists believed the pyramids were built, so there's definitely a connection, and I wouldn't seek to break it. But the problem is that the pattern of the 3 pyramids on the ground is the pattern of the 3 stars of the belt of Orion, and this has also changed subtly over the ages as a result of precession. So although the shafts in the Great Pyramid lock that monument to the epoch of 2,500 BC, the pattern of the pyramids on the ground reflecting Orion's belt, effectively it's like you want to make a painting of Orion's belt. You paint it on an easel and then you lay it down flat in front of you. That's what you have on the Giza Plateau. They reflect the pattern of Orion's belt and its relationship to the Milky Way. The Great Pyramids and their relationship to the River Nile reflect the sky of 12,500 years ago, not 4,500 years ago. A very complicated situation here. Ground pattern, speaking of what the ancient Egyptians called Zep Tepi the first time, 12,500 plus years ago, and the star shafts connecting also to the time of the ancient Egyptians themselves. So no wonder it's a difficult monument to figure out, but it speaks to both epochs. As I say, we could say that the ancient Egyptians themselves had a sufficiently advanced knowledge of precession to be able to visualize the skies of 8,000 years previously. That would be a perfectly reasonable thing to say. But then we're confronted with the problem of the Sphinx. I mentioned that lion-bodied monument. That lion monument that I believe stood there 12,500 years ago, looking at the rising sun, and it was housed by the constellation of Leo. That lion monument has been subjected to thousands of years of erosion. And I want to pay tribute to the brilliant work of 2 individuals. the late, great John Anthony West, dear friend of mine, the first to raise the possibility that the Great Sphinx had been subjected to some kind of water weathering, and that creates a problem in itself, because 4,500 years ago, the Giza Plateau was as dry and as waterless as it is today. And then Professor Robert Schoch from Boston University, and kudos to Robert Schoch for putting his reputation as an established academic on the line and looking at the geology of that site and coming to the conclusion and publishing the conclusion that the Great Sphinx was subjected to about 1,000 years of extremely heavy rainfall. Not flood, but precipitation, rainfall coming from above, selectively hollowing out the softer areas of rock and leaving the harder areas of rock in place. And it's that precipitation-induced weathering that you see more in the trench around the Great Sphinx now than you see on the Sphinx itself, because the Sphinx has been constantly restored. This is one of the anomalies. We know that some of the restoration blocks were put there in the time of the pharaoh who's supposed to have been responsible for the Sphinx, and not a single document tells us that he was responsible. That's just another Egyptological fantasy, actually. The erosion patterns on the Great Sphinx, and thank you to Robert Schoch for the great work he's done on this, and the risks he took in publishing that work, because every time you publish something out of line, you're taking a risk. But he took that risk and he published that work and he's documented it thoroughly, and he's confident that the Great Sphinx was subjected to about 1,000 years of heavy rainfall, and that's the only time you find that heavy rainfall on the Giza Plateau is the Younger Dryas, between roughly 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. You certainly didn't find it 4,500 years ago when the Sphinx is supposed to have been found. So we're looking at a very old monument, very heavily eroded. In the time of the ancient Egyptians, they looked at that massive leonine head, which was so damaged and so eroded, almost unrecognizable, and they recarved what was left of it into the head of a human being, wearing the Nemes headdress of an Egyptian pharaoh. But that is a recarving of a much more ancient monument. That's a restoration that was done on it. And we don't know which pharaoh it's supposed to represent. Egyptologists like to think that it represents Khafre, but there's no compelling evidence for that whatsoever. So a lion-bodied monument, once a lion-headed monument, that now takes the form of the lion-bodied Great Sphinx with a recarved human head that's way out of proportion to the scale of the rest of the body of that 270-foot-long monument. The head is sort of tiny by comparison with the rest of the body. And the ancient Egyptians didn't get things out of proportion unless there was a very good reason to do so. And I think they were restoring a very damaged and much older leonine head.
Is there not a hidden chamber as well under the Sphinx?
Yes. While work was allowed to be done, John Anthony West and Robert Schoch were both involved in this work back in 1992. They did a seismic survey around the Sphinx, and they identified a very large geometrical chamber about 15 feet beneath the forepaws of the Sphinx.
Wow.
20 feet beneath the forepaws. Could be a natural cavity, but the rectangular form of it suggests strongly that human beings
was dug out or something.
Yeah, that it was made. And in fact, there is a whole underworld at Giza. This is beginning to be recognized. The so-called Tomb of Osiris is an example of this. That subterranean chamber beneath the Great Pyramid is an example of this. I think there's a lot more remains to be discovered under the Giza.
Have they LiDAR the Giza Plateau?
Well, LiDAR in that case wouldn't help because there's no canopy covering it. Nothing you need to see through.
See. Yeah,
but what is needed is seismic tomography.
Right.
And that will show you a picture of what is underneath the Giza Plateau. And whenever that's been done, it's identified chambers, passageways, corridors, and not enough is being said about this. And I don't know what's going on. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't think that Egyptologists are in a conspiracy to hide the truth. I think they're just so locked into their paradigm that they can't see what's
They
there.
feel like they've got it figured out.
They've got it figured out.
No reason to waste resources.
Exactly. No reason to waste resources, and they don't want to get mixed up in any way with this crowd of kind of quote-unquote New Age thinkers like Graham Hancock.
Right, right. So have you, because there's this idea about this chamber beneath the Sphinx being potentially this hall of records, and that was put forth by Edgar Casey, I believe.
It was, which is one of the reasons that Egyptologists
Yeah.
distance themselves from it. Although weird. Both Mark Lehner,
But he's got a lot of knowledge around this subject, Edgar Casey.
Well, first of all, the fact that Edgar Casey was a healer. He used to fall into a trance-like state. And in that trance-like state, primarily what he did was offer remedies for people's ailments.
Yeah.
But from time to time, he would start talking about Atlantis and about the lost civilization of prehistoric antiquity. And he said that the Hall of Records of Atlantis lay beneath the halls of the Great Sphinx. Well, immediately for scientifically minded Egyptologists, this is something to get as far away from as possible.
Right.
Like this nutty guy.
So they kind of neglect the fact that there are ancient Egyptian texts that speak precisely of the Hall of Records. I don't know. Edgar Casey didn't know about those texts.
Right.
He was tapping in from some other realm into this. But that's one of the reasons that Egyptologists have distanced themselves so much from the from the notion that there might be something hidden there. Oddly enough, both Mark Lehner, who is the leading American Egyptologist doing work around the Great Sphinx and on the Giza Plateau, and Zahi Hawass, who's the leading Egyptian Egyptologist doing work around the Giza Plateau, both of them were sent through college by the Edgar Casey brothers.
Really? Wow.
Robert Baval and I published this in our 1996 book, The Message of the Sphinx. It was published in America as The Message of the Sphinx and in Britain as Keeper of Genesis, and we documented it. It's all there if anybody wants to check it out. Very rapidly afterwards, they distanced themselves completely from the Edgar Casey organization, but until quite recently, Zahi Hawass was still giving lectures at the Edgar Casey Foundation, while at the same time insisting that he had nothing to do with any of these so-called crazy ideas.
That's crazy.
You know,
Wow.
it's a very curious thing. And of course, people have a right to change their mind.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's all that happened. As I say, I don't see a need for conspiracy when there's already this mindset that just rules out any other possibilities. That is the mindset of institutional archaeology, not necessarily shared by all individual archaeologists, but it is the narrative they want to tell. And what I've observed, particularly in the reaction to my Netflix series, which was seen by huge numbers of people all around the world, is that what most disturbed archaeologists about it was that here was a narrative that wasn't theirs. They weren't controlling that narrative anymore. They thought they had it taped, and they were controlling the narrative in every possible way, and suddenly, reaching out to a huge audience around the world, comes somebody they didn't like anyway,
Right.
me.
They wish it was one of them that was.
I think so. Or rather, more than that, they want to remain the high priests of the past. They don't. I certainly don't want to be the high priest of the past. All I want to do is to point out that there are certain problems in mainstream study of the past which require questioning and investigation. And the questions I've asked and the conclusion I've come to is that we are a species with amnesia, that there has been a forgotten episode in the human story, and that its fingerprints are in fact all around the world, but are not seen because it doesn't fit the prevailing mainstream narrative. Now, those archaeologists were furiously angry with me because I had this huge platform, Netflix, to present my ideas on, and that's why they campaigned to have Netflix, relabel the series as science.
It's not a documentary.
Science fiction. That's what the archaeologists were
telling stories on here.
That's what archaeologists were claiming. They wanted to get back control of the narrative. But one thing that has to be remembered is that archaeology has a iron death grip on the narrative of our past. The fact that I had a Netflix series and Netflix is a big platform doesn't begin to compare with the fact that the findings, the conclusions, the narrative of mainstream archaeology informs everything that we are taught through the school and education system, right up to university, about the past. Everything we're taught about prehistory reflects the narrative of mainstream archaeology. So against that huge weight, and also most TV programs about, whether it's about ancient Egypt or other prehistoric subjects, are again informed by the institution of archaeology and reflect the narrative of archaeology. So just by dissenting from that and offering an alternative point of view, let's think about things a bit differently. Let's consider whether archaeology really does know everything it claims to know. That led to an enormous amount of fury and anger projected against it. But what it also led to was a worldwide conversation, that many people who hadn't been exposed to my work were exposed to my work. And I want to make clear that, first of all, I couldn't do anything I do without the work that archaeologists have done, the groundwork that archaeologists have done. And secondly, I'm not alone. There are a number of other people working in this field. John Anthony West was one, Robert Schock was another, Robert Boval, huge knowledge of archaeoastronomy. John Major Jenkins dealing with the Mayan calendar. Many others, John Major Jenkins has sadly passed away. Many others are working in this field. I'm just one of a number of people who are bothered by problems in the past and are trying to find answers to that problem. And some people think that the answer is extraterrestrial visitors. I don't think that's the answer, but who knows, you know?
Well, they have a whole show too. So
yeah, they have a whole show too. That's that's not my thing. But I think what's right and proper is to be mystified by the past and the things that aren't properly explained by the mainstream model. And I think that model needs to be challenged. And this is how, ultimately, in all of science, paradigms do eventually shift. There's a great book by Thomas Kuhn called The Structure of Scientific Revolution, which shows that actually scientific disciplines get locked in a particular mindset, and it becomes dominant, and it's regarded. They forget that it's a whole load of opinion in that mindset, resting on relatively flimsy facts. That's definitely the case in archaeology. As I indicated earlier, I mean, you can't claim to know everything about the past when you haven't thoroughly archaeologized the Sahara, the Amazon rainforest, the flooded continental shelves, and most of the work that you do in other countries is in response to a dam or a road. Can't claim to know about it.
And just to be clear, for those that maybe haven't watched Ancient Apocalypse yet,
yeah,
you are really, I mean, you're a journalist, you're an investigative journalist, you don't claim to be a scientist, you don't claim to be an archaeologist, and what you're really doing is you're out there gathering puzzle pieces and trying to put a puzzle together. And that's like, and then share what you're finding in the process.
Encouraging people to think twice.
That's what I hope to do. And I've never insisted that I'm right.
Yeah, you're like, rewrite the history, but you propose that maybe we don't have it right, but you're not saying this is the right way.
Absolutely not. I'm not insisting on anything. The only thing I'm insisting on is that there are unexplained issues in our past, which are presently not explained by the system that teaches us about them, which is archaeology. And those unexplained mysteries need to be investigated, and I've tried to investigate it. I've come to my own conclusions about them, but I don't insist that I'm right. I certainly don't insist that I'm 100% right about anything. But I've involved myself in an inquiry, which has now gone on for more than 30 years. I've put my life on the line again and again, not only me, but also my wife, Sandra. You know, this is not some trivial issue for us. This is not some scheme to make money.
Right.
As a matter of fact, for many years I was completely broke, and all the research we did was done on borrowed money, to the point where I was just ridiculously over borrowed. And we have put our lives at risk in the diving expedition. For example, Santa nearly lost her life in one of those diving.
Really?
I and another one. When you're diving in strong currents, when something goes wrong with your air supply, it can be very, very dangerous and very, very difficult. And I think Santa and I did upwards of 1,000 dives all around the world, 200 of them in Japan on the extraordinary underwater structures that are found off the island of Yonaguni. We've been into high-risk zones. We've literally again and again put our lives on the line to try to research this story properly. You know, I'm not some dilettante, just some shallow person who is just looking at stuff and coming rapidly to conclusions.
A keyboard warrior or something.
I'm not a keyboard warrior. I'm trying to foist those conclusions on the public. The conclusions that I've come to are a result of decades of dedicated work. Which has exposed both me and Santa to great risk on numerous occasions, but we're willing to take that risk because we feel it's right to pursue this inquiry, and nobody else is really pursuing it. That's why we spent 7 years scuba diving, because not enough marine archaeology is looking at the submerged continental shelves. You know, and if we can find structures that are indisputably man-made, for example, the Great Stone Circle off Akajima in the Kerama Islands in Japan, there's at the depth of about 100 feet beneath the surface, there's an enormous stone circle hewn out of solid rock with multiple other structures all around.
I don't know why.
And even the most skeptical geologist who I took there could not claim that that was a work of nature. That was made by human beings. And therefore, it was made about 12,000 years ago, judging from the depth of submergence, which turns out to be around the time that Göbekli Tepe was built in Turkey. You know, that's why we did that work. We dived in Micronesia, we dived in the Mediterranean, we dived extensively in India. There's a tradition of a lost city called Dwarka up in the northwest of India. We dived there with the National Institute of Oceanography. And indeed, there are enormous structures underwater at Dwarka. And there's the tradition of Kumari Kandam in South India. It's the Indian Atlantis, if you like. There's a tradition that India was extended much further to the south than it was today. That the island of Sri Lanka was joined to mainland India, and that this extensive land was the host to a high civilization that had academies and studied the world, studied the universe, but it was destroyed in a great flood. Well, it turns out that that's exactly true. Sri Lanka was joined to South India during the Ice Age when sea level was 400 feet longer. The Maldive Islands were much bigger than the tiny archipelago that they are today. It makes complete sense, and we went diving in that area. My wife Santa speaks Tamil as her first language, and Tamil is the language of South India. So we were able, through Santa, to talk fluently with local fishermen and local divers off the coast of southeast India. And at Mahabalipuram, they told us, there's a city underwater here. And we said, how do you know that? And they said, well, it's actually annoying. We keep catching our nets on it. We'll cast our nets to catch fish, and they'll get stuck on a structure underwater, and then we have to send down a diver to free the net. Sometimes those divers die. Wow. We'd like something done about it. And we said, would you take us to the site and show us? And eventually, that's what happened. We went out there and we did multiple dives, and true enough, down to depths of 27 meters. Again, you're looking at about 11,000 years ago. They were last above water. There are enormous, indubitably man-made structures. We had some Indian archaeologists diving with us there, and they didn't dispute that. These are absolutely man-made structures. And it was those archaeologists themselves from the National Institute of Oceanography who took us to Pumpahar, where we again dived on an enormous man-made structure at about 27 meters. So if we can find this with our limited resources, taking the risks that we took, talking to local fishermen and divers, working with local archaeologists when we could, if we can find this, then what could be found if a concerted effort were made worldwide to explore the flooded continental shelves? And I think that what would be found is not only evidence of hunter-gatherer cultures, which certainly will be found there, but evidence of cultures that we would recognize as a high civilization.
I'm going to be lifting weights tomorrow.
Wow. So, I get what's the right term for
Goldeneye.
mainstream archaeology?
Well, archaeologists themselves say there's no such thing as mainstream archaeology.
Yeah,
there's only
they don't like
archaeology.
that. Yeah,
there's only archaeology.
Like
I can't
and
do
right
back-to-back
and
Goldeneye
right there,
anymore.
you have the notion that no dispute will be accepted.
Right.
1 and 1,
There's this narrative.
There's no
this is archaeology.
alternative.
There's no alternative. There's only archaeology, and any alternative is pseudoscience. That's why they label me as a pseudoscientist or a pseudo-archaeologist, because that's a very lazy, very easy way to turn people off my work without really getting to grips with the work at all in any way. Just call the guy a pseudo.
Yeah.
When the word pseudo means false. So false archaeologist. How can I be a false archaeologist? I don't claim to be an archaeologist. I don't want to be an archaeologist.
Right.
I want to be me,
That was
doing
mostly
what I
same
do,
work.
which is fundamentally a work of investigative journalism. That's what I do. But it's a very useful label to attach to an opponent, just as labeling me as a racist or a white supremacist or a misogynist. Amazingly, the Society for American Archaeologists used all of these labels in connection with my Netflix series. They said that it promotes racism, white supremacism, misogynism, and anti-Semitism.
It's absurd.
None of those issues are raised in the series at all.
No,
in any way, race is not.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, but when you understand that a propaganda war is going on, and that the objective of those archaeologists was to destroy by any means, fair or foul, an alternative narrative. Then it begins to make sense. They thought if they could just apply those labels enough times, they would be repeated in enough sources that people would begin to believe that that was the case and wouldn't feel they needed to look at them.
Yeah. Someone comes across your Netflix series or one of your books, looks you up, the first thing they go to is Wikipedia, pseudoscientist. All right, well, not gonna,
exactly.
You know,
Why bother with this guy?
Right,
He's a pseudoscientist.
right. It's such a shame.
And what they're not aware of is that precisely the same small group of angry, furious, envious archaeologists who launched the attack against my Netflix series and who've been attacking me in the case of John Hoops from the University of Kansas for more than 30 years. Precisely that same group of archaeologists are the moderators on my Wikipedia page.
Of course they are.
You know, and they will not allow anybody to edit my page. They control it completely. So let's forget about the idea that Wikipedia is a balanced, objective source.
Oh, absolutely not.
When it cannot be a balanced, objective source if the person being described in that Wikipedia entry is being described by a group of self-declared enemies of that person.
Yep.
It can't be.
No sense.
And I don't know about other issues than other people, but I know from my own experience of Wikipedia that Wikipedia's entries on me are dishonest. And I suspect that that's true of many of the entries in Wikipedia. I think Wikipedia is a source of disinformation rather than information, but it's the first port of call. For many people, they've heard something new, they want to find about it. But if you search Graham Hancock, the first hit you'll get is Wikipedia.
It's right there.
It's right. It's right there. And many people are still under the mistaken illusion that Wikipedia is objective, whereas in fact it has an agenda. It certainly does on a number of issues, and my issue is one of those.
I think it's because people associate it with encyclopedia. They think it's just factual.
Yeah, they think
don't
it's just
understand
factual, and that there's no bias, you know, and that rigorous processes are followed in order to create
what authority
a
is this?
And it's just not. It's purely ideological in my case. So I would ask people who've been exposed to this propaganda that's been directed against me and my work, actually take a look at the work itself. You know, don't be driven away from it. And in addition to the Netflix series and other television I've done, look at the books. You know, because in a television series you can only say so much. You can only say so much in episodes that are half an hour long.
Yeah.
In a book you can devote hundreds and hundreds of pages to an
There's
issue.
no limit.
There's no limit, and you can underwrite it with footnotes that go on and give all the sources in detail. And in the critiques of me and my work, I've noticed that the archaeologists steer away from my more recent books because I've learned as I've gone along. When I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, I was less rigorous than I am today because I hadn't learned the lesson yet that everything I do is going to be exposed to very harsh criticism. And the lesson that I learned is that I need to really reinforce my arguments. And I need to make sure that when I rely upon a source, that source is reliable.
We've learned that lesson too.
Sorry?
We've learned that lesson too over the years.
It's important to rely on reliable sources.
It is.
So, you know, in more recent books like Magicians of the Gods, which was published in 2015, and America Before, which was published in 2019, I have been very, very, very careful, and indeed in Underworld that was published in 2002, I've been very, very careful about documenting my sources and relying on sources that could not be easily dismissed. But all of this is just ignored by archaeologists. Actually, one of those archaeologists behind the Society for American Archaeologists attack on my Netflix series, who accused me of being racist, said, but effectively what he said was Hancock was very clever in not mentioning race in his series, but we all know he's a racist anyway. You know?
God.
I mean, what is that?
It's
What kind of decent scholarship is that?
Yeah.
To say things like that, you know, that despite the fact that race is not mentioned in this series at all, we are still going to accuse Hancock of race.
Of course.
I think it's just hard too, because with your series, especially if people are coming to your series, your Netflix series, and that's the first thing they see of you or hear you talk about these things. I can understand how, you know, say there's an archaeologist never heard of you before, they watch your Netflix series and you're saying these things, and it's very easy to pick it apart, so to speak, because you're not able to include those sources. And everything's edited and like
So highly produced.
Because like one of the, I was watching an archaeologist, a YouTuber who's an archaeologist, and he did like a 4-part YouTube series. You might have probably seen it, but he was like just picking apart every single episode that you did. And one of the things he said is that, oh, well, you know, they cleverly edited the talks with the archaeologists to make it look like they were siding with you and things like that. And I was like, what are you even talking about? Like,
you know, Netflix are very professional. They don't make their own shows. The shows are commissioned from independent production companies. The independent production company that made my series is ITN Productions in the UK. That's Independent Television News Productions. They triple fact check every fact that was stated in that series. And Netflix absolutely insist upon that. And what was thrown against the series was spin and lies and misrepresentation. You know, straw man attacks. Hancock says this, Hancock does that. The series was edited in this or that or such and such a way. They're all fundamentally designed to turn people off the word and keep rigid control of the narrative. And yeah, sure. I mean, there are some YouTubers who've taken advantage of the notoriety of the series to help to get their view count. So that is going to happen, and that's why I insist in the debate that's coming up. I will debate an archaeologist on the Joe Rogan Experience on the 24th of October.
Oh, it's going to be on Joe Rogan? Interesting.
That's happening on the 24th of October. Wow. I would have liked the archaeologist to be John Hoops from Kansas University, because he's just been so obnoxious about me. But he didn't have the guts to put his money where his mouth is and actually sit down in a face-to-face debate with me.
Funny how that works.
And he invented all kind of excuses. He said, oh, I can't debate metaphysics with archaeology. What? Well, no, the fact of the matter is he just doesn't have the stomach to sit down opposite me and be confronted with his lies. It's as simple as that. I mean, I'll state it plainly. The man is a coward. This is coward. In the case of Flint Dibble, who's taken over, he's going to debate me. He's an American archaeologist who presently teaches in the UK, and he's also been very vituperative in his critiques of me. But that's exactly what I want. I want to debate an absolutely rooted and grounded mainstream archaeologist who is teaching at a major university and therefore who is responsible for the institution of archaeology.
How long
as
you
a whole.
watched this
I don't want to
for?
debate some sort of recent
How many
teenage
hours of Graham
newbie
Hancock?
who's doing a YouTube channel. I want
Can
I want
one
the debate
watch
to
in a
be
row?
with a thoroughly respected figure within the field of archaeology, because that way the debate will be a historic
sorry
debate.
for putting
what
my
I
viewers
say
through that.
and what that person says will stand for a great deal more than just our immediate encounter. It really is the first time this has ever happened. So I'm grateful
had really
to
good
Nick
runs today,
for being willing to do this debate, and I very much look forward to it.
what's his argument against you? Like, if like from a aerial
Oh,
view.
Hancock's work supports racism and white supremacy.
so he's on that.
He's on that trail as well. Hancock's declared war on archaeologists. Well, no, actually.
You work
30
with
years ago, archaeology declared war on me, the institution of archaeology. And I see what I'm doing as self-defense.
45
when
minutes.
I said in the series that I'm public enemy number one to
45
archaeologists, well,
minutes,
that
man.
actually is what I am. It's worth making that
What the
clear.
fuck?
There's been I've not seen from Flint Dibble any detailed specific critiques of things that I say. And there's been a lot of I'm going to reserve quite a lot of what I have to say for the debate itself, because I have chapter and verse on this, and there has been some very egregious misrepresentation of me and what I said and what was said in the series. They misrepresent it. And they attack it and they say, oh, we've got this evidence that proves that was right. If you actually get into that evidence, you find it doesn't prove that what we said was wrong at all. But it sounds good.
Did you see that?
If they
That
say, oh,
worked.
the
That was
evidence proves
legendary
this
one.
was not the case. So I'm not going to go into the details because I want to keep my
Seed
ammunition for the
for sure.
Understandable.
For the main debate.
Go into the
So
door.
just to conclude on this issue of a debate, John Hoops from Kansas University, who is one of my major critics, didn't have the grit to sit down face to face and debate me on the Joe Rogan Experience. Flint Dibble has agreed to debate me on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he's also a highly credentialed archaeologist involved in ongoing digs in Greece and teaching at a major university. I don't think Flint Dibble is going to weasel out of the debate in the way that John Hoots did. I think Flint Dibble has enough character to see it through. But in the event, for one reason or another, that he does pull
I
out,
had leftovers.
I'm prepared to debate somebody else, but that somebody else must be, I'm going to use the word mainstream, must be an established mainstream archaeologist. He must be teaching at a major university. He must have been involved in extensive archaeological digs. And he must be willing to take the risk of putting his whole career and the whole institution of archaeology on the line in front of an audience of tens of millions of people. I will not debate some wannabe who's got a YouTube channel. That is not enough. That is a waste of my time and my energy. This debate has to be at a high level, and I want archaeology to throw at me the highest level they possibly can. And right now, because most archaeologists haven't wanted to debate at all, right now that highest level is Flint Dibble. And I hope, Flint, if you're listening to this, I hope that you will be there and debate me on the Joe Rogan Experience on the 24th of October. If you can't be there, I hope you will find another colleague who is equally well qualified as you, who can respectably stand up and represent the institution of archaeology. And then we will have a worthwhile debate.
Well, if they're so confident, why wouldn't they debate you?
I know, yes, it's true. Well, yes, there's that feeling that, we don't want to give Graham Hancock a platform.
Oh, I think that's a convenient excuse.
I think it's
you already have the platform, so
yeah.
They need the platform, honestly.
Yeah.
In this case, yeah. So this is my view. I think it's very important to have a debate about this. It's a high stakes debate. It's high stakes for me, and it's high stakes for the archaeologist who debates. But that archaeologist must be an archaeologist with a long, detailed track record in archaeology, not some wannabe who wants to make himself famous on YouTube.
Well, those requirements that you're setting say a lot about your confidence in your work. I'm really looking forward to this debate.
Yeah. I think it's an important development, and it is the first time that the institution of archaeology will have sat down and debated somebody who's looking at prehistory from a totally different point. And that, in that sense, it'll be useful for the whole public conversation around this, and that's what I want it to be. That's why I'm willing to invest my energy in it. And it's a high risk, as I say, a high risk debate for that archaeologist and a high risk debate for me too. Anybody can screw up in a debate.
Yeah.
I hope I don't.
True test of knowledge.
I'll do my best and to speak my truth and to speak truth to power. That's what fundamentally I'm here to do.
Challenge the official narrative, and hopefully open the minds of
how else can we grow?
I mean, it's just they act like it's all set in stone, so to speak.
We know everything.
And that's the thing. What bothers me too is that how is archaeology any different than, say, medicine or other types of sciences or astronomy even? I mean, we're constantly changing our views on astronomy and the cosmos and stuff. It's like, how's it any different?
Well, it shouldn't be, but it is. They seem to regard themselves as the sole interpreters, the sole group of people who have the right to interpret the past to the general public, the remote past. There's a difference between history and archaeology. History is largely that period for which we have written documents, and archaeology is the period before that where we don't have written documents, and we must draw our conclusions from increasingly small and limited amounts of evidence that are found on sites. I don't understand why there's this fixation that they've got it all nailed and that they completely understand everything. They will say, of course, we're all interested in a new discovery, but they're only interested in new discoveries that support the prevailing narrative.
Right.
Any new discovery that challenges the prevailing narrative, they're going to pour all manner of scorn on it in every way that they possibly can without getting to grips with it. I think that in this sense,
this is the last run of
another profession like piloting an aircraft.
Whatever happens, happens.
I think there's a difference between archaeologists and airline pilots. An airline pilot is specifically trained in a specific set of skills to fly an airplane, and that's what an airline pilot does. But an archaeologist is responsible or has claimed to be responsible for interpreting the whole human past to us. And I'm sorry, but a small group of so-called professionals cannot own and monopolize the human past in the way that airline pilots can monopolize the flying of aircraft. The human past is the property of all human beings. We all have something to contribute on that issue. And it shouldn't be monopolized by a relatively tiny group of professionals who have a much too high opinion of themselves.
Yeah, it's really such a shame that that's where we're at.
Have you ever been in a situation where you're dealing with some health issues? You're having these unexplained symptoms. You want to know what's going on, so you turn to the internet, or worse, TikTok, and you end up going down a rabbit hole getting questionable advice from random people online. Well, there are better ways to get the answers that you're looking for, and that is by seeing an actual trusted professional, a doctor, someone who knows what they're talking about, and not getting your advice from random people on the internet. And ZocDoc can help you find doctors and medical professionals that specialize in the care that you specifically need and deliver the type of experience that you want. ZocDoc is the only free app that lets you find and book doctors who are patient-reviewed, take your insurance, and are available when you need them. And you can also find someone that treats almost every condition under the sun. No more doctor roulette or scouring the internet for questionable reviews. With ZocDoc, you have a trusted guide to connect you with your favorite doctor that you haven't even met yet. Millions of people use ZocDoc's free app to find and book a doctor in their neighborhood who is patient-reviewed and fits their needs and schedule just right. Now, I have found many doctors through ZocDoc myself. Even before they sponsored us, I used the service and have found so many great professionals that I truly trust and have had a good experience with, because finding the right doctor can be so hard. There are so many bad ones out there. So finding someone who listens to you, takes your issues seriously, and wants to help you is hard to find. And I feel like we look at reviews for everything nowadays. So why wouldn't you look at reviews for your doctor? So go to ZocDoc.com/milehigher and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then you can find and book a top-rated doctor today, and many are available within 24 hours. That's ZocDoc.com/milehigher. ZocDoc.com/milehigher.
I know we've been going for a while already. I wanted to shift things because one of the sites that was really interesting to me from Ancient Apocalypse was Bimini Road. And in that episode, of course, the buzzword comes out, Atlantis, right? And they love to attack you whenever you bring up this idea of Atlantis even possibly existing. And I was watching, to prepare for this, I was kind of watching what the other side is saying, and they're like, oh, it's absolutely ridiculous. He refers to this as a road. This is the Bimini Wall, and it's a natural formation that is there. And
seems so absurd.
When you dove on that site, and what did you find?
I've dived on that site multiple times, going back to the 1990s, I'm quite certain that it's a man-made site, and I've done the diving to draw that conclusion. I spent a lot of time underwater on the so-called Bimini Road, and it is beach rock, but it's beach rock that has been shaped and molded by human beings, that has been leveled by placing blocks underneath blocks in a way that couldn't happen naturally.
Yeah, that was wild to see the blocks holding up those large. I was like,
exactly.
There's no way in nature that's happening.
Exactly.
Like
It's not as easily dismissed as they would like it to be. And the whole Atlantis issue, again, I've taken a look at the kind of attacks that have taken place around my references to Atlantis. And those attacks, they always seek to isolate Atlantis and make us think that that's just the only story that there is about a lost civilization of prehistory. Whereas in fact, ancient cultures all around the world preserved a memory of a high civilization of prehistory. In India, it was called Kumari Tundra. But if you go to Mesopotamia, you're going to find the same story of a great flood and survivors of a flood who taught knowledge around the world. You're going to find the same story in ancient Egypt. You're going to find the same story everywhere. As a matter of fact, and again, I'm going to preserve most of this for the debate. The Atlantis story is present in ancient Egypt. They just don't call it Atlantis. They use a different word for it in the ancient Egyptian language. Atlantis is not an ancient Egyptian word, but that's not surprising if we consider the pedigree of the Atlantis story. The Atlantis story, as it's come down to us, the earliest surviving reference to it is in the works of Plato,
Right.
who is a revered figure in his own right, the Greek philosopher Plato, and in his dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias. And Plato draws his information from an individual who may well have been an ancestor of his, Solon, the great Greek lawmaker. Solon was famous for his codification of laws in Greece, and he was a traveler, and he made a well-documented visit to Egypt around about the year in our calendar 600 BC. Okay, and in that visit to Egypt, as Plato reports the story as he had received it, as he reports it in these dialogues, where he puts the words into the mouths of two people who are talking, Solon was told by the priests of the Temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta, a temple that no longer exists. He pointed to writings on the walls, and there was a priest who spoke Greek and ancient Egyptian, and he asked that priest to tell him, what do these writings say? And the priest then repeated the story of Atlantis, and Plato put that into the Greek language as Atlantis. We don't know what the ancient Egyptians called it there, but I do know that they called it the homeland of the primeval ones from another temple. Solon then asks the priests, so this Atlantis was destroyed in an enormous flood. When did that happen? And they said quite matter-of-factly, 9,000 years ago. So there you need to do the math. This is 600 BC that Solon is receiving that information that he transmits to Plato. 9,000 years before 600 BC is 11,623 years ago, if you wish to be precise. Let's say roughly 11,600 years ago. And this is one of the reasons why I take Plato's report seriously, because 11,600 years ago was one of those massive pulses of meltwater that coincided with the ending of the last ice age, just as the Younger Dryas began 12,800 years ago with an anomalous sea level rise, thoroughly documented in the work of Cesare Emiliani. Just as it began with a sea level rise, it also ended 11,600 years ago with a massive sea level rise, which is called Meltwater Pulse 1b. And when archaeologists try to get rid of this, they say, well, look, Meltwater Pulse 1b unfolded over a period of 600 years, so in any 1 year, if you do the average, it wasn't that much. But that's not how the meltwater pulse worked. There were years of massive rises in sea level, and again, this is documented in the death of corals. And there were years when not much happened. So averaging it out over 600 years is not the way to do it. We have a time in relatively recent history, prehistory, 11,600 years ago, when there was an enormous global flood. And is it a coincidence that Plato names precisely that time for the submergence of Atlantis? I don't think so. I don't think it's a coincidence at all. I think it's another reason why we should have respect for Plato, have respect to the tradition that was passed down to him through the line of Solon, and have respect for Meltwater Pulse 1b and its complexities over a period of about 600 years. And finally, of course, there's the fact that Göbekli Tepe, this extraordinary megalithic site in Turkey, as far as we can tell now, the work began on that site, guess when? 11,600 years ago. I can't help feeling that we're looking at a project that was initiated by survivors of that capitalism to bring to that place skills and knowledge that had not previously existed in that place, to create a gigantic megalithic site. Indeed, partly for spiritual reasons, but also partly to mobilize a local population, to give them a big project to work on, and during that project to teach them agriculture. At the beginning, Göbekli Tepe was entirely inhabited by hunter-gatherers. 1,000 years later, they were all agriculturalists, and during those 1,000 years, the whole Göbekli Tepe was created, and then, lo and behold, once that was achieved, it was buried, deliberately buried. More work was put into burying it than was put into creating it. These stone circles were filled up with piles of rubble, and then they created a rubble hill over the top of the whole thing. And that's why Göbekli Tepe is such an important site, because it then remained sealed. Nobody was trampling all over it. No later cultures were coming in and contaminating the carbon dating with introduced materials from a later time. It's a sealed site, and it's 11,600 years old.
Wow.
And that coincides with Meltwater Pulse 1b, and that coincides with the date that Plato gives for the submergence of Atlantis. We can either choose to just say all of this is coincidence and it has no significance,
Right.
or in my case, I think it's not coincidence, and I think it's really worth looking at the implications of all of this with an open mind to see where it leads.
So Atlantis is, you're not saying
Oh,
Atlantis is that lost advanced civilization necessarily. They may have been
No.
one of
Yeah,
lost civilizations.
I'm saying that there was a culture that emerged out of shamanism that developed certain skills, that was able to explore the world, and almost certainly influenced other cultures around the world.
May have assisted in these megalithic sites across the world.
May have assisted in these megalithic sites in certain ways. I think the dating of quite a number of megalithic sites needs to be reconsidered in the light of Göbekli Tepe. The notion before Göbekli Tepe was that the oldest megalithic site on Earth was about 6,000 years old. Suddenly we have this 11,600 years old megalithic site, and clearly the people who made it knew what they were doing. You don't move around 20-ton megaliths and carve, beautiful imagery into them and in high relief. You don't do that without having experience of what you're doing. You don't align them.
There's no way that's a first try.
No, there's no way that's a
site,
first try.
yeah.
There's obviously a hidden background to that, and that background at the moment is very hard to explain. Some archaeologists say, it must have been the Natufian culture, which existed in that area for 1,000 or 2,000 years before that. But what we see from the Natufian culture is just no more dramatic than a sort of dry stone wall in Wales. I mean, it's just little things, nothing big, nothing extraordinary like this. I am yet to see the evolutionary process that could have led to Göbekli Tepe, and if it's there, I think it's going to change our entire view of history. And it's interesting that now we have Karahan Tepe, which we also filmed out in the series, and 10 other sites have now been found in that area, which all date back that horizon around 11 or 12,000 years ago.
Wow.
And goodness knows what is going to come out of all of those excavations. I mean, first of all, Göbekli Tepe was discovered by accident. Back in the 1950s, a team of American archaeologists who were interested in Stone Age stuff from the Paleolithic, the Upper Paleolithic, found themselves at Göbekli Tepe. And then they saw the tip of a beautifully carved pillar sticking out of the side of the hill. And they said, nah, that's not Stone Age. That's way too good. That must be Byzantine. That must be from just 1,000 years ago or so. So it's not our stuff. We're not going to excavate it. We'll just leave it there. And there it was left until Klaus Schmidt, a great man of the German Archaeological Institute, who I knew personally, and who kindly showed me around Göbekli Tepe in 2013 and spent a lot of time with me. That's the kind of archaeologist I enjoy meeting, who doesn't typecast me. He knew who I was. He certainly did, because we've been in correspondence before. But they don't automatically shut me out, but they're willing to talk to me, and he was willing.
No.
And it was he who took an interest in that curious pillar sticking out of the ground and decided, let's excavate here. And lo and behold, they discovered Göbekli Tepe. Now that Göbekli Tepe was discovered, then suddenly there's a reason to look more widely than Karahan Tepe. When I first went to Karahan Tepe, it was just like Göbekli Tepe had been before, just a few bits of pillar sticking out of the ground. Now it's an enormous excavated site. And as I say, at least 10 other sites in that area of the 12 tepes, as they call them, the 12 hills. Göbekli Tepe itself means pot-bellied hill in the Turkish language, and that's because that's what it looked like until it was excavated. That hill was entirely artificial, entirely man-made, designed to cover up this site. I can't help thinking time capsule, that there was an intention to preserve this site.
Knowing it would be uncovered later
Eventually,
on, potentially.
that it would be covered, but uncovered. Because the problem with many archaeological sites is that they have been tramped over by so many different cultures over so many different periods of time. It's really hard to date. Carbon dating only dates organic materials, it doesn't date stone. Those organic materials need to be in situ, in a position where they could only have been placed there at the time the megalith was put in place. And that is very rare to find. So there's a lot of speculation and guesswork goes into the dating of megalithic sites.
Wow. So I want to understand more, because I'm trying to remember, and did you mention that you believe this lost advanced civilization was shamanistic in origin? Like,
oh yeah, I believe that I believe the origin of all civilizations is shamanistic, and we need to use the word the words advanced and the word civilization carefully.
Yeah.
Because when we say advanced civilization, the natural tendency is to think of something like us. Because we think we're an advanced civilization. Although in many ways we're not an advanced civilization. We're a spiritually stunted civilization.
Effectively destroying ourselves.
And we're effectively destroying ourselves. And what's advanced about that? The fact that we can make machines and have all this clever tech and have cell phones and so on and so forth, that doesn't say that much about us, really. It doesn't speak to our qualities as being. So an advanced civilization, by definition, has to be a civilization which is not only capable of technological feats, but that is also spiritually very grounded. And it's interesting. In the tradition of Atlantis, as passed down to us by Plato, in the tradition of the flood of Noah that we find in the Bible, in the Mesopotamian traditions, the Gilgamesh story, the Great Flood, the figure of Oannes, the civilizing hero who emerges from the waters of the flood and teaches mankind the origins of civilization.
Thoth as well.
Thoth, the god of wisdom. You know, these accounts are all around the world. I kind of lost my track. Where were we on? What was I on?
Sorry, just talking about
too much cannabis last night.
Defining
one of the great joys of being in Denver.
Absolutely,
right.
Rocky Mountain High, baby. You were defining, because like the label, the thing that gets thrown onto you is metaphysical, you know, like
and the issue of what is an advanced civilization.
What isn't it?
That's the key issue, and I think we need to broaden our horizons.
Right.
In that respect, I take note of certain anomalies, those ancient maps, the ancient knowledge of precession of the equinoxes, a deep understanding of astronomy that could only be gained through hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years of very careful observation. The phenomena like the description of the Ark of the Covenant that I mentioned at the beginning, and the bolts of fire shooting out of it, the mystery of the construction of the Great Pyramid, which, contrary to archaeological views, has never been solved.
Right.
Nobody knows how it was done. I mean, you are looking at 6 million tons, 13-acre footprint, 481 feet tall, 2.5 million blocks of stone in its construction.
How'd they do it?
Nobody knows how it was done. And
Do you
anybody
know
I have
a
no
theory?
clue.
I mean, how
as
could
to
anyone know? Archaeologists proposed the idea that they built ramps and wet
ramps
sand.
are the main theory, and then it's and sliding blocks along wet sand, which is fine at ground level, but really difficult to do 300 feet above the sand. You know? And the notion of ramps is problematic because those ramps couldn't have a slope in excess of 10 degrees. And if you're going to get to the top of the Great Pyramid, 480 feet above the ground,
that's a steep.
With a top of 10 degrees, you're looking at a gigantic ramp. It's much bigger than the Great Pyramid itself. And if it's going to support the weight of multi-ton megaliths, then it's got to be really solid. It can't just be an earthen ramp. It's got to be a stone ramp. And where's all that stuff gone?
Yeah.
You know. So then the other archaeologists have tried to propose internal ramps. There's all sorts of proposals and suggestions, but there are no facts on the construction of the Great Pyramid.
I like the theory of acoustic levitation.
I like that theory too. And again, this is one of the areas where archaeologists attack.
They're like, oh, what are you talking about?
Because again, I'm referencing indigenous myths and traditions from ancient Egypt and from many cultures which speak of large megaliths being moved into place with sound, the use of sound.
Which is a scientific thing. Just not
happening,
on that scale yet.
Yeah, it's happening now on a very small scale. It's
Right.
possible to use sound to levitate tiny objects. Well, if you can use sound to levitate tiny objects, perhaps you can use it to levitate very large objects as well. Perhaps we're looking at a lost science here.
Well, and
we
that's
don't understand.
That's the thing.
And actually, you know, I don't dwell in my work very much on that. I talk of the ancient Egyptian priests chanting blocks into the air because that is an ancient Egyptian tradition. But I don't dwell on it a great deal. But when archaeologists want to attack my work, that's the 1.5 pages in one book that they pick on and say, this is what Hancock's work is all about. Woo-woo ideas about magical levitation of blocks. No, that's not what it's about. I think we're confronted by an enormous mystery with megalithic sites all around the world. And we don't understand them properly. In Peru, at Sacsayhuaman, and Cusco, the Sacred Valley, there are extraordinary megalithic sites there. Sacsayhuaman is the best known of them, with giant megaliths fitted together with incredible precision. These are like jigsaw puzzles, and no single megalith is the same shape as another. but they're all cut and placed to fit perfectly together so that you can't even get a sheet of paper in between the blocks. And one of my principal informants there at Cusco is Jesus Gamarra, who himself is a descendant of the he thinks that the Incas found that work already there.
Oh, wow.
And that they overbuilt and built around it. And he speaks of ancient Peruvian traditions, and others do, about some kind of plant which softened rock.
Interesting.
So that they could mold it, almost like
Play-Doh or something. Yeah.
And mold it into shape. And then suddenly, if that were the case, many anomalies of those huge megaliths, like the scalloped grooves, almost like somebody's run a butter knife down the side of an edge of butter, or holes in them that don't make any sense. All of those things suddenly begin to make some kind of sense. I'm not saying that's how it was
Last
done.
run of the night.
I'm saying that we should be open to these extraordinary possibilities and not just write them off as absolute nonsense. And we should respect the indigenous traditions that speak of them.
Right. Well, and that's where you really differ. Is you're not only looking at the physical archaeological evidence that's there, but you're also taking into consideration the indigenous cultures and I really like that about your series, is that you then tell the indigenous story on what they believe happened
in every case,
in every single site that you went to. And I thought that
and you talked about the Bimini Road a moment ago. This is not so much about indigenous traditions, but most people don't realize that the tiny island of Bimini was part of a very large landmass, that the Bahama Banks were all above water during the Ice Age, and there was a huge island there. We started the series with Gunung Padang in Indonesia, and there our principal expert is an Indonesian geoscientist called Danny Hillman Nathuwajaja. I've known Danny for years, and he's absolutely dedicated and committed to this work, and he's done a huge amount of remote sensing work. When I say remote sensing, I'm not talking woo-woo. I'm talking seismic tomography.
Yeah.
I'm talking getting images of what's deep underground and finding chambers deep under this structure. And Danny is quite confident from his work and from the detailed work that he's done that the origins of this site go back at least 20,000 years. That it's a very, very ancient site. And again, archaeologists find ways to insultingly dismiss him while claiming that they respect indigenous views. They pour scorn on this particular indigenous view, Danny's view, because it doesn't accord with their narrative. What a bunch of hypocrites they are.
Yeah. It makes no sense. I don't understand it at all. I mean, why wouldn't you allow them to be a part of this conversation and take it more seriously?
It beats me.
Maybe they have there's, like you said, shreds of truth even. If you're not going to take all of it for granted, then there's shreds in there of truth.
It's the bottom line is there are matters that need to be investigated further that are not being investigated further. And the reason they're not being investigated further is not a conspiracy. The reason they're not being investigated further is that the archaeological institution is extremely arrogant in its claim to sole possession of the past. And they'll say, oh, we welcome amateurs. Well, yes, they do, as long as the amateurs say what archaeologists say. Stick to the narrative. The moment you start challenging the narrative, they don't want any amateurs involved at all.
And I don't really see them denying that fact either. You know, not saying like, oh, we welcome alternative points of view or anything like that.
Far,
It's like,
far from it.
because they're
And
just
so ultimately what we have there is a very insecure institution.
Yeah.
You know, if it was secure, if it had a really secure footing,
they'd be like, let's take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look. This is at the very least, we don't need to smear and insult and wage a propaganda war against people who are presenting an alternative narrative. At the very least, we don't need to do that because we're so sure of our ground. They can't be sure of their ground if they're so sensitive and so defensive on every single point. They just can't be sure of their ground, and they shouldn't be sure of their ground. The problem is they're not sure of their ground, but they pretend they are.
Oh man, what do you think of the other thing that there's some controversy around is the connection of the pyramids across the planet?
Yes.
And I know for me personally, when I started discovering this, I'm like, how can you not draw parallels between these different sites? And like, some will say, oh, well, those aren't technically pyramids. Like they didn't like your definition of a pyramid, the terraces. They're like, that doesn't mean it's a pyramid.
I know, what a tiny little trivial point to pick up. Certainly in Danny's view, it is the simplest word to describe Gunung Padang is a kind of pyramid. You know, there's the pyramid of the magician in Uxmal in Mexico. which all archaeologists recognize as a pyramid, but it's oval. This is a word that can be used quite widely. What do I think of the connection? Again, it's not so long ago that it was the view that there could be no connection between New World pyramids, for example, in Mexico, and Old World pyramids, for example, in Egypt, because the New World pyramids were much younger than the Egyptian pyramids, so there couldn't be a connection there. And then the site of Caral was found in Peru by Ruth Shady Solis, who's done the full excavation. Amazing site. I've been there. There's dozens of enormous pyramids there. And they date, even on Orthodox chronology, they date older than the Giza. So suddenly the notion that there could be no connection is blown out of the water. And when I say connection, I want to be clear. I don't mean that somebody from Peru went to Egypt and taught the Egyptians to build pyramids, or that somebody from Egypt went to Peru and taught the Peruvians to build pyramids. I mean to say that both were in receipt of a shared idea, a legacy that was passed down from earlier times.
I'm sure it finishes.
And I think that's one of the things that's missing in archaeology, is an archaeology of ideas. That ideas can persist through long periods of time, and they can manifest in different cultures at different times. But essentially the same ideas are conveyed there. So it's, in my view, not an accident that, as far as we know, majority of pyramids around the world, pyramidal form, are connected to notions of death and the afterlife.
Right. There's a spiritual significance to
There's
them,
a spiritual significance. And that spiritual significance is shared whichever culture you find them in. And I think the most elegant, simplest explanation for all of these is that they have inherited a shared idea and are manifesting that idea in different periods of history, in different cultures, in slightly different ways. But
Right.
the idea is what is ancient.
At the root is the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just what drives me mad about archaeologists, the fact that if they can't dig it up and look at it and have it be this tangible physical thing, they're like, don't want to hear about it.
They don't want to hear about it, and by the way, you know, their view is that what they've dug up already is enough to give them full knowledge of the past, sufficient knowledge of the past to say there cannot possibly have been a lost civilization.
Right.
You know, what a ridiculous thing to say. There's a lost civilization which is now accepted by archaeology within relatively recent memory, and that's the Indus Valley civilization in what is now Pakistan. Until the 1920s, nobody knew the Indus Valley civilization existed. To this day, we cannot interpret their script. But it was discovered by accident. Why? Because a railway line was being built. And as it was being built, it exposed the remains of a civilization that nobody imagined had existed before. So, you know, it happens. And I believe it's going to happen again. We're going to see more physical evidence for this. More as time goes by.
I agree. And I think, how can you just discount the fact that we have set proof that we had an ice age where there was, you know, water levels rose 400 feet. The significant amount of evidence is likely underwater. You've found sites that are clearly man-made underwater. It's like, what else is under there? You know what I mean?
Exactly. A tiny fraction of the continental shelves have been explored. You know, the fact of the matter is, archaeology should be more humble and more open and less scathing and unpleasant. As I say, I didn't declare war on archaeology. Archaeology declared war on me. And that's made it necessary for me to defend myself. And when I have to defend myself, I will do so vigorously. But I didn't start this fight. I didn't even expect it. When I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I had no idea what was coming. None whatsoever.
That must have been a rude awakening.
It was a rude awakening, and weird
Weird
that few archaeologists are so obsessed with it
literally
that they made me
They're like life mission.
the main focus of their life mission. How weird is that? Go away, do some archaeology, guys.
Yeah, waste of their
you know,
time.
use the time well instead of trying to destroy somebody else's reputation. Because at heart, you're jealous, you're envious. You can't bear the fact that your narrative is being challenged.
Goldeneye here, we're gonna play a level or two.
What a disservice to humanity.
Yeah, I think so. But I have great hope in the younger generation of archaeologists. I've met many archaeologists in the field, younger people in the 20s, who are just getting in. They're much more open. I'm not saying every one of them, but they're much more open in general. than the older archaeologists. And by the time they've done the legwork and really got into the excavations and into teaching this subject, I think archaeology will transform itself as time goes by.
Much like everything else.
Yeah.
I think we're in, and I know you've said this before. People are starting to wake up, and
people are starting to wake up in every way. This is why what I see in my particular issue with archaeology and the battles that I've had with archaeology, it's just a tiny slice of a much bigger battle that's going on in society today, and that is the battle between people who think for themselves and people who want to say that we think for you, we tell you what to think. So there is increasing rejection of the cult of the expert in our society. There's increasing questioning of so-called leaders who tell us what to think and what to do. And I think it's very much the same with archaeology. We need to move on to the next level of human society, where it's understood that we all have a stake in what we understand about reality and the world we live in. And it can't be limited to just a few people and trying to understand it.
Can we talk a little bit more about a global cataclysm and what that would have looked like? That's something that is so interesting to me.
Well, look, there's one of the points here is that in geological terms, we're talking about something really recent. Even in human terms, we're talking about something really recent. We have skeletal remains of anatomically modern humans that go back 300,000 years from Morocco. We're talking about something that happened between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. And in geological terms, that's just yesterday.
Right.
And in many other terms, it's just yesterday as well. In human terms alone, 11,600 years ago isn't that long ago. And there's no doubt, I don't think anybody could seriously dispute that the episode called the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm on an enormous scale. And that it led to the extinction of the megafauna, all the megafauna of the Ice Age, all those iconic animals, the mammoths, the mastodons, the giant sloths, the woolly rhinos, the saber-toothed tigers, they all go extinct at that time. That doesn't happen accidentally. At the same time, we know there was huge climatic turbulence, sea level rise, freezing temperatures. It's not surprising that they went extinct. Everybody accepts that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm. The question is, what caused that cataclysm? And at the moment, there is one major, solidly documented and consistently argued theory, and that is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which suggests that the Earth
minutes. Which one should I get? Which one should I use? Should I use 0? Is there 0? Oh no. I meant to go back. Oh well. Which one is it? I think I'm gonna call it a night here. I think. One more time. One more time. Holiday. Thank you, Z-Wing. Thank you, Perfect Ace. Thank you, Barry, for the sub. Thank you for selling my jacket. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being here. Oh, man. Oh, man.